Chapter 197 Setting Sail. Chapter 197 Setting Sail. After listening to Trish's explanation, Jane Lishing nodded in slight astonishment. "Oh, I see," he then continued to eat his tomato sirloin pastor. When the three girls saw his response, they just shrugged at each other, chuckling, and continued their topic just now. After spending 2 to 3 hours at the Goose Pond restaurant leisurely, it gradually reached the time of separation. The young man drove the three girls to John F. Kennedy International Airport, and after having a longing farewell kiss with Tina in the VIP lounge, he watched the flight heading to Boston taking off and disappearing into the clear sky. Finally free now, standing in front of the float-ceiling windows in the VIP lounge, he was showered with a hot summer sun as he muttered to himself, before proceeding to call his chief legal officer. "Edward, I've heard that the route to Shrimp World No. 2 is officially opened today." "Yes, boss, if you're willing, I can arrange a seat for you on the ship at 3:30 p.m. Not only that, Charlie, Miss Maddie and I can even accompany you there." "What are you three going there for? The supernatural realm is very dangerous." "Boss, we've already booked this voyage earlier than you. Everyone is curious. Since young, my childhood dream was to become a traveler traveling the world. Now that I can finally realize my dream, how could I possibly miss this opportunity?" "Then how about Charlie and Maddie? Don't tell me the three of them actually share the same dream." Forget it. It's your freedom to do whatever you want. It should be nice, too, having someone accompany you on the ship. Tell me, where will the ship set sail?" "The New York harbor, just beside our factory." "Oh, what a coincidence." Jane Lishing, who had already walked to the airport's parking lot, opened the car door and entered the car. "Then I'll go to the factory now. See you later." After he finished saying so, the young man hung up the call and started his Explorer to drive out of the parking lot. Turning left and right as he drove on the New York streets, he finally turned into the road heading straight out of the city, all the way to Muttislow. At this time, the lakeside wasteland had already become as bustling as a flea market. Thousands of various vehicles were parked at the wilderness beside the road, with many strange people sitting on the roof of the cars holding slogans that read, "The supernatural realm is our hope. If we plunder other people's land, everything that belongs to us will be taken away by other people one day. Dear Jesus Christ, I know that these are your holy trace, so please bring your devout believers away from this ugly world." Most of them were slovenly dressed as they drank chilled beers and ate hot dogs or burgers they bought from the hawkers, while enjoying themselves in the afternoon that no longer had a scorching sun, and shouting their ambiguous slogans out loud. Some of the people who were tired climbed down from the roof of the car and set up a barbecue stand beside their cars. They then proceeded to stop the cars coming out of the slaughterhouse and buy the cleaned raw meat before starting their barbecue in high spirits. After living in the U.S. for 2 years, Jane Lishing had become accustomed to these rather baffling demonstrators. After slowing down, he drove his Explorer onto the junction heading straight to the slaughterhouse. When he passed by the factory gate, he stopped his car and told the head of security guard who was on duty, "Inform all farmers who are slaughtering their livestock in the factory to watch out for those demonstrators. I saw them stopping cars to buy meat to barbecue directly, and they look very drunk, so be careful of accidents, please. Also, don't let these people get too close to the factory. After drinking, they would want to find someplace to vent, so don't let them make our slaughterhouse as their target." "Don't worry, sir. These few days all of our security guards are armed with guns during the day. The head of the security patted the gun belt on his shoulder and replied confidently, "If those madmen don't listen to our warnings and intrude into our factory, I'll open fire and blast open their heads." Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before looking at the cool look on the square-shaped face of the head of the security guard, who had quite a sturdy body, before nodding in approval. "Good, I like your tough attitude." Then he proceeded to step on the accelerator pedal and drove the car into the factory. After reaching outside of his two-story office building, he parked his car and walked into the reception hall. After seeing that Maddie was already waiting at the desk, he proceeded to open the metal door leading to the second floor and asked at the same time, "Maddie, I heard from Mr. Edward that you're planning to go to Shrimp World No. 2 today as well." "Yes, boss. It's very dangerous there." After Zhang Lisheng opened the metal door, he walked up towards the second floor and sat on the sofa positioned in the middle of the huge office. "To be honest, I've been there before, and it's very desolate with nothing to see." "You've been there before? Forget it. You're so mysterious. Heck, perhaps you have even been to Mars before. I shouldn't be too surprised over this." Maddie opened the refrigerator and took a can of iced Coke before opening it with a fizz. Placing it in front of the young man, she continued, "The Shrimp World No. 2 is the LS Group's next developing target, so as the secretary of the chairman of the board of directors, of course, I should go there to take a look first." "The Shrimp World No. 2 is the LS Group's next developing target. Why would you suddenly have such strange ideas?" "Well, it's because you're born as a restless man who is ambitious and has a powerful power. That kind of desolate supernatural realm is the best stage for you to show off your talent." "No." Maddie stared at the young man and said solemnly, "I do prefer to live in a forest more than the city, but I don't want to show off my strength in an explosive bucket." Zhang Lisheng took a sip of the iced Coke and just so happened to see his general manager and chief legal officer walking into the office. After the four of them had gathered, they took the factory's common car and headed towards the nearby New York harbor. As a transit point for the new cowboys in the new U.S. era that led to hope, the number of people gathered outside of the New York harbor, which consisted of those rather baffling demonstrators, and the people who were waiting to travel to the supernatural realm, were of course much more than those who gathered around the slaughterhouse. After making a call to his mother and came up with a alibi telling her that he needed to stay late in the office to settle some documents before going to university by himself one whole free night, Zhang Lisheng looked at the wilderness that had suddenly been filled with large mushrooms through the minibus window and asked, "So many tents, Charlie? I remember that there are wolves in the wasteland on the outskirts of New York City, right?" "Boss, if the wolves appear, they'll only be killed by these people." The short and fat old man was dumbfounded for a moment before replying with a smile, "You have a point." "What a pity," the young man muttered. "Oh, Lisheng, your thought is horrifying." Maddie, who was by the side, had her eyes widen as she commented in astonishment. "You've misunderstood me, Maddie. I'm thinking that it's more fortunate for these people to be bitten to death by the wolves in one bite rather than being tortured by the supernatural realm's aborigines and slowly eaten by them." When the minibus turned into the New York harbor's parking lot, Zhang Lisheng answered with a blank expression, before standing up quietly and going down from the parked bus. A gentle sea breeze could be felt outside of the bus. Standing on the flat harbor, watching the huge ships, container piles, cranes, as well as large loading and unloading vehicles along with a blue coastline and the sun-reflecting sea in the distance, the feeling it gave was no doubt relaxing. It could even be better if the bustling crowds around would be removed. This time, The U.S. government had opened the Shrimp World No. 2 to all citizens of the United States, allowing them to sign up but not through online applications. Those who intended to travel must head to the registration office of the U.S. Department of the Interior in New York and the capital of the remaining 51 states to register had set up. If one had already vacated their time and planned to leave for the supernatural realm within a month, one would have no choice but to come to New York to register. However, if one didn't have a definite date of visiting the Shrimp World No. 2 yet, then they could sign up for the trip to the supernatural realm in whichever state capital. Their visiting date would be sorted according to their registering time with a first-come-first-served basis. The Department of the Interior will notify them in a month before confirming their visiting time through telephone for confirmation. Of course, if they were very eager and were rich enough to cut the queue, the government also allowed that publicly. As long as they have a deposit of 100,000 USD in their account as a base fund and were willing to sign an agreement promising to use this money on the development of the Shrimp World No. 2. Only then would they be allowed to go to the supernatural realm for sightseeing in the shortest time possible. This is the fair principle of the United States. If they make a greater contribution, they'll naturally enjoy a little more privilege, and everybody understood and accepted this. Chang Lisheng was a beneficiary of this kind of privilege. Although he said that the huge island in the supernatural realm was an explosive bucket, he still took out 5 million USD in the name of the LS Group for the development fund of the supernatural realm long ago and had been granted to the right of free passing through Edward's operation. Right now, the young man was glancing around with his hand placed on a pergola. He could not help but mutter to himself, "There really are a lot of people here." "That's right, Lisheng, there are so many people here." Maddie, who got off the bus behind Zhang Lisheng, naturally took his arm and whispered to him, "The things that you said just now are just to scare us, right?" "The things that I said just now, about the Shrimp World No. 2 having Aboriginal cannibals. Maddie, didn't you watch the propaganda piece of the Shrimp World No. 2 on TV? Didn't the government keep mentioning about how dangerous it is all day long?" The young man replied without paying much attention. "But the TV only said that they're still in a pristine civilization, so they have a lot of weird abilities we can't understand. They also raise some strange beasts as well. They look short and ridiculous, but they are in fact very dangerous. The sands on the island they're living on can cut through human skin, and I don't remember anything else." "However, how do you know that the indigenous people in Shrimp World No. 2 are cannibals? Have you seen them eating humans before?" Maddie asked nervously. "Not really." Zhang Lisheng shook his head and pointed to a passage guarded by police officers in the distance. The passage was blocked with a shiny metal fence and only had a small opening that could accommodate 3 people at once. Then he asked Edward, who had just got off the bus, "Edward, are we going there to board the ship?" The LS chief legal officer took out his mobile phone and opened a schematic diagram of the direction. "Yes, boss. There are too many people here, so it's better for us to go in first and wait inside." "That sounds like a good idea." The young man nodded in agreement and headed straight to the metal fence while saying, "I'm sorry, please let me in." "Thank you." Continuously. Chapter 198 The City in the Supernatural Realm. Chapter 198 The City in the Supernatural Realm. The tall and skinny federal police officer who was on duty was feeling bored when he suddenly saw an Asian youth standing outside of the fence extending his neck to look inside. "You little brat, you're not allowed to get near here, so you better leave quickly." "Do you know who you are talking to, police officer?" When Edward, who was panting heavily as he followed Jane Lisheng's footsteps, ran towards the metal fence, saw the police's arrogant attitude, he immediately protested loudly, "This gentleman here is the director of 357 farmers in the National Farmers Union. The company under his name even provides jobs for thousands of American people. I've already kept in mind your police number, so just wait, we're going to file a complaint about you. This is our pass number, so now make way for us to go through." Upon seeing the well-dressed LS chief legal officer spoke in a high and imposing manner, the tall and skinny federal policeman was caught off guard for a moment before having his expression turn pale with rage. At this time, a man next to him who looked slightly older and who seemed affable fixed the situation by taking the mobile phone Edward handed over to scan the passcode on its screen with the scanner he carried with him. He returned the phone to Edward but did not speak to him. Instead, he looked at Jane Lisheng and said, "I'm sorry, sir. My colleague has encountered some heartbreaking incident lately. The pet dog that he has raised for 7 to 8 years has died, so he unintentionally." "Can we enter now?" The young man frowned and asked in a blank expression. Oh, of course." The older police officer turned around to look at the tall and skinny federal police officer and gave him a helpless look before making way for them. Jane Lisheng walked at the forefront, with Maddie, Edward, and Charlie behind him, and crossed the fence. The fence that was more than 100 meters long had 2 passages from both left and right. It surrounded the berth of a large cruise. 3 giant cruise ships alternately used this berth to send groups of visitors to the supernatural realm every 1.5 hours. When they reached the berth, there were already 1,000 to 2,000 people excitedly waiting for the cruise ship to return. Some of them went here empty-handed. It was apparent that they were intending to go for quick sightseeing. Some of them, on the other hand, were carrying a big backpack, looking as though they were going to pitch their camp in the supernatural realm to live there. After everyone waited for a while, a whistling sound resonated from the distant blue sea. "It's coming! It should be the cruise that is coming!" the crowds exclaimed in excitement. "Hopefully it's not our freighter because my legs are so sore of standing for so long already." "Who asked you to come so early?" "We've waited for 7 to 8 hours before the policeman let us in the berth." It's a cruise, the ship is coming, the ship is coming. The ship is coming, our ship is coming." You were here. In the soft cheers of thousands of people on the pier, a giant cruise ship sailed to the shore along with wind and waves. A few minutes later, the cruise pulled into the shore and put down its suspension ladder. Thousands of seemingly exhausted but satisfied tourists disembarked from the ship. "It's very interesting, but don't touch the sand there. It's just like what the TV said. The sands are very sharp. Those aborigines look like clowns in a circus, but they're very strong. You can casually bring some candy for them and have an arm wrestling competition with them. Their strength is really unbelievable. That is really a magical island. The animals inside are also very strange. Don't eat the snacks you bring. When you reach the gathering place, you can buy very delicious dried meat from the soldiers, but don't look at it carefully. Just put it straight into your mouth, and I promise you the taste will be unforgettable." After disembarking, the precursors enthusiastically told their experience to the latecomers, as though they had been living in the supernatural realm for several years. The latecomers nodded as they lined up to board the cruise ship. They were standing on the deck and leaning against the ship's side as they stared at the deep ocean. It was as though they wished for the shrimp world to be already in sight. At the time when the other people were overwhelmed with unusual excitement, Chang Lisheng walked into the cabin of the cruise ship and asked the female service personnel wearing corporal uniforms in the lobby of the cruise ship's first floor to open a guest room for him to rest. However, the answer he received was, "I'm sorry, sir. The shrimp world no. 2 is only 2 hours 15 minutes away from us through our direct route. For this reason, all of the rooms on the reclaimer is fully closed. Right now, we only offer hot dogs, burgers, Coke and coffee." "Is this a cruise ship or a sampan to think that it doesn't even have a room for resting?" the young man grumbled. "All right then, give me 7 hot dogs. The vending machine is right there. I only provide coin-changing service right here." Chang Lisheng was dumbfounded before helplessly taking out a $20 bill to change for coins. "What do you guys want to eat? It's on me," he asked as he hurriedly walked to the vending machine. Unfortunately, in the face of the generosity of the chairman of the board, the female secretary, general manager, and chief legal officer merely refused. "Oh, thank you, Lisheng. However, I plan to leave my stomach empty till I reach the shrimp world no. 2, so I can try the delicacy there. Boss, I've eaten hot dogs, burgers, and beers for half of my life, so I plan to change my caste today in the supernatural realm." "I have the same thought as Charlie. Perhaps you should change your mind as well. It's only a 2-hour voyage. It'll end very soon. Why would you choose to fill your stomach with such ordinary food now?" Chang Lisheng, who had eaten countless strange animals when he was lost in the supernatural realm, curled his lips and showed a smirk but did not say anything more. Under the protection of 2 destroyers, the cruise ship sailed straight in the ocean speedily. It first relied on the nautical instrument connected to the satellite, but after it entered the supernatural realm, it changed to rely on an ancient compass to decide its route. As time passed by, not long after the cruise ship brushed across the second cruise ship on its return passage under the escort of battleships, the young man, who had finished spending all of his change in eating fast food to fill his stomach, heaved a sigh. Standing at the bow on the ship, he saw the outline of a large island appearing at the distance of the sea and sky. "Oh, so the island is actually so close to New York. If I just fly straight, I'd reach it in less than 1 hour by riding the worm dragon," he could not help but mutter. "Lisheng, have you seen it? Have you seen it? It's real. There really is an island larger than Long Island in New York Inland Sea. This is too amazing." The Office of Natural Resources Revenue released the data already. This supernatural realm's island has an area of at least 30,000 square kilometers, which is bigger than all of the islands in Hawaii added together, let alone Long Island. "I know, Lisheng, however, I can only believe that all of this is real when I really see such a spectacle with my own eyes." Maddie held a small binocular in front of her eyes and shouted in the midst of the cheers of the entire ship. In the midst of the cheers that resonated across the clouds, the cruise and the escort warships accelerated their speed. Not long after, they parked at a spot of a natural harbor. Chang Lisheng had seen this harbor and a little town surrounded with solid concrete walls a few months ago. This time, though, despite the unchanged harbor that still had 5 warships written with Prawn 201 to Prawn 205, the little town on the coast near the battleship had expanded tenfold in size and had basically become a big city already. Thousands of indigenous midgets were freely wandering around the city. Other than bartering with the soldiers, they were freely communicating with some young people who were obviously civilians. These young people must have come by taking the first few cruises earlier today to the supernatural realm. In fact, the group of people who remained behind did not know what they should and could do now. They were merely trying to adapt to the unique humanistic environment on the island of Prawn World No. 2. Right at this moment, Charlie, who was still standing high on the cruise, looking down in a commanding position, who had yet to step onto the island, had already decided on the use of the LS Group's $5 million development fund. He pointed to an empty space beside the gathering place. He excitedly told Zhang Lisheng, "Boss, look, that piece of empty land is next to the gathering place and the only passage connecting the outer world. It doesn't look like a core area, but in fact, it has marvelous development potential. If this gathering place is a booming city, Charlie, if you have a high opinion in it, we can just buy that land directly. It should still be very cheap now." Zhang Lisheng's remark stopped the LS's general manager from continuing his pompous speech. Lining up to use the suspension ladder, he disembarked from the ship. A tall and strong young man wearing a denim cowboy suit with a cowboy hat and a pair of riding boots in the late summer did not listen to his girlfriend's dissuasion and grabbed a handful of sand the moment he disembarked the ship. "Stop lecturing me, Christine. Nothing will happen if I am careful. It's not like I'm grabbing it hard anywhere. My hand, the FCK, the sand here is really as sharp as a knife. Oh yeah, that's right. Wouldn't these grains of sand become as expensive as diamonds soon?" The sand had already cut his hand into a blurry mess of flesh and blood, but he still daydreamed, watching the rough sand covered with blood. Upon seeing this, Maddie, who was beside Zhang Lisheng, kindly reminded him, "Even if these sands are diamonds, it would not be worth anything now. You better go bandage your hand first." "Why wouldn't these sands be worth anything anymore even if they're diamonds?" the tall and strong young man asked with wide eyes. "It's because there are too many of it." Zhang Lisheng, who was by the side, smiled and took out a whistle from his pocket to blow. Soon, several curious indigenous midgets surrounded him. One of them, who had white powder on his body and a bright feather stuck on his head, even reached out a hand directly while baring his teeth, making a fierce gesture of wanting to take it. The young man shook his hand and bent down to pick up a handful of sand before gently slanting his palm to let the sands drop on the palm of the fierce aborigine. The aborigine was angered by his teasing. He knew he could not casually kill anybody in this huge tribe built by the strangers who came from far away on a huge ship, but a conflict of blood has still acquiesced. Right away, he fisted his palms, wanting to punch the nose of this stranger who seemed to be tall and big, but who was in fact far weaker than him according to his experience. However, the instant he fisted his palms, a horrifying look suddenly appeared on his face as he quietly took a few steps back. Chapter 199, Coyote, Hunter and Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 199, Coyote, Hunter and Tyrannosaurus. When the aborigine from the supernatural realm threatened Zhang Lisheng, it was already long noticed by the tall and strong young man dressed in cowboy-style clothes beside him and an officer in charge of monitoring the gathering place that was strict inside but lenient outside. However, the tall and strong young man felt that the scene of a midget with a height of only 120 to 130 centimeters threatening an earthling who was 3 to 4 heads taller than him was ridiculous. On top of the fact that Zhang Lisheng was a stranger, he did not show any intention of helping at all. The gathering place's garrison officer, on the other hand, adhered to the neutral attitude that the highest commander had always practiced. He would not interfere unless irreversible major bloodshed took place, so he had no intention to help the young man as well. At this time, When the monitoring officer saw the aborigine with a feather retreating with a look of fear, he unwittingly showed a look of contemplation. The tall and strong young man, on the other hand, immediately chuckled as he pointed at the retreating aborigine with his bleeding finger while calling out to his girlfriend by his side. "Look, Christine, that midget bared his teeth in a ferocious manner but was actually a coward at heart. When he saw that he could not scare anybody, he retreated by himself instead. How funny this is." Upon seeing his ridiculing laughter, Zhang Lisheng, who quickly walked away to the distance, suddenly smiled for no reason and muttered to himself, "A funnier thing will happen later." Before the young man could finish his words, that aborigine who was originally retreating in fear howled tyrannically and charged barefooted on the sand towards the tall and strong young man who was pointing at him, slamming him onto the ground before swinging his fists violently. In the face of the sudden attack of the indigenous midget, the tall and strong young man thought that the reason he was knocked down was that he was caught off guard. However, the instant his nose received the punch as he struggled to resist with his entire body while boiling in anger, he realized the midget pressing down on his chest was as heavy as a mountain. When he realized the midget's skinny and small bird claw-like fingers were as strong as steel tongs, he immediately screamed in horror. At the huge bunker at the side of the gathering place near the coast, the caramel-colored female officer, who had a set of delicate and beautiful facial features with thick lips wearing the second lieutenant military rank pad on her shoulder, grumbled. She was monitoring Zhang Lisheng just now as she leaned on a comfortable black office chair. She stared at the hundreds of surveillance images on a huge wall-like screen in front of her with an unchanged contemplating look. Exerting force on both of her legs, she rocked her body back and forth with the help of the four wheels on the office chair. The first lieutenant officer, who was pointing his finger on a tablet laptop behind her, breathed a sigh of relief and snapped his fingers. Stretching his body out, he said excitedly, "Allison, I've finally finished drawing this damn underground plan. What do you want to eat? It's my treat today." Without receiving the enthusiastic response he had been expecting, the young and handsome first lieutenant looked at the black female officer in astonishment. "Allison, you." With just a glance, he immediately saw that one of the screens of the dense beehive-like surveillance images in front had already been mostly colored with bright red color. "Oh my God, that man is dying, Allison. You should inform the guards to save him," the first lieutenant shouted in bafflement. "It's all right, Reno. It seems to be a lot of blood because I've zoomed the surveillance camera in. That wannabe cowboy will not die. Something is strange about the incident just now. Originally, this one-star midget was trying to extort a whistle from this Asian kid." The beautiful caramel-colored second lieutenant pressed the remote control on the handle of the office chair to enlarge a surveillance image. On the screen, Zhang Lisheng was holding a whistle and was talking to the group of aborigines with hand gestures as though nothing had happened. In the end, this Asian kid grabbed a handful of sand to put into the one-star midget's hand and actually scared the midget so much he almost fled away. "I first thought this one-star midget is the only coward among the aborigines we found these few months, and was planning to report to the superior to see whether we can come to a breakthrough. But who knows, the instant this wannabe cowboy pointed at him to mock him, he immediately. It's not the time for storytelling right now. I know that monitoring the situation of the gathering place and carrying out an emergency response is the job of a duty officer. But Allison, that man is really dying. The reason General Rowling told us to treat these civilians who come to the shrimp world as soldiers is because he wants them to beat a retreat in the face of difficulties, but not to watch them die like that." If you don't do anything about it, you'll have to answer in the military court." Upon seeing the female officer's unhurried manner, the first lieutenant could not help but shout loudly. "He won't die, he'd only be disfigured at most. Perhaps he would even thank me for saving his life in the future." The female second lieutenant mumbled and grabbed the walkie-talkie. A6, an idiot is being beaten at your 9 o'clock. A group of people is already gathered right there watching the show, so please go help settle the problem. A6 received. Allison, you really can keep your equanimity. A hearty answer responded from the walkie-talkie. After that, from one of the screens of the surveillance cameras, 2 fully armed soldiers with sturdy bodies, who were about 2 meters tall, strode on the beach and came to the place where the conflict took place before howling at the bunch of onlookers. "Please make way, ladies and gentlemen," were the soldiers of the gathering place. The U.S. citizens who were accustomed to making reports to the professionals to solve the conflicts they faced made their move. Instead of taking the risk to uphold justice by themselves, the onlookers paved the way for the officers the moment they heard that they had arrived. After the savage aborigines who howled excitedly when they saw the bloody battle received a few hits from the officers' gun butts, they also recalled the owner of this land and thus quietly dodged to the side. The 2 soldiers walked up to the beaten young man with their boots creaking with noise, stepping on the sand, and began to raw dealer Diddy Manaki in a simple manner. The aborigine who had a feather stuck on his head stopped his movement, not daring to continue his fight anymore despite his string of cursing. Stroking the bright feather on his head, he stood up and stretched out his long tongue to lick the blood splattered on his face before strutting away in high air. After they had chased the aborigines away, the soldiers began to call for medical support. "Somebody is injured at the beach port. Why didn't you guys come earlier? You already saw my boyfriend getting beaten by the aborigine just now, but why didn't you come immediately to save him? Why tell me why? I'm going to report all of you. Now that the conflict had stopped, the girlfriend of the tall and strong yet dying young man lying on the sand covered in fresh blood snapped back to reality from her panic and sorrow. She then yelled at the top of her lungs at the 2 guards, "You better calm down, miss." An overly overwhelmed emotion in the gathering place can easily cause an accident. Before stepping into this island, I believe all of you have been solemnly warned that you should not show any contempt or hostility to the indigenous people on this land, otherwise, you'd be responsible for any of the accident that takes place. However, your boyfriend has obviously violated this strict rule. But you only needed to roar a few times the instant you appeared, and that aborigine immediately stopped. Why would you 2 only showed up when he was about to be beaten to death? It's because of equilibrium, miss. You only saw us roaring a few times to scare the aborigine away, but you won't be able to imagine what kind of price the U.S. military needs to pay in order to do this. It's because of this that such a right cannot be abused easily, lest we'd suffer a big loss for a little gain under this coercion policy. The soldiers in the gathering place must always maintain a neutral attitude, and even if I get into a conflict with those aborigines when I'm off duty, somebody would only intervene when a heavy casualty is about to appear. I know that perhaps you may not understand the meaning of these words, but I just want to tell you this. The sturdy soldier roared with a stiff and cold face. This is not a golden paradise nor a place of opportunity, but a dangerous and troublesome place if you're smart. It's better for you to go home immediately after you've finished your sightseeing. It was apparent that his words were not merely targeting the unfortunate tall and strong young man and his girlfriend. When the soldier was speaking, two officers with strong hands carried a stretcher as they ran to the beach. "Oh, this young man is really unlucky to think that he's already beaten to such a stage before he even walked on the cement. Looks like the back of his head is going to become bald now." Upon seeing the casualty's miserable look, the soldiers put on the leather gloves they took out from their pocket before carefully lifting him onto the stretcher and hurriedly pushing him to the infirmary. When the stretcher passed by Zhang Lisheng, who had used several small items he had prepared beforehand to exchange for many supernatural realms insects, Maddie, who was beside him, exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, that big fellow wearing the cowboy suit was beaten really bad. It looks like he won't be able to make it out alive anymore." "Is that so? Well, he won't die if it's just some superficial wounds. The punches of these aborigines are much weaker compared to their teeth." The young man, who was bartering using a spoon with a beautiful pattern, while pointing his right finger at a large brown beetle an aborigine held whose face was covered in white powder with two bright feathers stuck on his head, casually chimed in. Enough. The aborigine shook his head in dissatisfaction, while pointing at his beetle before showing two fingers. T2. What's going on with this world? Even the aborigines, with a feather on their heads, can even bargain in a New York-style English accent already. Okay, Tutu. Zhang Lisheng took out another spoon from his pocket. "It's fortunate that I haven't given this out yet." Then he succeeded in trading for the brown beetle held by the aborigine. "Lisheng, why do I feel as though these aborigines are treating you differently?" Could it be that upon seeing the young man trading with the indigenous midget once again in a harmonious and fair manner, Maddie could not help but ask in a whisper, "Could it be that they could sense that you possess an extraordinary powerful strength?" "Maybe, Maddie. In fact, these indigenous midgets are like the coyotes in the wilderness of Africa. They are greedy and ferocious. Although they know about the horror of the hunters, they still dare to attack those gunless hunters for the sake of a meal. However, they are smart and sly at the same time as well. Even if they see a sleeping lion, they will only keep away and will never get close to it, let alone a tyrannosaurus." Zhang Lisheng smiled and had an indescribable expression on his face as he replied. Chapter 200 The Hope of the Tribe's Revival. Chapter 200 The Hope of the Tribe's Revival. "You're more horrifying than a tyrannosaurus." The girl noticed the blood-curdling aura oozing out of Zhang Lisheng unwittingly when he was talking, to the point that he actually caused several aborigines around him to take a few steps back, trembling in unison as they bared their teeth in a defying manner. They then lowered their heads deeply with a strange look in their eyes. "But you're more attractive than Iron Man." When Maddie was complimenting her big boss, a beautiful black female officer who had an extraordinary disposition came out of a semi-permanent military camp in the gathering place before striding to the beach port. As she was walking, every officer who saw the red and blue sash on the female officer immediately saluted her. Without stopping, she returned the salutes continuously and headed straight towards the beach where the bloody conflict occurred. With the sunlight of the setting sun, she crouched down to look at the sandy area carefully, at the rough beach sand, the blood stains that gave off a thick bloody scent after it was moved, and the various sized footprints. Everything seemed to be so ordinary and normal. After observing for a few minutes and did not observe anything strange, the female officer stood up with a pair of saw legs, and right at that instant, a small amount of sand on the edge of the bloodstain caught her attention. If one did not have superb observation ability and special training, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to notice that such a small pile of fine sand mixing in the rough sand would be of any difference. However, When the female officer reached out her hand to pick up that small pile of sand from the ground to rub them between her fingers, her eyes narrowed as she looked at her fingers that showed more than 10 tiny wounds in astonishment. Just how much strength would it need to grind the coarse sand here into fine sand? Dumbfounded, she muttered to himself before giving out her orders through the walkie-talkie. "Sanitary officer, you guys may come to do your clean up now." Then, as though nothing had happened, she strode towards Zhang Lisheng, who had managed to obtain great loot in the distance. "Sir, I'm Allison K. Amble, the duty officer in the gathering place. I saw you have traded a lot of things with the Aborigines, so I'd like to remind you that if you don't intend to stay on this island, all of the local specialties here are not allowed to be taken outside." "Oh, thank you for your reminder." Zhang Lisheng looked at the military rank of the beautiful female officer who had just walked up to him. "Miss Second Lieutenant, I don't have the intention to take these things away with me. I just wanna observe them properly here on the island." "Observe them? The things you're exchanging are all sorts of strange insects. So what is there?" "Oh, wait a minute, could it be that you're a biologist but you don't seem to be old enough to be one though?" "I'm indeed studying at the biology faculty at Stanford University," the young man said with an innocent smile. "Oh, so you're a rocket scientist." "A rocket scientist? It's a slang. It refers to those genii who are very young like you who do research at a prestigious school. It sounds better than being called scientist weirdo, right? Speaking of it, you're a rocket scientist, and on top of that, your luck is so good as to be arranged to come to the island on the first day of its sea route launching." "I'm sorry, Miss Second Lieutenant. My boss is not arranged to come to the island on the first day. Instead, he's the future investor of this island." When Maddie, who was beside them, heard that the conversation between the female officer and Zhang Lisheng was getting more and more private, a smile gradually formed on her face as she suddenly took the young man's arm. "Lisheng, look at Mr. Charlie. He has already been standing on the land he has his eyes on for a long time already. Let's go ask him how much money will the land cost." "Okay, Maddie. I'll see you again, Miss Second Lieutenant." Zhang Lisheng nodded and waved at the female officer before walking towards the entrance of the gathering place with the girl. Watching his disappearing silhouette, a deep look of contemplation appeared on Allison's face. "Maddie, why do you think that female officer asked me so many things?" Indistinctly sensing the staring gaze behind him, the young man asked casually. He was lifting up a long string of supernatural realms insects tied onto a piece of tree bark rope with his left hand as he observed them in detail. "It's already so obvious. So do you really want me to say it out loud?" "She's trying to strike up a conversation with you. Some of these black-skinned women like Asian boys." "Striking up a conversation with me? The hell, I don't think she's that silly." Zhang Lisheng stopped the girl's absurd assumption. Looking at one of the supernatural realms insects similar to a ladybug that had long fangs and had a body size several dozen times bigger burst into a pile of flesh with a pop sound, he sighed and turned his attention on another insect that looked like a horned beetle but was brown in color without saying anything more. After they got close to the only entrance of the gathering place that linked to the outer world, he looked up at the hedgehog-like cannons on the wall before turning to look at the dense jungle a few hundred meters outside of the entrance as he muttered to himself, "There are cannons, but no guards. This is, oh, powerful guardian of the Tutanen, oh, great son of the sea." "Zhang Lisheng, you're actually in this foreign tribe. God really blesses our tribe without warning. A few aborigines who had just walked into the gathering place through the entrance while carrying animal skins and raw meats that were still dripping with blood suddenly knelt down on the ground and shouted with both sorrow and joy. Naturally, Chang Lisheng, who had made gestures with the supernatural realm's aborigines when he was bartering for the sake of pulling the wool over everybody's eyes, could understand what they were saying. Not only that, but he also had some impression on one aborigine who was taller and stronger compared to the other ordinary aborigines among them. However, the young man was mistaken by the Tudenan's hunting team as a sea beast from the supernatural realm. When he became the Tudenan's guardian by mistake, he was still in his 3-meter giant form, covering in dense scales. Now that these aborigines recognized him in just one glance, he became perplexed. Lisheng, these aborigines seem to be bowing at you and calling your name too. Chang Lisheng, who was still in the midst of baffling contemplation, whether he should communicate with these supernatural realm Tudenan aborigines in the humans' gathering place or not, was shocked by Mada's words. Cold sweat broke out from his forehead. He had somehow told his full name in the Tudenan tribe in a rather baffling manner. Despite the inaccurate pronunciation from these kneeling aborigines, one could still clearly make out the pronunciation of the name Chang Lisheng. Secretly communicating with the Tudenan might seem to be eye-catching in this human's gathering place, but it was still much better than having a group of indigenous midgets kowtowing while calling out his name directly. Warriors of Tudenan, there's no need to salute me. Go carry out what you're supposed to do. Seizing the chance that he had yet to attract much attention, Chang Lisheng stamped forward and the iron-like thigh muscles in his dark casual pants bulged out without warning, showing countless blue veins. As he stomped onto the ground and sent out his force, the kneeling aborigines trembled till they involuntarily stood up. However, the instant the aborigines stood up, they immediately kneeled down again and cried out sorrowfully, Guardian Chang Lisheng, Tudenan tribe has already fallen to a state where it's on the brink of extinction with very few survivors. The reason we've climbed over countless mountains and reached this legendary foreign tribe is so that we can preserve our tribe's heritage and prevent it from being destroyed. The sacred totem has already collapsed. You're one of the only hopes of our tribe's revival. Upon hearing their cries, only then that Chang Lisheng realized that despite not being covered in wounds, these few Tudenan aborigines appeared to be pallid-looking. There seemed to be a vague expression of apparent sorrow on their ugly faces. Even so, no matter how terrible the Tudenan people's situation was, the young man no longer cared about it anymore. When he saw that more and more people started to pay attention to them, he whispered and snarled to stop the aborigines from continuing their sorrowful story. The Tudenan's enemy had long infiltrated into this big city, so your current actions now will only lead to the complete demise of the tribe. Go into hiding here and wait for my call. By the time I've found strong support, I'll surely bring all of you together to revive the tribe. Then he proceeded to turn around and brought Maddie, who stood in place as she gazed dumbfoundedly, away from the great entrance of the gathering place in huge strides. Only a few Tudenan aborigines were left there. Their eyes lit up with a pleasant surprise and hope as they gradually concealed themselves in the crowds quietly. At the same time, when they went into hiding, Maddie, who Chang Lisheng took away, whispered, I know already, they're your devotees, the descendant of God. That's right, your God's descendant. You have already launched your own sect in the supernatural realm, so in that case, it's actually you who first discovered this world earlier than the US government, or perhaps it's... Stop guessing at random, Maddie. It's not what you think it is. Shang Lishing looked at the girl next to her, who showed an expression of realization before whispering irritatedly, "I plan to stay at the berth until the ship comes. Either you go stroll around by yourself like what Charlie and Edward are doing now, or stay by my side in total silence." "I'll choose the second option," Maddie replied and made a gesture to zip her mouth. After that, the girl walked to the beach with a young man and watched him refine the insects he was carrying in his hand with a spell assimilate till they died one by one. When the last insect burst in Zhang Lisheng's hand with a splat, the outline of a giant ship riding on the waves just so happened to appear on the sea. The time for the return voyage had finally arrived. Shang Lisheng, who originally planned to refine the supernatural realm's insects he traded with the Aborigines one by one to try testing his luck, did not become upset over the death of all of his insects. Instead, after a period of tranquil contemplation, his agitated feelings had now calmed down. After he embarked on the cruise, he looked at the human gathering place on the supernatural realm's island that had 300 to 400 settlers remaining behind. Tapping on the ship's side as he was lost in thought, he suddenly said, "Charlie, I think this giant island gives off a feeling of unlimited business opportunities. What do you think about investing some money in making a cruise ship business from New York to the supernatural realm?" "See, cruise business, we've never come in contact with this industry before though. If it was somebody else who suggested the LS Group, which had been operating in the slaughter industry all this while, to do this completely unrelated cruise business, Charlie would have long spat on his face." However, now that Shang Lisheng voiced out this suggestion, of course, the meaning would become completely different. "Weighing the pros and cons," he added, "even though the group's fund is abundant now, the recent expansion is unprecedentedly huge as well. If we use this time to—" "All right, Charlie, I don't want to hear too many explanations. You can tell me directly whether it's feasible or not." The young man frowned. Chapter 201 Compromise. Chapter 201 Compromise. The longer Charlie worked for Zhang Lisheng, the more he felt that this young man that looked ordinary at first sight actually had an inscrutable aura. Recalling the scene of how the Aborigines fantastically bowing at Shang Lisheng, which he accidentally saw on the supernatural realm's island, Charlie pondered for a long while before choosing his words carefully. "Boss, your plan is feasible, but the time to proceed with the plan may have to be postponed to a later date. With a situation of how we have absolutely gained the full advantage, I estimate that most of the slaughterhouse proprietors in the 8 metropolitan areas like Los Angeles and Chicago will agree to meet us halfway. In this case, it would only take 7 to 8 months at most for our group to complete a new round of expansions. By then, you could raise funds again, and once you have enough funds, you can start any business you want to do." As night started to arrive, the crews whistled loudly. After that, under the escort of the destroyers, the crews sailed forward in between the waves. Staring at the island that was gradually getting farther away, he asked, "Won't that be too late?" "It won't," boss. Charlie pointed at the 2 destroyers beside the crews and said confidently, "Even though I have no idea what kind of danger this sea area has, judging from the situation so far, each of the sailing cruise ships from the supernatural realm to the New York harbor would need the escort of a destroyer. A powerful destroyer costs several $100 million USD. The initial investment is extremely huge, so within these 3 years at the very least, it's unlikely for the government to withdraw from being part of the shareholder easily. In other words, this means we'll have the opportunity to intervene at any time in the next few years." After listening to these words, Zhang Lisheng nodded silently and looked up at the stars in the sky of the supernatural realm. He then faintly muttered unknown words that have no meaning. He no longer said anything, even until he returned to his office by riding on the factory's company car after the ship had docked in the New York harbor. After Charlie and Edward returned to the factory, they bid their goodbyes while Maddie stayed with the young man until 8 to 9 o'clock in the evening. After that, she had no choice but to rush back to New York City under the urge of her parents' call. By the time Zhang Lisheng was left alone in the office, he searched the internet for the comments posted by those passengers who had returned from the supernatural realm's cruise journey. After roughly going through it, he muttered to himself, "There are many people who noticed the ferocity of the supernatural realm's aborigines, but their blind confidence still prevails. These Americans are indeed arrogant." Curling his lips unwittingly, Zhang Lisheng stood up from the office chair and walked to the glass wall to look at the dim night outside. Then, he turned around and inwardly commanded Kyuko to turn invisible before flying out from the factory's underground trenches. Based on the precedent cases of Mounted Island Dragon and Crocker Dragon, Kyuko, that had already been refined by the transform spell 5 times and had devoured over 1 million tons of blood food, should be at the edge of transformation now. However, when it appeared in front of its owner, other than being obviously larger than it was a few months before, there were not many changes to its appearance. Just like how only a small number of insects could be refined to wizard goo, it looks like there's also only a small number of wizard dust that possesses omniscient power. On top of that, not all wizard dust that possess the omniscient power could be transformed as well. With his premonition turning real, Zhang Lisheng disappointedly caressed the 80-centimeter-long ugly wasp hovering in front of his own eyes with a curved body. It's indeed the 3 strikes law. Zhang Lisheng. Oh, Zhang Lisheng, you're already lucky enough to have 3 wizard gusts succeeding in transformation. What else do you want? Please recall those wrecks commanded by those other young wizards who also practiced the same witchcraft's gate of death you saw in South Africa. Please imagine how happy they would be if they obtained such a wizard like Kyuko. Despite the young man's own muttering of reasons to console himself, he was still in low spirits. A mounted could easily be obtained by sacrificing a young mule, while the island dragon was inadvertently bought directly. These 2 wizard gusts could be said as easily obtained without any effort. However, the 3rd wizard goo, Crocker Dragon, was obtained out of luck when he accidentally encountered the bizarre fight between the python and crocodile. This was all possible after he had wandered in the middle of the Amazon jungle, casting several hundreds of times of the assemble spell with futile effort. The hardships he endured during this was completely impossible to describe. If he had run out of luck, one could easily imagine it would be absolutely normal for him to be unable to succeed even after 7 to 8 years of trying to refine a wizard goo and nurturing it till it reached transformation by relying on just probability itself. No matter how Zhang Lisheng pondered over it, he still could not come up with any solution. He, who could only resign himself to his fate, sighed and commanded Kyuko to sneak back to the factory's trenches, before walking to the refrigerator to open a door to take out a can of iced Coke. He then finished it in one gulp. Heaving a long breath outward, he felt that he was much calmer now, so he no longer let his mind run loose. Instead, he strode out of the office building and drove out of the factory. Tonight, the usually quiet and dark wasteland outside of the new LS slaughterhouse was as bustling as a grand party. Countless of demonstrators, and U.S. citizens who wanted to be new cowboys gathered together with no distinction of you and me, flashing their car lights and playing ear-jarring music as they enjoyed their barbecue and beers. Many young men and women had even managed to get wood and iron barrels from only God knows where. After setting up a bonfire and sitting around together, a couple could be seen walking deep into the dark wilderness, holding hands together from time to time. After driving along the road for a while, Zhang Lixing finally saw that the crowds had become sparse, so he muttered to himself, "This is just perfect." He then proceeded to put on the signal and turned his explorer into the wild. Honk, honk, honk. Pressing on his horn, he carefully drove his car all the way towards the vacant seaside. Now that it was close to September, New York's weather was very hot during the day but cool at night, particularly the seaside that had a very low temperature. However, to Zhang Lixing, who had already undergone a transformation, such a low temperature was no trouble to him. He stripped off all of his clothing in the SUV and let the worm, dragon, and lizard that had shrunk to the size of a toy grab onto his body. Then, he opened the car door and walked on the fine moist sand in quick steps before rushing into the sea. Not long after, the sea surface, reflecting the moonlight, began to show a gush of faint fog. After that fog appeared, it gradually became thick and ethereal before showing a milky white color in the end as it rose up to the sky. In the fog, Zhang Lixing transformed to become a 3-meter-tall giant with his entire body covered with yellow and blue scales. Riding on the worm dragon that was more than 10 meters long, he stared at the stars that had become bright and huge in the sky as he flew towards the supernatural realm's island. Those Teutonan exiles staying in Shrimp World know Tu's human gathering place who could recognize his real look and knew his real name was like a thorn in his flesh, making him feel extremely uncomfortable as he was desperate to solve this problem as soon as possible. Relying on the ability to find his route through stars he had managed to polish when he was lost in the supernatural realm last time, Zhang Lixing muttered his spell PSTSZHH and maintained a calm mind. Following the difference in the angle between the stars he remembered during the evening, he slowed down his flight in a controlled manner. In the end, he managed to copy the direct route the cruise ship had taken earlier and saw the outline of the big island once more in the supernatural realm in the middle of the night. "I've succeeded riding on the neck of the worm dragon," the young man exclaimed in pleasant surprise before commanding the wizard Do to make a detour on the clouds in the sky. Dodging away from the port, he landed on the edge of the jungle, facing the entrance of the gathering place. Right at that instant, when he hovered over the top of the jungle's canopy, a yellow-colored alarm signaling the emergence of potential enemies had quietly flashed in the gathering place, causing the garrison army on duty to mobilize quickly. In just several seconds, the artillery officers on the wall who served as the first line of defense first arrived in the place. Standing on the wall under the cold wind while staring at the wizard Goo hovering in the air, they panted heavily while whispering to themselves, trying to seek joy amidst sorrow. "It's not that big, but it seems to be able to fly and run. Not only that, the radar observation shows its speed is very fast. Looks like our luck is not so good. Maybe it's just a false alarm. Don't be so pessimistic, Panak. Maybe the two fellows will go away very soon. Don't dream about it, Scott. I think the commander on duty will soon upgrade the alarm to become orange already. Don't underestimate these fellows who fly to the gathering place, but don't do anything either. They are much harder to deal with compared to those big monsters that randomly raw and smash at the gunfire missiles." Without warning, an unknown loud sound suddenly interrupted these U.S. soldiers' speculations. Not long after, they heard the Aborigines, who came either too late or had bad trading but who could not leave the gathering place in time when the gate was closed. They then had no choice but to sleep directly on the hard and cold cement floor outdoors with just animal fur covering the ground beneath them, shouting behind them. 4 to 5 of them crept up and ran to the gathering place's metal gate that had been closed and began to slam the door wildly in desperation. According to the gathering place's overnight rule, the actions of these Aborigines were enough for the patrolling night guards to kill them immediately. After all, just a small commotion in this piece of dangerous supernatural realms island might lead to a horrifying catastrophe. However, today was coincidentally the first day the Shrimp B1 island was opened to navigation to the human world. Because of this, there were too many civilians who gushed into the gathering place. On top of that, these Aborigines, who were slamming on the door, were obviously echoing their commotion with the arrival of the powerful creature of the supernatural realm outside of the gathering place. If they killed these Aborigines without careful consideration, they might rouse revenge leading to extremely tragic consequences. In a reticulated bunker connected to the gathering place by a spacious ramp, Rowling, the supreme commander of the U.S. soldier in Shrimp World No. 2, roared loudly in front of his adjutant, "Washington's politicians are idiots. How can they just hand over so many civilians to us? They're indeed a heavy burden, General. However, it's not the time to discuss this matter now." Looking at the tall and thin old man with gray hair, the adjutant, who was another old man with a huge aquiline nose, reminded him with a whisper, "I know, Race, I know it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 of them die, but if hundreds of them die on the first day, I'd have no choice but to retire early. It seems like our best solution now is to compromise and let those few crazy Aborigines leave. However, this is a bad precedent, a very bad one indeed." Chapter 202 High-End Armed Force. Chapter 202 High-End Armed Force. Despite understanding the meaning of the saying "a small leak will sink a great ship," the adjutant could only continue to calm him in the face of Rowling's dissatisfaction. "General, in fact, this is nothing." In the face of Rowling's reluctance, the adjutant can only persuade him, "General, this is nothing. With the arrival of these civilians, in accordance with a decree the President signed, as a military force, we should gradually dispersed out of this island as well. At the same time, the rules and prohibitions we've set have reached the time to change. But we've paid such a high price before we could finally set up rules and order in this gathering place. However, because of the idiot living in the White House, everything has been destroyed. Forget it. As the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces of the United States, that person has the right to arrange everything. Open the door, Race. Dispatch the order that the gathering place has now entered the red alarm stage and open the door to let those Aborigines leave." "Yes, Sir General." Very soon, the order of the highest commanding officer was conveyed, and under the nervous vigilance of all the garrison guards, the dark gray metal giant door of the gathering place opened. It opened only slightly, allowing those Aborigines who were yelling crazily to rush out as if they were convicts escaping towards their freedom. There was only a step of difference between civilization and barbarism. In the midst of the hissing and howling of the wild monsters and poisonous insects, the indigenous midgets stumbled as they ran to the worm dragon hovering midair in desperation, before kneeling on the mud and shouted, "Great guardian of Tudanan, son of the Sijang, don't overload yourselves with those tedious formalities." Riding on the wizard Gu, Chang Lisheng commanded the worm dragon to land beside the Tudanan tribesmen. He then asked in blank expression, "Right now, I just want to know, How did you guys manage to identify me in the daytime inside the foreign tribe just now? Great Guardian, I've brought the Teutonans history book before. The leader, who was the tallest among the Aborigines, who was also the Teutonan hunter whom Zhang Lisheng had seen before, took out a hidden thick tree bark book carefully from the animal hide behind him, before handing it with both of his hands to the ferocious-looking giant before him. When I saw you, your appearance naturally floats in front of my eyes. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment. Then, he took the tree bark book and turned to the last page to look at his own portrait, before shutting his eyes. To his surprise, he found that his current image actually appeared in his mind right away. He pondered over it for a moment, and his body suddenly grew taller and bigger. At this point, he realized the young man in the book actually began to show signs of changes as well in accordance to his actual physical shape. What kind of logic is this? Zhang Lisheng, who wanted to bring these few Teutonan survivors out of the human gathering place to kill them, suddenly felt his heart clenching. Right at that instant, he dismissed the idea of killing them. According to some law in the dark, this strange and magical tribal history book had identified him as the Teutonan's guardian, so if he killed the Teutonan tribesmen for no reason in a reckless manner, it would be hard for him to imagine what the consequences would be like. To Zhang Lisheng, who had always believed in the phrase "the unknown is the most horrifying fear of them all," it was apparent that he felt that this risk was not worth taking. After contemplating over it, the young man took the tribal history book in his hand before asking in a whisper, "What sort of catastrophe has happened to the Teutonan tribe? Didn't the headman always enshrine this book of history? Why would he hand it over to you and let you just bring it with you everywhere?" The Luarmi tribe that came from another island made a sneak attack on us. Great Guardian, the Aborigine leader kneeled on the ground and buried his head on the mud, howling, while gritting his teeth in a very low and humble manner. The headman fought to his death after the tribal totem fell. The Luarmi tribesmen had thrown him in the Teutonan blood pool. I was ordered to flee at the very last minute with a tribal history book so that the Teutonan's legacy could remain flourishing. You mean there are only a few of you left in Teutonan tribe? There may be other survivors who managed to flee, but there should not be too many. Since we're already defeated, most of the Teutonan tribesmen who are captured will naturally become a member of the Luarmi tribe. As for those who stubbornly resist, they must have been decapitated by now. Upon sensing that the guardian in front whom they were saluting right now did not seem to understand the Hellfire people's ancient customs, the Aborigine leader explained in detail. "So what do you wish for me to do now?" "I wish that you can snatch back our Teutonan totem pole and protect us, the few survivors of our tribe, so we can set our totem in some other desolate island. Under the aspiration of the totem, the surviving Teutonan tribesmen will naturally come to meet with us." Snatch back the Teutonan's totem pole. That simple. Zhang Lisheng pondered over it before asking again, "How many people do you think are watching over it?" "The reason Luarmi attacked Teutonan is that they want to take away the land we're living on. Now that the Teutonan Valley has become their habitat, the blood pool that contaminated the totem pole should be at the heart of the valley. You have help from your flying partner, so maybe you can secretly steal them. Snatch your land. Isn't Luarmi a big tribe that comes from another island for the purpose of conquering? Why would they even snatch the Teutonan Valley?" "No, dear Great Guardian, the Luarmi tribe is also a defeated tribe. However, more than 10,000 of their tribesmen managed to escape, and these 10,000 included 4,000 elite warriors along with the protection they have from 2 guardians who follow the tribe in exile. 4,000 elite indigenous warriors, and 2 guardians. Zhang Lisheng contemplated for a while before tapping on his wizard Gus back. Come up here, my flying partner's scales are not slippery, so if you hold onto it tightly, you won't fall down. We'll fly to the Luarmi tribe to retrieve the Tudanan totem pole. Our ride on the back of this powerful legendary creature. See, can we really? Oh, great guardian! When the Aborigines heard Zhang Lisheng's words, they looked at the worm dragon that had already crouched down on the ground with its long and huge body before saying in a baffled expression, "Stop asking so much. My flying partner will not mind at all," the young man snapped impatiently. "If you guys still don't climb up, don't regret it when I return to the sea when the day comes again." Why yes, guardian. Under Zhang Lisheng's urging, the Tudanan survivors hurriedly and anxiously climbed up on the back of the wizard Gu. Their 4 short limbs clung onto the worm dragon's scales ridiculously. When the young man saw that the Aborigines had already settled down, he commanded the wizard Gu to rise to the air again. He descended to the clouds and soared upwards to the sky. At the same time, a fat military scientist on the ground, who was looking at the red dot on the electronic screen that symbolized the wizard Gu leaving farther and farther away, heaved a long sigh of relief. After inputting the body data of the worm dragon and the transformed form of Zhang Lisheng that the radar scanner had completely recorded into the Shrimp B1 Island biological database, he took off his glasses and breathed at it before wiping it and cursing out loud. This is basically an island where God imprisons the devils. To think that there are actually so many outrageous animals in here. Standing up from the office chair, he yawned and walked along the ramp back to his room. After continuing his sweet dream for a while, this scientist that had quite a good connection with was suddenly awakened by the ringing of his phone. "What the hell, what's going on today?" he mumbled and picked up the call with half-closed eyes. "Professor Camillo, I'm sorry for disturbing you so late again. A09 Hummingbird has just crashed at 61 degrees west 197 km from the gathering place. Before it crashed, it managed to transmit some valuable pictures, and General Liu hopes you can look at them immediately and provide your opinions. Adjutant Race." Camillo looked at the clock by the bedside and sighed before saying helplessly, "It's 3:40 a.m. in the morning now and I'm very sorry, Doctor. However, the General thinks that this information is very important. He hopes to draw a conclusion as soon as possible. For this reason, we have no choice but to bother you once again." General Rowling also thinks that the diet of the Aborigines eating the big green beetle last time was important too, and that it could change the diet structure of people all over the world if it's not for the fact that he's the one who controls my experimental budget. Alright, send the data to my tablet. I'll take a look at it right away, Camillo replied while taking his glasses from the bedside table. Then, he began to search around the bed and held the tablet in his hand. Not long after he turned it on, a shared video file was received right away. He casually opened it and saw a snake figure with horns on its head and 4 sharp claws below its body. The said claws that were so unimaginably huge was fighting with 2 silhouettes that looked like giant tree elves in the dimly dense forest the infrared background lit. When the snake figure moved, it set off countless amounts of smog as the monster-like snake figure continued to attack the giant tree elves. The 2 giant tree elves seemed much smaller than the big snake. However, the trees around them appeared to be like their servants. When they touched the trees, the branches would grow to entangle the shadowy figure of a snake. However, even with a geographical advantage, the snake shadow did not seem to fall in a disadvantageous position at all. What the FCK is this? Camillo's sleepiness vanished without a trace right away as he stared at the tablet's screen with wide eyes. Then, all of a sudden, he could see a giant head that looked like a lizard head appear in the air out of nowhere, slamming the several dozens of trees away before swallowing one of the giant tree elves. This was also where the video came to an end. After he finished watching the video, Camillo froze for a moment before replaying the video Race sent to him. After that, in a dumbfounded manner, he called him back. Adjutant Race, are you certain the video you sent to me is not a re-edited clip of Lord of the Rings? I hope that it is, too, but unfortunately it's not, Doctor. Camillo. Race replied with a wry smile. If it's not, then it means that Shrimp World know. 2 should have a high-armed force that is in no way inferior to Shrimp World know. 1 In other words, if we want to truly make our stand in this world, the government must invest at least the same amount of armed forces it spends on the Shrimp World know. 1 That is to say, the fact that we could build this gathering place by just using 5 warships is as lucky as winning the great prize of the Powerball lottery. We're now sitting on a gunpowder barrel and may just rise to heaven at any time. Chapter 203 Accidents and Conquest. Chapter 203 Accidents and Conquest. Upon hearing the pessimistic speculation of the chief scientific officer of the gathering place, Adjutant Race became silent for a moment. Doctor, I admit that the creatures in the video are indeed more destructive than any other living things from the supernatural realm we've encountered before. But if you say that they can overpower our warships... Camillo wiped the cold sweat that had broken out on his forehead and said with a hoarse voice, Adjutant Race, we're not facing off with only one island, but an entire world. This sentence instantly caused Race to fall into silence again. As the chief scientific officer in the Shrimp B1 Island's gathering place shattered all hopes in the adjutant's heart, something was happening on the other side of the supernatural realm. Jane Lisheng's face was completely drained of blood as his naked body, filled with whip marks and densely packed blood splatter, sat on the head of 2 giant monsters that had their hair entangled with each other. With his brows furrowed, he stared at the front solemnly. In front of him was a pile of raging bonfire that was so unimaginably huge. Beside the bonfire was an aged aborigine who was the only sole survivor of Teetering, who was also excitedly commanding several dozens of obedient aborigine women and children to carefully carry out a long stone pillar that was 2 to 3 meters long from a huge bloody pit before erecting it behind Jane Lisheng. After that, he dragged out a red rattan whip and randomly flogged out a few hundred indigenous people from the few thousands of them who were standing around the bonfire with pale faces before shouting out loud, "Hurry up and push the Luarmi totem pole into the pit, otherwise, all of you will become the first batch of offerings on the Luarmi blood pool." When these tens of thousands of Luarmi tribesmen were faced with a humiliation and whipping from the only survivor of the Teetering tribe, nobody resisted at all. In the silence, more than 10 people from the hundreds of people who were rattan whipped strode out to the fire pit and kneeled down before whispering their prayers. Upon seeing this, the Teetering tribesman, who was still appearing to be brutal and ruthless, immediately put down the whip in his hand with a solemn expression. Walking to the fire pit with quick steps, he looked at the kneeling aborigines and said, "Respected warriors, the bloodline of all Hellfire people are connected." An ugly Luarmi tribesman who had protruding teeth, kneeling on the ground, wailed out loud, "Dear Teetering tribesmen, when we conquered your small little tribe, The warriors of your tribe that were as many as the branches of a camphor tree were buried alive together with the dead, so leave our Luarmi tribe alone. Stop with this meaningless bantering already. Come on, cut off my head and let the fresh blood flowing out of my neck become the foundation of the Luarmi blood pool. With this, he interrupted the Teetering tribesman and caused him to swallow back his words. With a blank expression, the Teetering tribesman no longer said anything and merely grabbed the hair of the wailing Luarmi tribesman with one hand. His other hand took out a machete from his waist and brandished it, cutting off his head directly. At that instant, fresh blood gushed out like a fountain from the beheaded Luarmi tribesman and flowed into the pit. After that, the Teetering tribesman proceeded to grab the hair of the second Luarmi tribesman who was kneeling by the giant pit. Very soon, they killed all of the Luarmi tribesmen who took the initiative to walk away. Even though the Teetering tribesman was heaving heavily with tiredness, looking at the 10 headless bodies lying beside the pit, a satisfied smile crept upon his face after avenging his fallen comrades with his own hands. Go now, go push the Luarmi's totem pole into the blood pool. He walked to the edge of the crowd and picked up his rattan whip before roaring out loud. At this time, there was no longer anybody who shouted or took the initiative to be sacrificed. Several hundreds of the whipped Luarmi people dragged their tottered steps and staggered to a totem more than 10 meters long with a diameter of more than a meter wide. The totem had forests and oceans as a background, and vivid, strange giant creatures were carved on it, lying on the ground. As they struggled to roll it, they pushed it into the pit where the bottom was already full of a mixture of blood and mud. After doing so, these people automatically walked to the Teetering's totem pole and kneeled down to mumble some prayers. By the time they stood up, the Teetering tribesman, who was originally cold and cruel to them, gently embraced them. We share the same blood. Today, we all belong to the same tribe, the Teetering tribe. We share the same blood, and today, we all belong to the same tribe, the Teetering tribe. Upon hearing this, the Aborigines, who had converted from their original Luarmi tribe to the Teetering tribe, announced in a solemn manner. After that, these people began to bring their ex-Luarmi compatriots a moment ago to kneel and pray before the Teetering totem pole in order to be a part of the tribe. Once in a while, they would come across some of the tribesmen who were stubbornly willing to die for the Luarmi tribe, so they would also put on a respectful expression as they mercilessly beheaded them by the pit. Just like that, by consuming the Luarmi tribe, the Teetering tribe prospered. Chang Lisheng, who caused the reversal to happen, was sitting on the head of the 2 dead guardians of the Luarmi. Staring at the raging fire in front of him, he was caught in deep contemplation, which elicited a deeply rooted silence from him. Just a few hours ago, when he learned from the Teetering survivors that Luarmi was just a small tribe composed of more than 10,000 supernatural realms indigenous midgets, he proceeded to command the wizard Gu to fly to the Teetering Valley without fear and forcefully attack this tribe. In the young man's mind, before he and his wizard Gus had even transformed, when he was on the Elizabeth holiday, he had already commanded his croco-dragon using the Connect spell to enlarge and kill thousands of elite Aborigine troops that chased them in less than 20 seconds. With his current strength, even if Luarmi had the protection from 2 guardians whose level of strength were unknown, it wouldn't matter. It should not be too dangerous for him to attack a tribe that had fewer than 20,000 supernatural realms Aborigines and to obtain some negative emotions to enhance his wizard power, while conveniently helping the Teetering tribesmen to snatch back their own totem pole. However, to Zhang Lisheng's surprise, the reality after the battle took place was completely different from his imagination. Just like a heavy cavalry that could easily defeat a light infantry in a sprint on the plains, the battle would be different in the swamp. Fighting in the jungle with a hellfire people who were boosted by the remarkable magic of the strange creatures in the forest was as terrible as a nightmare. Compared to Zhang Lisheng's body that could be expanded to more than 9 meters tall, the javelin of the Aborigines were just as small as a toothpick. But when the javelins were boosted with strange corroding magic and were stabbed in his body thousands of times, it would definitely cause him agonizing pain. The cyclone shot out of his mouth could only kill 3 to 5 indigenous midgets who were agile in the woods at one time. On top of that, the 2 strange creatures in the forest who acted as the guardian of the Luarmi tribe could even command the branches and vines to whip and attack him when they were fighting with the enlarged worm dragon. This made him truly understand the terms unspeakable pain. In fact, if it was not for Island Dragon who launched the deadly sneak attack using the Annihilate, Solidate omniscient power, perhaps it would have been his head that would roll on the ground right now. The accidents and dangers that occurred when he was attacking the Luarmi tribe awakened Zhang Lisheng's wild ambition after undergoing the transformation. If it was during a rainy night of which Island Dragon could brandish its greatest combat power in the jungle to attack Luarmi, or if he had commanded Island Dragon to attack and kill the strange mountain creatures protecting the tribe, it would have been much easier for him to win. Oh, great guardian, all of the captured Luarmi tribesmen had now come under Tudanin rule right now. You only have to throw Luarmi's book of history in this blood pool soaking the totem pole, and the legacy of this tribe will come to an end suddenly. A humble voice interrupted his thoughts. Luarmi's book of history. When the young man snapped back to reality, he muttered and picked up a thick tree bark book from the ground beside the head of the strange creatures. After killing these 2 strange forest creatures, Zhang Lisheng had obtained this ancient book from them. Not only that, but he also vented his anger by destroying the Luarmi's totem pole and killed thousands of their warriors. At that instant, the Luarmi tribesmen who did not yield had their will to resist shatter into pieces. They became compliant to their capturer, with not many people trying to flee. Zhang Lisheng did not understand that the reason these Luarmi tribesmen would do so was that this was the Iron Law the Hellfire people formed who lived in the harsh environment of the island jungle since the ancient times. When they came across their enemies, they would fight to their death and would never escape or retreat no matter how terrible the sacrifices were, making these barbarian tribes maintain their bravery and belligerent heart. However, when the tribes fought with each other and when one of the tribes had the book of history they cherished the most snatched and their totem pushed down, they would surrender to the powerful enemy that they could not defeat. This was done to ensure the Hellfire people would not suffer too much loss due to their stupidity. It was exactly these 2 points that allowed the Hellfire people to maintain courageous and prosperous for thousands of years. After flipping through the Luarmi's book of history, the young man stood up from the head of the strange forest creatures and glanced at the surroundings. To his surprise, he found that from the tens of thousands of indigenous midgets around the fire pit who were providing him with tons of negative emotions, only fewer than 1,000 of them were still regarding him with great contempt. Tugrar, they're now Tudanin tribesmen already, right? He asked in a whisper after a moment of pondering. Yes, oh, great guardian, they're now Tudanin tribesmen. The only Tudanin survivor who was a middle-aged aborigine answered in an unquestionable tone. Zhang Lisheng curled his lips but did not say anything more. With a big stride, he walked to the pit filled with hundreds of headless bodies and threw the tree bark book he was holding into it. When Luarmi's book of history fell into the blood pool that was soaking the tribal totem pole, most of the faces of the aborigines who had just entered the Tudanan tribe had a flash of a sorrowful expression flashing across their faces. When the tree bark book screamed in the pit that sounded like a human suffering from corporal punishment and emitted thick black smog that shrouded the Luarmi's totem pole before vanishing into nothingness altogether, some of them even fell onto the ground trembling. Very soon, the Luarmi's book of history in the pit disappeared without a trace, while the totem left behind a section that was more than 5 meters long. At this moment, the Tudanan book of history Zhang Lisheng placed beside the heads of the strange forest creatures began to emit a blinding ray and rumbling sound. In the dazzling brilliance, a pair of invisible giant hands seemed to grab the remaining part of the Luarmi's totem pole from the mud pit and placed it on the top of the Tudanan's short totem pole. After that, the invisible giant hands began to knead the totem pole into a slightly slender pole of nearly 10 meters and re-embossed many vivid patterns on the surface. Chapter 204 Tudanan's God. Chapter 204 Tudanan's God. On the brand new Tudanan's totem pole, the drawing of monsters and giant beasts that originally belonged to the Tudanan's ancient heritage occupied nearly half of it. In the remaining half of the pattern, 2/3 of it was the image of the ancestral mountain spirit on the Luarmi's totem pole. Directly on top of it was a drawing of a ferocious-looking giant, whose body line was as solid as steel and his entire body covered with yellow and blue alternate scales that were round on the outside but square on the inside. It was howling towards the sky, battling and receiving the worshipping of countless aborigines. "What the hell is this?" Zhang Lisheng turned around by the pit and looked at the drawing of his transformed body revealing on the totem pole. He had long recovered his normal body shape since he couldn't maintain his transformed form for too long. Unable to help himself, he muttered in bafflement. At this time, tens of thousands of indigenous midgets around the huge fire began to kneel on the ground one after another. Continuing to raise their heads and kowtow, they howled loudly, "Our woo-woo great guardian Zhang Lisheng, you protected Tudanan's legacy at the verge of our destruction in the hurricane. Our woo-woo, oh, great tribal protector Zhang Lisheng, you made Tudanan's totem regain its brilliance once again. Our woo-woo, oh, great remodeler Zhang Lisheng. You're the new legend on the Tudanan's totem pole. You're the faith of the Tudanan people in this world." The aborigines sang and praised Zhang Lisheng for a long time and gradually stood up. In accordance with the position they had in Luarmi tribe last time, they began to throw themselves down on the ground one after another to kiss the footprint he left on the ground. Those who had a lofty position could kiss those fresher footprints nearer to Zhang Lisheng, while those who had lower-ranking position would kiss the footprints much farther away. At this time, even though the young man did not understand the Hellfire people's custom, he also knew that the Tudanan tribe had worshipped him as a god already. To be revered by tens of thousands of people and could govern the fate, all of the accomplished sorcerers in ancient times once dominated even the life of a mortal. However, now, such a distinguished power was just a legend that had long been annihilated in history. When 10,000 people gathered in the dark, it did not seem like their number was too many, but when they began to leave and entered the open space illuminated by the fire, the crowds stretched out as far as the eye could see. Is this the worship a great wizard received in the ancient times, enjoying the worshipping of others, while leading my own tribe to go into battle and kill, to loot for resources? The young man stared at the darn and dense figures lying on the ground. At first, he became lost in this intoxicated feeling, but when he snapped back to reality, he could not help but smile wryly when he began to see the ugly and primitive appearance of the supernatural realm's short midgets. If he was still living in the mountain village in western Sichuan, or if he had only just arrived at the U.S., Chang Lisheng would not mind living in seclusion in this supernatural realm's island and become the tribe's god and stealthily cultivated witchcraft. However, now that he had accomplished extraordinary achievements in the civilized world and was fully capable of collecting more resources, he had no intention of abandoning the human world's comfortable life and live in seclusion in this wild and primitive island. However, as his train of thought changed its course, a light bulb flashed in the young man's mind as a thought appeared. He could not help but whisper to himself, "I can't sell the cow and drink the milk at the same time. Wait a minute, if things continue to develop according to the current situation, it may not be an extravagant hope for me to have both ways." Dear Remodeler, do you plan to elect a new headman for the Tudanin through competition of fight and weaponry, or to directly bestow the history book to somebody in the tribe? Without warning, a humble and respectful voice interrupted the young man's train of thought. Chang Lisheng froze for a moment. When he snapped back to his senses, he saw that the person talking was Tugger, who was crouching beside his feet. He then asked in a whisper, "Can't I keep the book of history?" "If you're always in the tribe, of course, you can keep the book of history." Tugger raised his head and answered with a pleasant surprise. "I can't. I'd have to return to the sea soon." Chang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before raising his head to look at the already faltering moon. After contemplating for a moment, he said high-soundingly, "Tugger, you're the only Tudanin person I know who is willing to go into exile when the Tudanin tribe is on the verge of collapse for the sake of reviving it. Now that you've gone through so many dangerous hardships and now that the tribe is revived, I've decided to bestow you with a headman position." As he finished saying that, he strode towards the heads of the two dead strange forest creatures and picked up the Tudanin's tree bark book before patting away the soil and putting it in Tugger's hand. All of the Tudanin aborigines around the fire, who were originally Luarmi tribesmen, immediately showed a hint of disappointment on their fire-reflecting faces, particularly those powerful warriors who even glared with their eyes wide with an unyielding gaze. However, after being swept by Chang Lisheng's cold glance, they immediately recalled the powerful strength of this sea monster who transformed into a human now and his two giant followers. Right away, they lowered their heads in respect and showed a sign of obedience. Tugger is the headman now, but all of the Tudanin warriors who were originally from Luarmi can retain your original status. Suppressing the dissatisfaction of tens of thousands of the new Tudanin tribesmen, Chang Lisheng continued to announce after giving assurance to the leaders of the tribal warriors. "I'll return to the sea now, but I'll soon come back to the Tudanin Valley. By that time, I'll definitely bring you new conquest." "Oh, great Remodeler Chang Lisheng, your words are our orders." Upon hearing his words, all of the aborigines kneeled down on the ground and responded respectfully. Later, under the worships of tens of thousands of these indigenous midgets, the young man enlarged his body as though nothing had happened and leaped towards the forest. However, the moment he freed himself from the aborigines' sight, Chang Lisheng, whose entire body was in severe pain, staggered and shrunk his body once again. Smiling wryly, he commanded the two wizard Gus hiding in the forest after being wounded from the battle to come to his side. Looking at Worm Dragon that had half of its scales fallen off, Its body appeared to be heavily mutilated, and island dragon that had swallowed the strange forest creatures that turned out to be composed of wood and stones with no sense of flesh and blood at all, causing its abdominal cavity to be so badly injured that it almost split into two if not for a thread of flesh connecting its body to the strong enemies who chose to corrode and explode in a suicide manner. He caressed the haggard scars on the wizard Gus with lingering fear in his heart. With no other choice, he climbed on the back of Worm Dragon with great difficulty and commanded the wizard Goo to fly in a staggering manner in the clouded sky. In the air, the blood on the green Worm Dragon continued to seep through the cloud and dropped to the ground. After flying for 2 whole hours, they finally entered the shallow sea next to the coastline on the outskirts of New York when the sun shone its first glory. The explorer was only several hundreds of meters away. Zhang Lisheng struggled to paddle the water and rushed to the beach. Enduring the pain of his body, he rushed into the car naked. He did not notice that a young woman wearing a long, light dress was strolling on the beach barefoot sentimentally in the caress of the sea breeze in the morning when she saw him. "Oh my God, do you need any help? I'll make a call for you right away. I'll call the doctor. Oh, SHT, I don't have my phone with me." It was a good thing that the girl who saw the wounded figure running out of the sea into the SUV on the shore thought she had seen a disaster victim. As she quickly ran to the explorer, she began to slam on the window. "Don't worry, Miss M. Okay, I was merely having some allergic reaction after a jellyfish stung me when I was swimming just now." Zhang Lisheng was dumbfounded for a moment before quickly using his clothes to cover himself and rolling down the window to flash a smile. "You must have come to New York to apply for a pass to enter the supernatural realm, right? If you're a local, you wouldn't have been surprised by such a situation." "Of course, I'm very thankful to you too." Allergic reaction after being stung by a jellyfish. The FCK, you've gone dumb for doing too much weed, right? The girl pointed at the young man's exposed arms that were covered with bruised whip mark and thin holes before blurting out, "Or perhaps you're a masochist." Of course not. Zhang Lisheng immediately realized that this kind of situation would be even more cumbersome if they continued to argue over it. Immediately, he gave up in coming up with absurd excuses and made a deliberate threat right away. "If I hadn't known that the words you said were out of good intentions, I'm afraid you'd have received my lawyer's letter today already. Goodbye, miss." Starting the car, he drove far away. After he had driven the car on the highway, he stopped at the roadside and endured the heart-wrenching pain to wear his clothes. Through the car window, he glanced around and felt that he had shaken himself free from the trouble just now. Thus, he continued to drive the car in the midst of the noisy crowds in the wilderness of the countryside all the way into the new LS slaughterhouse. The instant he entered the factory, before he even reached the office building, he did not waste even 1 second and immediately commanded the 2 wounded wizard Gus to turn invisible through the connect spell to jump into the sea of blood in the underground trench directly. Very soon, with the nourishment of a large amount of blood food, the fleshy scales of the lizard and worm dragon began to slowly regenerate. Sensing his wizard Gus situation finally turning for the better, Zhang Lisheng breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down his speed as he drove to his own office building. Then, he got down from the car and climbed onto the second-floor office with staggering footsteps. After closing the door, the young man eagerly ran to the giant refrigerator that had double doors at the corner of the office. Opening its door, he stuffed all of the convenient foods that could be eaten directly into his mouth. After transforming into the money toad, his body began to have some of the characteristics of the wizard goo. For example, he could rapidly heal his wounds by devouring blood food. However, Zhang Lixing would never drink raw blood and swallow raw meat directly until he was forced to the point of desperation. Fortunately, eating high-calorie food could have similar results too. After more than 10 minutes, as the refrigerator gradually became empty and as the expensive carpet was slowly piled up with more and more food wrappers, tin cans, and cartons of drinks, Zhang Lixing began to feel that his body was becoming itchy. He swallowed the last cold burger with one bite and pulled up his sleeves. He could see the fresh red blood dot on his arms disappearing. The several snakeskin-like whip marks faded as well. Smiling in a satisfactory manner, the young man took out more than 20 fresh steaks from the refrigerator and simply baked it in the oven, before sprinkling them with salt and pepper. Afterward, he swallowed it whole. Just like this, after consuming all of the food and drink he could find, Zhang Lixing finally felt that his body no longer had any problems. He proceeded to take a hot shower and changed into a clean set of clothes. Chapter 205 The Generous Science Sponsor. Chapter 205 The Generous Science Sponsor. After resting on the sofa in the office for a while, Zhang Lixing slowly walked downstairs and drove back home in high spirits. In the next 2 to 3 days, he did not go anywhere and just spent the remaining days of August in New York City. After bidding goodbye to his mom and family, he flew directly to San Francisco. San Francisco was Pacific Ocean's second-largest port city outside of Los Angeles. Just the population of this big city alone was already more than 4.5 million. So one could easily see just how busy it was. There were many Chinese people here and it had the most lively old Chinatown in the U.S. It was one of the must-visit cities for every Chinese tourist who traveled across the ocean to the U.S. However, to Zhang Lixing, who had lived for 2 years in New York, the other cities in the U.S. were no longer appealing to him. Empty-handed and carrying a credit card with a few $100s in cash, he walked out of San Francisco International Airport and looked back at the airport hall with 3 huge arched eaves under the empty blue sky and white clouds. Taking a deep breath of the refreshing air of California containing the scent of rice straws, he walked into a taxi. "Where are you going, young man?" The tall and fat black driver, who was close to middle-aged, sensed that the man was a possible customer as he showed a row of white teeth. "Stanford." "Oh, Silicon Valley engineer." When the driver heard that he was a big customer, the smile on the driver's face brightened up even more. "My car is fast and stable. You made the right choice in entering my car." The Silicon Valley of the U.S. electronic technology incubator, well known all around the globe, was situated in the Stanford campus. It was apparent that the black driver had regarded Zhang Lixing, who did not take any public transportation after getting off the plane but directly take a taxi instead, as an extravagant computer engineer. The young man smiled noncommittally and did not explain anything more as he laid his head on the headrest of the back seat while looking out of the window. Upon seeing such an indifferent expression, the driver shrugged and stopped talking. Then, he started his car and drove slowly out of the airport. The entire journey was a spacious and straight highway, so after a smooth speeding of more than an hour, the car finally arrived at Stanford University, known as the U.S. frontier of new technology and new education. Compared to Harvard, that had a history of 400 years and shared the same amount of fame as the university, Stanford, that was just slightly over 100 years old, could be best described as new. However, when Zhang Lixing saw the vast campus with an area of more than 30 square kilometers, he was left dumbfounded. Those early U.S.-styled buildings that had been in existence for many years as seen through the car window astounded the young man. He was then overcome with a sudden wish to step into a world of history spontaneously. When the taxi entered Stanford's open campus, it automatically slowed down. When it passed by the several shades of long-lined trees, Chang Lisheng suddenly said, "Thank you, sir. Just stop the car here." "Young man, this is the central campus of Stanford. There's still a long way to go till the Silicon Valley. I'm here to study." Chang Lisheng smiled and glanced at the meter before taking out several pieces of $100 bills. "Keep the change, may you have a good trip back." Then he proceeded to walk out of the car. After stepping out of the car, he glanced around in the bright weather. He could only see several people riding bicycles on the empty campus. With a perplexed look, he called Professor Stevens' phone. "Professor, I'm already here at Stanford, but there's basically nobody here." "It shouldn't be." "Oh, wait a minute, how did you come, Lisheng?" "I came from the San Francisco airport by taxi." "Oh, it looks like you've gone to the wrong campus, Lisheng. Don't you know that you should usually take the school bus for your college entrance, so you won't go to the wrong place? You should best remember this now, especially since you'll be studying is the second largest university in the U.S. I'm sorry, I've never been persuaded to withdraw before, and this is my first time going so far away to study in a university," Chang Lisheng joked. "So what should I do now, Professor? Tell me the landmark of the buildings around you and I'll go pick you up." "Thank you very much." The young man glanced at the surrounding and reported 2 to 3 special landmarks before hanging up the phone. After more than 10 minutes, he saw his biology teacher drive a small brand new royal blue Smart B concept convertible to his front and honked. "Long time no see, Professor, you look great. Oh, you even bought a brand new eye-catching car." Chang Lisheng entered the co-driver's seat and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Lisheng, you look like you're in high spirits as well. Don't mention anything about this car. I hate smart. I feel like I'm driving directly on an engine that's merely covered with cardboard. Still, it's much more convenient for me to use this on campus than a big car." Professor Stephen laughed as he replied, "All right, I'll bring you to settle the admission process now." Judging from the tone of his speech, it looked like his spirit had become higher after getting a teaching position at Stanford. To think that he had actually started to crack jokes on usual terms now. "Thank you, Professor. You don't have to thank me, Lisheng. This is my promise to you." Speaking of it, our luck is actually quite good as well, since we managed to publish our journal on the first volume of the annual publication of Science. We did it just by relying on the 2 softshell color-changing beetles before the government announced the discovery of the supernatural realm. As a result, I've become a lifelong professor in the university once again, and you've become a graduate student at Stanford several years earlier. You have a point, Professor. If we talk about it today, no matter how important the 2 small bugs are in the evolutionary history of insects, they would be devalued. After all, the discovery of the supernatural realm also meant a biological explosion of species. However, speaking of it, it doesn't seem easy at the moment to go to the supernatural realm to capture the species there for research. Even though the president has opened the shrimp world to the public, the government and the military are still controlling the spread of the species strictly, right? Chang Lisheng asked casually. "It sounds like you know something that others don't know." Lisheng Stephen, who became particularly sensitive upon the mentioning of biological research, had his eyes lit up right away. "Yeah, Professor. I went to take a look at the shrimp world. 2 while pretending to be a private investor 3 days ago. I believe you must have known if you've seen the news that the main area of activity mankind has at the moment is just a huge island with an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers. The US military has built a small town on the island. Like an ancient city, it has walls, gates, and fortifications. They attract the indigenous people of the supernatural realm to go to the small city to trade for items. Yeah, I think they must be trying to use rich materials to try taming those aborigines too. I went to a small city with many small cowboys and had come into contact with the aborigines. I've exchanged some items I owned for many strange insects from them, but unfortunately, in the end, the officer on duty at the gathering place told me that insects are not allowed to be taken away. My God, Lich, you're really lucky to think that you've actually gone to the supernatural realm already. You've even come across the strange biological species there. What kind of insects have you managed to exchange with them? What kind of structure do they have? Are they the same with the insect family we have on Earth? Yeah, the experimental environment is too bad, so I can only pinch those valuable experiment subjects and burst them using my hand. Actually, on the island of the supernatural realm, the subjects are not that valuable either. I saw many resting soldiers, and aborigines used meat to barbecue them. Most of them are juicy and have a lump of fine, soft meat. So far, I haven't come across any poison from the visual inspection, but they could be classified under the same family with the insects on Earth. It's just that they are much larger in size. Oh, speaking of which, Professor, since ordinary US citizens can go to the supernatural realm for a visit by drawing lots, why don't you apply to visit there as a researcher if you're interested? Well, I don't have the money, Stephen replied irritably. The lab's fund has clearly stated that I can use them to buy a laser pulsar to bake a burger. They even allowed me to buy a new car for myself, but I cannot use it to go to the supernatural realm to do my scientific research. This is because there's no precedent case before. Damn those bureaucrats in the university. How could they just brush me off with such a ridiculous reason? Oh, in that case, I may be able to fund a larger-scale scientific study of the shrimp world. No. 2 for you. If everything goes well, you can even build a first-class biological laboratory there. Cheng Lisheng's heart gave a jolt when he was staring at the beautiful campus outside the car window, prompting him to take advantage of the situation as he spoke. What, you're willing to do so, Lisheng? This is not a matter of just spending a few million USD to donate a research instrument. The amount of investment required will be much larger. Of course I know, Professor. Actually, the reason I start my own business in the first place is so I can help myself become an outstanding biologist. As long as the development of human science is within my financial ability, I'll do it, Zhang Lisheng said high-soundingly. So far, due to the reason that my business is still in the midst of expanding, I can only take out 50 million. However, a year later, after I've recouped my investment, if you would really set up a biological laboratory in the supernatural realm, I'd be able to provide at least 100 million USD of funding every year. Of course, if the future research in the laboratory can generate commercial benefits, I'll account for at least half of the share. Oh, Lisheng, you just said that the purpose for you to start your business in the first place is so that you can help yourself become an outstanding biologist, but now you suddenly become so greedy. However, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It would be very weird instead if you sacrifice so much, but don't ask for return at all. As long as you're willing to take out enough money to fund my research, you can take whatever you want. Upon hearing Zhang Lisheng's words, Stephen exclaimed loudly in a pleasant surprise. Looks like we should not rush into settling your admission procedures first. Let us go meet Maggette, the Dean of Stanford's biology faculty. I believe he'll be very interested in your proposal. As he was speaking, the car he was driving suddenly came to a sudden stop. As the Smart's tires screeched out loud, rubbing against the ground, it sent shocks to the few cyclists on the road who hurriedly braked. What the FCK, are you crazy? Who would drive like that on the university campus? In the midst of the raging curses of the cyclists who snapped back to reality, the small car turned around hastily and sped in the opposite direction. Chapter 206 Successfully Setting His Bait. Chapter 206 Successfully Setting His Bait. The Smart shuttled through Stanford's vast city-like campus. It finally arrived before an English building with a steep roof. Under the muttering of Zhang Lisheng. Professor, I think it'd be better if you slowed down the car. Zhang Lisheng was sitting at the co-driver's seat. After getting out of the car, Zhang Lisheng heaved a sigh of relief and stared at the building not far away. He could see a huge cross hanging above his head. There was even a mural of Christians praising under the cross. Shocked, he commented, Professor Stephen, it looks like a church. Of course this is a church. Haven't you Googled Stanford's famous Memorial Church before? Stephen parked his car and led the young man to stride into the church. I didn't Google any information about Stanford at all because I'm looking forward to having surprises when I start university, Zhang Lisheng replied casually. But I didn't expect to come to the church to see the dean on the first day of school. It's a hypocritical tradition. Every year when the university reopens, Stanford's administrators will come to the Memorial Church to pray. So we'll be able to meet them here. Stephen pushed the great door of the church open and whispered, I believe that God will forgive us for the sake of the progress of human science. Novel full. Forgive you, you mean? Zhang Lisheng curled his lips and followed closely behind his former biology teacher into Stanford Memorial Church. What's within the church was magnificent and resplendent. Under the illumination of hundreds of white candles lit on the stage, the angels flying on the walls that were unusually dim appeared to be vivid, like living in a dream. It felt as though the messengers of God would soon fly down and show themselves to mankind. The mournful expression of the Holy Son, Jesus Christ's suffering statue, facing humanity also appeared to be unusually sacred and clean. This really is a sacred and solemn place. Looking around, the young man did not know why, but he was suddenly reminded of the scene of when he was being worshipped by the Aborigines a few days ago. Thus he blurted out, this is a true religion, a true faith. May God bless you. Stephen, who had been used to coming to the Memorial Church, did not feel the marveling Zhang Lisheng felt. Habitually, he muttered a prayer and set his eyes on his target before bringing the young man to sit on a wooden chair beside a short, skinny, bald, old man who was holding up a Bible while following the priest to pray in silence. Maggette, I have a good proposal for you. Oh my God, another good proposal. Stephen, for the sake of your good proposal, you actually chased me all the way here to the church. Aren't you afraid of going to hell? Upon hearing Stephen's nightmare-like voice, the dean of the Stanford's biology faculty shuddered and raised his head to curse as he whispered, you wanted to recruit a rich kid who loves adventures, who has yet to finish his 11th grade, to become your graduate student. I've already agreed to it because that is your right. You've just resumed your teaching position, and you immediately asked to be in charge of a lab. I've also agreed to it. Not only that, I've even found an opportunity to get you a lifelong job offer because you're talented. You wanted sufficient funds to expand the lab. I've allocated nearly 1/4 of the budget of the biology faculty to you now. The other labs can't even afford toilet paper anymore. But you're still unsatisfied. Stephen, I'm your best friend. I respect and love you. Oh, wait, of course, it's not that kind of love, but a friendship kind of love instead. However, right now, I'm in the middle of a mass, and you should know just how devout I am as a believer. What the hell is this actually? Novel full stop grumbling. Maget, I've just found a sponsor who could write a 50 million check to the faculty at any time. Not only that, this sponsor even promised that if Stanford is willing to build a biological laboratory that allows me to preside over the supernatural realm, he can sponsor $100 million a year as well. After listening to the bald old man's complaints for a moment in a blank expression, Stephen chimed in leisurely. What did you say? Stephen Maget froze for a moment and opened his mouth. I'm not having any auditory hallucinations, right? Did you say you have actually found a sponsor willing to give $50 million to fund your research? Not only that, he's even willing to spend $100 million a year to fund your construction of a biological laboratory in the supernatural realm. Yes, Maget. With this eccentric temper of yours, has he gone insane? Maget blurted out. In the U.S., other than the scientists working for the government, the scholars working in universities or research institutions would often conduct fundraising activities such as lectures and dinners for the sake of obtaining sufficient research funds. In these kinds of circumstances, those scientists who were usually well-known and who had obtained great achievements that even ordinary people knew who they were, or those scientists who were well-mannered and handsome, could usually obtain more financial support than those who were eccentric, compelling, and slovenly. Between these two types of scientists, there was no doubt that Stephen belonged to the latter. Maget, a real scientist will always be appreciated. Stephen seemed to have recalled some unpleasant memories as his face became gloomy at once. Pointing to Zhang Lisheng beside him, he promptly went on with his introduction. My sponsor is my former student and co-author for the journal, Zhang Lisheng. He's also the rich kid who loves adventures you spoke of earlier. He runs the largest slaughterhouse in New York City and loves biological research. He's fully capable and motivated enough to deliver on his promises. Upon hearing Stephen's introduction, Maget began to notice the helpless-looking skinny Asian boy sitting beside him together with the eccentric professor. He carefully studied Zhang Lisheng and reached out his hand to say hesitantly, Nice to meet you, young man. Professor Stephen said, You're the owner of the biggest slaughterhouse in New York City. Nice to meet you, Dr. Maget. I know that you have doubts, so please wait a moment. As the dean of Stanford's biology faculty, Maget might not have a teaching position, but there is definitely a reason why he had a Ph.D. Zhang Lisheng shook hands with him and took out his mobile phone from his pocket to search for the official website of LS Group. After opening the website, he handed the phone to him. Doubtfully, Maget took the phone and his eyes gleamed. After that, he began to select several legit websites introducing U.S. large companies before passing the phone back to Zhang Lisheng with a smile. Mr. Lisheng, you're a very smart and direct young man. I'm sorry that I don't have much contact with the slaughter industry, but I didn't expect this industry to be so profitable. It seems that there's no problem with your financial strength at all. We can talk about it properly later. Yeah, perhaps after this mass has finished, I can bring you to meet President Hans first. Sponsorship of $100 million per year is a lot of money, so he'll be happy to talk to you. All right, Doctor. Maget, the money in my bank account is itching to have a go already. It's just waiting for its time to enter Stanford University's account. If President Hans can agree to my conditions, of course, Jane Lesheng said with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Lesheng. Your conditions are very reasonable, so I'm sure he won't refuse it. We've already entered an incredible era now. If we can be the first to set our arrangement in the supernatural realm, it'd definitely be a good and harmless thing for Stanford. Maggett pondered a moment before making a promise in advance. The dean of the biology faculty expected the development of the upcoming situation. After the mass, and after Zhang Lesheng met Stanford's president, who looked like an ordinary Caucasian old man, they discussed their arrangement for a while to get to know the young man's purpose. He immediately agreed to the conditions the young man set in advance for his donations. In fact, the reason Zhang Lesheng was willing to spend so much of his money to sponsor Stanford in the midst of his business expansion and tight fund was no doubt because he wanted to rely on the university's reputation and influence to quickly build a biological laboratory in the shrimp world. No. 2. This was all so he could commute between the human world and the supernatural realm during his study period. Because of this, when he heard Hans agreed to his conditions right away, he quickly transferred $50 million to Stanford's account directly out of Memorial Church. One needed to prepare their bait first if they wanted to catch a fish. Zhang Lesheng had always been unequivocal about this. Oh, Mr. Lesheng, you have a very decisive personality. It's no wonder you can come up with such a huge business in a short period of time by just relying on new technology. Despite having seen many big donors before, it still had never crossed Hannah's mind that this young man in front of him would immediately carry out his promise after a few words of conversation between them. Zhang Lesheng smiled and said in a frank manner, President Hans, my initial $50 million donation plus the $100 million annual fund sponsorship I was willing to give. I don't think anybody would do something to make this good proposal fall through. Young man, since you've asked to get half of the commercial profits that may be generated in biological experiments conducted in the biological lab in the supernatural realm in the future, this money could not be said as sponsorship, but it's more like a partnership already. You produce money and we produce brains. President Hans, don't forget that it's still unknown whether this lab will produce any commercial benefit or not. After all, after the completion of the lab, all of the research topics and research directions Professor Stephen will lead shall be fruitful. We all know that he's a scientist who does as he pleases. That's true, you have a point. Two Hands was stunned for a moment before looking at Stephen by his side, who had an excited expression on his face. All right, I'll go back to the office now to make a few calls to my old friends. I'll see whether I can get permission to establish a biological laboratory in the shrimp world. No. 2. As soon as possible, since we already have enough sufficient upfront funding. We'll strive to complete this matter before all universities in the U.S. All right, I also have to go with Professor Stephen to continue the admission process. See you again, President Hans. Zhang Lesheng smiled and reached out a hand. Bye, rich young man who loves science. I'm happy you can be a part of Stanford. Bye, Maggett. And Stephen Hans shook Zhang Lesheng's hand and slowly walked towards his old beetle. Chapter 207 Coming to a Stump. Chapter 207 Coming to a Stump. Staring at the gradually disappearing silhouette of the leader of one of the most famous universities in the world, Zhang Lesheng suddenly felt that wealth was a very magical thing, especially in a society that paid attention to fair trading. Just as he was deep in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Stephen's voice shouting beside him, President Hans, Since I've managed to find such a generous donor for the university, can I get a fixed parking space outside of the laboratory building? I'm sorry, Professor Stephen, money can't let us get everything we want. If you want to get a fixed parking space, you better get a Nobel Prize in biomedical science first. Hans waved his hand without turning around and entered his car, completely ignoring Stephen's subsequent roaring. What the hell, that award should have been granted to me when I carried out the similarity of a dolphin's encephalon to a human's brain experiment 25 years ago. Upon hearing this, Maget, who was silent beside him, immediately whispered in a grave expression, "Stephen, have you lost your mind? You actually dared to yell that damn experiment out loud in the public that time, without receiving any permissions. You secretly dissected the brains of more than 100 baby dolphins, and this scandal is enough to utterly discredit you now. It's because of these scruples of yours that you're wasting your talents. You won't be able to become a great scientist like this." Maget Stephen curled his lips in disdain in the face of his best friend's warning. "Let's go, Lishing. I'll bring you to settle your admission registration. I guarantee that you'll be able to receive a Ph.D. in Stanford after 3 years at most." "What the hell, Stephen, you can't make such a promise to your student before he has even enrolled. Drop the act, Maget. This child's contribution to the development of biology is now much bigger than yours. You can get a doctorate in science, so of course he will be able to get one as well." Stephen waved his hand in disagreement and brought an awkward-looking Zhang Lishing away. After the two of them had driven for a moment, they turned into a new campus, and at once, a crowded scene that looked as though the supermarket was having its Sunday sale entered Zhang Lishing's sight. Stephen gradually stopped his car by the roadside. "Do you still think that Stanford's campus is deserted?" "It looks like I've been wrong, Professor." Zhang Lishing opened his mouth. "It's really bustling here. I'm afraid we'd have to queue till 2 a.m. before we can complete the admission process." "You're wrong again, Lishing. The admission procedures for ordinary freshmen can be done on any computer in Stanford University within the LAN local area network. Most of these children are here to choose for their clubs." "So what am I here for? I'm not interested in joining any club at all." Zhang Lishing walked out of the car and followed Stephen to walk along with a shade in order to avoid those happy and excited Stanford freshmen. Finally, they managed to squeeze themselves with great difficulty into a 3-story office building painted in reddish-brown. When they entered the corridor of the office building, the surrounding environment became quiet, prompting Stephen to breathe a sigh of relief. "Of course I know about that. I remember you didn't join any club back in Lobige as well. The reason I brought you here is that you're a student of special admission. According to Stanford's old and inflexible school rule, you must register through the student management office to be officially enrolled. It's at the 7th door after we turn into the left corridor here. It should be this one." Striding, Stephen came to an old heavy wooden door on the first floor of the office building. The young man followed him and said with a smile, "In that case, let us finish our registration soon, Professor. I forgot to inform you that my secretary has prepared a mansion with 2 swimming pools near Silicon Valley, so you're welcome to be my guest today." "That sounds great." Stephen nodded and knocked on the door before walking into the office. The office looked ordinary, not too small nor big. It was furnished with a desk, 2 office chairs placed face to face, and 2 beige sofas separated by a coffee table. Despite the somewhat old furniture style, they looked durable with a thick Californian practical style. Upon hearing the sound of the door being opened, the owner of the office, a Caucasian man between the ages of 40 and 50 who looked serious and stiff, wearing a clean old gray suit, raised his head that had a face as skinny as cured meat. He then asked, with a blank expression, "May I know how I can help you, esteemed sirs?" "Hello, Mr. Fedri. I'm Stephen Pigrose from the biology faculty. I've already called you through the phone this morning." "Oh, hello, Professor Stephen. You're here to settle the admission for the special admission of your student, right? Please sit down and wait for a while." The skinny Caucasian man stood up and shook his hand with Stephen before looking at Zhang Lisheng and pointing to the office chair directly opposite him. "Sit here, please, young man." "Yes, Sir." Zhang Lisheng sat in the office chair in a very well-behaved manner. "Your name is Lisheng." Zhang, after typing on his keyboard for a while, Fedri looked at the computer screen on his desk and asked the young man a few very simple questions. After finishing the records, he stood up and took the initiative to reach out his hand. "It's done, Mr. Lisheng. Congratulations on becoming the youngest graduate student in biology at Stanford University this year." "Thank you, Mr. Fedri. I can't wait to be a part of this great university. In fact, in order to better integrate into Stanford, I've even bought a house here." Zhang Lisheng shook his hand with this middle-aged man in front who was even much skinnier than him and casually replied, "I won't bother you any much longer." "Wait a minute, Mr. Bang Lisheng. There's one thing I want to remind you. If you have bought a house in Stanford, I regret to tell you that you won't be able to use it unless you are on vacation, because you'd have to live on the campus." Why? Zhang Lisheng was dumbfounded and said in astonishment, "Isn't this Stanford that practices the motto Die Luft der Freiheit? Wait, the wind of freedom blows. Don't tell me it will actually force a student to live on campus." "Mr. Fedri, my student is a graduate student and not a first-year freshman or a transfer student, even though it's indeed true that this is his first year of enrolling. The rules of compulsory accommodation don't apply to him." Stephen also spoke in support. "You've misunderstood me, Professor Stephen. It's not us who asked your students to live on campus. It's Madame Lai Lily, Mr. Zhang Lisheng's mother, who asked her son to live on campus. According to Californian law, she has the right to make such a request as a guardian before Mr. Zhang Lisheng turns the age of 23. Upon hearing this answer, Zhang Lisheng became dumbfounded. He knew very well that after his career had risen at a bizarre speed and had gradually possessed more influence, his mother, who was an educator, had always wanted to train him to establish a positive and forward outlook on the world. On the last few days before he came to Stanford, Lily had even repeatedly stressed that he should be more in touch with his peers and make more friends, instead of thinking he was better than everyone else. She even told him that he should be learning how to treat people humbly from the bottom of his heart, and so on. She also stressed how valuable these things that might seem insignificant to one's life, and that they were precious wealth. Now, Zhang Lisheng finally understood the intention of his mother when she said those words. To a certain degree, he could understand the painstaking efforts of his mother, but to him, a wizard, who had spent nearly a year to continue cultivating his secret method and who had even forcibly destroyed a tribe in the supernatural realms island after killing the 2 tribal guardians and thousands of aborigines before he completed 1/3 of his rank 6 wizard's cultivation. It would place him in a very difficult position, having to stay in the same dormitory with other foreign students and carry out his secret cultivation method at night carefully. "I don't understand why would California have such an absurd law, Mr. Fedri. For this reason," Chang Lisheng's calm expression gradually changed, and his big-shots tough traits that assumed an air of command began to exude out of him involuntarily as he voiced his objection. I can run for the mayor of Stamford City when I reach the age of 18 years old, but am forced to live in campus instead. I've said before, Mr. Bang Lisheng. This is not a compulsory residence, but it's your mother, Madam Li Lily, who made such a request. According to Californian law, Stanford University is authorized by her to control you from buying alcoholic beverages and tobacco secretly and to fulfill the obligation of providing accommodation to the student. This decree came from the Prohibition era in the 1930s, when California was still barren land, and most of the universities here were unable to provide the necessary accommodation for students. Because of this, many young people studying in the university lived outside and slowly learned to earn pocket money by selling illegal alcoholic beverages. So in the end, with a blank expression, Fegri explained in great detail, "What if I insist on living outside? There are only 3 solutions. Either you drop out of Stanford, or you ask your mother to withdraw the application. On the other hand, you can file a lawsuit at the U.S. federal court against this unconstitutional decree of California and win it." Fegri said solemnly. "Mr. Fegri, I just donated $50 million to this university." Zhang Lisheng had hit a dead end, so he had no choice but to take out his ultimate card. Fegri became dumbfounded for a moment before replying in a professional manner, "Looks like I've been too negligent with you, Mr. Bang Lisheng. Thank you for your donation to Stanford University. Please believe that every contribution you make will be the cornerstone of human scientific progress. However, this matter has nothing to do with what we just talked about. The law is the law. I'm sorry." Zhang Lisheng opened his mouth and turned to look at Stephen. He saw this professor who had always been wild and intractable in his heart shrugged and said helplessly as well, "What Mr. Fegri said is right, Lisheng. The lore is the lore. Don't worry, there's always a way to come around. As a graduate student, if you're not used to living in a dormitory, you can stay in the lab all night long. I used to do that when I was still studying in the university. I have the ability to influence the U.S. election, but I don't have the right to refuse to live in a dormitory." "What kind of f-seekery is this?" Zhang Lisheng muttered to himself and pulled out his phone to look up his mother's number. After hesitating for a long time, he put the phone back into his pocket and said helplessly to the middle-aged man who looked like cured meat, "Mr. Fegri, does Stanford have a single dormitory?" Chapter 208 Fellow Countrymen. Chapter 208 Fellow Countrymen. As a private university, the environment of Stanford's dormitory was based on the fee. Unfortunately, due to the reason that the graduate dormitory was not strictly regulated, Zhang Lisheng could not make any inquiries about the prices or the situation according to Lily's request. On top of that, the rich freshman had already vacated all of the good rooms for the graduate and undergraduate students. For this reason, the only type of room he could stay in was double rooms. These were the types of rooms that had no living room. Due to the fact that there is still a lot of these types of rooms available, the university had already directly given him one. As it was impossible for him to drop out of Stanford with such a ridiculous reason as unwilling to live on campus, as well as him trying to look at the bright side, adding this with the fact that perhaps the Stanford University would soon obtain permission to build a biological laboratory in the shrimp world too, and he could then leave with a fair reason, the young man finally chose to compromise. However, after completing his admission process and had his dormitory allocated, his expression became grave when he left the student management office. Walking through the shady corridor, Stephen did not know how to comfort his student, Akamani Tree, beside him. After both of them left the office building, they entered the car and shuttled all over the campus, all the way to an ordinary university apartment in Stanford. This was an old 6.5-story building surrounded by green lawns that had its exterior walls painted in milky white and beige. Looking at the distribution of windows from the tree-lined road outside of the building and the environment inside, its environment should be at a first-class standard at the very least. This is, of course, according to the standard of a university dormitory. Lishing, actually, the superior accommodation conditions in Stanford is among the best in all universities in the U.S. After getting off the car, Stephen pointed to the apartment building not far away. He then made a pertinent evaluation. However, when he saw that Zhang Lisheng's expression still showed no sign of turning better, he shook his head and said, "But of course, you have your own opinion. It's impossible for this building to give you both indoor and outdoor swimming pools as well. All right, I need to go back to the lab, so take a good rest these 2 days to adapt to your college life. Remember to buy a bicycle first if you drive. The time spent on finding a parking lot would sometimes take longer than walking. Finally, I'll give you one last advice, child. Wealth and influence may help you get the most out of this world, but it doesn't make you a good biologist. There are still many things for you to learn. I'll see you again." "I understand, Professor." "See you." Zhang Lisheng's expression changed as he nodded solemnly while waving his hand at Stephen. Then, he walked to the front hall of the apartment building to show the dormitory manager his new chest badge and walked into the dormitory. The corridor in the building was very spacious. With one glance, he could see innumerable new students who had just entered Stanford walking around the corridor as they were making new friends with each other. Even so, the corridor only appeared to be slightly crowded. Empty-handed, Zhang Lisheng glanced left and right at the room number with a blank expression as he shuttled through the crowd of excited young people. Finally, he came to a stop in front of a room door written with A011. He knocked on the door gently for a few times. When he realized that the door was opened, he pushed the door and entered. Right away, he saw a short Caucasian boy tidying his bed. Upon seeing him enter, that boy quickly reached out a hand and said nervously, imitating an adult manner, "Hey buddy, I'm Jerry Catman from San Francisco." Zhang Lisheng, from New York. Zhang Lisheng looked around his dormitory. The room was about 30 square meters in size, with 2 wooden beds with bedside tables on all sides. A computer desk was placed on the wall near the wooden bed, and beside it was a large closet. Beside the closet was a bathroom. The environment was not too bad, so his expression relaxed a little as he shook hands with his new roommate. "We're roommates for the next few years." Oh my god, yeah, I'll live here in this room. You're my roommate, B, but why didn't you bring anything with you? I thought you were here to just say hello." Upon hearing the young man's words, Jerry showed an unexpectedly strong reaction before breathing a sigh of relief as he exclaimed, "Thank goodness, I've been afraid that my new roommate would be a brawny man, you know, that kind, that kind." When Zhang Lisheng saw this boy's look of incoherence, he suddenly thought of his first meeting with George. Flashing a friendly smile, he said, "You don't have to worry about that anymore, Jerry. I'm a chill dude. I can tell just by looking at you, buddy. I can tell that you're a very..." While Jerry was cheering, someone suddenly opened the door. 3 to 4 young people wearing t-shirts ran into the room, one of the tall and strong young men who was handsome but had a face full of freckles, suddenly hugged Zhang Lisheng's new roommate and asked in eagerness, "Jerry, have you finished unpacking? The girls in the friendship meeting are waiting for us already." "Roman, too, haven't finished unpacking yet. Unpack later when we get back. Buddy, you don't want to give up the first chance of getting a girlfriend in the university because you want to put a few pairs of stinky socks in the closet, right?" The tall and strong young man looked at Zhang Lisheng, who was by the side. "Are you coming as well, buddy? This is a friendship meeting of half of the floor of this building." "Thank you, but I still need to go buy a bicycle and go to the library." "I'll pass." Zhang Lisheng smiled and politely refused. "The hell, buying a bicycle and then going to the library? It's your first day in the university today, even though Stanford's library is always full of nerds all the time. There are always exceptions." Zhang Lisheng merely said a sentence to stop the tall and strong young man from talking before turning around to enter the bathroom. "Oh, what an unsociable weirdo." The tall and strong young man looked at Zhang Lisheng's disappearing back and muttered to himself, before pulling Jerry and a few of his friends out of the room. Zhang Lisheng washed away the fatigue of the long journey and walked out of the bathroom fresh. When he saw that the room was completely vacated, he smiled speechlessly and walked out of the room as well. After he walked out of the apartment building, he took out his phone and opened the map of Stanford University. However, no matter how he searched over it, he could not see any store, so he had no choice but stop one of the cyclists on the road and asked, "Sir, may I know where I could buy a bicycle?" "Sir, do I look like a sir to you, junior brother? It's not so brilliant of you to make small talk to me in that manner." The cyclist, who was wearing loose sportswear, put down a foot on the ground and took off a pair of sunglasses, tousling the neat black short hair before speaking in a nice female voice. It was a very rude offense to mistake the gender of a woman in the U.S., whether intentionally or unintentionally. When the young man saw the beautiful facial features of the short-haired cyclist, he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, miss. I'm very sorry, Roman, too. Couldn't find anything when I was looking at the map just now, so I stopped you right away and mistaken you for a man." The girl blurted the word that Zhang Lisheng was too embarrassed to say. "I've never seen any new student at Stanford who calls anybody by sir or miss." "Don't tell me that you're an international student, you Chinese." "I'm indeed Chinese." Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. "But I'm not an international student." "Which part of China are you from, Beijing or Shenzhen?" The girl used Mandarin excitedly to stop him from continuing speaking. "I'm a native of Sichuan." "Oh, you may be the first person from Sichuan to study as an undergraduate at Stanford." "I'm from Beijing," the girl said with a smile. "Although we're far away from China, we're from the same hometown. Now that we're in the US, hop on the bike. I'll bring you to look for a bicycle." About that, there's no need to, big sis. You just have to tell me the place, and I'll go by myself." "Hop on now, fellow countryman. You've already called me big sis, so how can I, as your sister, just let you be by yourself? Hurry up." The girl pulled Zhang Lisheng's arm with her might and forcefully pulled him onto the back seat of the bicycle. The young man felt that his shirt might be torn apart if he resisted it forcefully, so he could only say "Thank you then, big sis," before riding on the back seat of the bicycle. The girl chuckled and joked, "You don't have to thank me, for my name is Lei Fen," before slamming down hard on the pedal and rushed forward. "Tian, the name Lei Feng here is a joke, not the girl's real name. Lei Feng is a communist legend, a hero in China. He was a soldier in the People's Liberation Army. After his death, he was characterized as a selfless and modest person devoted to the Communist Party, Mao Zedong, and the people of China. It was approaching afternoon now. The hot period of the early autumn had already passed. Sitting in the back seat of the beautiful girl's bicycle while enjoying the cool breeze and pleasant scenery at both sides of the road, anybody would have become carefree and began to make small talk. But from the beginning till the end, Chang Lisheng remained silent, all the way until the girl took the initiative to ask, "What's your name, fellow countryman?" Only then that he asked back, "Chang Lisheng. How about you, big sis? Guokaying. Which block of the dorm are you living in?" Upon seeing the young man's inarticulate look, the girl chuckled and asked again. Just like that, the two of them conversed for a while, with one asking while the other one answering for some time before the girl finally brought Chang Lisheng to a four-story British building surrounded by lawn flowers and stopped the bike. "Big sis, there's a store selling bicycles here." Chang Lisheng could see that the people making their way in and out of the building were all young girls carrying thick books or laptops, so he asked in confusion, "Of course not. Didn't I tell you that I'm bringing you to look for a bicycle?" Guokaying replied while taking out her phone to make a call. "Chew, I came across a fellow countryman who came from Sichuan, and the way he talks is very amusing. He even stopped me thinking that I was a guy to ask me where can he get a bicycle. After giving it some thought, I remember old Wang has already graduated. Isn't his white bicycle left behind? That's why I brought him to see you. You haven't dealt with that bike yet, right?" "No. Wait a minute. I'll go out now." A quiet female voice resonated from the other side of the phone before the call was hung up. "It's done, Lisheng. You'll have a bike to ride very soon." Wait a minute, big sis, I want to buy a bike. How can I just randomly use somebody else's?" "You don't have to be shy. Haven't you heard the phrase, when two fellow townsmen come across each other, their eyes will be brimmed with tears? It's only a bicycle, and on top of that, it's left behind by our senior who has graduated and returned to China. Even though the bike is well maintained, since it's second-hand, the price of it is less than $100. It'd be expensive if you get a new bike." Guokaying smiled sweetly and stopped Chang Lisheng's excuse. "Kaying, the bike is here." Right at this moment, a tall young girl whose hair sprawled behind her shoulders and her eyes red and swollen pushed a milky white mid-ancient racing bike out of the apartment building and came to the front of the girl directly. When Guokaying saw the low-spirited look of her friend and her eyes that had swollen up like peach, her smiling expression immediately changed as she asked nervously, "Chew, what's wrong?" Chapter 209. A straw shows which way the wind blows. Chapter 209. A straw shows which way the wind blows. The long-haired girl held back her sadness and silently smiled. Instead of answering Guokaying, she waved and greeted Chang Lisheng beside her. "You must be that little countryman from Sichuan Kaying mentioned, right? Nice to meet you." "Mai Chu. Nice to meet you, big sis." "Ai in Chang Lisheng," the young man replied in his distinct local accent. Upon hearing his authentic Chinese Sichuan accent that really did not go well with Stanford's rich and idyllic California-style campus, Ai Chu could not help but smile bafflingly despite being mentally prepared. Kaying was right, little fellow countryman. The way you talk is indeed amusing. This seemed to have lifted her sadness a little. "I can speak Mandarin as well, but I'm just not too used to it." Chang Lisheng shrugged in a Western manner and pointed to the bicycle the girl with long hair was pushing. "Big sis, you don't use this bike anymore." Ai Chu was dumbfounded before looking down at the racing bike that she had spent many fond memories with. As her expression dimmed, She forced a smile and pushed the bike to Zhang Lisheng. I don't use it anymore. Take it, it's a gift to you. You don't have to give it to me as a gift, I can just buy it from you. The young man did not have the intention to accept any gifts from anyone for no reason, and was not willing to waste his time arguing about it too. Without further ado, he took the bike and quickly took out a few $100s from his pocket before placing them directly into Ai Chu's hand. Turning around, he got on the racing bike right away and left. Big sis Guo, big sis Ai, thank you for your help. I still need to go to the library. Unfortunately, Zhang Lisheng lived in a small mountain village when he was still in western Sichuan, so he had never ridden a bicycle before. After he came to New York, the city where he lived in was too big, so he drove a car right away. When he saw other people riding a bicycle in such a relaxed manner, he thought he could learn such a small matter without a teacher, especially after his transformation that gave him a strong physique and the fact that he had excellent balance by practicing martial arts. However, as it turned out, the reality was quite different. Due to the reason that the strength he possessed was too strong, when he pedaled the bike with slight force a few times, it immediately sped up rapidly and the handlebar twisted left and right uncontrollably. In the end, the young man fell onto the ground together with the bicycle. When the two Chinese girls who still had not reacted saw this absurd scene, they laughed for a moment before running over him to pick him up. Junior brother, are you okay? Don't tell me that you've never learned how to ride a bike before. In the snickering of the US students around them, Zhang Lisheng awkwardly pushed the bicycle away from him and stood up by doing a kip-up. I've never ridden a bike before. I thought it wouldn't be hard to ride, but who knew that? To think you actually turned away and left suddenly after giving so much money to me. Without counting the USD notes in her hand, Ai Chu directly placed them back into Zhang Lisheng's pocket before helping him to lift up the bicycle. I'm giving this bike to you, not selling it to you. I just met you today, so it's not too good for me to take your bike without any reason. We're from the same hometown, we're all Chinese, so of course we need to help each other out when we're in a foreign country. For example, if it was me who had just enrolled today and came across you when I'm trying to look for a bike, and it just so happens that you have one that was not in use, would you sell it to me or give it to me for free? Of course I wouldn't sell nor give it to you for free. I'll tell you where to get a new one instead. Zhang Lisheng blurted out. The two Chinese girls did not expect him to answer like this, so they could not help but be stunned. A few seconds later, it was Guo King who first snapped back to reality and said, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. You're really weird, fellow countrymen. Let me ask you, if you ask Chu to buy a new one, what would do with the one you have that was not in use then? If it really has no use to me, I'd just place it on the campus with its key and let it be. Upon hearing this, the two girls became dumbfounded again. You have extra things, but you don't want to do any favor with it too. Instead, you want to just give it out anonymously to anyone who needs it. This mindset is similar to the US people, Ai Chu commented in a whisper. The US people would still write a sign and place it on the bicycle before throwing it out. I won't even do that. Me and different from the others, Zhang Lisheng blurted out with a smile. After saying so, he did not know why, but he felt extremely elated. Upon seeing the unimposing young man's elated expression, Guo King suddenly reached out a hand to tap on Zhang Lisheng's head. There's nothing to be proud of when you have a weird brain. All right. Since I don't have anything to do today, your senior sister and I will kindly teach you how to ride a bike. After the girl tapped him in a kindly manner that did not hurt a bit, Zhang Lisheng did not feel offended but merely waved a hand and said, "You don't have to worry about it. After the fall just now, I know how to ride it naturally already." "You know how to ride it already after just one fall? Show me then," Guo King said with wide eyes. Zhang Lisheng nodded and took the bike once again from Ai Chu before riding on it. In the middle of the long-haired girl's warning, "Stop showing off, junior brother. It's easier to learn how to ride a bike if you're younger." Yorno continued to ride the bike forward in a swaying manner. Gradually, his riding speed began to get faster and his balancing was getting stable and stable. Not long after, he rode the bike on the campus road skillfully and made a U-turn back. Looking at the slightly dim sky, he asked, "So how about it, big sisters? I'm quite skilled in it." "Right, all right then, since you two gave me a bike, I will treat both of you to a big meal tonight. You finally showed your tail. You actually wanted to ask us out for dinner, but you still wanted to put on some show. Tell me, you actually knew how to ride a bicycle before this, right?" "This is, indeed, my first time riding a bicycle due to the reason that I've practiced martial art before. My balancing is quite good, so it's fast for me to learn this. As for dinner, well, if Big Sis AI is willing to accept my money, it doesn't matter to me whether we go for dinner or not." Zhang Lisheng immediately made Guo King's choke on her words. The girl was dumbfounded for a moment before studying the young man's face. In the end, she smiled helplessly. "Little fellow countryman, your brain is indeed very weird. Chu, since this little brother Zhang has already said so, you'd either have to take his money or we'd have to go for a meal with him. Why don't we just go have a meal with him at the new restaurant and you can release your tension as well?" Ai Chu opened her mouth. When she was just about to say something, she noticed her best friend kept blinking hard at her, so she nodded reluctantly. "All right, junior brother, we've unanimously decided to honor you with our presence in accompanying you for dinner, but it's up to us to choose which restaurant to go." "That's great. I have no idea which restaurant is good in Stanford anyway." Zhang Lisheng rode on his bike and nodded carelessly. "Let's go. There's no need to rush. Let Chu and I change our clothes first. Since the restaurant is too far away from here, we'll have to go by bus later," Guo King replied before pulling Ai Chu's hand and turned to run into the apartment building not far away. Looking at the silhouette of the two girls who suddenly ran away, Zhang Lisheng could only push his bike to one side and place it nicely before standing outside of the building and walking back and forth. After more than 10 minutes, he finally saw Guo King and Ai Chu, who were wearing tailored-fit dresses that showed off their beautiful figures, walking out of the apartment building while holding onto elegant handbags. The two girls were dressed much more beautifully than the clothes they wore just now, but to Zhang Lisheng, who was already used to entering the high-end clubs in New York, this was not a shock at all. However, he still said very politely, "The two of you look very beautiful." "Thank you," Ai Chu replied with a smile, but Guo King said nothing with a grave expression. At this moment, the sun began to set and the afterglow of the setting sun was about to sink into the horizon. The street lights on the campus began to light up one after another, and the three of them walked under the fluffy lights to the nearest bus stop. "That asshole Wang Jiasheng actually dumped you like this. Is he really human? If it wasn't for you who squeezed out 300,000 for him from your own living expenses when he was on the verge of being kicked back to China for falling sick and could not get a full scholarship, he wouldn't have been able to graduate with a Ph.D. from Stanford's biology faculty. He actually did such things in less than 2 weeks after he went back to China. HMPH, wait till I give a call to my dad. I'll make sure he gets more than he bargained for. A person with such a character cannot be put in an important position on the way. Yuo Kang suddenly snarled out loud in anger. Kang, I will be angry if you continue like this. A painful look flashed across Ai Chu's eyes. I originally didn't want to tell you, but it's you who insisted on inquiring it. I believe that old Wang must be forced to make such a decision. I believe in him. Even if people do fall out of love, they wouldn't have fallen out of love so quickly. Besides, you didn't hear his tone when he called. Really, it really is. Believe in him. He's not her doctor who studies high-energy physics anyway. Besides, it's now a new era. Even if he studied high-energy physics and built nuclear weapons, it'd still be impossible for him to get a job that would require him to go for 5 years straight without being able to have any contact with the outside world. To think that he actually said that it's a special mission given by the country or something. So he wanted you to understand him. HMPH, what a ridiculous breakup excuse. When Zhang Lisheng heard Yuo Kang saying 5 years straight without any contact with the outside world and special mission given by the country, he, who was casually walking on the side, suddenly had a change of expression. With a thoughtful look on his face, he murmured, Stanford biology's doctor, 5 years straight without being able to have any contact with the outer world. Interesting, very interesting. The two girls did not notice the young man's murmuring. I believe he really has no other choice. Please don't ever call your dad. I don't want to ruin his future because of my sake. You're too stupid. It's obvious that he's lying to you. Stop saying it, Kang, please, I beg you. Upon seeing her best friend's pained expression, Yuo Kang sighed and said loudly, all right, let us stop mentioning those bad things and let us get drunk today. At this moment, Zhang Lisheng, who was by the side, saw Ai Chu's sad expression. So he hesitated for a moment before suddenly chiming in. Big sis Ai, don't be sad. Your boyfriend must have been recruited by the government to go to the supernatural realm to do some research. He didn't abandon you but is forced to do so, for he doesn't want you to wait for him your entire life. He's been recruited by the government to go to the supernatural realm to do some research. Ai Chu's eyes lit up right away, as though she was gripping on her final life-saving straw. Go to the supernatural realm to do some research. That's right, it's highly likely this is Wen Yan. He can't have any contact with the outside world for 5 years. He's doing this for my sake. He broke up with me for my sake, Kang. The reason old Wang broke up with me is for my sake. No, I must wait for him. I will tell him that I'll always wait for him. Chapter 210, The Illustrated Handbook of Bioanatomy and Chemical Reactions. Chapter 210, The Illustrated Handbook of Bioanatomy and Chemical Reactions. Upon seeing her best friend regaining her high spirits, Yuo Kang became silent for a moment with a grave expression before suddenly saying, my dad also knows this old Wang for several years now, so if he really goes to the foreign world to do some research, even if my dad purposely didn't want to tell me, I would have still been able to catch some clues when I was talking to him. Don't lie to yourself, Chu. It's not worth it to do so for a man. These few cruel words made Ai Chu's eyes that were gradually lighting up dim once again. The bus stop was already in sight, so the three of them walked silently to the stop sign, not saying anything until they got on the bus and passed by a few bus stops to a bustling neighborhood. After getting off the bus, It was Zhang Lisheng who saw the neon lights that filled his gaze and the fashionable men and women dressed in casual clothes who first broke the silence. This must be a part of Silicon Valley, right? The people on the street are different from what I first imagined. How did you imagine them to be that way? Should the Silicon Valley programmers wear sweatshirts while chewing on burgers across the street? Guo Kang snapped and crossed the road to enter a small-scale restaurant that had a signboard painted with a staggered knife and fork. Sparkling crystal chandeliers illuminated the French-style Western restaurant. The dining tables and chairs were made of unpainted mahogany that was covered with beautiful hand-woven tablecloths, appearing to be out of place within Silicon Valley at the cutting edge of the times. Upon seeing customers walking into the door, a waiter wearing a white shirt and a black bow tie immediately greeted them. Before he even managed to open his mouth, Zhang Lisheng, who followed the girls into the restaurant, asked first in French, "Is there any table available?" "Of course, sir. Miss Guo has already made a booking." The waiter was dumbfounded in a not obvious manner for a moment before flashing a smile that revealed his 8 white teeth. Then he proceeded to take the 3 of them to an empty table and handed them the menu. "I'm very hungry, but French cuisine is not that filling." Zhang Lisheng took the menu and muttered to himself. Then, he ordered 3 full-course meals in French and opened 2 expensive aged wines before taking out a $100 bill. "Give me another 5 cans of iced Coke and the rest is your tip, thank you." Working in a French restaurant in Silicon Valley, the waiter would always come across some bizarre guests, so the waiter silently took the money and turned his gaze onto Guo Kang and Ai Chu. "Is there anything the 2 ladies need?" Guo Kang, who brought Zhang Lisheng to the most expensive Western restaurant in Silicon Valley she chose just to embarrass him, did not expect the young man could speak fluent French. Not only that, he even ordered a red wine that cost more than $1,000 and the best course meal without even blinking an eye. She opened her mouth in surprise and casually ordered a French braised duck set she often ate. After sending the waiter away, she carefully studied the young man. "Junior brother, your French is quite good, huh?" Zhang Lisheng, who had lived in Johannesburg, South Africa, that used to be a colony of the European powers but was now a place of the gold rush, had managed to be proficient in French, German, Spanish, Portuguese, and more through the eternal comprehension spell. With a smile he replied, "I can roughly speak a bit." "Stop speaking to us with Sichuan dialect already after listening to you speaking in French, and then listening to you speaking in that weird dialect again. It really sounds awkward, you know. Junior brother, judging from the way you spend your money so lavishly, you must be from a good background, right?" "Not really. I'm a native of Hangs City in western Sichuan province of County. All of my family members are mountain inhabitants. As one of the most expensive private universities in the U.S., if one did not have any scholarship support while studying abroad at Stanford, the tuition fee would cost at least $70,000 annually. Of course, nobody would believe a child from a mountain family in Western Sichuan could come here to study while speaking fluent English and French. However, the question just now had crossed the social line a little, so even though Guo Kang did not believe him, she did not say anything to openly refute him. After a while, the waiter finally sent the food to them and they began to dine. Ai Chu, who had yet to eat anything, immediately gulped down 2 full glasses of red wine silently and tears began to fall from his eyes, drenching her makeup completely. The other customers in the restaurant inadvertently noticed the weeping of the girl, causing a small commotion. After a while, the waiter came over again and asked, "Miss Ai, is there anything I can do to help you?" No, I'm sorry. Ai Chu noticed her terrible manners in surprise and quickly stood up to head to the bathroom. Looking at her disappearing back, Guo King put down her knife and fork before lowering her voice to speak to the young man. Junior brother, actually, your speculation just now makes much sense. With that reminder of yours, I also think that it's very likely for the country to recruit old Wang to do biological research in the foreign world, so he's forced to break up with Chu. But you still, Zhang, Lisheng asked with wide eyes. I purposely put on an act, didn't you hear Chu? She said she would wait till he comes back once he goes to that damn terrible place. Who knows whether he'd still come back or not. Besides, even if he can, it would be after 5 years. By then, who knows what would happen to their relationship. As the saying goes, it is better to just get it over with, rather than prolong the agony. Right now, the best path for Chu is to suffer a short period of pain and then restart everything again. When she gets drunk and asks you some questions later, I hope that you can. I understand. Now that Zhang Lisheng knew the good intentions Guo King had for her friend, Zhang Lisheng nodded his head. When Guo King heard him agreed to her so readily, she was stunned for a moment. I thought you would put in some good words for old Wang, so I was still thinking about how to convince you. I didn't expect you. Senior sister, isn't your intention the same with old Wang, that both of you wish that senior sister Ai can have a new beginning? Isn't it the same for me to help you or him? Logically, yes. But forget it. All in all, I realize you do indeed have a brain that nobody can understand. I beg to differ. Oh yeah, senior sister. You said it'd be difficult for old Wang to come back once he goes to the foreign world. Is it that terrible over there? Can you keep a secret? I suppose. Me too. Guo King smiled smugly. However, when she saw the young man's upset face after she fooled her, her heart went inexplicably soft, so she lowered her voice to say in a half-truth, Junior brother, because of your sincere inquiry, let me tell you one thing about the situation China discovered in the foreign world. It's said that it's a world of one God where everybody believes in the same God, in which different branches and sects will kill each other to use death to please their God. That's all I know. A God that enjoys in seeing his believers please him through death. Upon hearing this description, Zhang Lisheng's eyes lit up as he remembered his own evil quality of enhancing his wizard power through others' negative emotions, prompting him to mutter to himself, if I become a god, perhaps I'd do the same thing as him as well. Nothing, senior sister. You're not going to the bathroom to see how senior sister Ai is doing? As Zhang Lisheng was speaking, he saw Ai Chu walk back to her seat staggeringly. However, despite the girl's tipsy look, she did not lose her cool all the way until they finished their dinner and took the bus back to the Stanford Campus Center. She did not ask the young man anything contrary to what Guo King had expected. After sending the two girls back to their dormitory, the sky was already fully covered in stars. With the help of the bright moonlight, Zhang Lisheng rode the mid-ancient racing bike he exchanged using a hefty price along the campus road by following the guidelines on the mobile phone map, before reaching the library nearest to him. As the university ranked second to have the largest book collection in the U.S., more than 8 million books in more than 30 Stanford libraries distributed throughout the campus had been digitized and opened to the public on the Internet. Even so, there were still quite a few books that would have to be borrowed from the library in person if one wanted to have a sneak peek, due to copyright issues. On top of that, reading a book online, and actually holding a book in your hands in a quiet library while being immersed with thousands of other equally focused bookworms are two completely different concepts. The efficiency of memory and understanding was far from different for some people. For this reason, after Zhang Lisheng locked his bicycle and climbed the steps to push open the door to enter this library that looked as though it had just been recently constructed, which appeared to be more like a giant fast food restaurant and far exceeded a normal library, he realized it was already overcrowded. The more famous the university was, the more intense the competition among the students. Every year, a few Stanford students would commit suicide for being unable to bear the tremendous pressure of their studies. Other than the first and second grade students who were still unable to find the goal of struggle for the time being, who still kept transferring between courses and who lived a comfortable life of just a passable credit, Stanford rarely had lazy students. After glancing around under the bright ceiling lights at the front desk and seeing different colors of hair everywhere, Zhang Lisheng muttered to himself, "Are they really this hardworking on the first day of school?" before starting to look at the book catalog on the public computer. A good biologist must have at least a profound knowledge in biochemistry, cell, and molecular biology subjects. It was also best to have a basic grasp of advanced mathematics and physics too. The purpose of the young man's trip to the library was to find one or two books of a related simplified treatise, but when he searched around on the computer, a book called The Illustrated Handbook of Bioanatomy and Chemical Reaction caught his attention. He hesitated for a moment before turning the computer screen to the black girl managing the library and asked, "May I know whether I can borrow The Illustrated Handbook of Bioanatomy and Chemical Reaction out or not?" "Oh, a Stanford freshman who can't read the book label." The girl looked at Zhang Lisheng first before looking at the computer with a puckered, thick lips. "I'm sorry, dear diligent junior brother. This book can only be borrowed by graduate students. This school is more in name than in reality. It keeps looking down on us undergraduates, isn't it? I think that doing so is very good. At the very least, it can guarantee that these books are taken away by people who know how to use them when they leave the library, right?" The young man smiled and pointed to his badge. Zhang Lisheng, a graduate student of Professor Stephen Pigrose of Biology faculty. "Can you tell me where the Illustrated Handbook of Bioanatomy and Chemical Reaction is? I want to borrow it." Chapter 211 Rumors. Chapter 211 Rumors. When the black girl heard Zhang Lisheng's words that indicated that he was a graduate student in the biology faculty, she raised her brows. After verifying the young man's statement through LAN in the school, she looked at her dispirited colleague who was in a daze beside her before turning her head sideways to wink and whisper, "Hey, I like high IQ boys the most. In my opinion, great intelligence is more attractive than big muscles." Soon told Dr. Zhang Lisheng, "I can help you get the Illustrated Handbook of Bioanatomy and Chemical Reaction if you become my boyfriend tonight. However, if you don't, I can only tell you which bookshelf it's in and you'll have to look for it yourself. The choice is up to you." "What choice are you picking then?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Lisheng failed to grasp her point and asked. "Forget it, baby. Since you're the most innocent boy at Stanford, I'll make an exception to service you for free this time. Wait a moment, I'll get the book for you." The girl was stunned for a moment as she looked at the confused young man. Suddenly, she clasped her mouth with a hand to chuckle before walking quickly to the bookshelf in the hall. Very soon, she returned to the front desk while holding a big book. It only took her less than 20 seconds in total, but the black girl's expression appeared to be much paler. After she had settled the loaning procedure of the book, the illustrated handbook of bioanatomy and chemical reaction that had a black hard plastic cover vividly and realistically sketched with a half-skinned corpse lying on a rusty autopsy bed, she handed it to Zhang Lisheng. She could not help but comment, "The cover of this book really makes me feel uncomfortable." Maybe. After Zhang Lisheng took the book, he looked at the cover that was exactly identical on the one shown on the computer screen before flashing a smile and walking out of the library. Breathing in the fresh air at night, he rode back to his dormitory building on his bike. As he walked into the dormitory while holding a book, the janitor, who had a big square-shaped head and who had great physical strength, recognized him at a glance and deliberately called out to him, "Young man, are you Zhang Lisheng from A011? "Yes, sir. I'm Hammy Walter, the night janitor of this dormitory. I just received a notice from the student management office that according to California law, you must return to the dormitory before 12 a.m. on non-holiday days. If you exceed the time, you'll have to report your whereabouts to me. You can just text me through my phone or Facebook. My number is." Perhaps the janitor had received some warning when he received the notice from the student management office, so the janitor, who was usually rude, appeared amiable to the young man. The first-year Stanford students who came to the front of the student dormitory and who had never heard that they would have to report to the dormitory janitor when they go to the college could not help but slow down their footsteps. Perplexed, they looked at Zhang Lisheng, who stood face to face with the janitor. The young man could only flash a wry smile and nodded. "All right, I got it, Mr. Hammy," before rapidly walking back to his dorm. In the next few days, Zhang Lisheng laid down on the bed and read the illustrated handbook of bioanatomy and chemical reaction to spend his time. On top of that, an outrageous rumor began to spread out in his dorm that a fairly remarkable person that the California court directly monitored had resided in this dorm. A wise man did not believe in rumors, but the word wise here did not refer to intelligence, but wisdom. Very soon, the rumor intensified among the immature first-year students. Meanwhile, the center of this new campus legend unknowingly went to his supervisor's lab to report himself after he finished reading the illustrated handbook of bioanatomy and chemical reaction. He had learned from the internet that a giant scientific laboratory could accommodate hundreds of scientists that were divided into dozens of research groups which could solve scientific problems together at the same time. Zhang Lisheng had a premonition that Stephen's lab would not be big. However, after he had finished his breakfast in the morning, he shuttled around Stanford's vast campus with a group of college students who rushed to the class on a bicycle like racing under the pleasantly warm sunlight. After a while, he finally found the laboratory building. When he walked up to the third floor and entered the biological laboratory built around the two college-aging soft beetles he contributed, Zhang Lisheng was surprised to see that this laboratory would actually turn out to be so small. It was a room of no more than 300 square meters, divided into 3 transparent and 1 opaque compartment at the 4 corners using special glasses. In the middle, where the public area lied, other than a circle of sofas and coffee tables where the researchers could rest after a tiresome day, there were also several large unknown test instruments. That was it, that's the laboratory. Early in the morning, Stephen had already made a cup of coffee while sitting on the sofa in the public area of the lab. He did so while doing something on his tablet computer. As for the few glass rooms in the corner of the room, there were already people carrying out their experiments there. Zhang Lisheng, who had changed into soft slippers and a white coat according to standard experimental procedures, walked quietly towards his supervisor's back. Professor, good morning. This is the lab you built with a quarter of the experimental budget of Stanford's biology faculty. It looks different from what I imagined. Oh, you're here, Lisheng, Stephen replied without turning around. How much do you think the experimental budget of Stanford's biology faculty can get? Besides, this lab is not as simple as you think. Just these few machines beside me are already enough to attract 3 young scientists who have received a doctorate degree in science to sacrifice their temporary interests for postdoctoral research. Can't you see they're in the glass rooms together with a group of graduate students who are equally ambitious, but of little talent, vainly hoping to rely on the advanced experimental environment to produce amazing results and become famous afterwards? Oh, Professor, you're really tart and mean. Jane Lisheng went around to sit down with Stephen. How is the progress with the lab construction in the foreign world? Well, they can't hear us in the glass rooms anyway. About that, Maggett said that it's a little difficult. If it's shrimp world, no. 1. It could be directly implemented. Yet due to a lack of military strength, the government cannot guarantee the safety of the lab in shrimp world, no. 2. Let's just take the risk then. If safety cannot be ensured, an undeveloped island with dense pristine jungles and a piece of land that has matured into civilization before that has been tossed and turned, where one could remember everything like the back of their hands. As long as you're not an idiot, any biologist would know where to go to build a laboratory. You know what, Lisheng, other than the fact that you're lucky and you're a millionaire, what I like most about you is your decisiveness and your daring spirit to sacrifice for science. Stephen put down the tablet from his hand and took a good look at Sheng Lisheng. As arrogance disappeared with a flash from his face, he said, I also answered Maggett like that, even though what we're doing is not as sacred and clean as what the outsiders think. However, if we want to stand on the peak, we must dare to fight other than having luck. Professor, you are a biologist, not a bank robber, the young man said with a smile. If you've been in this field for a long time, you'd know that there's almost no difference. One is to snatch the wisdom of others, while the other one is to snatch someone else's money. Stephen took a sip of coffee and stood up before shouting out loud, everyone, stop your experiments and come out. Let me introduce a new working partner to you guys. Upon hearing his shout, the people in the glass rooms soon came out in confusion. This is Zhang Lisheng, my former collaborator, and a future genius biologist. Stephen first pointed at Zhang Lisheng as he introduced the young man to the others as his collaborator instead of his graduate student. This, no doubt, greatly elevated the young man's status in the laboratory. After that, Stephen pointed to a burly, ugly, and ferocious-looking fat man in his 30s who looked more like a butcher than a scientist, an ordinary-looking Caucasian young man in his 20s who had a long face, and a solemn-looking young woman wearing square-framed thick glasses. Stephen then introduced all 3 of them to Zhang Lisheng. Boyle, a doctor who graduated his Ph.D. last year. He's now responsible for the study of the color-changing pigmentation of the beetle's exoskeleton. Pamela, who graduated from his Ph.D. the same year as Boyle last year. He's in charge of the study of the exoskeleton bone structure of the beetle's soft body. Shaylin, a doctor who just got her doctorate degree this year. She's in charge of the study of the visceral compression resistance of soft beetles. They're the heads in charge of 3 different topics of our laboratory. As he was introducing the members of the laboratory, Zhang Lisheng nodded his head while greeting them continuously. It's an honor to meet you, Dr. Boyle, Dr. Pamela, Dr. Shaylin. Boyle, Pamela, and Shaylin also appeared to be very polite towards Zhang Lisheng, particularly Pamela, who even took the young man's hand and shook it. Mr. Ben Lishing, I've read about the paper on the soft beetle you and Professor Stephen published in the Science Journal before. It's the foundation of the research work in our laboratory. I'm very happy to be able to work with you. After seeing Zhang Lisheng acquainting himself with the laboratory's topic heads, Stephen then introduced the laboratory's research assistants, also known as the graduate students who did all the crappy jobs, to the young man. The supervisors of these graduate students put their name on Stephen's laboratory, which could be said as one of the ways to apply for research funding, but they rarely come to the lab. Instead, they were busy with their own research. They would usually send their own students to deal with errands, so for this reason, these research assistants would rotate every few days. Even so, it would always be the same 20 or so people coming here every now and then. Zhang Lisheng greeted these graduate students who were a few years older than him. With that, he had officially integrated into the laboratory and became one of them. Lisheng, my task in the laboratory is to summarize the research results obtained by Boyle, Pamela, and Shailin from the 3 research topics. Then, by experimenting on what we know, we could finally form a scientific conclusion. From now on, you'll be my research assistant. Well, you have a strong ability in carrying out things by yourself. So if you want to do some small research of your interest, you can carry out the experiment independently when I'm not using the lab. Professor, if you allow me to carry out my experiment independently, can I get a separate glass room? Stephen sighed and shrugged. I'll ask Maget. I think he'd most likely agree to it. However, you'd have to come up with a research assistant you need yourself when you're carrying the experiment. I'm fast and brisk, so I don't usually need any assistant. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Zhang Lisheng smiled. Chapter 212 Materials. Chapter 212 Materials. In other professions, those who were usually older, more experienced, and more considerate would obtain greater achievements. Because of this, an ordinary person would make a misconception when they looked at scientists and thought that an older scientist would be more capable. In fact, it was completely different. The most outstanding research of any great scientist, be it Einstein or Newton, was usually carried out when they were between the ages of 25 to 35. This was the point when the human body was the most energetic and the brain's cognitive ability was the most dynamic. After that, everything would gradually go downhill. However, the research results of these great scientists would often take a long time of refinement before they could become internationally acclaimed, which gave off the impression that a famous scientist was also an old guy. It was precisely because of this that, in the eyes of insiders, the research conducted by a talented and young doctorate degree holder might not necessarily be worse than that of a well-known and influential professor. However, when a boy, who was not even 20 years old and skipped high school straight to a graduate school, requested for a separate laboratory for his own independent experiment, it would indeed give off a ridiculous feeling. The people in the laboratory would have long raised their disagreements if it was not for Stephen's well-known bad temper and compelling strong stance that repressed everyone in the lab till nobody dared to comment anything. What made them even more surprised was that the following day, Maget, the dean of Stanford's science faculty, immediately made a partition of a glass room between the 2 corners of the wall for Zhang Lisheng. Moreover, the appearance of this glass room was similar to the glass room Stephen used, which was also constructed with single-sided reflective special glass. All of the common experimental tools were available inside, and the scale of the experimental platform was actually the large platform similar to the one Stephen used. It was a waste for it to just be used to study insects alone, as the overall cost was roughly estimated to be about at least 500,000 USD. Since Zhang Lisheng's donation was carried out in a non-public manner, nobody knew that the young man had actually spent 100 times the cost to get such treatment. Naturally, ill feelings began to form against him, and they would even faintly discriminate against him behind Stephen. Because of such an alienating situation, it would be disheartening for an ordinary person, but it suited Zhang Lisheng's intention even more. With his own independent space, he was very willing to ignore anyone and just stay up all night in the lab, to either improve his wizard power using a secret cultivation technique or to make up for his shortcomings in becoming a qualified biologist while trying to carry out horrifying experiments that combined two types of civilization, science and mythology, and be contented with his lot. Late at night, Stanford fell into silence. Other than the library and dormitory buildings that were still illuminated by light, the entire campus fell into darkness. Inside the C2 lab on the third floor of the laboratory building, Zhang Lisheng, who had not slept for several days, ended his secret cultivation that had lasted for 4 to 5 hours. Energetically, he grabbed the lush beard on his chin and climbed up from the floor to open the freezer that was filled with all sorts of strange experimental materials. After ransacking through it for a while, he sighed and took out his phone to make a call. The phone rang for a while before someone finally picked it up. A loud and laughing male voice resonated through the upbeat dance music in the background. "Hey, doctor, is there a reason for you to look for me? Fierce dog, the materials I want still have not arrived, but I've already paid for them 2 days ago." "Oh, doctor, how many times have I told you already that a small problem has occurred during the customs clearance of these materials? It would take a few more days for it to reach your hand. And right now, every customer of mine is facing the same issue as well." "I don't." "Listen, buddy, I'm not your other customer." Zhang Lisheng's calm voice cut off the male voice on the phone. "I've always been fair and well-disciplined. Right now, my experiment has reached its most critical stage. Without the materials, my inspiration may fleet away. You promised that you would send me 2 pieces of the materials before 12 a.m. tonight, so if you can't do it, I would have no choice but to use you instead of the materials you were supposed to deliver to me." "Are you threatening me, doctor?" This is not the voice on the phone became silent for a moment, and the surrounding music was suddenly turned off. "If you think that this is a threat, fierce dog, you're greatly mistaken." Zhang Lisheng chuckled in a low voice. The other end of the phone was in the manager's office on the 2nd floor of a large nightclub in downtown Stanford. At this time, in a rather huge room that had a cashmere red carpet on the ground with a suspicious brown stain on it, there were also some brown spot stains on the wallpapers on the 4 walls that had a shade of warm yellow color. The walls connected to the carpet that was made of planks of redwood. A diamond-shaped crystal lamp hung down from the ceiling, making the entire room very bright. Under the crystal lamp stood a handsome Asian young man with a stunning black mustache who was touching the scar on his face as a ferocious smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "All right then, doctor, I've served many people like you, and you're the one who has the most energy among them when you speak. Just with this alone, I'd definitely send you the materials today, even if I have to take it from the other customers' urgent parcels. Please wait for a moment, my men will contact you." After spouting the last sentence, the young man hung up the phone and gently shook his legs placed on the coffee table. With a hypocritical smile, he said, "Guys, all of you have heard, right? The doctor who has just started trading with us said that he will use me as his experiments material instead. Fierce dog, you just took over your father's business, so maybe you don't quite understand. The nature of our business is different from other businesses many of the customers we're facing with are scientists whose brains are not quite the same with ordinary people. Since it's us who are at fault this time." Upon seeing the young man's unhappy expression, an experienced middle-aged man sitting in front of him advised, "Uncle, the problem right now is our customer doesn't want to let me go. It's not me who wants to do anything to him." The young man frowned and took his feet away from the coffee table before glancing around at his men. In the end, he pointed towards two big burly men who were playing darts in the corner. "Iron chain, gas, go teach that doctor." "No. 7 in Stanford a little lesson. Oh, and bring 2, wait, 3 materials with you after teaching him a lesson. Leave the materials for him. Remember, it's only a small lesson. It should be relentless, but never cross the line." "Uncle is right. The nature of our field is different from other businesses." "Yes, boss. Don't worry, boss." After the two muscular and strong brawny men heard the young man's instruction, they immediately threw away the darts they were carrying and went to the clothes rack to pick on 2 fitting FedEx uniforms. After putting them on, they strode out of the room. At the same time, Chang Lisheng, who was in Stanford's laboratory building, was taking out a mutilated human corpse that had its stomach sliced open, leaving behind white ribs that had been turned over before, from the freezer before placing it on the experimental platform. A cold corpse can actually fetch up to $20,000. Not only that, it's not delivered on time as well. This is really crazy. Come to think of it, that big island in the foreign world is really a paradise. If I've taken all of the strong midgets who were killed for my experiments, it'd be enough for me to use them for a whole year already. It's a good thing I can go there again after a few days this time. I'd seize this chance to complete a larger-scale experiment of corpse puppet and conveniently refine a few wizard gus as spares while I'm at it." As he muttered to himself, he dropped the blue reagent that he had just formulated onto the corpse with a dropper. The instant the reagent was dripped onto the body, it immediately burnt the skin, flesh, and blood, releasing a burnt smell that made the unsightly mutilated corpse become more like revolting garbage at first sight. In the US, there were more people who were willing to donate their organs for the benefit of disabled people or to donate their corpses for the purposes of scientific research. However, when they were distributed to thousands of university medical schools and biology colleges, the corpses were still in short supply. From the perspective of public ethics, especially in scientific research or even anatomical dissection, the scientists would also have to use the remains of voluntary donors properly, in which most would eventually be buried properly. The only way to experiment with human corpses destructively like what Chang Lisheng was doing was to buy from the black market. In fact, this business of buying and selling corpses had already formed a comprehensive industrial chain. Every year, there would be tens of thousands of human corpses imported into the US from poor countries in Africa, Asia, and South America through various channels. The most conservative estimate of the transaction amount would also amount to $1 billion USD. Among these corpses, the fresh goods cruelly predetermined to have the capabilities to provide organ transplants could usually fetch up to 100,000 USD, while those frozen corpses that could only be used for scientific research are about 10,000 USD if it was complete. Moreover, In the second type of corpses trading, the buyers would often be U.S. universities or research institutions. Under the pretense of doing for the sake of science's progress, many of the trades were even carried out in a semi-open state. The reason Zhang Lisheng could come in contact with Fierce Dog was that he inadvertently saw the pop-up advertisement on the internet. The previous few transactions between them were very smooth, but the luck these few days was not that good. Without a complete corpse, the effect of using a dissected corpse for his corpse puppet improvement was, of course, not good. After the blue reagent corroded the corpse to a certain extent, Zhang Lisheng cast the corpse puppet refining method using his thoughts. Wizard power began to surge through his flesh and blood, drawing the remaining life force in the corpse to get in line with it. After having no response for a long time, a gush of faint black mist appeared from Zhang Lisheng's body, rising up to the spot between his brows before heading back to his 7 orifices and being heaved out of his nose. That gush of black mist tore through the air and set off a series of sh sounds that sent chills down his spine. It wrapped around the corpse lying on the experimental bed and actually caused its arm to move gently. However, just with this small movement, the corpse's arm that was already corroded till it was riddled with 1,000 wounds suddenly gushed out a stench-filled smoke before directly transforming into a pile of ash. How the result of this experiment is basically as superfluous as capturing a living mosquito and pouring medicine into its mouth, looking at the mutilated corpse transforming into powder section by section. Zhang Lisheng could not help but say in an irritated manner. At this moment, his mobile phone suddenly rang, the sound of birds chirping being heard. Chapter 213 Ominous Premonition. Chapter 213 Ominous Premonition. Taking out his phone to have a look at it, he noticed that it was an unfamiliar number. Such occasions had happened several times before, so Zhang Lisheng casually picked it up without a care. Just as he expected, a deep voice resonated from the phone. "Sir, I'm the FedEx delivery guy. Your parcel has arrived. 11:57 p.m. Zhang Lisheng looked at the time. "I know your voice. Very good, deliveryman. You're not late. Please wait a moment. I'll go downstairs immediately." Now that the new materials had arrived, it made him a little excited. The young man opened the door and walked out of his glass room. Most of the people in the lab worked throughout the night, but nobody noticed his actions at all. As he walked down to the foyer through the stairs, Zhang Lisheng saw 2 strong and brawny men wearing FedEx uniforms while chatting to a night guard and a skinny young man carrying 2 big sling bags. When he approached them, he heard the young man complain in a sullen manner. "I'm not willing to send the pizza to those labs anymore. God forbid what those weirdo scientists are doing when you happily send the pizza there while you anticipate the tips they gave you. Last time, when I knocked on the door and opened it, I witnessed a monkey's head that was as big as a child being smashed open alive. Not only that, the scientist was even sitting on a peculiar chair grinning with all his might. I had nightmares for a whole week because of this. You know, to be honest, such a horrifying place should be regulated. You don't know that, buddy. The management of this laboratory is of different grades. The labs in this building are doing harmless experiments, so there's no need for strict supervision at all." The night guard, who was about the same age as the pizza delivery man, shrugged and said in a professional tone. When he noticed Zhang Lisheng walk towards them, he kindly greeted him. "Oh, Mr. Lisheng. Good evening. There's another new package for you." "Good evening, Mr. Modi. It's you on duty again tonight. Is it Friday already?" Zhang Lisheng, who was a little unkempt, smiled at the guard and looked at the two brawny men in yellow uniforms. "Hey, two deliverymen, don't tell me that there's a surprise waiting for me tonight." "Maybe, sir, we're bringing 3 parcels to you." The delivery man standing at the young man's left side, who looked more burly, handed over a bill of lading. "Please sign here, and we'll help send the package up to the lab. Bite wo takon or bite wo takathree, these two are fresh goods as well. It looks like the phone call just now was very effective." A faint smile appeared on the corners of Zhang Lisheng's mouth as he muttered to himself. As he took the bill, he casually signed his name. "All right, gentlemen. Thank you for delivering it to my address." "You're welcome." After receiving the bill of lading, the slightly burly delivery man looked at his companion. "Stop spacing out, it's time for us to pick up the goods, man." Oh, his companion vaguely replied before walking out of the laboratory building with him. When they came to the van written with FedEx parked under the steps, he whispered when they opened the car boots, "That person doesn't seem right. Iron Chain, something's not right." When I was standing next to him, I felt as though I was in a caged car in the safari park that has come across a lion charging at me. "Did you see his smile just now? It's very scary, so scary that I think my blood coagulated." "Oh, gas, did you forget to take your medicine before you came out?" Iron Chain pulled his arms and picked 2 tightly sealed, square-shaped, hard-shelled cartons with one hand each out of the car. Looking at his companion's pale face under the moonlight, he whispered viciously, "You keep whining like a girl. You know every here and then you're nutter F-seeking psychic, so stop saying all these weird things. You know about the boss temper very well. If you don't want to have your neck wrung and be sold, we'd have to beat that man's ass even if he's really a lion wearing a white robe. Listen, lift the box and shut the door. We should do our job, that's it." Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have come to work today." When the button on my shirt suddenly broke off for no reason this morning, FCK Gas, who had no other choice, muttered in a low voice before lifting up the last carton from the van and shut the van's back door with a bang. When the two of them brought the 3 parcels back to the laboratory building, the guard saw them. They then asked kindly, "Hey, buddies, why don't you guys even have a cart in your car? Do you guys need any help?" "Thank you, but it's all right. We're used to this kind of transporting work already. It's easier to use my arms than using a cart." Iron Chain, who had a pair of long limbs, relaxedly said, "You have a point. Tusk, you're really strong. If I had a body like yours, I'd have long become a policeman in the city already." The guard, who was young but was already fat, said as he looked at the muscled figures of the transporters who were waiting for the elevator not far away. With a ding, the elevator door gradually opened and Zhang Lisheng flashed a smile at the depressed guard. "Mr. Modi, eat less and exercise more and you'll soon get what you want. See you then." He walked into the elevator together with the 2 transporters. It was apparent that there was a ball-shaped CCTV that had a 360-degree view on the ceiling of the elevator. For this reason, Iron Chain did not do anything rashly. The 3rd floor arrived in a blink of an eye. Zhang Lisheng walked into the C2 lab with the 2 transporters who were familiar with the passage. As they walked inside, they just so happened to come across Shaylin and her 2 experimental assistants who were changing into their usual clothes. They were just about to leave. "Doctor, Shaylin, are you leaving this early today?" Now that he had run into them, of course, he would have to greet them. Without slowing down his footsteps, the young man waved a hand and casually asked, "It's Saturday tomorrow. I have a date, so I'll need to leave early today." "Lisheng, Are you buying more experimental materials? Shaylin looked at the two deliverymen carrying the cardboard boxes behind Zhang Lisheng as she asked. Oh yeah. 3 very interesting small parcels. When I was doing my graduate research, I've worked part-time for a period of time in the biomedical science field, Shaylin knowingly said with a smile. Not only are your small parcels interesting, but they must also be expensive too, right? See you again, Lisheng. See you, Doctor. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before smiling noncommittally as he opened his glass room after keying in a password and his thumbprint. After he walked into the independent space, he eagerly pointed towards the experimental platform and said, "Just do the usual, deliveryman. Place the parcels on the platform, and I'll check the goods first." Okay, Doctor. Ian Shane placed the 2 parcel boxes beside each other on the experimental platform before clenching his fists. After being in this corpse trading business for a long time, his experience gave him the knowledge about the sound insulation and the tenacity of this special glass room. It was hard for an ordinary person to imagine that even if a gun battle took place inside, nobody would know a thing outside. Seeing that Ian Chain had already placed the parcel properly, Zhang Lisheng seemed to be completely unaware of the brawny man's intention. He took a small and sharp scalpel from the table and opened one of the cardboard boxes to reveal the one-time plastic foam inside. It will be the most enjoyable moment next, when the young man muttered to himself and was about to rip the carton apart completely. Ian Chain suddenly punched hard on his right rib. "Doc, Boss Fierce Dog told me to send you a message. He hopes that you can learn how to be more polite when you're on the phone with him in the future." Fierce Dog wants me to be more polite. All right, then it's still early anyway. So I'll also bring you to greet him later. Politely sigh. What a headache. Now I have to find a new supplier. Despite having his fragile spot hit, Zhang Lisheng did not even flinch at all. As though everything was normal, he tore open the cardboard parcel and dexterously ripped the plastic foam into 2, revealing a naked, bald, middle-aged man's corpse whose skin looked dull in a gray-white color curling up in a ball. Grabbing the chin of the corpse on the experimental platform and looking at Ian Chain, who was stunned and was gradually breathing rapidly, the young man suddenly smiled. "Human beings are indeed greedy. With a living specimen like you, it's really hard for me to like this corpse no matter how I look at it. Forget it, I guess I'll just directly use you as. You're a madman." Crazy Ian Chain did not know how to deal with this particular situation other than using violence, the new best to solve it. With a raw, he cut off Zhang Lisheng's words and poised himself to strike. Jumping up and down rhythmically for a few times, he looked for the right time before flinging his fist with all his might. Unfortunately, in front of a powerful transformed wizard, an ordinary person's attack would only be futile. With just a light sidestep, the young man easily dodged Ian Chain's fast punch. Then, he stepped forward and struck out a palm to hit his opponent's heart. The pumping of blood in the man's body suddenly stopped at that instant. Without any struggle, Ian Chain fainted right away and knelt on the ground powerlessly. His body then slumped down directly. "OFCK, I knew it would be like this. Roman, too, knew it would be like this, but you never listened to me. You didn't want to listen to me." Gas, who was by the side, said with a pale face when he saw his companion slumping on the ground. Not knowing whether he was dead or alive, he continued, "Doctor, I've never thought of offending you before. I've never thought of—" "I know. Calm down, sir. Do you know where Fierce Dog's nest is?" Zhang Lisheng dexterously opened the few parcels of corpses on the experimental platform and threw them into the freezer. "Doctor. Roman, too, it's like this." Gas stuttered. Upon seeing the brawny man in front of him hesitate, Zhang Lisheng did not have the intention to press the question any further. He lifted Iron Chain onto the experimental platform all by himself, and stripped off all of the clothes from his living specimen before he dislocated all of the bone joints of his test material one after another. The intense pain snapped Iron Chain awake right away. His jaw that had been dislocated could only manage to produce erg sounds in pain as he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, in front of Zhang Lisheng, this big man was as powerless as a baby. A few minutes later, all of the joints in his body was dislocated while he was very much alive and breathing. Chapter 214: A Terrifying Experiment. Chapter 214: A Terrifying Experiment. After Zhang Lisheng dislocated all of the bones in his body, other than twitching his muscles, there was nothing else Iron Chain could do. Only then did Zhang Lisheng smile with satisfaction before walking up to the table in the glass room that was stacked with experimental utensils. He picked out a thick and large test tube before humiliatingly sticking it up into Iron Chain's anus. "I'm sorry I'm not humiliating you, but I'm just afraid you'll SHD on my experimental platform for being unable to control your muscles due to a greater pain you will suffer later," Zhang Lisheng explained while looking for a blowtorch to burn Iron Chain's penis, which its opening was cauterized into closing in an instant. "Same goes to this as well. Oh my god, oh my god, my god, my god, please open your eyes, please open your eyes." Gas, who was known for his ruthlessness, howled in a low voice with his mind on the brink of collapsing. He couldn't take the mental torture of it all when he saw the young man torturing his companion inhumanely with a calm expression with such cruel methods. It was completely beyond his imagination. He suddenly turned around to run to the door of the glass room, slamming and shaking the door with all his might. Unfortunately, his efforts remained futile. Zhang Lisheng ignored Gas's futile struggle and started using a thick syringe filled with a blue reagent to inject it into Iron Chain's venous artery. Very soon, he injected 4 big syringes that amounted to 2,000 milliliters of reagents into Iron Chain's body. The living specimen on the platform began to tremble sharply. He hit his head, supported merely by his neck muscles, on the hard metal platform again and again. Looking at the eyeballs on Iron Chain's face that had completely turned bloodshot due to intense pain, and even bulged out due to the blood swelling, Zhang Lisheng commented, "Looks like your physical fitness is much better than I thought. That's really full of surprises tonight." Suddenly, he struck a punch at his living specimen's throat. Being deprived of his ability to breathe, Iron Chain knew he would die soon. He began to let out a smile as he realized he was finally free. He grinned as though he felt very happy for being able to obtain his death easily from the hand of this devil. However, right now, he, whose state of mind had begun to blur, suddenly heard a cold voice ringing in his ears. "Mr. Delivery Man, don't be too happy yet. Death may not be the end for you." At that instant, Iron Chain, who was once again gripped with extreme fear, forever lost his life. By the time Iron Chain lost his life, Zhang Lisheng, who stood beside the experimental platform and meticulously observed his specimen, did not delay any time and immediately cast the corpse puppet refining method through his thoughts. At that instant, the wizard power contained in the young man's flesh and blood slowly whirled, drawing the remaining life force around the corpse that had just passed away on the experimental platform to produce a mysterious resonation. At this moment, Iron Chain's impressive physical fitness and abundant vitality began to reveal itself to Zhang Lisheng. Even though he was already dead, there was still blobs of unknown vitality floating out of his body before surging into Zhang Lisheng's body. The instant the foreign vitality entered his body, Zhang Lisheng's skin began to emit an innumerable faint black smog that gradually rushed up to the space between his brows before entering his 7 orifices, then spouting out from his mouth and nose again. A few seconds later, the black smog tore the air apart and made a strange noise of ssh before wrapping around the burly body lying flat on the test platform. After the black smog scorched, blisters that were filled with blood and turbid black spots began to appear on the corpse's ruddy skin, and its limbs twitched and trembled violently not long after. As they trembled, the corpse that was filled with innumerable blisters shook horrifyingly. The blood in its body seemed to be strongly corrosive as it continued to tumble and set off ear-piercing tshhh sounds while giving off a stench-filled smoke. However, it was unable to scorch through the transparent light skin of the blisters. By this time, the experiment had reached the most critical moment. Upon seeing that everything was almost the same as the best state he had expected, a delightful smile appeared on Zhang Lisheng's face. All of a sudden, he stopped the circulating the wizard power in his flesh and blood. The instant the wizard power stopped, the black smog entangling the corpse lost its source and slowly dispersed. The corpse that was wiggling continuously on the experimental platform turned stiff and no longer moved without the catalyzing from the black smog. At this moment, Zhang Lisheng began to urge the wizard power in his body to move again. His nose and mouth continued to spurt out faint black smog and shrouded the body, making it shake violently once again. Just like this, according to a strange rhythm, the young man continued to cast his witchcraft method. Gradually, when he stopped the surging of the wizard power in his body, the corpse in front did not lose its movement right away. After about 6 to 7 minutes, the witchcraft method was completely cast. By the time Zhang Lisheng's skin emitted the last gust of black smog that was blown into Iron Chain's corpse, the blisters rising one after another on the corpse slowly calmed down. Its eyes that were tightly shut opened without warning, and the muscles on its body began to twitch loudly as they adjusted the dislocated bones back to the joints. Abruptly, it sat on the experimental platform. When Gas, who had collapsed by the glass door and had its mind completely broken down, saw this scene, he howled meaningless utterances right away. Zhang Lisheng heaved a long breath and took out a small silver flashlight from his pocket. He adjusted the light and turned on a dazzling infrared ray which he flashed onto Iron Chain's eyes directly. The infrared ray shot a small point on the blue and white eyeball. As heat slowly began to accumulate, it soon burned through the crystalline lens of the eyeball. However, Iron Chain showed no response at all. Zhang Lisheng showed a disappointed expression before sighing and retracting his flashlight. Then, he took out a recorder and made a simple record. B01 Living Experiment. After the material test, there's no sign of animalistic reactions at all. The brain was inactivated with 01 modulating agent during the operation. The experimental results of the second step still need to determine the effect of the modified explosive, which is still unknown. After the young man shut the recorder off, he muttered to himself, "I knew that it was impossible for me to get a simplified refining knack for a living corpse in such a simple manner." Then, he commanded Iron Chain, who had already turned into a corpse puppet, to put on his FedEx uniform in a stiff manner. Bringing Iron Chain back to stand in front of Gas, Zhang Lisheng unexpectedly opened the door using his fingerprint and said with a smile, "You can leave now, sir." Bring your companion back to the city together with you. Doctor, oh mister, please have mercy, mercy. The glass door had already opened, but Gas, who had collapsed on the ground, still looked up to Zhang Lisheng's calm face in terror while moaning in a whisper. At this moment, Iron Chain crouched down and pulled his companion from the ground. When the corpse puppet's cold hand that had no warmth at all pulled at Gas' wrist, he could not help but open his mouth to yelp in terror. However, before the voice could even escape his mouth, Iron Chain's other hand gripped his chin and forced him to swallow his voice back into his stomach. Don't be nervous, sir. As I said, you can go back now. Go and return to the city, have a glass of drink. Then go have a hot shower and have a good night's sleep as well. Everything will be okay tomorrow. Accompanied by Zhang Lisheng's soft voice, Iron Chain pulled Gas and walked out of the glass door one step at a time to leave the lab. Not long after they left, Zhang Lisheng hastily tidied up his glass room and threw the packaging trash into a trash bin. After he washed his hands, he took out a can of Coke from the refrigerator and leisurely opened it before drinking it while leaving the lab. Surrounded by the fresh outdoor air and the fine moonlight, the young man rode his bike to the city. It was actually closer to travel from Stanford University to downtown Stanford than traveling the entire campus from south to north. With Zhang Lisheng's shocking physical strength, he arrived at the destination in less than 20 minutes on his bicycle in front of a nightclub that had a long queue outside. It's here. Stopping his bike, he supported the bike with only one leg and raised his head to look at the second floor of the nightclub, clearly sensing the location of his corpse puppet. Taking out a recorder from his pocket, he talked in the midst of the noisy music. The second step of the experiment is about to start. At this moment, the black hardwood door of the nightclub opened and a few young Asian men and women staggered out of it. One of them saw the side view of Zhang Lisheng's face that had a small beard. They then shouted in Mandarin, "Hey little fellow countryman, is that you little fellow countryman?" Upon hearing this scream, Zhang Lisheng's body stiffened. He put the recorder away and looked in the direction of the sound. Immediately, he saw a beautiful girl with refreshing short hair walk towards him in a chuckle. "Senior Sister Guo, why are you here?" When the young man finally saw the girl's face, he blurted out in astonishment. "To release stress, Stanford's homework is so heavy. If you don't learn how to relieve stress during the break, you'll break down. Stanford City is always full of our classmates on Friday. What do you think? Everyone is like you. You're a learning machine." After a few interactions, Guo Kang, who felt that she had a high understanding of this ordinary-looking young man, said as she curled her lips, "I've contacted you a few times, and every time, you're always in the lab. How is it? Youngest Stanford's graduate student of the year. What are you busy with recently?" "I've recently been busy preparing for the study trip to Shrimp World No. 2. Has Shrimp World No. 2 opened to Stanford's international students already?" Guo Kang looked stunned for a moment before saying with amazement, "No, but I have a U.S. citizenship and my supervisor, Professor Steven, is." "Aren't you an international student from Western Sichuan? Why do you have U.S. citizenship?" "My mom is an American Chinese. I grew up in Western Sichuan until I reached the age of 16. After my dad died, I changed my citizenship to American. I have been living with my mom ever since. Every time I see you, I always get to hear some mind-blowing news from you. I was wondering how you could enter Stanford's biology faculty at such a young age. It turned out that to think I was even thinking of pulling you into our Chinese Students Association, but I didn't expect you to be a U.S. citizen." Citizenship is only a legal identity. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, before different countries have even existed, my ancestors lived in the land of China. My blood has destined me to be nothing else but Chinese. Wow, what a solemn way to put it. Then do you plan to return to China after graduation? If you want, I can give you a hand. I promise I'll never let your skills go vain. Chapter 215, A Death Storm. Chapter 215, A Death Storm. In America, Zhang Lisheng had built up a large economic power. Its influence had gradually become broad and far-reaching with the help of the National Farmers Union. Not only that, but he had also formed a complete plan for its future development. However, he had nothing at all in China. If he returned to China, he would have to be ready to cope with the threat from the so-called purebloods. If he wanted to live a peaceful life, the Red regime had to support him, like how Consultant Zhang, whom he had seen in South Africa, before was. When he placed both of these in comparison with one another, it was obvious where he should go. For this reason, the young man, who had long thought about the pros and cons, merely replied calmly to his senior sister's temptation. I'll eventually go back to China, but only after I've achieved extraordinary achievements. Before that, like those patriotic scientists who will only go back to China to show off when they are old after they have made extraordinary achievements and have already become famous in the US. In that case, you might as well not go back. But then, compared to being self-righteous and not having any gratitude, of course, the meaning implied by Zhang Lisheng's extraordinary achievements was different from Guo Kang's understanding. However, he did not refute against the girl's furious brandishing of fists and merely remarked casually, "Senior sister, you're drunk. Be careful of being caught by the police for acting unruly like this." "Police? Where is the police?" "They will be here very soon." In fear that something out of his plan would happen if he continued to delay any longer, a blood-curdling look flashed across the young man's eyes as he gazed at the thunderclap neon sign hanging on the wall outside of the nightclub. With his thought, he began to command his corpse puppet to explode. Right now, in the nightclub manager's room, Fierce Dog was gradually getting furious as he cut off the cigarette holder of a thick cigar before lifting a windproof lighter to light it. He looked at Ian Chain, who was standing by the door, and said in a blank expression, "Ian Chain, I don't know whether you've gone mad or you've become muted. However, I know that if you continue to stand at the door without saying a word, you'll die. Listen, buddy, I can forgive Gas for turning into an idiot cause his state of mind is originally hey oh my god what's wrong with you?" As Fierce Dog's tone changed into that of a panicked, raw, Iron Chain's body swelled rapidly. After a few seconds, his skin stretched and thinned, revealing the tumbling, thick fluid of blue and red color inside. Iron Chain, you the FCK, what FCking monster have you turned into? When other people in the room saw a sudden change in their companion's body, they took out their weapons in surprise and aimed at him. However, before they had even fired their weapons, the corpse puppet had already burst through its uniform and expanded to its limit. All of a sudden, it exploded not long after. After the sound of something bursting resonated in the air, a gust of blue and red whirlwind burst through Iron Chain's skin, surging across the Thunderclap nightclub's huge manager room. Nobody in the room could escape from the gust. After the faces that had been swept by the rain and fog showed a fleeting, horrified expression, their skin and bones melted into a sticky thick mud and collapsed on the ground like a wax torch placed in the furnace. At the same time, when Fierce Dog and his cigar turned into a pile of meat, Guo King had her hands on her waist as she looked at Zhang Lisheng with a tilted head, as she continued to ask over and over again. "Junior brother, what are you saying? Are you trying to scare me? Look at that strange beard of yours you have right now. Are you trying to act like an adult and mix into the thunderclap? Did you think the bouncers are blind and won't check your ID? Go and find a store in the corner that doesn't provide alcoholic drinks." Zhang Lisheng did not know that the effect of the corpse puppet's explosion would be this powerful and special, so he did not raise much commotion. He knew its power was extraordinary. Sighing, he explained with an unchanged expression. "Senior sister, I'm not trying to scare you, nor am I trying to grow a beard to mix into thunderclap. You're too drunk, and you should go back to the dormitory to rest." King, this must be that junior brother Zhang Lisheng you often mentioned recently, right? The few Chinese international students not far away saw that Guo King seemed to be in a fight with Zhang Lisheng, so they quickly gathered around. One of the tall and handsome polite-looking young men wearing frameless glasses asked with a smile. "Yes, he is Zhang Lisheng. Luo Bingye. Drop the good person facade. You and old Wang are the same. You two always pose as a good man of good character who has a dream, but you two are actually selfish and vile people." All right, I'm a vile person. Old Wang and I are both vile people. We're sorry that we let you and Chu down. I'll let you continue to scold me when we return to the university. We're in the public, so think of what the consequences would be if somebody takes a video of you acting like that and uploads it online. Humph, just a few sentences from the tall young man was enough to calm Guo King down. After snorting for a while, she stopped talking. A few Chinese girls pulled her to the side. Seeing that Guo King had become quiet now, Luo Bingye heaved a long sigh of relief and said to Zhang Lisheng apologetically, "Junior brother, sorry about today. King is always like this. She would always lecture us every time when she's drunk, especially these few days with Chu's not-so-well situation. You know about that matter as well. We're not involved in it, so it's hard for us to comment on who is right or wrong either. Still, let's drop it. I've long heard your name from King before. You're overflowing with talent and are the youngest graduate student in Stanford's biology faculty in the past 10 years. Not only that, your supervisor, Professor Stephen, is also famous in the academic world. It's quite unfortunate that I've never met you before. Now that we finally have our chance, our first meeting turned out to be in such a situation. It's really, it looks like I won't get a chance to chat more with you anymore." "That's right, senior brother. Just send senior sister Guo back to the dormitory. I think she won't be able to walk anymore after a while. She's always like this. I kept advising her not to drink anymore, but she actually drank even more, knowing that I'm beside her." Luo Bingye sighed and nodded. "All right then, junior brother, I'll leave first. I'll talk to you later. See you again." After bidding his farewell, the tall young man stopped 2 taxis and left with his drunk companions. Before Guo King left, she did not even forget to yell at Zhang Lisheng. "Zhang Lisheng, you're not allowed to sneak into the nightclub to drink. There are many bad women there." However, her voice soon became faint as the car sped away, eventually disappearing without a sight. After finally getting rid of unexpected troubles, Zhang Lisheng had finally become alone again. He rode on his bicycle and turned into an alley not far away. The alley was dark and the ground was full of collected water due to some leaking pipes. After riding for a while, he leaned his bike against a wall at a deserted place and began to expand his body to almost 2 meters tall. He took off his loose two-sided jacket and wore it inside out. Pulling his clothes that had tightened, he quickly walked out of the dark alley and continued to rush straight into the Thunderclap nightclub. "Hey, buddy, this is not a place where you can act as you like." When two sturdy black bouncers saw a brawny man whose face was faintly covered with horrifying spots, they poised to strike at him and gave a warning. Soon, he slammed them without a moment's notice. The bouncers felt as though a speeding train ran through them. They were then sent flying onto the nightclub's heavy wooden door, smashing it open right away. After that, with the upbeat music abruptly stopping and the people inside getting into a commotion, Chang Lisheng walked into Thunderclap. The nightclub was large in size, and the lights were dimly lit. Hundreds of young men and women were swaying their bodies along with a fast-paced song in the crowded dance floor. There was a huge bar in the middle of the dance floor. 7 to 8 blonde girls in a hot low-waist denim skirt and a handsome young man showing off his bare-muscled chest acted as the bartender. They were shaking their bodies to the music while serving the guests with alcoholic beverages. In the noisy and joyful environment, Chang Lisheng set his eyes on the stairwell and swayed his body into the crowd, squeezing his way in the dance floor. With every few steps he took, he shrank his body a couple of centimeters. By the time he got near the stairwell, his height had already become less than 160 centimeters. The business Fierce Dog was doing was a sideline service, so of course, it would be his most fierce men who were guarding the door to his nest. Unfortunately, in the face of Chang Lisheng, who had already gained the transformation power, an ordinary person would be as fragile as a piece of paper no matter how strong they were. The guards were wearing sunglasses as they stood to guard the soundproof door. When the lights flickered, the young man agilely sent out both his palms on the ribs of the two cold-looking guards and thrust his arms straight to their hearts. After kicking away the two pebbles that had blocked the road, Chang Lisheng pushed the door open, before carrying them into the stairwell and throwing them on the ground. Then, he quickly made his way up to the second floor. After glancing around at the long corridor, he finally came to a stop in front of the biggest mahogany door and abruptly pushed it open. Behind the door was a vacated spacious office. However, the instant he walked in, a gush of the heavy and damp smell of blood rushed into Chang Lisheng's nose. This is after being dumbstruck for a moment, he saw the clothes wrapped in the piles of meat overflowing the red mat. He also noticed the dense stench spot marks of blue and red on the wall. Gradually, a delightful expression appeared on the young man's face. "Oh, I see, a simple combination of charcoal, nitrate, and sulfur can become violent gunpowder, but the 01 mixed reagent made of mercury and bluestone powder adding on the characteristics of the fresh corpse would not turn out to be violent, but sometimes, it's really hard for common sense to explain a supernatural thing such as witchcraft. However, when it's mixed with science, it makes it even more strange and incomprehensible, but the effect is very satisfying." As Chang Lisheng muttered to himself, he turned and walked out of the office. After leaving the nightclub, he went on with his life as if nothing had happened and turned the coat over again to put it on. Then, he rode his bike out of the valley and headed straight to Stanford campus along the road. On the way, with the moonlight shrouding with clouds floating in the sky, he took out his recorder and mumbled into it. B01 Living Experiment, the second stage. After the material exploded, assimilation was achieved and the effect was remarkable. The calm voice slowly resonated through the dark road and blended into the gloomy night. Chapter 216 An Unusual Migration. Chapter 216 An Unusual Migration. After returning to Stanford campus, Zhang Lisheng did not go back to the lab but slipped back to his dormitory. When he opened the door, his roommate heard the door open and woke up in a half-asleep state from the soft bed before asking ambiguously, "Who is that, Lisheng? Is it you?" "Yes, it's me. I'm sorry for disturbing your sweet dream, Jerry." Zhang Lisheng tiptoed to his bed and lied down without changing his clothes. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sun peered into the window of the dormitory, making the room warm. The young man opened his eyes and sat up. Right away, he saw Jerry, who had just finished rinsing his face and was walking out of the bathroom. He then waved his hand. "Good morning, roommate." "Hey." "Good morning, Lisheng. Long time no see. What time did you come back last night?" "About 12 o'clock. You even greeted me when I entered, didn't you remember?" "Is that so? I don't remember at all." Jerry scratched his head. "Your work rest schedule is as irregular as a vampire. It's really unhealthy." "It's indeed so. It's fortunate that I can always get a good sleep in the lab." Actually, Zhang Lisheng shrugged and suddenly took out his phone that was ringing from his pocket. "I'm sorry, I have to pick this call first." After flashing an apologetic smile, he connected the phone and immediately heard his supervisor's urgent voice. "Lisheng, get ready. Our plan has been brought forward. Well, depart to Shrimp World No. 2 in 20 minutes time." "Oh, Professor, why is it so rushed? I haven't even prepared anything yet." When the young man first came to Stanford from New York, due to the reason that Stanford was far from the sea, and that it had no factory like the LS group to provide blood food, if he brought the two transformed wizard Gus, worm dragon, and the nine-tailed lizard with him, he would have to be the one providing the blood supply for them. After some trial and error, Zhang Lisheng realized that even if he cultivated every day, 1/3 of his witchcraft progress would go in vain. On top of that, the wizard power in his flesh and blood might show a sign of degeneration if he did not work hard enough. Such a result sent a great shock to him. After contemplating about it for a long time, he could only leave behind Island Dragon and his other wizard goo in the slaughterhouse's underground trenches on the outskirts of New York. With no other choice, he could only keep Kyuko, that had no hope of transforming, and would usually require a minimum amount of blood essence, by his side. Since their departure time to Shrimp World No. 2 was already predetermined, he first thought he could transit to New York and calmly bring two transformed wizard Gus with him. However, now that the plan had suddenly changed, a lot of variables were changed abruptly as well. Shrimp B1 Island suddenly has a larger-scale animal migration phenomenon of unknown cause. However, there's not much change in the temperature and environment at all. This incident made the new immigrants on the island feel very uneasy, so they called on the government to give an explanation as soon as possible. Therefore, the government requested the scientists who have been seeking for approval to establish a scientific laboratory on the island to be put into place as soon as possible. The military plane will come and pick us up after a while. If you're not ready yet, hurry up and make the best use of your time. Oh, the hell, all right, Professor, I'll go to the lab immediately. Zhang Lisheng hastily hung up and waved at Jerry. See you, Jerry. In going to Shrimp World No. 2. Wish me luck. What? Oh, bye. Lisheng, dumbfounded, Jerry replied to his roommate and realized that he had already pushed the door open and hastily left the dorm. If the military plane would send us directly to Shrimp B1 Island, I can no longer bring lizard and worm dragon to the foreign world with me anymore. In that case, the most important thing now is the 0-1 mixed reagent, as Zhang Lisheng muttered to himself. He walked through the hallway of the apartment building and went outside to rush towards his bicycle. He straddled his bike and went straight to the laboratory building. With surprising speed, he shuttled through the campus and soon reached his destination. Mr. Lisheng, are you going back to the lab again? It's not even 9 a.m. yet. On top of that, today's Saturday. You're really diligent. Upon seeing Zhang Lisheng climb up the steps and hastily walk up the stairs, the young fat guard, who had not even finished his shift yet, said in astonishment, "Is it so early? I thought it was already 11 a.m. The young man randomly came up with a reply and ran up to the third floor in one breath. He entered his glass room, opened the freezer, and took out the medical kit-sized metal box at the highest compartment. After taking out the special box filled with compressed 0-1 mixed reagents, Zhang Lisheng opened it and saw that it was unbalanced inside. Out of the 8 irregular oval-shaped silver containers, only 3 of the indicators on the top showed a red color. Damn it, I've used too much of them these days. If I had known earlier that the effect would actually be so good and the time was actually this urgent, why did I even need to do so many improvement experiments?" Zhang Lisheng whispered irritably and began to mumble incantations of PSTSHH, allowing his state of mind to enter an absolutely rational and calm state. After that, he began to move a large number of single-agent chemicals out of the freezer. He then used a harmonizer to vibrate and heat it as he began mixing the 0-1 mixed reagents. In fact, based on the young man's current biological knowledge, it was an absolute coincidence for him to be able to successfully mix the 0-1 mixed reagents that could magnify the effect of the corpse puppet's self-explosion technique by more than 10 times. The reason he first researched this mixture was because of the inspiration he obtained from the illustrated handbook of bioanatomy and chemical reaction. He had a whimsical thought of adding a strong chemical agent that could act on the nerves of the human brain into the process of the corpse puppet refining method to enhance the brain activity of the corpse through intense stimulation. This would result in a similar effect of a living corpse. As a result, through pure random luck, he accidentally realized that after injecting a sufficient amount of strong brain-stimulating chemicals, the body of the corpse would undergo rapid swelling changes when it was transforming into a corpse puppet. At the same time, the flesh and blood in the body would become inexplicably corrosive as well. With this unexpected experimental result, a light bulb went off in Zhang Lisheng's mind as he suddenly had an idea to mix several types of different single-agent chemicals that had a strong reaction on human brain tissue to make a mixed reagent that could make the corpse puppet become strongly corrosive. Using this idea of making an explosive corpse that could produce a terrifying force, he finally developed the 0-1 mixed reagent. Due to the reason that the original purpose of the mixed reagent was just to stimulate the brain activity of the corpse, all of the chemicals used did not have any high-risk characteristics. For this reason, the mixing speed was very fast too. However, due to the limited time given to Zhang Lisheng, he still could not completely fill the silver metal containers before they departed. Just at that moment when he finished sealing the top of the 7th container, the young man saw Stephen standing outside of the glass wall that could be seen from within but not from the outside. He was silently knocking on the glass wall, with his lips clearly making the words "It's time to go, Lisheng." "Damn it," the young man cursed in annoyance before hurrying up to put the filled silver container into the metal box. Dexterously he put away the odds and ends and lifted the box to stride out of the glass room. Professor, are we leaving now? Yes, Lich. I just received a call and the military helicopter is already parked outside of the laboratory building. Well, leave immediately. Stephen, who was also carrying a heavy metal box, nodded and led Lich downstairs. When the two of them walked out of the laboratory building, the young man saw an armed helicopter. Its propeller was constantly turning, while making a loud doo-doo-doo-doo noise, parked at the open space in front of the building. There were more than 10 students, who just so happened to pass by next to it. They stopped and watched in astonishment. The helicopter was more than 17 meters long, with a rotor diameter that was about 15 meters, and a height of 4 meters. The head of the helicopter was topped with a large caliber gun, with 2 micro-missile launching systems with bombs on both sides of the fuselage, and 4 small missiles. Is it necessary to use an Apache main battle-armed helicopter to pick us up from the university? Lich, who deliberately acquired a profound understanding of America's various military equipment after the clashes between his wizard Gus and these weapons, could not help but ask. He curled his lips and ran downstairs beside Stephen. All of a sudden, he saw a black medieval Chevrolet car abruptly brake and park directly on the side of the road. The door opened and a familiar figure came running out, panting heavily to stop them. Professor, I think you'd need an experienced assistant no matter where you go. Doctor, Shaylin compared to an experienced assistant. I'm more interested in knowing who is the one who told you to give up on your early morning date and came rushing back to the campus to stop me. Stephen looked at Shaylin in front, who was wearing a beautiful azure dress. Her hair neatly brushed and she was wearing contact lenses. Some slight makeup was visibly seen on the outline of her face. This was completely different from her usual serious and old-fashioned style. She then asked with a sullen expression, "Nobody purposely came to inform me, Professor. It's Monica who saw the armed helicopter coming to fetch you, so she gave me a call to inform me about this news. I came right away after learning about it," Shaylin answered in an anxious but determined look. Stephen frowned and as he contemplated in silence for a moment. Just then, a medium-sized, thin, black officer, with badges showing his major military rank on his shoulders, jumped down from the helicopter while pressing a hand on his beret which the propeller almost blew off from his head. He ran towards them to urge them. "Are you Professor Stephen M. Major Martin Lutton from the U.S. Navy?" "I'm sorry, Professor, but is this the team you're bringing with you? The matter is very urgent, so we don't have any extra time to waste." Only then that Stephen nodded and said to Shaylin, "You have a strong initiative, Doctor. Shaylin, I'll give you a chance for this ambition of yours. From now on, we'll see if your perseverance and guts are as strong as your initiative." Then, he shook his hand with a black military officer in front of him. "Mr. Martin, due to the reason that this is a last-minute call, and that the time given is only 20 minutes, only 3 people can depart now. All of us are here now. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Professor Stephen. I will not let you down." Upon hearing Stephen's words, Shaylin clenched her fist with excitement. Martin, who was by the side, shouted loudly, "All right, Professor, 3 people will do. Let us get on the helicopter right now." Then, he turned around and led the 3 Stanford biologists to run against the strong wind before climbing up the armed helicopter. Chapter 217 The Horrifying Island. Chapter 217 The Horrifying Island. The Apache armed helicopter that urgently came to Stanford to transport Stephen's team to Shrimp World No. 2 was a new generation Apache S-01 armed helicopter that the U.S. Navy and Army had just acquired in August last year. As a follow-up model of the previous generation of the main attack, AH-64 Apache, with the same amount of weapon load as the previous generation, S-01 had an additional transport cabin that could load 6 to 8 people. Not only that, its range had increased to 3,800 kilometers from its original 1,000 kilometers. Being able to achieve such essential improvement in terms of carrying capacity and cruise control with a modification of less than 30 on the overall design, the reason stated by the official response of the U.S. military and the helicopter manufacturer was that it was derived from the use of a new type of engine. However, rumors stated that the Apache S-01 helicopter power transmission was entirely derived from the use of a new lightweight material. Along with the S in the new serial number S-01, the new generation of Apache used turned out to coincide with the first letter of shrimp. It easily roused suspicion from the public. Based on this, it was suspected that the U.S. might have already begun to reap the technological leap obtained in the collision of civilizations the exploration in the foreign world brought. Lich had read about this information online, so he could not help but touch the metal wall of the cabin when he climbed into the narrow cabin of the helicopter. However, he continued to keep mumbling to himself instead. After placing the metal box full of 01 mixed reagents by his feet, he leaned against the corners of the seat in the cabin and asked, "Major Martin, are we flying straight to Shrimp World No. 2? "Oh yes, sir, we're flying straight to Shrimp B1 Island on this voyage." Martin, who was sitting opposite the young man, looked at him and nodded. While the major was speaking, the Apache helicopter began to slowly take off, rising in a tilted manner as it greeted the dazzling sunlight and flew away. "Major Martin, this is my lab assistant and collaborator, who is also my graduate student Lich. He's also a talented biologist." Noticing the curiosity in the officer's eyes, Stephen said, "Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Lich. Nice to meet you too, Major. Thank you for giving me a bad answer just now. I mean, for letting me know that we'll have to stay in this small cabin for 10 hours. Lich looked out at the vast ocean of clouds outside of the cabin window that was as small as a lunch box as he casually replied. Martin could see that this young man who spoke so casually seemed to have a very special status in front of Professor Stephen, so this would usually mean he had some background. For this reason, he smiled apologetically. "Sorry, Mr. Lich. I also want to invite you, Professor Stephen and Dr. Shaylin, to take a first-class flight to New York in American Airlines and have a good rest before changing to a cruise to go to the island in the foreign world with a sea breeze blowing in a relaxed manner. However, the current situation is just 2. I thought there were 5 large battleships guarding the gathering place besides, even though Shrimp World No. 2 has an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers. Judging from the bartering of the Aborigines, it should not be a narrow terrain. Instead, its species distribution was uniform. By right, even if there is an animal migration, it should not have been too obvious. What kind of special situation was there that actually made everyone panic? Lich's question made Martin dumbstruck right away. He studied the young man before asking in reply, "Sir, it sounds as though you know Shrimp World No. 2 better than I do. Have you been there before?" "I've been there once with the identity of future investor. It's a beautiful island and of course, it's dangerous as well. As a biologist-cum-entrepreneur, a short visit of 2 hours was enough to leave a deep impression on me. The fact that you can actually understand so much in 2 hours is really amazing. Major, I think it's more surprising that there were still a few hundreds of new cowboys who went on the same cruise as I to Shrimp B1 Island. They were still willing to remain there after learning about the situation there for 2 hours. Oh, Mr. Lesheng, they have started to feel the aftertaste and have become panicked already. The major shrugged and cleverly answered the young man's question. After that, he no longer said anything else. When Zhang Lisheng saw how the officer had chosen to evade his question, he no longer asked anything and merely concealed his presence in the corner of the helicopter cabin before shutting his eyes to attain mental composure. Not long after, the gentle voice of a lady awakened him. Lisheng, Lisheng, it's time to eat. The young man opened his eyes and saw Shaylin standing in front of him with a bag of biscuits and a canned soft drink in her hands. Oh, thank you, daughter. Shaylin. Shang Lisheng took the food, tore the bag, and stuffed the biscuits into his mouth. Major Martin, do you have iced Coke on the plane? Sorry, Mr. Lisheng. The carrying capacity of this helicopter has reached the extent that it is theoretically feasible. We really can't install a refrigerator for you, Martin replied, not knowing whether to smile or to cry. That's unfortunate. Shang Lisheng put the last biscuit into his mouth and looked at the sky outside the window. Major, it should be afternoon now. How many hours have we been flying? We're about halfway through the journey now. Martin finally noticed Zhang Lisheng's shocking eating manner. The hell, Mr. Lisheng, you're eating military food. These biscuits have a calorie of. Major, other than a biologist and a businessman, I'm a martial artist on top of that. A warrior like us who uses a secret technique to train our body and temper our consciousness so we can have an outburst of power beyond ordinary people's imagination in a time of battle has extraordinary energy consumption. If we're trained to the depth, let alone a few military foods, we can even swallow an entire pig. By the way, do you still have more of these biscuits? Biscuits, yeah, of course. Martin pulled open the material reserve box connected to the seat he was sitting on and took out a few bags of biscuits before throwing them to Zhang Lisheng. Just take as many you want. Thank you. It's enough already. I'm not yet a master who can eat a whole cow. Zhang Lisheng tore open the bag and ate 4 to 5 bags of biscuits before continuing to shut his eyes to attain mental composure. Time continued to pass by in a hasty manner. In just a blink of an eye, the helicopter was now hovering over the Sea of New York. The evening was approaching, and the Apache finally passed through the sea that had a distorted space. Wanting to successfully command the Wizard Goo to cross between the two worlds, the Wizard Goo must be within sight of the wizard. After Zhang Lisheng crossed into the foreign world, his perception with the worm, dragon, and lizard he left in the human world was cut off. However, it was a good thing he could still cast a spell. At this time, the young man woke up by himself and looked at the dimly lit sunset outside the window with a blank expression. We should be arriving at Shrimp B1 Island very soon. That's right, Mr. Lisheng. You have a sharp intuition. We'll arrive at our destination in 30 minutes at most. Martin nodded. Zhang Lisheng remained silent and did not say anything as he listened to the do-do-do-do sound of the helicopter, all the way until the Apache flew over the natural harbor of the foreign world's island, leaving the 5 warships behind. It then landed on the bustling human gathering place. After more than 3 months of development, the gathering place on the west side of Shrimp B1 Island that had been opened to the public for a long time had been expanded by at least 4 to 5 times again. With a rough glance from the sky from above, it looked exactly the same as an old city, with a population of at least 20,000 as calculated by the U.S. Commercial areas, industrial areas, residential areas, and other areas with different functions had divided the land. From the layout, it looked like a thriving scene. However, if one looked closely at the horrified faces of pedestrians walking on the medieval-like streets, one could notice the fearful atmosphere that had shrouded the entire gathering place. After leaving the plane and taking a breath of fresh air from the foreign world, Chang Lisheng looked at the indigenous midgets scattered all over noisily and muttered to himself, "The development of this gathering place is indeed fast. To think that a huge chunk of the jungle has already been consumed in just slightly over 3 months." Not only that, the construction of satellite towns around the gathering place has already been put on the agenda. If it wasn't for this unexpected incident, the first phase of the project may have already been carried out. Martin smiled and turned his attention to Professor Stephen. "Professor, General Rowling, and the other experts are already waiting for you. Well, go right now. Please lead the way." Major, staring at the various strange creatures in the hands of the foreign world's midgets, Stephen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart forcefully. "Oh yeah, I have a small request. Can you please gather every sample of all of the foreign world's creatures in this gathering place for me? If the military wants an answer, they must give us scientists enough materials. After that meeting with General Rowling, I need to go to look at the lab you have prepared for us immediately. If there's any lack of instrument, you can ship it from my lab at Stanford. I want to start working as soon as possible." "Professor, I'll immediately convey your request to my superiors as soon as possible. There should be no problem with this. As for the second request, I'll do it right away, only after you've seen the general. Please follow me." Martin nodded and led the three of them along the crowded streets of the foreign world's city and finally walked into a square concrete room that had the flag of the national emblem of the USA, the white-headed eagle on the door beam. Several non-commissioned officers were on duty in the empty room with only one desk and a computer. When they saw Martin walking in, they quickly saluted and greeted him. "Good day, sir. I was ordered to bring the biologist Professor Stephen and his assistants from Stanford. The general is waiting to see him now." Martin returned the salute and took out a document from his pocket to the staff sergeant responsible for the safety of the bunker exit here. After the tall big black officer took the order and had a good look at it, he verified it on the computer before canceling the order. Then, he recycled the paper order with a shredder in front of Martin. "Professor Stephen, welcome to Shrimp B1 Island. You can go in to see the general now," he greeted as he pressed the knob that activated the bunker entrance hidden under the office desk. Chapter 218 The Beginning of the Setup. Chapter 218 The Beginning of the Setup. "Thank you, Sergeant." Martin brought Chang Lisheng and the other two into the room. Right away, everyone could see the concrete floor of the room gradually open up as a circular entrance more than 2 meters wide reveal a long downward spiral passage. "Please watch out, everyone. The stairs are very steep." When the passage was completely opened, as the person leading the way, Martin was the first to step on the stairs and led the 3 Stanford biologists into the bunker one step at a time. Not long after, a spectacular underground base with extensive passages in all directions appeared in front of Zhang Lisheng. "I thought they said Shrimp World No. 2's development will be completely presided by the citizens. Why is there a whole military fortress in the settlement underground?" Looking at the professional soldiers shuttling and busying with their works in the underground passage, the young man could not help but ask in a dumbstruck tone, "Mr. Lisheng, If there's no such fortress underneath, the gathering place would not have existed at all, Martin explained before leading the three of them to pass through two ramps. After making a turn, he opened the door of a conference room before saluting and saying, "General Professor Stephen and his assistant from Stanford University have arrived." "Great, we just so happen to be in need of a top biologist's opinions right now." An old man, who was contemplating in deep thought with more than 10 scholarly people around a giant screen that was seamlessly connected by 20 special tablets on the conference table, abruptly looked up and strode up to Stephen before reaching out a hand. "Professor, welcome to Shrimp B1 Island. I'm sorry, but due to unusual circumstances, perhaps you'd have to immediately work without taking any breaks. Please come and take a look at this picture." Before leading Stephen to walk towards the conference table, Rowling ordered the sergeant on the side. "Replay the animal migration information simulation hummingbird collected on the island yesterday." "General Rowling, please let me remind you before Professor Stephen takes a look at the replay of the animal migration information simulation on the island. Yesterday, the day and night weather of Shrimp B1 Island did not exceed 7 degrees Celsius. There was no sign of any abnormal weather at all." "Oh, Professor Matthew. Thank you for reminding me in time. Professor Stephen, this is Professor Mordor from Harvard University's Department of Geology. Harvard University has applied to set up a comprehensive meteorological observatory at this huge island in the foreign world, and Professor Matthew is the person in charge." Rowling pointed at the skinny Indian old man who had spoken just now. "Oh, General Rowling, you said that he's Professor Matthew from Harvard. He looks different from his photo." "Nice to meet you, Professor Matthew. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. That research the impact of meteorological changes in the history of Earth on the evolution of species of yours is one of my most admired academic works from a non-biologist." Stephen smiled. "Professor Stephen, I've heard a lot of rumors about you as well, particularly those outstanding experiments conducted at the United States Department of Energy National Laboratories. The beetle puzzle you've recently published in the Science magazine is the most easy-to-understand article in the first edition of Science in the past 30 years. I like it very much as well," Matthew replied in a tit-for-tat manner. The little unintentional maybe intentional spark created at the moment the two professors from Harvard, that existed before U.S. independence, and Stanford, that was equal to Harvard plus a UC Berkeley, laid eyes at each other made Rowling furrow his brows right away. "Professors, since the two of you admire each other so much, it's good for you two to work together then. Let us continue our main topic." He waved his hand to the technical sergeant at the side. Right away, a 3D map of Shrimp B1 Island appeared on the screen composed of tablets on the conference table. Then, it gradually showed the animal populations on a few dotted spots. Standing behind Stephen while carrying his metal box, Zhang Lisheng watched the migration evolution of hundreds of large animal populations on the 3D map on the screen with interest, but never understood where the anomalies lied. Captain Rowling, it's not surprising for a sudden animal migration to take place in the absence of drastic changes in the habitat. After he finished watching the entire situation of the simulation, Stephen also pondered for a moment before commenting. On Earth, birds tend to migrate to places with warm climate before the weather gets cold. The same goes to some of the wild beasts as well. Of course, on an island like this that has the longest diameter of not more than 350 kilometers and a small overall climate difference. Please don't be hasty in drawing conclusions, Professor Stephen. Please look at the species distribution map of the animal on Shrimp B1 Island 8 days ago. Leo Lin smiled wryly. The technical sergeant immediately switched the screen on the conference table into a 3D image that was completely different from the one just now. The distribution of the animal populations on it was poles apart, but it seemed to be faintly related. Stephen looked at the new image with concentration and furrowed his brows. Suddenly he asked Lisheng, "What did you see?" "Professor, comparing this image to the previous one, the animal population originally in the center of the island has moved to the vicinity of the coastline, while the animal populations living near the coastline has migrated to the center of the island jungle. Is this young man your assistant, Professor Stephen?" What a detailed observation he has right there. At this moment, Rowling finally looked at Zhang Lisheng in the eyes. "Young man, what if I tell you that this incredible animal migration will repeat its cycle every 7 to 8 days? Not only that, each time, it will start at night and ends in the morning, with an uproar so huge it can even stir the gathering place upside down. How should you explain this then? There are only 2 possibilities for this to happen. These animals are either crazy," Zhang Lisheng said with a shrug, "or they are afraid of something. The animals involved in this migration are made up of all kinds of strange creatures, which includes wild beasts at the highest end of the Shrimp B1 Island food chain. Your hypothesis is null." Zhang Lisheng appeared to be naive in Rowling's eyes, and the reason he asked the young man was just out of casual prompting, with the intention of actually wanting to lure Stephen, who had been silent for a long time, to give his opinions. "Professor Stephen, what do you think instead?" "General, without a field inspection of the environment, I can't give you an answer." Stephen shook his head and answered solemnly. "However, I'd like to remind you that it has been quite a long time since the US discovered this big island, so I believe there must be some linguists who had managed to induce the linguistic features used by the indigenous people on the island and can communicate with the natives freely. No matter what, we're only a guest on Shrimp B1 Island, so it's impossible for us to know more than the master." "I understand what you mean, Professor Stephen." Rowling pointed to a young lady who seemed to be the youngest at the conference table. "Dr. Donner is a linguistics expert at Cornell University. She has carried out some exchange with the natives about this matter before. Unfortunately, Shrimp B1 Island's natives are stereotyped people. Other than bartering for things they needed, they're unwilling to tell us anything more, let alone working for us." General Rowling is right. I've come in contact with some of the seemingly wretched-looking aborigines in the city before. My intuition tells me that they must have come here to take refuge. Even so, these aborigines would rather risk their lives and venture out of the city to hunt, to barter, or to maintain livelihood than telling me the situation of the island, let alone doing some simple yet extremely rewarding work for us. Donner shook her head. "Trying to tame a civilization with just a few dried fishes, what a creative idea." While this linguist was speaking, Zhang Lisheng, who was by the side, suddenly muttered rashly. This voice was not loud, but it managed to make Donner shut her mouth right away and turned to look at him. "Sir, it seems like you have a different opinion than mine." "It's not that I have a different opinion, but I feel like the direction of the entire thing is going in the wrong way, Doctor." With all of the burning eyes in the conference room on him, Zhang Lisheng pondered for a moment before replying. "I think if we want to communicate with these indigenous people on the island, a theologian who is proficient in kickboxing would be far more useful than a linguist." "Young man, you're not the only smart person in this world. There have been many theologians in Shrimp B1 Island before, and all of them—" "Wait a minute, what did you just say?" I said, a theologian who is proficient in kickboxing would be far more useful than a linguist, General. These aborigines are short and strong. The gods they worship are usually living monsters, just like our ancestors who would depict tigers, lions, and so on the rocks to offer sacrifices for them. It's hard to influence them using an abstract belief. So if you want them to really listen and communicate with you, you'll need a theologian who is proficient in kickboxing. Rowling muttered with a frown. Not bad, young man, you're right. This is a new idea. Yes, this is a new idea. However, no matter how good an idea is, it will only remain an idea before we test it out. Seeing that his intended purpose had been achieved, Zhang Lisheng calmly shook his head. General, we've gone out of topic already. That's right, we've gone off topic already. Rowling snapped back to reality and sighed with slight regrets before carefully studying the young Chinese man who looked as though he was only in his teens or 20s. What is your name, young man? Zhang Lisheng. I'm Professor Stevens, graduate student, General. Zhang Lisheng. Zhang Lisheng. After muttering the young man's name several times, Rowling waved his hand and took the lead out of the conference room. All right, professors, doctors and young Mr. Zhang Lisheng, the time is near. Our eyes will always be more useful than our ears. This is why they are situated in front. Let us go and see what happens on the island tonight. After all, if you have finished watching it, you'll come to understand it naturally without the need of much explanation. Most of the scientists in the conference room arrived on the island today, but at different times. They followed behind Rowling and shuttled through the underground passage in puzzlement. After a long walk, they climbed out of the bunker along the straight upward and downward exit, and realized that they were now below the thick cement wall. Chapter 219 The Beast Tide. Chapter 219 The Beast Tide. Other than the exit of the gathering place that was more than 30 meters wide, it was apparent that the area near the 50-meter wall was isolated. The pedestrians had been used to seeing people come out of the tunnel, so none of them even batted an eye. It was approaching the end of the year soon, so even though the temperature changed after the 4 seasons, the island was much smaller than that of the mainland. The night wind still brought with it immense coldness. When the group of scientists emerged on the ground from the warm bunker, a cold wind blew coincidentally, making them shudder. Some of them lowered their heads and whispered, "Damn it, it's not a surprise that the animals would migrate with such a low temperature." The scholars by the side who felt the same cold wind could not help but let out a laugh as well. Zhang Lisheng, on the other hand, ignored the little jokes made by the professors and doctors around him and looked around instead, secretly lamenting the powerful strength of the U.S. In just 3 months, the size of the gathering place had been expanded by at least 5 times. Just the amount of human and material resources spent on the city wall construction that was done layer by layer was already beyond one's imagination. In fact, until now, there was no modern industrial factory on Shrimp B1 Island, yet for some reason, all of the building materials were transported to the island from the human world. You're reading a novel full thanks. General Rowling, looks like the government's recent investment in Shrimp B1 Island has increased rapidly. It doesn't look like the rhythm of wanting to open up the area for private development. Under the dim moonlight, he could not help but comment pensively, "Young man, do you even pay attention to this matter?" Rowling was stunned before asking in astonishment. "General, other than researching in biology, I also manage some businesses, and am very interested in the future development of this island." "In that case, you can rest assured that the reason the government continued to expand this gathering place in the recent months is so that it can be operated independently as soon as possible in order to win the confidence of the domestic large-scale enterprise investment. It's already reported that the fiscal development budget for Shrimp World No. 2 would be greatly reduced next year. Rowling smiled bitterly as he walked along the steep steps up to the wall. Everyone, please follow me and hold your breath. You'll soon see an unforgettable sight. Upon hearing his words, the scientists looked at each other in puzzlement and shrugged before walking along the curved deep steps into the fortifications of the wall. The wall of the gathering place, built with no spare of expenses, had a thickness of 8 meters, which made the top fortification space spacious enough to organize a defense of medium-sized artillery and ground-to-ground missile launchers. The university professors, who were mentally unprepared, were relaxed and curious as they walked up to the stairs. The moment they reached the top, they were greeted with hundreds of professional soldiers in a neat and serious formation, in a manner that could only be described as battle-ready. Immediately, they could not help but turn stiff. After that, they suddenly heard a faint, mysterious sound that they had never heard before. That sound was similar to that of a hurricane blowing through the jungle, but at the same time, it sounded like the heart-wrenching shriek of some sort of animal, like a group of mules or something that were grouped and skinned together. However, if one listened to it closely, it sounded like the kind of motor roaring akin to what could be heard in the racing field, the loud sound produced when the tires rubbed against the ground rapidly. It has already started. Everyone, let us go to the viewing platform. After the strange sound resonated, with a grave expression, Rowling led the scientists to a viewing hole set up with several military high-infrared telescopes. I believe that by directly observing the animal migration on the island without using any means of video recording equipment, it would give you a lot of hands-on experience. Hands-on experience, you say? General, without an ounce of modesty, Stephen put his head close to an infrared telescope. Immediately, the shocking scene that appeared in front of him caused him to swallow his doubts back to his stomach. With the help of the infrared night vision function, he saw in the dark jungle from a distance the image of thousands of red-skinned monsters that were more than 10 meters tall, that looked like apes tearing the branches off the trees that could be said as short compared to their body sizes, and were rapidly moving about. The place that they passed by would end up in a wreck. Behind them was a group of monsters that looked like 100 times magnified black house rat with sharp saw teeth and 2 fangs that were doing their best to run and leap at the same time. These giant rats had a strong jumping ability. With every few steps of running they took, they would leap up high. After gliding along the air under the moonlight while baring their ferocious teeth, they would land on the ground and splatter mud all over the place. Due to the excessive panic they felt, most of these big rats did not have a fixed direction when they leap. From time to time, they would collide with the slower red-skinned apes, and this would usually lead to a bloody life-and-death fight. The oxygen content in the air of this island doesn't seem too high. So why would these species evolve to such a huge size? Gravity, but the gravity here is more or less the same with Earth. This doesn't make sense. Staring at the beasts from far away, Stephen muttered to himself with his mouth agape. After that, he continued to move the telescope and carefully observed the scene of the various different foreign worlds, animal species fleeing in a flurry. These creatures might look fierce and full of aggressive beast traits, or that they were extremely fragile and one could tell they were herbivores at first glance, or that they were animals that possessed the common characteristics of the two former types of animals with omnivorous attributes. However, right now they had gathered together, with no distinction towards each other, and were running towards the gathering place, sending a sense of fear to the people. SHT General Rowling these animals seem to be running towards us amidst the deadly silence except for the heaving breathing in the fortifications. An unknown scientist suddenly let go of the telescope and said with a trembling voice, his face streaming with sweat. "Yes, Dr. Herbert. Recently, every night during this time, countless animals would come charging at the gathering place, but don't worry. Our artillery and missiles are not just toys in the fortifications." The moment Rowling's cold sentence resonated, the artillery and missiles in the city wall fortifications suddenly activated at the same time, making a continuous and fierce attack towards the groups of animals that were gradually getting close to the gathering place. In an instant, the roaring explosion that ran through the clouds, a fire that lit up the sky, and the backup attack made by the armed helicopter rising from the deck of the warships, proved the powerfulness of the modern human civilization as they used iron and blood. In the midst of the flesh scattering and the terrifying shrieks, the beast tide began to turn away. 34 minutes later, the gathering place shook off the danger from the rampage of the group of beasts. Dear professors and doctors, this is the dilemma we are facing now. After the dust had settled, Rowling became silent for a moment before looking at the equally silent scientists and said with a heavy tone, "After being driven away today, the animals on this island will rush towards here again, as though they have no sense of memory at all. During these last few days, we'd have to rely on the cannon to strike them away before they finally take a detour from the gathering place. Fortunately, the situation doesn't continue to deteriorate." "This is bad enough, General Rowling." All of a sudden, a gray-haired, chubby old man interrupted Rowling's words in an unreserved manner. "The actions of these animals would usually only appear before a devastating large-scale natural disaster, such as volcanoes, earthquakes. Professor Turin, if this is before a natural disaster, it's impossible for this sort of forewarning abnormalities to last for 20 days immediately." One of the scientists raised a different opinion. "But this is the foreign world, Doctor. Marshal, some of the general standards in the human world may not necessarily take effect on this island." "You've also said that this is a foreign world, Professor Turin. If this is the case, it's debatable whether there is a connection between the animals' wild migration and the occurrence of a devastating natural disaster." Upon hearing the tall and fat old man defending his own inference, another scientist joined the discussion. There was a well-known saying in the Western academic circles, "The truth becomes clearer through debate." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Eventually, all of the influential and prominent scientists began to involve themselves in the discussion. Unfortunately, the existing information they had was too scarce. Therefore, when the scholars argued with each other, from evening till the middle of the night, from the fortifications of the city wall to the bunker conference room, they could not come up with any unified conclusion at all. In the end, they could only put aside the dispute and go to rest. As an assistant to Stephen, Chang Lisheng and his supervisor were assigned to a suite that had a small living room with 2 bedrooms in the room. The conditions of the accommodation were not too bad. "Professor, please let me know if you need anything." After bringing the 2 of them to the room, the officer on duty saluted, and when he was about to leave, Stephen suddenly said, "Sergeant, I really have something to trouble you." Can you please pass a message to Major Martin? Please give me a reply about the matter of collecting foreign worlds creatures I asked him earlier. It's really hard for me to be of any help without enough materials. Sure, Professor. I'll pass your message to Major Martin as soon as possible. The officer on duty nodded before turning around to leave. What a fruitful day today, what do you think? Lishing, looking at the disappearing silhouette of the sergeant, Stephen heaved a long sigh of relief. When he saw the instant coffee placed on the table in the living room, he made a cup of coffee for himself, before looking at Lishing, who was taking out a can of iced Coke from the refrigerator by the corner. I find it to be very astounding and thrilling, Professor. It kind of evokes my curiosity and my desire for adventure. I plan to go to the jungle personally tomorrow to do some inspection. Lishing, who could not find a method to leave the gathering place without leaving any trace behind, could only use his supervisor's question to take the opportunity to directly express his intentions. Stephen was dumbfounded for a moment. It's too dangerous, Lishing, too dangerous. The environment of the animals on this island is just too different from the ones on Earth. The wild beasts actually inhabit a region in group, of course. It could also be a temporary grouping. Your initial judgment sounds absurd, but I don't know why, but I feel that it kind of makes sense. These animals seem to be afraid of something. The reason they fled at night is to avoid certain dangers. But what kind of danger it is to exist so invisibly and could actually affect the ecosphere of a large island with an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers. Chapter 220 Bait. Chapter 220 Bait. Upon seeing Stephen deep in his contemplation, Lishing seized this chance to strike while the iron was hot. Professor, if we don't dwell deep into it, we may never find an answer to what kind of invisible danger this really is. Coming to Shrimp B1 Island as a supervisor's experimental assistant, as long as he had permission from Stephen to allow him to move freely, the young man would have enough reason to go wherever he wanted to go. You're right, Lishing. You're right. Just by staying in the lab doing research, by dissecting the materials are not enough. Perhaps tomorrow I should. Stephen became silent for a moment before suddenly nodding thoughtfully. No offense, Professor, but with your physical strength and current condition, it's best for you to just stay in the gathering place's lab to do the research. Otherwise, you'll just go out to die instead of risking your life. Seeing that his persuasion was too effective, Lishing, who did not want Stephen to accidentally come across any danger, quickly stopped his supervisor. Oh, that does sound kind of offensive. Even though it sounds offensive, it can at least stop you from being rash, Professor. I'm 19 years old and I grew up in a mountain village on the edge of a pristine forest. On top of that, I'm skilled in kung fu. You're 51 years old and your body is not as great as it once was. You spent your entire life in the lab, and the most adventurous feat you've done is dissecting the brain of a living dolphin. Okay, I'm going to rest now. Stephen, whom his student rendered him speechless, agitatedly waved his hand and walked into the bedroom on the left. After pushing the door open, he suddenly stood still and looked back at the quiet young man who was silent not far away before whispering, "Be careful, child. I still want to take a photo together with you safely wearing a doctor's gown during your graduation and hang it on my office's wall." Then he walked into the room. Looking at his supervisor's disappearing silhouette, Lishing chuckled soundlessly before walking into another bedroom. A few hours passed hastily. The next morning, after the young man had rinsed his face, he carried his metal box and pushed the bedroom door to the living room. The door to the opposite bedroom was open, and it seemed that Stephen had already left. However, a note was left on the coffee table. Jane Lishane approached it and lifted it to have a look. It was simply scribbled with, "I'm going to the lab to work first. Take care, okay?" After a moment of pondering, Jane Lishane wrote a big simple yes behind the note before turning to walk out of the room. The passage outside of the suite that extended in all directions left people confused as to which direction they should go. The young man had no choice but to randomly flag down an officer to ask, "Good morning, Mr. First Lieutenant. I'm a student from Stanford's Biology Institute. I've just arrived here last night with Professor Stephen. Oh, a scholar from a famous school. You're a very young, famous scholar on top of that. Good morning, Mr. Rocket Scientist. I suppose you want to go to the biological lab, right? Oh, I really have no idea where exactly it is, but please wait for a moment. Let me check whether the base map has been updated or not." No, Mr. First Lieutenant, I want to go out, up to the ground surface. May I? Of course you may. Of course, let me lead you the way. The young and lively First Lieutenant smiled. Your data has been entered into the base computer, and you can easily enter and exit the bunker when you use your face. This is even more convenient than our active duty officers. He then proceeded to bring Jane Lishane around the underground passage and finally came to an exit. Sure enough, just as he said, the young man did not produce any ID, and the sergeant guarding the exit only scanned his face to open the exit to the surface. "Thank you for your help, Mr. First Lieutenant." Jane Lishane thanked him and quickly walked up to the spiraling ladder to an empty room. "I really don't understand. It's a very simple thing. But why do they have to make things so complicated?" Feeling that it was a bit of a hassle to go through the bunker, the young man muttered to himself as he walked out of the room. What was outside was just as he expected. There was another sergeant guarding the big room. Upon seeing Jane Lishane walking out from the house, these sergeants seemed to have been informed about somebody going out, as they just ignored and let him leave while looking from side to side. The outdoor sun illuminated the ground. Carrying his own metal box, breathing in the cool air, the young man casually found a weapons supermarket to buy a long gun that he carried in a swaying manner behind his body before walking out of the newly opened gate. When he passed by a stall selling burgers and hot dogs on the roadside, he smelled the unique wheat aroma peculiar to gluten food. A pang of hunger suddenly hit him, causing him to stop right away. "What kind of burger do you have?" The stall owner was an ordinary-looking young man with ordinary body size. The moment he heard somebody asking him, he showed an unmistakably dim yet relaxed expression and answered, "Big green worm, crispy monkey, and miscellaneous meat. Everything is freshly made. Buddy, I'm leaving Shrimp B1 Island this afternoon, so you won't be able to have a taste of my cooking anymore after this. Looks like I can't get any beef burger on Shrimp B1 Island indeed." "It's all right, give me 5 of each burger," Jane Lishane said casually. "You're leaving the island today. Why don't you want to be a new cowboy anymore?" "Of course not. I'm planning to just go home to see my parents, and then come back again. My ambition is to create a chain restaurant like McDonald's and KFC in Shrimp World." "No." To the stall owner dexterously threw 20 peeled snow-white worms that were of the size of a thumb and some fleshy pieces of steak mixed with bristles into the pan. "All right. The truth is, I'm scared. Recently, this island would open fire every night. There's also this monster howling from outside the city. It's said that the reason the army fired the guns is to expel these monsters away, for they want to attack this city. That's why I applied to leave after queuing for 3 days according to the rule. It's finally my turn to damn it. I've spent so much of my thoughts into this. I wanted to launch a career here that would allow others to see me in a new light. I wanted to let those people who look down on me to know that a taciturn simpleton that doesn't like sports can succeed. Hey, buddy, it's good having ambition, but you can't just make hamburgers for others while having a running nose at the same time. Oh, sorry, I was too overcome with emotion. The young stall owner took out a paper towel and wiped his face before lifting his spirit again. Then he took out the fried worms and steaks from the pan before dexterously placing them in between the bread. After wrapping them in paper bags, he passed them to Zhang Lishing. Have a taste of my work. You'll notice that the burgers you used to eat taste as bad as firewood. Is it so? Zhang Lishing took the hamburger and took a bite. His eyes lit up right away. It's indeed tasty. I didn't know that craftsmanship is important in making burgers as well. Buddy, don't look down on hamburgers. All food is all about craftsmanship. My knack is on the round bread. Upon hearing the young man's words, the stall owner boasted. However, Zhang Lishing had no intention to discuss with others how to make a delicious burger, prompting him to throw a $100 bill he had prepared beforehand. Your round bread is indeed delicious. I think $100 should be enough for 15 burgers, right? All right, goodbye, all the best to you then. He walked away and continued to come to the huge exit of the gathering place. After the exit gate was opened, the walls on both sides begin to project continuously, playing the deadly dangers that one might encounter if one left the gathering place. These projected images were like those pictures of rotten lungs printed on cigarette cases that merely works as a warning on paper. It was actually to ensure that the person consents on the dangers of smoking before actually using one. In truth, those who dared not go out of town would not go out of town even without watching those terrifying projected images. Those who dared to go out, on the other hand, would merely curl their lips and ignore it as they passed it by when they saw those warnings, just like Zhang Lishing, who blended amidst the crowds of people who were going out. After leaving the gathering place, the young man swallowed the last burger inside the paper bag. When he was about to walk into the jungle quietly, he suddenly heard a middle-aged man, who was wearing old camouflage hunting clothes as he carried a long rifle on his shoulder, talk to him from not far away amiably. Young man, I've never seen you before. Is this your first time hunting out of town? It's very dangerous outside. Haven't you seen those warnings projected at the exit of the gathering place? Not many people who go into the jungle alone can come out again. Hunting? Oh no, I'm not an extreme sports enthusiast, but a biologist who is planning to go out of town to collect specimens. To most people, hunting in the foreign world's jungle was an extremely dangerous activity that had losses which outweighed the gains. However, to Zhang Lishing, it was similar to an emerging extreme sport like deep-sea snorkeling or bare-handed climbing. For this reason, he merely replied casually before walking into the jungle. Looks like it's an ignorant little fellow. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and amusingly cast a glance at his companion before walking into the dense jungle behind the young man. Not long after, Zhang Lishing walked in front of him with light footsteps as though he had not noticed anything at all. All of a sudden, he stopped and took off his clothes in the dark jungle before carrying them in his hand. What is this little fellow doing? Shit, looks like our bait is a madman. It doesn't matter as long as it's human meat. The strange animals in this jungle will love it, the hunters following behind the young man said in astonishment through their walkie-talkie when they saw his incomprehensible actions. After that, these people watched with their own eyes how Zhang Lisheng's naked body suddenly swelled abruptly to 5 meters tall as though he was inflating, transforming into a ferocious giant whose body was filled with steel-like solid muscles covered with yellow and blue scales. Now that his clothes and the metal box could be gripped in his palm, the young man who had not transformed for a long time stretched his body and turned around with a cold gaze before howling ferociously at the direction where he was coming from just now. The FCK run RUN, that fellow is not a human. Myron, this is your idiot idea. Bait, you always like to use others as bait. Look now, in the end, we've become the fish that the bait caught instead. Don't run, we have more than 10 guns, but there's only one him. No matter how big he is. In a shriek of horror, the ridicules and jokes he had just said right now had turned into shouts of horror. When somebody finally summoned their courage to resist, a sudden gush of cyclone compressed him into a pile of meat, before being blown away out of sight. Chapter 221. Chapter 221. Seeing how this monster smashed their companion into a pile of meat, the brutal hunters who realized that they had fallen into a desperate situation rose to a futile attempt to defy death. They shouted loudly, "Let's just die then, we'll bring you to death together, monster," and stopped escaping. Turning around, they raised their long rifles and aimed it at Zhang Lisheng's huge body, which was an obvious target to them, before shooting continuously with sounds of bang 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 ringing out. Unfortunately, even though the force of the weapons was powerful, an ordinary gun was simply unable to pose a great threat to a wizard who had transformed a wizard goo. After being attacked, Zhang Lisheng, who merely relied on the tough scales on the skin to repel the bullets, smiled horrendously. A continuous stream of air spouted out of his long, huge mouth, and in a moment, he completely destroyed a fan-shaped surface of the jungle within a few hundred meters in front of him. He sliced off both humans and trees alike. After that, he stepped on the remnants on the broken tree branches, and the human remnants stuck together before casting the spell Assemble with his mind. In an instant, a gust of dark blood consolidated in front of him, transforming into a faint blood mist that covered the flesh and bones on the ground. Very soon, a series of ruffling sounds resonated from deep inside the jungle. Not long after, countless strange insects gathered from the jungle, biting and fighting with each other to compete for the blood food. With his giant body still naked, Zhang Lisheng stared at the insects that were increasing in number with a blank expression. In the end, when they covered the floor of the area of the jungle he destroyed like a layer of wriggling blankets, he could not help but start feeling hopeful. Ever since the young man learned that it would also have to depend on luck for a wizard goo to transform, the young man understood that in order to nurture an ancient and strange insect, other than having great luck, the only other way was to refine more wizard goo and pick like great tides washing the sand. He had already planned ahead that he would hunt at least 8 wizard gus in Shrimp B1 Island for him to throw into the factory outside of New York temporarily. After the other slaughterhouses in Los Angeles, Chicago, and other big metropolitan cities had been built, he would nurture one wizard goo in each of the slaughterhouses and slowly select the one that could transform. His plan of refining the insects he gathered with a spell Assemble into wizard gus was the beginning of all of his plans. It had a special meaning, so of course, he wished that it would have a good start. As time gradually passed, the foreign world's insects that were lured in by his spell began to decrease through a brutal bloody battle. The strong devoured the weak, along with the nourishment from a wizard's blood essence. The ones who remained naturally became stronger and stronger. Upon seeing a few exceptionally ferocious poisonous insects showing a combat ability far surpassing other insects, Chang Lisheng could not help but mutter, "This blackshell beetle looks pretty ferocious, and has the look of a champion on top of that." Beetle, its strength attribute should be quite strong after refining. That eight-clawed strange insect that looks like a spider seems to be strong too. Oh, web shooting, its special ability is actually web shooting. This is even more like a spider, yeah. As Zhang Lisheng was talking to himself about his own harvest, he suddenly saw new shoots sprouting out of the roots of the fallen trees on the ground. After the new shoots were bathed in the sun on the broken stumps, they began spreading out, getting thicker and taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to this growth rate, it would only take a few hours at most for this destroyed jungle to be restored to its original state. Zhang Lisheng had gone through a few explorations in the Shrimp B1 Island jungle, but he had never seen such a phenomenon before. Dumbfounded, he walked to the nearest stump in front of him in astonishment and opened his mouth to blow wind to break the green shoot that had grown as thick as a human thumb in just a short period of time. After the green shoot broke, it rolled onto the ground, but after a while, a fine bud the size of a hair could slowly be seen on the stump again. It's not a one-time restoration either. This is too incredible. Could it be that it's a temporary sudden evolution? Staring at the newly born tree bud, Zhang Lisheng made a guess, but as his train of thought changed its course, he vetoed it again. No, impossible. Such a change is as impossible as having a human regenerating his limb in just a day. I've destroyed more than one species of tree in this area of the jungle too. As he pondered over it, he recalled that the gathering place had poured a lot of ammunition into the forest in order to stop the beast-tide attack, so he crouched down. Countless small fine veins on both of his thick arms began to bulge out as he leaped. With a thud, a huge pit of 20 to 30 centimeters deep appeared on the mud. Zhang Lisheng, on the other hand, shot out straight high into the sky hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. A black giant bird without any feather on its body that had a form like an ancient pterosaur flying freely in the sky by just relying on two pairs of its featherless wings felt a strong airflow coming from underneath. As it cried out, "Kyar, Kyar," it twisted its body and dived forward, dodging the young man who was shooting up high to the sky by just a few milliseconds. As Zhang Lisheng had a clear bird's eye view of the mottled jungle below from the air, he did not see any large damaged area. After the energy of his body shooting upward was exhausted, he fell into the dense jungle like a meteorite, bringing along with him a whistling sound that rattled a few giant trees more than 10 meters high till they broke. Strange, very strange indeed. Things don't seem right. Don't tell me that the army in the gathering place are really idiots to think that they have actually never mentioned anything about such a peculiar phenomenon at all. Striding out from the deep pit he made when he crashed onto the ground, the young man frowned and muttered to himself in deep contemplation. At this moment, a burst of strange SHH sounds suddenly resonated in the air, disrupting his thoughts right away. Stunned, Zhang Lisheng glanced in the direction of the sound and saw a shiny volleyball-sized oval-shaped beetle that had a black shell glistening in a luminous manner on a thriving green tree seedling. It was standing on its 6 long, slender limbs that seemed to be out of proportion compared to its body, and was shaking its head as it hissed. "It looks pretty okay. I hope it won't let me down," Seeing that the battle of the group of poisonous insects lured in by the assemble spell had already had its final winner, the young man murmured and cast the assimilate spell using his mind. After a series of blood essence refining, it was fortunate that the blackshell beetle did not explode to a puddle of blood. Instead, after its exoskeleton, its flesh and blood burst open and was being reorganized again. It transformed into a wizard goo that had a shape similar to a rugby ball. Looking at the beetle that had been successfully refined, Zhang Lisheng, whose mind did not show any hieroglyph, frowned and cast the transform spell in his mind without any hesitance. This was done to strengthen this newly refined insect to become a quintuple refined wizard goo. Unfortunately, after going through such elaborated hard work, the beetle still did not show any omniscient power and merely had its body transformed into the size of a manhole cover. If it was before, Zhang Lisheng would have eliminated such wizard goo, or he might not have given it any chance of going through that few transform spell to be strengthened at all. However, ever since he learned that a wizard goo that possessed omniscient power might not be able to transform as well, he started to have different ideas already. This time, Zhang Lisheng did not take the initiative to command Kyuko he brought with him to consume the black beetle. Instead, he expanded the size of the beetle's body to more than 20 times and turned it into a huge giant insect that had a height of more than 5 meters, with a length of more than 10 meters, with the help of his spell. After that, he leaped up onto the wizard guy's back and realized that the shell that appeared to be thick and hard was actually very elastic. When he sat on top of it, his body sunk in comfortably and his buttocks were even sucked in tightly by a gush of deep suction energy. Zhang Lisheng showed a neither laughing nor crying face. I can't believe that even though this beetle doesn't have any omniscient power, it's actually more suitable to be used as a ride rather than island dragon or croco-dragon. Oh, I should just call it the beetle car. Zhang Lisheng commanded the wizard goo and began to run towards the direction where the Teetering Valley lied. Since he didn't have the broad view he would get when riding on the worm dragon while soaring through the clouds, advancing through the forest while dodging the dense interwoven roots and stems of the trees slanted out from the side slowed down his speed by a huge margin. It was a good thing that beetle car had 6 limbs that were 30 to 40 meters long that could easily twist around like an octopus. Not only that, they had many suction cups, so when they came into an open area, it would use its slender limbs to prop up his body before running all the way. When it came across an area that was difficult to pass through, the wizard goo would slide its limbs forward and backward, sucking onto the branches of the giant trees in the forest to sway around to avoid them. On top of that, its gigantic body size and hissing of terror was enough to scare most of the wild beasts in the forests. In the end, without wasting much time, the young man arrived at his destination by noontime smoothly. When the strange insect swayed from the trunk of a giant wood on the edge of the jungle and made a leap of 100 meters before landing down on the mountain pass, the Teetering warriors guarding the tribe had already blown their horns immediately, while leaping out from their hiding place holding onto their spears in a tragic posture. Crouching down, they futilely put on a gesture of vigilance and intimidation. Looking down at the several dozens of indigenous midgets that were as small as ants around the giant insect, Zhang Lisheng howled in a deep voice, "Children of Teetering, there's no need to tremble in fear. It's me, the remodeler of Teetering. I have returned." Upon hearing his howl, the originally vigilant Aborigine warriors froze and looked up to have a clear view of the rider behind the giant insect's back. After they saw him, they knelt down on the ground with admiration. The great remodeler, the living faith of Teetering tribesmen, we're willing to offer you piety and life. I accept your faith. Continue to carry out your responsibility, guardians." When Jane Lishane heard the Aborigines' prayers in a new guise, he affectedly replied and commanded the wizard goo to straighten its limbs to prop up its body. Casually striding over the kneeling Aborigines, he headed deep into the valley. The bleak horn behind him was blown again. However, the meaning implied was completely different now. The fully armed indigenous warriors who were prepared for a deadly battle became the concierge team to welcome their god instead. Surrounded by countless kneeling Aborigines in every direction he looked at, Jane Lishane rode on the giant insect and came to the Tudenan's thick totem pole. The wizard goo crouched down and the young man stood up, pretending to walk down from the insect's back one step at a time in a solemn manner. "Tudenan's remodeler, our living faith who walks on the ground, please allow your humble servant to offer you the highest respect." Upon seeing Jane Lishane's gigantic body coming up to him, the Tudenan's tribal headman, Tugra, kneeled in admiration and crawled forward on the mud before kissing the giant's footsteps and said piously, Chapter 222 An Accidental Change. Chapter 222 An Accidental Change. Perhaps it was the bright feathers fully stuck on his head that formed the shape of the crown, and the expensive animal skin covered with long, soft hair wrapped around him that added a bit of awe-inspiring air to him. With just a few months of not seeing each other, Tugra, whom Jane Lishane had appointed to become the tribal headman, had come to possess an air of majesty. However, from the apparently tired look on him, it looked like being a headman did not seem to be an easy deed. "All right, Tugra. Get up now. I have something I want to ask you." Jane Lishane looked at the Aborigine kneeling by his feet. He gradually shrank his body to a normal height before walking straight into the biggest tree bark house in the entire Tudenan tribe beside the totem pole. "Yes, great remodeler," Tugra replied and stood up in a hurry. Walking behind the young man anxiously, he entered the sacred house dedicated to the tribal book of history. After Jane Lishane entered the house, he sat directly on the furry animal skin and dropped the metal box and wrinkled clothes on his hand. Right away, he asked Tugra, "Lately, the animals on the island run around every night. Do you know why?" Upon hearing this question, the Tudenan's headman suddenly showed a look of horror, while the warrior behind him, who was his inseparable bodyguard, even turned stiff right away. With a pair of wide eyes, he looked at the tribal remodeler in shock. When the young man saw the unusual expression on the two Aborigines, he immediately realized that he had asked the wrong question. Intuitively, he held his fist tightly. When he was about to make his move, Tugra suddenly pulled out a beast's fang knife that served as a decorative display by his waist and turned around with all his might to stab it into the bodyguard's neck. In the midst of his panic, the brave tribal warrior did not dodge at all. Just like this, the person whom he was supposed to protect with his own life cut his throat into half. Without even making a sound, his life left his body together with the blood spurting out of his arterial pulse as he fell onto the ground, dying slowly while twitching. Tugra devoutly kneeled down on the pool of blood and buried his head deeply, answering with a slightly trembling voice, "Great remodeler, the reason why the animals on the island have gone berserk is because the birth of the new forest spiritual monster is coming soon. The Luna god will bestow the dew of wisdom every 30 to 50 rounds of season change. If the dew falls onto the island, it'll grant wisdom and strength to rocks, trees, and beasts. It would then transform them into the forest monster. If the dew falls into the ocean, it'll grant wisdom and strength to reefs, waves, and the big fishes in the ocean and transform them to become a sea spiritual monster. Oh, I see. Zhang Lisheng frowned and finally understood why he had just revealed his own pretense. The reason he could become the Teutonan's guardian in the first place was that the Aborigines regarded him as a sea spiritual monster. However, the question of why would the animals on the island run around every night was not a question that any sane spiritual monster would ask. This was the same reason why a sane adult would not point to a pregnant woman and ask why she was pregnant. Great Remodeler, it's you who allowed the Teutonan to live on the brink of extinction to continue to survive, and it's you who appointed me to become the headman of Teutonan. You're the living religion the tribal book of history recognized from the moment you handed the book of history to me. I've secretly sworn in my heart to devote myself to you sincerely. Zhang Lisheng, who had fallen into deep contemplation, was pulled back to reality by Tugra's words of loyalty. Thus he suddenly asked, "All right, Tugra, you've already proven your loyalty through action just now. However, don't you think you've overreacted a little? Don't tell me that somebody like me has appeared in the history of the Hellfire people before and that it's a taboo on top of that. Great Remodeler, the city-state country on the land has once sent a powerful God-chosen citizen to be the guardian of a certain Hellfire tribe with the identity of a spiritual monster 700 years ago. Later, it brought a terrible catastrophe to the Hellfire archipelago," Tugra answered vaguely with a slightly weak voice. Zhang Lisheng, who had personally witnessed the Aborigines of this island who were willing to sacrifice their own lives without any hesitation just to express their piety, did not expect the tribe to have somebody who would change sides like Tugra as well. Not only that, one could say that this despicable guy who had selfishly put his tribal destiny on the line was actually his own believer too. Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, he replied, "Understood. Don't worry, Tugra. I'm not sent by a country or any force. I'm me. Okay, you can stand up now and come sit beside me. Tell me the stories about these spiritual monsters." Yes, Great Remodeler, whether it was because he had heard of the unfathomable assurance Zhang Lisheng made out of conscience, or whether he already knew he had escaped a deadly disaster and could now act tyrannically to enjoy the power of the tribal headman, Tugra's tense expression finally relaxed. He climbed up from the pool of blood and sat beside Zhang Lisheng, before starting to talk about the stories of the monsters continuously. It turned out that in Shrimp World No. 2, every few decades, countless shining silver-white droplets would fall from the sky like rain onto the sea where the Hellfire people lived. In ancient legends, these droplets the Hellfire people called the Dew of Wisdom was said to be seeds of wisdom and power poured down by the overturning of a treasured jar of the Luna god living on the moon. The stones, trees, waves, fish, and beasts that these seeds bestowed with wisdom and all kinds of magical powers would be known as spiritual monsters. At the beginning of the birth of the spiritual monsters, their minds would be ignorant, and their temperaments would be extremely cruel and reckless. Strangely, they would never harm any Hellfire people. Over time, the Hellfire people regarded them as their natural guardians. The power of the spiritual monsters would usually increase as they age. However, this doesn't apply to all. Sometimes, a newly born spiritual monster may have some inexplicable, mysterious strength. Great Remodeler, the dew of wisdom that falls from the sky would always fall onto the island and ocean alternately, without fail. In other words, the sea spiritual monster and the land forest spiritual monster will not be born together at the same time. The reason the wild beasts on the island became so agitated was because the forest spiritual monster will be born soon, Tugra said in detail. After listening to the Aborigines' explanation, Zhang Lisheng pondered for a moment in silence before asking, Tugra, then, do you know when the forest spiritual monster will be born? No, great remodeler. The Hellfire people merely rely on the abnormal reactions of the wild beasts on the island to guess that the Luna god will pour the dew of wisdom soon. As for which day exactly, only God himself knows about it. Then, wouldn't the strong commotion the beasts created on the island bring any disaster to the Hellfire tribe? When Zhang Lisheng recalled the terrible scene of the beast tide yesterday, he asked with a lingering fear. Great remodeler, as long as there were more than 1,000 people praying in front of the totem pole and the tribal book of history, the beasts will avoid the habitat of the tribe. How amazing! Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before turning to look at the tribal book of history on the altar of the bark house. This is a natural selection. A tribe that has less than 2,000 people will perish or would be forced to give up their habitat on this big island to hide on those uninhabited islands. A powerful tribe, on the other hand, can expand their territory without any effort, but this kind of expansion is just too slow. Tugra, is Tudanan considered a powerful tribe in the nearby forest? No, great remodeler. Even though it has become twice as powerful as before thanks to your efforts, a tribe that only has 10,000 people cannot be called powerful yet. Is there any tribe nearby that has strength similar to Tudanan? There is Val's at the west of the forest. After crossing Val's tribe, there's Pavero that resides and relies on the north of the underground Golden River. After that, there's also Menger tribe that inhabits the swamp lake to the east of the valley. I'm asking about a tribe that is closest to the Tudanan Valley and has similar strength. Menger it is then, great remodeler. In that case, let's set Menger as the first target of Tudanan's expansion. Zhang Lisheng stood up from the animal skin and strode out of the bark house. Tugra, summon 30 strong warriors to see me. They don't have to possess profound combat skills, they only need to have powerful strength. Great remodeler, Menger is not like the former declining Tudanan. It's said that there are 3 guardians who are receiving offerings from the tribe. Now that you don't have the 2 powerful legendary creatures partners by your side, wouldn't you Tugra stuttered in a low voice. Upon seeing the Aborigines' stuttering manner, a pang of realization hit Zhang Lisheng. Tugra felt they would lose the battle now that Worm, Dragon, and Lizard were not with him. He smiled faintly with confidence. Tugra, in between wisdom and powerful brute strength, the former is much more important in a battle. You've seen my strength last time, so let me show you my wisdom this time. Stop this nonsense and gather the warriors. Yes, great remodeler. Tugra dared not say anything more and merely bent his waist to retreat. After pondering for a moment, a mysterious smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Instead of walking towards the house where the warriors were resting, he strode to the bark house where the tribal military chief would have his meetings and pushed the guard away with might. Abruptly pushing away the heavy curtains, he shouted solemnly, "Chief Tumu, assemble 30 of our most powerful people among the stay-behind warriors immediately." In the bark house, 7 to 8 Aborigine warriors, who were wearing half-length iron armor and with plumes stuck on their heads, were sitting around a rough wooden table, discussing something. Seeing Tugra barging in, a warrior who was the youngest warrior in the middle suddenly leaped up. When he was just about to speak, the hand of the chief immediately covered his mouth, who was also the only warrior who had 3 brightly colored feathers stuck on his head. "Yes, Headman Tugra. Lu, follow me to pick 28 most powerful warriors. Count both of us in 2. Well, follow the headman to carry out the order of the great remodeler." Chapter 223 Refining Corpse Puppet. Chapter 223 Refining Corpse Puppet. Hearing that Tumu did not reject his orders with many unreasonable reasons as he would usually do, Tugra showed a disappointed look. "Chief Tumu, it looks like your brain is not filled entirely with muscles." Then, he proceeded to turn and leave the wooden house. The sentence that the headman had said before he left made the unruly warriors in the wooden house realize that it was obviously a trap just now. Had they been a little slow just now, they would have most likely enraged that tribal living faith of theirs. The moment they recalled the powerfulness of the Teutonen's remodeler who destroyed the entire Luarmi tribe with only the help of the two legendary beasts, one of the most powerful warriors with revealed sharp teeth and a fully wrinkled face howled in a twisted expression, "It's obvious that he wants to die by the hands of the great remodeler. To think that Tugra actually has such a vicious mind, he's not worthy of being our headman. Lu, if you really treat him as a chief, perhaps Tugra would not have been tempted to get rid of you anymore." Upon hearing the toothy warrior's howl, a skinny aborigine beside him who had sharp eyes said in a low voice, "Nunani W, what did you mean?" The toothy warrior stuttered. "Don't tell me that you're actually willing to let such an incompetent person rule the tribe." "Enough, Lu, right now. The most important thing is to carry out the great remodeler's command. Follow me." Tumu, who had been silent after Tugra left, slapped the wooden table with a grave expression. After taking a good look at Nunani, he proceeded to stride out of the wooden house by himself. Not long after, the warrior chief with 3 bright feathers stuck on his head who had the highest position in the Teutonen tribe brought his loyal subordinate and the carefully selected 28 strong aborigine warriors to stride up to Zhang Lisheng. Crouching on the ground, Tumu kissed the remodeler's foot and said in a strong voice, "Teutonen tribal living faith, your devout warrior, Tumu, has come to serve you." "Very good, Tumu." Even though Zhang Lisheng did not know who the warrior beside his feet was, he was equipped with the knowledge that a warrior with 3 feathers on his head had a high position in the tribe. For this reason, he caressed Tumu's head and said, "I've already felt your devotion to me. Right now, follow me to have hearty hunting with the Menger tribesmen. None of you have to make any move. You just have to transport the praise." Tumu could not understand the reason why this powerful spiritual monster, who could shrink his body to the size of a Hellfire tribesman, wanted to attack the Menger tribesmen who lived next to Teutonen. However, after the remodeler caressed him, he could clearly sense the good intention behind it. Thus, without hesitance, he answered, "Yes, great remodeler." Then, he rose from the ground and commanded the warriors behind him to arrange themselves in a battle formation right away. It looked ridiculous to let a group of rabbits guard a lion, but the meaning implied in it was completely different. "These aborigines seem to be much more complicated than I thought, and much more useful too." When Zhang Lisheng saw the performance of the aborigine chief warrior, he curled his lips and muttered to himself in a very low voice before leading this group of aborigines to walk out of the valley. The moment they entered the forest, the Teutonen remodeler immediately expanded his body to become a ferocious giant, turning his mouth into the size of a wooden door and blew out strong cyclones to destroy the forest indiscriminately. After obtaining enough beast carcasses, he directly cast the assemble spell through his mind. Very soon, countless insects lured in by the spell leaped out of the deep jungle as they gathered to feed on the blood food. This time, Zhang Lisheng did not take the opportunity to screen for wizard goo. Instead, he enslaved the temporarily lured-in insects and commanded them to head to the east of the Teutonen Valley like a flood. After the insects spread out, he waited quietly without saying a word until he could faintly sense the general direction of where the prey emerged. With a whisper, he said, "Tumu, follow my footsteps closely." He then stepped on the mud and moved forward in a seemingly slow but actually fast pace that the Aborigine warriors could hardly catch up. More than 10 minutes later, Chang Lisheng tracked down a group of indigenous hunters who were hunting a green forest goat with 4 long horns and a length of more than 5 meters. Even though that fat giant forest goat looked huge in size, it was still only a herbivore no matter what. When the spear-yielding Aborigines surrounded it, the only method of resistance was to run into them using the horns on his head. Unfortunately, the agile hunters always dodged it away. Perhaps it was due to the reason that the prey was too weak. The hunters who did not know that they had also become prey bared their teeth and shouted intimidatingly, roar roar as they did so. They actually still had the capability to move agilely while chatting with each other. So many flying insects today, they've covered my eyes already. Daru, I told you to ignite the smoked grass, but you didn't want to listen. The forest spiritual monster will be born in these next few days, and the big trees on the island would sprout once they're slashed. The beasts and insects have gone crazy. The insects will go crazy, but in the daytime, the 4-horned goat will not be stupid enough to enter woodland with an ignited smoked grass. Aruper, if I really had listened to you, we'd not have any delicious fat goat for our dinner tonight anymore. Hiding behind a lush tree, looking at the Aborigines hunting casually not far away, Chang Lisheng whispered and asked Tumu, who was following behind him with a spear in his hand, "Are these hunters from Menger?" Tumu narrowed his eyes and raised his head to take a careful look with the help of the mottled light penetrating through the giant tree leaves and branches before saying with certainty, "Great Remodeler, their chief has an ugly feather from the gray mud bird on his head and his knees are full of mud. He's definitely a hunter from the Menger. How lucky. Wait right here, you guys." Upon hearing this satisfactory answer, Chang Lisheng showed a pleasant smile and urged the Tudanan warriors before walking out from behind the tree briskly. Although the 4-horned goat attracted most of the attention, when a big living person walked out straight towards them, it caught the attention of the Menger hunters. In the primitive jungle that advocated the law of the jungle, there was no moral norm to follow, so it was extremely common for tribal hunting teams to snatch each other's prey. "This is our prey, go away." Although Chang Lisheng was alone and did not appear to have any other intention, the chief hunter still howled at him immediately with a gloomy glare. However, after their gap was narrowed to a suitable distance before this strong Aborigine warrior could manage to finish his sentence, he immediately charged out towards the wizard's outstretched arms and sent a punch to the wizard's stomach. After that, Chang Lisheng's gaze sharpened as he started to count 1, 2, 3, 32, giving off a series of attacks with both his punches and kicks with a movement so agile nobody could catch his movement clearly. Since the Aborigines' simple weapons could not penetrate through his defense, he wantonly knocked the entire group of Menger hunters to the ground in a short period of time. "Tumu, come out. Lead your men and carry these Menger tribesmen back to the Tudanan Valley." "Yes, Great Remodeler." Tumu agilely led the tribal warriors to emerge from the dense jungle and carry the Menger hunter who had fallen to the ground. After glancing at the forest goat that had leaped and ran away towards the distance regrettably, they followed behind Chang Lisheng and returned to the tribal territory. The time it took for Chang Lisheng to voice out the plan of hunting down the Menger tribesmen to bring the 30 living Menger captives back home was less than the time it took for firewood to burn out. When Tugger, who was personally leading the tribal women to feed the giant beetle who was standing in a daze like a statue in front of the totem pole, saw Chang Lisheng walking back to the valley, he rushed forward in astonishment before crouching on the ground and kissing on the young man's foot. Great Remodeler. Enough, Tugger. Every time when you guys see me, y'all kneel and salute me before repeating the prayer, O Great Remodeler. Is this a necessary ritual for Hellfire people or the habit of Toodanen tribe? It's not a necessary ritual for Hellfire people, but to every tribe, the Great Remodeler is. If it's not a necessary ritual, then there's no need to repeat it again and again. Chang Lisheng originally wanted to abolish the Teeter's primitive habits of saluting the god, but he suddenly had a change of thought. If there was no ritual at all, the pious belief would inevitably fade away. It's enough to do this once a day only. You only have to bow to show me respect and call me Remodeler directly. Yes, Remodeler Tugger was stunned for a moment before replying awkwardly. Did you hear me Tumu? The same applies to all of you too. Chang Lisheng turned and told the Aborigine chief warrior behind him before striding to the bark house that enshrined the tribal book of history. As he passed the totem pole, he stopped and looked at the wizard Gu, who instinctively swallowed the blood the tribal women offered. Tugger, stop feeding this insect bloody food. It'll never be full even if it eats till the entire Toodanen is famished. Yes, Remodeler. Also, I want to carry out a bloody ritual to send a curse to the Menger tribe. It's not too good for me to do this kind of thing in the tree house that enshrines the book of history. Order your men to prepare a clean house for me. Place a wooden table in the middle that can accommodate a Hellfire person, and use a wooden tub to prepare clean water condensed from steam. Tumu, Tugger, after cleaning the tree bark house, tie the Menger tribesmen and place them outside the houses. Remember to monitor them properly. Yes, Remodeler. Upon hearing Zhang Lisheng's order, Tugger and Tumu bowed awkwardly and answered at the same time. After feeling that he had arranged everything, Chang Lisheng walked into the sacred bark house in front of him and took out the metal box with the 01 mixed reagent. Then, the young man carried out the cruel corpse puppet refining method with the 32 Menger hunters as his materials in the other slightly smaller bark house. The results were outstanding, except for the first two. Due to the reason that he had not mastered the amount of 01 mixed reagent needed for a living material, it caused the two of them to erode directly from their own blood during the refining process that caused them to turn into ashes. However, the other 30 Aborigines were all transformed. After using the concentrated blending reagents in 2 silver containers and spending a few hours to get his desired corpse puppets, Zhang Lisheng heaved a long sigh of relief before commanding the corpse puppets to walk out of the wooden house stiffly. Chapter 224 The Imminence of War. Chapter 224 The Imminence of War. It was already near dusk this time. The sun that was about to set cast its last afterglow onto the valley and caused the Toodanen tribe to be shrouded in a faint golden glow. When Zhang Lisheng was carrying out the ceremony, Tugger and Tumu were waiting outside the treehouse. The two people seemed unmoved by the screams resonating from the room from time to time. They did not communicate with each other but merely stood outside the room with a blank expression. When they saw the young man walk out of the bark house surrounded by the Menger tribesmen, Tugger's eyes lit up right away. Tumu, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes with horror before concealing it by lowering his head and be the first to bow to salute. Remodeler. However, when the chief warrior of Toodanen only managed to speak one word, the headman took his sentence right away. Remodeler, you've managed to tame these Menger tribesmen. This is incredible. Only a living faith who walks on the ground like you can do this without the need to push down any totem pole nor snatching the tribal book of history. You can make these Menger huntsmen. Tugger, nobody can do these things you said. Otherwise, the Hellfire people would have already long built a powerful unified dynasty or even perished already. Then, fair upon hearing Zhang Lisheng's answer, Tugra stared at the tamed Menger tribesman dumbstruck. He finally realized that there seemed to be a faint, strange smell from these fellows who were still walking normally just now. Not only that, their complexion looked dull and had a kind of sinister aura. The beast tide from the jungle is about to appear soon, right? Zhang Lisheng raised his head to look at the sky and suddenly asked. Yes, remodeler. We've already prepared for dinner tonight after we've filled our stomachs and kneeled down for prayers. The beast tide will appear soon. Very good. Zhang Lisheng nodded before commanding the black beetle, who had been quietly staying by the side of the totem pole for a long time, to extend its long legs. Under the surprised exclamation of the aborigines, it walked up to him. Tumu, go find a scout who is familiar with the terrain. And he should also be brave enough. I want to bring him for a stroll in Menger. Yes, remodeler, raising his head to quietly look at the giant insect crouching beside him, and the corpses that climbed up to the giant beetle one after another stiffly with both hands, Tumu answered and gradually retreated. When he left far away from Zhang Lisheng, his face turned grave right away. It's apparent that this is a power of commanding the deceased. Those meager tribesmen are corpses. How can a sea spiritual monster possess such power? Could it be that? No, wait a minute, it must be me who has been thinking too much. The spiritual monsters have a power that is mysterious, and perhaps Remodeler really possesses an ability that other ordinary sea spiritual monsters don't have. When the Tudenen's chief warrior was hoodwinking himself, Zhang Lisheng was giving out his order to the tribe's headman. If everything goes smoothly, he'll conquer the Menger tonight. Dig a blood pool early and prepare to convert the captives to become Tudenen tribesmen. Even though this valley is not huge, it can accommodate 2 to 3 times more of the current population. Take apart the Menger tribe and move them here to live at the valley. Yes. It seemed as though Tugra could only answer the word yes in the face of the remodeler's order. Finally, he lowered his voice and answered politely, Remodeler, after the Menger tribesmen enter Tudenen, will their chief warrior remain in the same position as the previous example? Tugra, the reason the destroyed Luarmi tribal chief warrior maintained his position was that Tudenen was already extinct at that time. The situation this time is different. Zhang Lisheng saw Tumu bring in Aborigine with long limbs who appeared to be bright and quick-witted among the other Aborigines walking towards them. Then, without warning, he jumped high onto the back of Beetlecar. After the Menger tribesmen have entered Tudenen, Ya'll have 50 power to select the warrior leaders, while the other 50 will go to Tumu and the rest of Tudenen's current warrior leaders to pick. That's it. In fact, in a Hellfire tribe that barely had a population of 10,000 like Tudenen, other than those who were weak to the point that they would just become food for the beasts, when they entered the jungle, the rest of the adult men are all warriors or hunters. For this reason, the position of Tugra's headman, who was basically standing at the opposite side of the tribal warrior leaders, was just a name. Now that he had obtained half of the right to appoint and dismiss the leaders after the Menger tribesmen had converted to become Tudenen tribesmen, despite the fact that it was merely just a yet-cached promise right now, it was still enough to make him kneel on the ground beside himself with joy, praising the grace of the remodeler in succession. Tumu, on the other hand, only heard of the last part of Zhang Lisheng's statement from far away about how half of the right to appoint and dismiss the converted Menger warrior leaders was given to the current Tudenen tribal warrior leaders. He, who walked near to the giant insect, could also only kneel on the ground beside Tugra and chanted, Great Remodeler, Thank you for your magnanimity. Enough, it's not the time to celebrate the division of shares right now. Looking down condescendingly at the small indigenous figures on the mud, Chang Lisheng frowned and pointed at the young aborigine behind Tumu. Tumu, is this your scout? Yes, Remodeler Duber is the best scout in the tribe, with a brave and determined heart. The moment the Tudanen's chief warrior finished his sentence, the young aborigine kneeled and kissed Zhang Lisheng's footprint on the mud before saying in a slightly trembling voice, "Great Remodeler Tudanen's living faith, your devout servant, Duber, is here to serve you." "Very good, come up to the back of the beetle car and well depart." Yes, Duber crept up from the ground and agilely crept up on the wizard Gus' back. He originally wanted to maintain his body balance, but after riding on beetle car that suddenly propped up its 6 slender limbs to walk in a swaying manner out of the valley, he realized he had already been firmly absorbed by the giant insect's shell. Right now, there was no longer any light in the dense jungle outside of the Tudanen tribe. Only the howling of the beasts that were getting rapidly faster and louder echoing within it. "Duber, come here and give me the direction." "Well, go to Menger Swamp." Chang Lisheng commanded the wizard Du to climb up on the jungle's big tree before moving towards the east using the tree canopy. Yes, Remodeler Duber, who had never ridden on a gigantic strange insect that horrifyingly traveled on the dense forest canopy, stood up on the back of the insect in fear, before passing by the few corpse puppets lying on the wizard Gus' shell whose entire bodies were entirely sucked firmly in a flash. He then came to sit beside Zhang Lisheng. By the time he reached him, after sitting down, he relied on the little rising stars in the sky to point out the direction where the Menger tribe lied. Right at this moment, the beast tide erupted as countless wild beasts began to run amok for no reason. Chang Lisheng commanded Beetlecar to use its 6 long limbs that were full of suckers to dodge the slamming of the herd of beasts like an acrobat. "It's finally here," he said as he continued to look around. At the top, thousands of beasts swept past the young man. In the end, one giant rhinoceros who slammed hard all the way, crashing down several dozen trees along the way, by just relying on its thick armor and profound strength, that stamped many small animals into piles of meat, finally caught his eyes. "It's this fellow then, it's big enough, and it's strong enough, it looks wild enough too." Zhang Lisheng nodded as he muttered to himself. Then, a small ugly strange wasp flew up from him and soared against the night wind that was blowing intensely. Very soon, it chased up to the giant rhinoceros running. Fiercely, it stabbed its long stinger at its back that was nearly 1 meter long into the rhinoceros' body. The tough green armor of the giant rhinoceros was penetrated through right away like a paper paste. The agonizing pain made this wild beast go berserk. Vroom vroom, it howled as it turned around, before slamming its body towards the strange wasp that attacked it with all its might and made it fall to the ground. Unfortunately, while it was stepping onto the wings of the strange wasp that was struggling on the forest ground and had just opened its mouth trying to give a fatal bite to its enemy, its body froze right away. The hard skin of its body began to protrude and moved like ripples before it exploded with a bang into pieces. After seeing hundreds of wasps the size of a volleyball with a thick body, short and thin stingers, and 4 pairs of thick wings tear open the giant rhinoceros till only a layer of thick skin was left behind, and agilely hovered in the air, Chang Lisheng breathed a long sigh of relief. "It's a success," he muttered before he commanded Kyuko, that had been heavily injured after the animal herd trampled it when it fell to the ground, to lead its paratroopers back to his side. Now that he had done his preparations, Chang Lisheng no longer retained his speed anymore. He commanded the wizard Gu to continue advancing at the direction Duber showed him. Not long after, they came to a vast swamp overflowing with mud. When he entered the swamp from the pristine jungle, the height of the plants shortened, and they were mainly made up of vine plants. Looking from the top of the tree, the entire swamp was like a huge mud pit covered by wooden tents. There was also a large group of animals running away rapidly, but it was apparent that the size of this group was much smaller than the jungle outside. The Menger tribe is right there, Remodelo. Cuber, who witnessed Chang Lisheng command the wizard Gu to transform the powerful adult Tigaceros into hundreds of giant wasps in a rather baffling manner, pointed at the lights at the deep swamp and said in a more docile tone, "Right now, all of their tribesmen must have started kneeling and worshipping already. The power of the guards should be at their minimum right now." "All right." Chang Lisheng nodded before commanding Beetlecar to carefully dodge the impact of the herd and slowly approach the place where the fire burned. As expected, when the wizard Du was close enough to the Menger tribe, the herd seemed to encounter an invisible wall and took a detour around them. When Chang Lisheng saw the running herds disappearing away, he commanded Beetlecar to crouch on the ground with a thought in his mind and further commanded the corpse puppets on the giant insect to rise up and walk to the swamp soundlessly. After that, Chang Lisheng stood up as well. "Duber, stay on Beetlecar's back and wait for my news." He expanded his body to more than 2 meters high and gently jumped onto a big tree that countless vines entangled. After he left, Beetlecar turned around and brought the young Tudanin scout who had a face full of disappointment far into the depths of the swamp woodland. Chapter 225 The First Wave. Chapter 225 The First Wave. Within the dark and lustreless swamp, 30 small corpse puppets gathered together stiffly like marionettes with an invisible wire controlling them from the air and slowly grouped into the front and back, forming a nondescript formation with difficulty in the end. After that, these dead corpses posing as living creatures stepped into the muddy water that did not reach the knees and walked staggeringly toward the Menger tribe. The closer these corpse puppets were to the tribe, the louder the ear-piercing shhh sound they made when they moved unscrupulously in the swamp, gradually overpowering the howling sound of the beasts in the distance. All of a sudden, a few wooden handles with sharp metal heads on the top slashed through the night sky in the darkness and stuck onto the swamp mud with a whoosh fiercely, close to the toes of one of the corpse puppet walking at the frontmost and stopped the way of the dead corpses. At the same time, a fierce loud voice resonated in the air. "This is the territory of the Menger tribesmen. Speak your intention, or you'll lose your head." The ruthless threat echoed in the swamp area and the effect it created was effective. Before the sentence could even be finished, the 30 corpse puppets that had their faces hidden in the darkness came to a halt and dived into the mud one by one. The sudden change caused the swamp to return to silence again. After a gust of whistling cold wind brushed away, that loud voice resonated again. "Stop playing these absurd tricks. The cold Menger tribe doesn't have a heart of mercy. If you don't climb up from the ground, it'll use the spear to puncture your heart directly." Under the loud voice's second threat, the dead bodies that were crouching on the swamp began to squirm and murmured "Ar-oo" ambiguously and faintly. Not long after, no spears were shot out of the darkness, but 2 warriors who looked particularly agile leaped out from their hiding place. After they lit the torches, they slowly approached the figures who were struggling in the swamp. After seeing clearly the faces of the corpse puppets with the help of the torches, the investigating warrior who was much older became astonished and shouted loudly, It's really rumen. I was just saying that they seem to be rumen to all of you, but none of you would believe me now that they are wild beasts running around everywhere. How could there possibly be anybody wandering around? Oh, praise the ancestor. Chief NATO is here as well. They're all poisoned. Hurry and get the python gallstone. Then he took out a piece of black animal liver and ran to the side of the squirming figures. After a moment of hesitation, he stuffed it into the mouth of the Aborigine leader who had a gray feather on his head. Is it the hunting team that Chief NATO led? They're finally back now. However, why did they come back so late? Not only that, they didn't blow the horn as well. Poisoned, didn't you hear what Jeru said? They're poisoned, Naparu. Speaking of which, to think that you actually threw a javelin to our chief warrior and actually threatened to pierce through his heart. How should I know whether it's Chief NATO or not? Then again, speaking of which, if it wasn't for Jeru's good eyesight, perhaps we'd really have hung Chief on the tree to die in humiliation tomorrow by accident. Upon hearing the older warriors calling, more than 20 tribal guards gushed out of the dark in lingering fear and began to rescue the Menger hunters who had died long ago. Shang Lisheng, who hid at the top of the tree, stared at the noisy rescuing scene from the distance and smiled in satisfaction. 30 compatriots are poisoned, but only 27 rescuers came out. That is to say, it's fewer than 30 people despite having all of the Menger guards gathered together. What a confident tribe! For the sake of insurance, he commanded the 3 corpse puppets that were not being saved to self-explode. Chief NATO has already died. He must have relied on his tough will to lead the tribal hunting team back to the tribe. Rumen is no longer breathing as well, since the python gallstone they brought with them could not detoxify the venom. Of course, our python gallstone wouldn't be able to save them. Karufi is dead. Praise God. Nusi is also dead. Roman, too. There any hunter we could save? Upon hearing the death news, a tribal guard finally felt that something was not right. So he threw the corpse of his tribal compatriot away and stood from the swamp. Panic-stricken, he glanced around at his companion and suddenly saw 3 large balls floating in the swamp around him. As his heart shuddered instinctively, the sole vigilant Aborigine shouted loudly, "Be careful, there's a strange." Unfortunately, everything was too late. The corpse puppets that had blue and red mist tumbling under their skin had bulged to the limit and turned into a big ball. They then began to release a faint pop-pop sound before exploding. At that instant, a storm that came from all sorts of directions swept through the swamp with an area of 100 meters and corroded the 27 guards to become a puddle of bloody meat. Even though these short foreign worlds Aborigines are strong, after they have been refined into corpse puppets, the power of their self-destruction turned out to be not as good as an ordinary human being. However, it's fortunate that it's enough for the time being. After clearing the Menger tribal guards, Jane Lisheng climbed down from the big tree and commanded the remaining 27 corpse puppets to stand up fully covered in mud to continue becoming the vanguard and walk deep into the Menger tribe. There were no more sentries or guards that appeared along the way. After advancing slowly and stiffly for more than 10 minutes, the corpse puppets finally came to a spacious open space lit with bright lights. Cheng Lisheng, who had shrunk his body and hid far away behind a tribal house at the edge of the tribe, looked into the distance at the thousands of Aborigines surrounding the huge totem pole with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a height of 12 to 13 meters. They were muttering as they bowed down and worshipped it. All of a sudden, it hit Zhang Lisheng with a pang of realization why the Menger tribe would be so careless in their guarding this evening. It only needed 1,000 Hellfire tribesmen to bow and worship in front of the totem pole and the tribal book of history to let them shelter the tribe from the beast tide impact. but it did not mean only 1,000 people in the tribe would kneel and pray when they held the ceremony. With the general blind worship and superstitious attitude of the Hellfire people, of course, they would get as many people to pray and worship that they could get on such an epiphanic day. In particular, during this period of time, when the entire Hellfire archipelago was filled with frantic wild beasts running, apart from an odd one out like him, nobody else would even think about launching a battle of conquest. Now that Zhang Lisheng had thought about this, he secretly rejoiced his good luck. At the same time, he commanded the corpse puppets to suddenly jump stiffly, rushing into the crowds of worship, and began to perform a show of self-destruction. Upon seeing the intruders hidden under the mud rushing into the tribe's sacred prayer rituals, the Menger warriors screamed in anger. Grabbing the weapons beside them, they climbed up from the ground and stabbed them with their spears. At this time, even though there were some tribesmen who had already identified that the hunters had transformed into corpse puppets, nobody dared to plead for them. After all, it was a fatal crime to clash with their gods, no matter what kind of reason they had. However, to their surprise, when the spears stabbed the invaders' bodies till they were ridden with holes, they did not howl and die. Instead, they rapidly swelled and turned into a ball the size of 2 people. Abruptly, they exploded and turned the attackers around them into soft and overflowing meat. Escape! Those people have been polluted by black magic. Dear God, please protect your children from these cursed monsters. Make way for me. This must be an attack from the mainlanders. If I'm killed by such black magic, my soul will definitely be captured by the evil spirits of the mainlanders. A person's self-destruction could bring along with him 50 to 60 people who were standing densely around him. Counting in such a manner, if all 27 corpse puppets exploded, Menger would lose at least 1,000 to 2,000 people. The panic this would cause might give even more serious damage to this tribe. At such a critical moment, a fine-looking young man whose forehead was covered with fine black scales, wearing a long robe made from soft tanned red leather, walked out of the bark house next to the Menger's totem pole. Seeing the flustered scene in the open space, he frowned and bared his sharp teeth before shouting, "Don't panic. Citizens of Menger tribe stand at the same spot, and I, your defender, Kamonesi Cuttlefish, will save." While the young man was shouting, the soil at the feet of the remaining corpse puppets rose up all of a sudden, forming high square platforms that raised the dangerous balls of meat midair. Then, at the edge of the mud square platform, 4 solid slabs emerged and the corpse puppets were held inside like a box, causing the balls of meat that continued to self-destruct one after another to be unable to cause any more injury to the Menger tribesmen. This person, who used such a clever and simple techniques to counter Zhang Lisheng's plan that was laid out thoughtfully with much effort, was a huge, tall, strong, and hefty man who had a skin color that resembled stone, albeit slightly softer. He followed behind the young man in a long leather robe and came out of the bark house before revealing a stiff smile. "Cuttlefish, I realized that you've become more naggy and comical ever since you made a trip to Kataman City State. Citizens of Menger tribe, I wonder how you managed to come up with such a title." Upon hearing the hefty man's ridicule, the young man yelled at him, "Oh, shut up, Rockblock. 10 years ago, if it wasn't for you and the fish herd who came to this island uninvited, I'd have long become remodeler of the Menger. If I can monopolize the tribe, who would go to the Kataman City State to make a deal with those damn mainlanders? However, if it wasn't for the fish herd that brought you to the island in the first place, you might still be a spiritual monster that didn't even know how to speak and would just swim around in a daze, eating raw fish in the ocean, the hefty man responded bluntly. As the two living faiths of Menger quarreled with each other, a blood-curdling woo-woo sound resonated in the air of the tribe. Hundreds of huge, ugly, flying insects the size of a human's head flapped their four thick wings. They revealed a faint shade of green color, while dragging a tapered tail stinger swooping down from the sky. In the face of the attack of these strange insects, Rockblock fisted his palms and did not show any look of horror at all. Cuttlefish, on the other hand, took off his red leather gown. Looks like the guest visiting tonight is good at manipulating both corpses and poisonous insects. There are 3 attributes of physics, technique, and poison in his attack. Since you've taken part in the first wave of battle, let me take the second wave instead. Chapter 226 Conquest One After Another. Chapter 226 Conquest One After Another. Under the leather robe was a naked body with dense black scales. As the only cover on his body dropped on the ground, Cuttlefish's bones under his flesh began to wriggle and expand under the scales. Soon, he transformed into a ferocious monster that had a shark-like body, but a human head and 4 limbs. After he had completely regained his original look of a sea spiritual monster, the cuttlefish used the air as seawater while he swayed his tail, rising up to the sky and opening his mouth. Roaring, he charged upwards towards the strange insects that were diving down. His head grew to the size of a bark house and swallowed more than 10 of Zhang Lisheng's insects at one go. No poison is more terrifying than my blood. After swallowing the strange insects, the cuttlefish swam in the air and stretched his neck before chewing and saying, "No matter who you are, it's a mistake for you to come to Menger today." His proud bawling seemed to make the flying insects, that had changed their formation from diving into encircling, to sense some danger, as each of them slid out their sharp stinger on their tail and turned to launch a joint attack on Rockblock. The son of the forest, a spiritual monster made from rock. How can I possibly be less resistant towards poison than a fish from the sea? When he saw the insect army charging towards him, the mud in the 100-meter area under Rockblock's feet surged and tumbled violently like boiling water as they filled into his body. At that instant, the spiritual monster that transformed into a rock giant waved his big hand stiffly. Like slapping flies, he slapped onto 3 to 4 insects, prompting to shake his head. Cuttlefish, looks like the guest visiting us today is a new-fledged mainlander. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an absurd mistake in the first place. Rockblock, stop talking nonsense, make way, those delicious little bugs are mine. Seeing his companion slapping the insect army in the air and squashing them, the cuttlefish roared as he wiggled his body to swim in the air towards Rockblock. Cuttlefish, the fish herd has said before when they left that I must go all out to fight with the enemy. Enough. If you're giving all of your might to fight now, you wouldn't have nagged and said so much words. Cuttlefish showed an unbothered expression on his face, plastered on the human head sitting on a fish body. Right at this moment, the remaining 80 insects surrounding the 2 Menger tribe spiritual monsters suddenly expanded to a size more than 30 times their original, as their thick belly swelled rapidly and exploded silently. In the twinkling of an eye, the air in the area of about 200 square meters around the cuttlefish and Rockblock suddenly twisted and collapsed layer by layer, forming a vacuum zone. The 2 guardian spiritual monsters of Menger tribe slowly cracked amidst the violent air explosion with silent shrieks. After Kyuko's air blast, omniscient powers force exhumed through the insect army. A high-frequency whistling sound resonated from the surrounding air, pouring into the vacuum zone where Cuttlefish and Rockblock stood, directly compressing the two heavily injured spiritual monsters into pieces. As Zhang Lisheng watched the guardian spiritual monsters of the Menger tribe die horribly, he muttered to himself, "Sometimes wisdom is indeed more useful than brute strength." Expanding his body up to its limit, he transformed into a blue yellow giant that was 10 meters tall and was full of square circle scales, before roaring and charging towards the erected totem pole in the distance. Right now, there was no longer any suspense in the battle. The beast herd outside of the tribe had made it impossible for Menger warriors to use jungle guerrilla warfare that the Hellfire people were good at. In the tribe's territory that had limited space, the war of these poor indigenous people who had lost the magic boost from the spiritual monsters was completely like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Zhang Lisheng, who resembled a self-propelled heavy air cannon. After killing more than 1,000 tribesmen, Zhang Lisheng overthrew the Menger totem pole and took away the Menger tribal book of history from the tribal chief warrior who was trying to escape. He suffered only an insignificant light injury, but had already managed to complete this battle of conquest to his heart's content. After that, he sat on the totem pole that fell across the mud while holding the tribal book of history. He shrank his body back to become more than 2 meters high and commanded Beetlecar to run from the swamp towards him. When the wizard Du crouched down, Zhang Lisheng frowned when he saw that no one was sitting on its smooth back. "Duber is dead. No, great remodeler, why your devout believer is not dead." A young aborigine with long limbs crawled out hastily from Beetlecar's raised posterior and stupidly looked around at the silent Menger tribesmen. "Why, you really did conquer the Menger tribe. This time, you conquered this tribe that has 10,000 tribesmen, all by yourself." This is nothing. There were only 2 guardians in Menger. On top of that, they were very arrogant as well. Zhang Lisheng curled his lips. "Well, these are no longer important. What's important is that now that I've overthrown the totem pole, the beast would soon hit us. Now, let Beetlecar bring you back to Tudanan so you can tell Tugra to prepare to convert these Menger tribesmen. When you come back to report upon the completion of the task, bring some warriors with you to detain these prisoners." "Why yes, great remodeler." Duber stood up excitedly and crawled up the wizard Du using both his hands and feet. Beetlecar galloped away while Zhang Lisheng looked at the Menger tribesmen who were gnashing their teeth, feeling their hatred that almost solidified under the illumination of the bonfire, before stretching his legs in a relaxed manner. Now, the next step is to stop the beast tide and maintain the fruit of victory till dawn. After that, he proceeded to expand his body to become more than 10 meters high again. From the attacking pattern the humans could see from Shrimp B1 Island's gathering place, the highest destructive power of the beast tide was within the first hour. Moreover, the creatures that inhabited the swamps were short and docile. When larger-sized creatures from the outside formed a beast tide and hit the swamp, they would often take a detour due to the dense natural mud traps here. Therefore, Zhang Lisheng only needed to form a continuous cyclone all night to kill 2 waves of the berserk beast tide before dawn finally arrived. However, despite his luck, there were still hundreds of Menger people who died due to insufficient protection. Among the Tudanan warriors Beetlecar carried every trip, there were also over 30 people who died a violent death. However, all of these sacrifices were completely worthwhile. When the animal tide subsided, Zhang Lisheng rode on the wizard Du and was surrounded by hundreds of indigenous believers holding spears, dragging more than 7,000 Menger tribesmen to carry their totem pole in the bleak sun, trekking into Tudanan Valley from the jungle. At that time, Zhang Lisheng had become a true legend in the eyes of all the Tudanan people. Great Remodeler, you're Tudanan's glorious hope, you're the living faith in the hearts of the Tudanan people. When the huge group walked up to the totem pole in the middle of the valley, Tugra had already fallen to the ground and constantly muttered his prayers. "All right, Tugra. Go convert these Menger tribesmen into Tudanan tribesmen. Remember, don't spread the news of Menger's destruction. Think about the tribes around the valley with a population of around 10,000 people and approach me later to tell me about them." Zhang Lisheng jumped down from the wizard goo and slowly walked into the big bark house enshrining the Tudanan tribal book of history. "Yes, great Remodeler." Tugra kissed the faint footprint Zhang Lisheng made on the mud before speaking respectfully. As he knelt on the ground till the Remodeler's silhouette disappeared behind the curtain, his expression changed right away. Standing up, he shouted loudly, "Brave Menger warriors, the Menger blood pool has already been prepared. If you don't wish to convert to Tudanan, please go to the pit and slice your own throat." The moment his shout resonated, strong warriors with deathly pale expressions continued to walk out slowly from the Menger people. Without any word, they went to the pit that had been dug beside the Tudanan totem pole and stared at the Menger totem pole that had been thrown in the ground in a lowly manner as they pulled out the knife at their waists and cut their necks. The cruel ritual began with the shout of the Tudanan headman and ended in the destruction of Menger totem pole and the tribal book of history. Seeing that the tribe he ruled had changed from 10,000 people to more than 17,000 people, Tugra held the Tudanan tribal book of history as he walked into the big bark house next to the totem pole before kneeling in front of Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting on the animal skin that had a giant wild beast and a demon's image projecting in the air behind him. Tugra, did everything go well without letting the Tudanan headman wait for too long? The images behind Zhang Lisheng vanished as he opened his eyes. Remodeler, everything went smoothly. There are a total of 7,190 Menger people that have become Tudanan tribesmen. An absorption rate of more than 70. That sounds pretty good. Zhang Lisheng smiled in pleasant surprise as he made a remark Tugra could not understand. "Today I plan to conquer another tribe that has 10,000 people. Which one do you think is suitable?" "Remodeler, now that you've conquered Menger, the Val's tribe in the west of the forest is the nearest tribe to us." "The tribe in the forest then will have to calculate the time properly. Otherwise, we'll only add a ration to the jungle beasts after we spend our energy pushing down their totem poles and obtaining the tribal book of history." Upon hearing Tugra's answer, Zhang Lisheng pondered and murmured before standing up to calculate for a moment. "Ask Tumu to prepare 40 warriors to see me." "Yes, Remodeler." Even though Tugra did not really want the powerful creature of an unknown attribute in front of him to have too much contact with his enemy in the tribe, he dared not raise any objection in front of Zhang Lisheng, and could only kowtow respectfully before standing up and walking out of the bark house. On the same day, Zhang Lisheng replied the same technique and seized a hunting team of Vals to refine them into corpse puppets. When the tribe was praying to avoid the tide of animals at night, he broke through their weak defense. After killing the only forest spiritual monster guarding the Vals using his insect army directly, he managed to conquer this tribe at dawn. Then, as if history was repeated, after the Tudanan headman converted 8,000 Val's tribesmen into becoming his tribal compatriots, he provided the third victim name for the great Remodeler in the bark house enshrining the tribal book of history Pavero tribe. After another day, Tudanan tribesmen began to have more than 30,000 people. However, since the two spiritual monsters guarding the Pavero tribe were much more careful than the spiritual monsters Zhang Lisheng had come across before, He was severely injured despite his success in completing his conquest. Chapter 227 Raider. Chapter 227 Raider. Outside the curtains, the Pavero people who were deathly pale were still kneeling under the totem poles of Tudanen in a group, making the Tudanen tribe that now had 30,000 people to continue flourishing. In the bark house dedicated to the Tudanen tribal book of history, Chang Lisheng was smoothing out his almost broken right limb with a lingering fear, as he continued to put the bloody medium-cooked meat of a wild beast into his mouth, before chewing what he put into his mouth in one go. After God knows how long, the curtain of the bark house suddenly opened. Along with the deafening shout of great raider Zhang Lisheng, your Tudanen's legend, the strong hope of the tribe that gushed into the room through the opened curtain, Tugger ran into the room with a pleasant surprise before kneeling in front of Zhang Lisheng. Ascended Tudanen has ascended, great remodeler. Oh, I should call you conqueror now. Ascend, what's that? Upon hearing Zhang Lisheng's question, Tugger was stunned before quickly explaining to the fake spiritual monster that the Hellfire tribe was divided into degrees of prosperity of wood thorn, spear, iron knife, partner, and concealed spirit. The fallen Tudanen was merely a weak wood thorn tribe that had 5,000 to 6,000 tribesmen. However, little did they know that Zhang Lisheng would save the tribe when it was at the brink of destruction. In just less than a year, it had expanded to become a medium-sized tribe that had more than 30,000 people, ascending to become a spear tribe. Zhang Lisheng, on the other hand, had become Tudanen's raider in one fell swoop with this brilliant achievement. Upon hearing Tugger's explanation, Zhang Lisheng said thoughtfully, "So it turns out there's actually such illusion. Remodeler, raider, what are the other honorific titles after these?" "There are only conqueror, legendary spirit, and island god left, great raider." "Guardian, defender, remodeler, raider, conqueror, legendary spirit, and island god." Zhang Lisheng nodded and muttered the 7 ascending honorific titles a spiritual monster could achieve in the Hellfire tribe. From his personal experience, he could faintly guess that the 7 honorific titles in the Hellfire tribes are poles apart, with each having an insurmountable position. The Guardian at the very bottom would most likely only receive offerings from aborigines, with just a figurative symbolization of prestige. The highest, island god, on the other hand, might be regarded as the real god in the tribe. A large number of the tribesmen would most likely be willing to compete with each other just for the sake of sacrificing their lives to show their respect to them. After careful consideration, Zhang Lisheng grabbed a large piece of barbecued meat from the huge stoneware dish on the animal skin and stuffed it into his mouth. Tugger, since Tudanen had already ascended to become a spear tribe, then it's not a good idea for me to guard the tribe alone, not mentioning the fact that I rarely stay in the tribe. You should think of a way to recruit more guardians. Raider, by relying on your power, the hunting ground of Tudanen has already covered the entire hill. I believe that an ordinary spiritual monster should be very willing to accept the support of the tribe. However, this kind of thing depends on luck. Even in Hellfire Archipelago, it's not easy to come across a spiritual monster, the Tudanen headman said bitterly. Didn't you say that the Luna god will pour down the dew of wisdom to give birth to? Great Raider, you know that the newly born forest spiritual monsters are usually ignorant and hot-tempered. At the same time, they do not wish to attack the Hellfire people through their instinct. Even if we provide offerings to such a spiritual monster, it's practically useless. When Tugger could tell that Zhang Lisheng would make a slip of tongue again, he interrupted his sentence, which he rarely did. Zhang Lisheng was stunned before nodding silently. At this moment, a figure strode into the bark house and kneeled to worship him. When Tugra saw somebody kneeling closely beside him, he was caught off guard and could not help but be astonished. However, the moment he saw the man's face clearly, a wild joy gushed out of his heart. Tumu, are you crazy to think that you intruded the ritual house enshrining the Tudanan tribal book of history and even lost your manner in front of the great raider? You should be hung. Headman Tugra, I've just found a child who knows how to domesticate the giant millispider among the Pavero tribesmen. He even put the millispider's eggs in an underground hole in the Pavero tribe. Domesticate the giant millispider? How is this possible? Upon hearing Tumu's words, Tugra no longer wanted to make things difficult for his enemy. Instead, he said in great amazement, how can somebody from a small tribe like Pavero know how to use the technique that belongs to Partnegrade? This is a very long story, Headman Tugra. I can slowly tell you the story after getting the millispider's eggs. The most important thing now is that I want to ask the Great Raider to temporarily lift the order of not entering Pavero. Since when have I prohibited you from entering Pavero despite not knowing what the giant millispider and its eggs were? Shang Lisheng could tell that it was something very valuable. For this reason, he asked with a frown, Raider, after you've conquered the Menger tribe, you've given your order that no Tudanan tribesman is allowed to enter the habitat of the Menger people. For this reason, after you've conquered the two tribes of Vals and Pavero, I followed the precedent case and prohibited the Tudanan tribesmen from entering these two habitats, Tugra hastily explained. Oh, I see. You did well, Tugra. Shang Lisheng nodded and stood up from the animal skin, moving his right arm that was gradually healing after he had consumed a lot of food for nourishment before striding out of the bark house. However, there's no need for that now. Remove all of the prohibition orders. Beetlecar is the fastest. Tumu, since this matter is urgent, I'll go take a look at Pavero with you. Yes, Raider. Tugra hastily retreated. Tumu, on the other hand, replied yes, and beckoned more than 10 Tudanan warriors who were holding a spear surrounding an aborigine teen with a pair of huge eyes to go up to Zhang Lisheng. Is this the teen who knows how to domesticate the giant millispider? Great Raider, your devout believer, Vakuku, is here to pay tribute to you. You've guessed it right. I'm the one who knows how to raise the giant millispider and turn them into Hellfire People's partners. Without waiting for Tumu to reply, the aborigine teen had already knelt on the ground and kissed Zhang Lisheng's footprints as he replied. But I didn't see any giant millispider when I was conquering Pavero. Great Raider, I was exiled to this island for only 7 days. So how could I possibly cultivate a partner for the Pavero in such a short amount of time? The indigenous child replied in a wronged expression. Shang Lisheng frowned but did not say anything more in fear that he would make a slip of tongue again. Turning around to command Beetlecar that was crouching by the side of the totem pole, he suddenly realized that the Tudanan totem pole had become about 27 to 28 meters high. The patterns that appeared on it seemed to look a lot more complicated as well. After carefully looking at the totem pole that had changed dramatically than before from a distance, he muttered to himself, "Looks like this is the sign of the tribe's ascension," before commanding the wizard Goot to prop up its legs and ran towards himself. After leaping up the wizard Gus back and walking up to its head, he pointed to the large space on the insect's back behind him and said, "Tumu, bring the teen and the tribal warriors up. Let us depart now." Upon hearing Zhang Lisheng's call, Tumu and the others climbed up the body of Beetlecar and stood solemnly. Only that clumsy aborigine teen was constantly fumbling around after he was pulled up to the giant insect's back, and kept muttering, Whoa, 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 Roman 2, this is a legendary creature yet great raider, it's your partner, right? If we Hellfire people have the ability to attract powerful partners like you, the mainlanders would have long been annihilated. By right, even the Teutonin headman did not dare talk so much nonsense in front of Zhang Lisheng. Strangely, this teen who claimed to be able to cultivate the giant Mila spider to become the Aborigine warrior's partner seemed to have the privilege of doing whatever he wanted to some extent. None of the Teutonin tribesmen on the insect's back even stopped him from talking nonsense. Although Zhang Lisheng did not answer the nonsense question of the Aborigine teen, he did not seem to have the intention to stop him from speaking either. He merely commanded Beetlecar to run out of the valley in the worship of the other Aborigines and stretched its long legs that were full of suckers on the jungle canopy. It did not take long for them to reach the wrecked Aborigine tribe. Commanding the wizard Gu to crouch down using his mind, Zhang Lisheng glanced at the countless dilapidated bark houses at the surrounding and asked, Vakuku, we've already reached the Pavero tribe. Where is the hole where you buried the eggs? The Aborigine kid finally stopped asking and pointed at the bark house located at the edge of the tribe and answered, over there, Great Raider. Zhang Lisheng nodded unbothered. When he was about to command Beetlecar to head towards there, Tumu, who was on the side, suddenly had a change of expression. Vakuku, why didn't the Pavero headman place the giant Mila spider's eggs near the underground hole near the totem pole but put it outside of the treehouse where ordinary tribesmen live? The Aborigine kid was stunned for a moment before replying toughly, Chief Tumu, how can I possibly know what is in Pavero headman's mind? Besides, the eggs are the wealth of our Varku family, so of course, I can put it wherever I want. Pavero headman cannot do anything about it anyway. Don't tell me you think I actually risked blasphemy to make up an absurd story just to return to Pavero to see the ruins here anyway. The giant Mila spider's eggs are just right there. It's up to you whether you want to believe or not. Upon hearing such an answer, Tumu bit his teeth with uncertainty. When he was just about to say something more, Zhang Lisheng stepped in and calmly said, Enough, Tumu. Since the place Vakuku pointed only takes a few steps for Beetlecar to traverse, it's not a problem for us at all. We'll soon find out whether it's the truth or not. If he's telling the truth, everything will be fine, but if it's a lie, you'll let him feel in a moment that his birth is nothing but a mistake. Chapter 228 Managing a World All by Himself. Chapter 228 Managing a World All by Himself. Zhang Lisheng's calm words were like a gloomy and frosty wind. When it brushed across everyone's ears, even a warrior like Tumu who had been through countless battlefields could not help but shudder. Beetlecar extended its slender limbs and crossed the ruins. When it came to a row of neatly arranged bark houses on the other side of the Pavero tribe, Vakuku, whose face had turned deathly pale and had finally become nervous, leaped down from the giant insect's back, before waiting for the wizard Gu to crouch completely, and immediately started to look around nervously with his eyes affixed on the ground. Finally, after seeing a lying green grass stick behind a small tree house, he heaved a long breath and muttered, Here it is, before crouching on the ground and starting to dig directly with his hand. Zhang Lisheng looked from the side, and not long after, a rough wooden plank appeared in the hole Vakuku dug out. The Aborigine teen cleaned away the soil along the sides of the board, and lifted the board with difficulty, revealing a hole not more than 2 fingers long and an area of not more than an adult's palm. This is the hole where you hid the giant Mila spider's eggs. When Zhang Lisheng saw a bunch of eggs that resembled dark purple ripe grapes in the shallow hole, He bent over and took them in his hand. There are only 15 in total. The Great Raider, these 15 eggs will give birth to small millispiders after 10 days of incubation. As long as there's a pair of male and female spiders that survive, they'll become adults after 70 days of feeding and can proceed to produce thousands of eggs. Upon seeing his eggs were safe and sound, Vakuku regained his breath and drew up high in the sky as he said loudly, "If there's enough food, after 200 days, every Tutanen warrior will possess a great and powerful partner." Now that it had come to this stage, the young man gradually understood. The so-called giant millispider that could become the Aborigine warrior's partner was most likely the big spiders covered in bristles that had 8 skinny long legs divided into 3 sections that he had seen before several years ago when he first came to the foreign world's island when a shipwreck hit Elizabeth Holiday. That time, due to the reason that they had destroyed the gigantic totem pillar that the ship was stuck in, a powerful tribe on the island had even sent out tens of thousands of real professional warriors to stop Elizabeth Holiday from setting sail. That time, the warriors were riding on this kind of giant spiders. From the huge totem pole of the tribe and the emergence of the professional soldiers, its degree of prosperity must have undoubtedly far surpassed Tutanen. Recalling the 4th rank of the 5 ranks of wood, thorn, spear, iron knife, partner, and concealed spirit in the Hellfire tribes, one could imagine what kind of heavy price the tribe had to pay for their tribal warriors to possess partners. For this reason, even though the Aborigine teen's words made the eyes of Tumu and the other Aborigine warriors light up right away, Jane Lishing merely curled his lips and returned the purple grapes in his hand to Vakuku. "Then, do you think that Tutanen will have enough food to let us feed so many giant millispiders?" As expected, after hearing his words, Vakuku's enthusiasm faded. Stuttering, he replied, "WWE will have to see whether the Tutanen hunting ground is fertile enough, and whether the tribal hunters are good enough at their job, Great Raider." The unique natural environment of the Hellfire Archipelago that allowed the animals and plants to grow very fast allowed the Hellfire people to live a sufficient hunting life without the need for farming. As long as the hunting ground was enough, no matter how big the Hellfire tribe was, it could survive. However, if one wanted to raise such a huge spider, just by using a simple calculation based on body volume, it was not something that could be done just by relying on an ordinary hunting ground. However, as Zhang Lisheng recalled his own experience in raising wizard goo, he, who was originally talking casually, had his eyes lit up. Hunting ground, the sea, the fishery, he muttered to himself while sketching the distance from the beach to Tutanen Valley. Thinking that it was not that far away, he jumped onto Beetlecar's back excitedly. "Now that we've obtained the eggs, let us go back to the tribe. Such an important thing should be treated properly." Yes, Tumu and the other Tutanen warriors hastily helped Vakuku up onto the wizard Dust's back. Along the way, he no longer wore the solemn expression just now but was continuing to inquire delightedly about the preparations needed to hatch the giant millispider's eggs. If there are no adult insects, the hatching of the eggs will need a stone pot placed on bonfire lit by firewood for 10 continuous days. I must personally see to the thickness of the stone pot before it could be used. After it's lit up, I must personally add firewood myself as well. Other than the hot stone pot, you'll need spring water and fresh beast blood. Remember, the fiercer the beast is, the better it will be. Amidst Vakuku's long reply, Beetlecar swayed around in the jungle and finally returned to Tutanen Valley. Raider H has everything done well after the wizard Goo crouched down in the middle of the valley. Tugger, who had long been waiting by the side, bowed and asked, unable to suppress his nervousness. Quite well, I'd say. We've already obtained the giant millispider's eggs. Lich jumped down from beetle car and looked back at the Toodanin chief warrior who was carefully climbing down from the wizard Gus back. Tumu, bring Vakuku to come up with a way to hatch these eggs. Yes, Raider. When Tumu heard this command that was in line with his heart's content, he impatiently took Vakuku to turn around and strode away. Lich, on the other hand, looked at the Toodanin's headman whose eyes were brightly lit with his fists clenched. He then asked, while he walked back to the bark house enshrining the Toodanin tribal book of history, Tugger, the so-called warrior's partner, is actually a domesticated beast that the tribal warrior rides. Yes, Raider. Tugger, who had been immersed in his pleasant surprise, replied. Then, is it only the Lich was just about to ask one more question. A fascinating milky white brilliance that the foreign world's sun emitted above his head stopped his words. Raising his hand to shelter his head as he looked up towards the sun that kept changing to shades of gold and silver alternately, Lich asked in a dumbstruck manner, Tugger, what's going on? Tugger, who looked up to the sun in the heavens, whispered with fascination, Raider, the dew of wisdom is going to fall tonight. Is that so? In that case, I'd have to leave too. Upon hearing his answer, Lich, who had expanded the tribe of the tribesmen who believed in him in just 3 to 4 days by relying on the 0-1 mixed reagent and his raid tactic, pondered for a moment before entering the bark house. The Toodanin headman came back to his senses and quickly followed Lish's footsteps as he asked, Raider, are you leaving already? I'll leave after tonight. Lich nodded. Tugger, you said that the Hellfire tribes are divided into stages of wood thorn, spear, iron knife, partner, and concealed spirit according to the degrees of prosperity, right? Does the 4th stage point to a tribe in which its warriors possess a partner? It's not only just that, Raider. I've never seen a partner tribe before, and I think it's impossible for this secluded island to have any. However, according to legend, when the tribe ascends to the partner stage, even the women and children will have partners that have different purposes. There will be different partners for logging, building houses, collecting wild fruits, and collecting spring water. Tugger tried his best to explain. There will be different partners for logging, building houses, collecting wild fruits, and collecting spring water. Isn't this a clear and mature social division of labor in the use of bioenergy already sitting on the animal skin? Lich looked at the indigenous headman kneeling in front of him with wide eyes, unable to imagine that such a short midget could actually have the potential to create a brilliant civilization as well. However, when he recalled the magical power of the Hellfire people's tribal book of history and totem pole, he frowned. Then, is the giant millispider a type of partner specially dedicated to war? Yes, Raider, the giant millispiders are divided into 4 species according to the different colors of their hair. They are one of the partners of the Hellfire warriors. Tugger answered excitedly. Looking at yours and Tumus' reaction. Even though the giant millispider is a very common warrior partner, it seems like it's also very rare for an average tribe like ours. In this case, Tugger, cultivate these big spiders properly and train them for powerful warriors. Next time when I return to Toodanin again, I'll lead you guys and open up the pathway to the sea gate. By the time the tribe has established a fishing ground, oh yeah, you know what is a fishing ground, right? I know, great Raider. However, to Toodanin, building a fishing ground is just too difficult. Only the big tribes that live by the sea know how to make a strong and tough net and big wooden boats that can be used for fishing. The sails of the boats cannot be built from tree bark, but Tugra said with a wry smile. You don't have to worry about this. I don't know how the net and sails are made on this island, so I'll bring the finished products to you guys directly. As for the wooden boats, I can see that there are already skilled carpenters in the tribe, so I'll tell them how to build a boat later on. Zhang Lisheng waved his hand and said. In his mind, the fishing nets and sails could be bought easily from the modern market with little effort by using money in the manufacturing technology of wooden fishing boats. He could even Google it on the internet and get as many blueprints as he liked. It was far from being called precious anyway. However, in the heart of the barbarian aborigines in the foreign world, the value of these three items was completely different. Great Raider, as long as we can get the net, the tribal carpenters will be able to find a way to copy them. If we have the fishing nets and shipbuilding technique, the powerfulness of Tudanan will just be around the corner. Tugra opened his eyes wide in delight and crouched on the ground praising with a trembling voice. Why, you're our living legend, the Tudanan tribe's glorious. Enough, Tugra. Don't you have any new appraisals? Zhang Lisheng said with a smile as he waved his hand. There is a lot more preparation needed for the hatching of giant millispider's eggs. Why don't you go take a look at how Tumu is doing now? All right, Raider. Tugra retreated sensibly. As Zhang Lisheng stayed alone in the bark house, he quietly calculated his own harvest. Conquering 3 hellfire tribes that had 10,000 people had allowed his wizard power to reach the peak of the rank 6 wizard level. He should be able to make a breakthrough in just 10 days' time. Most importantly, the powerfulness of Tudanan had gradually produced a sense of solidity that he had never felt before in him. He could see the path to becoming a grand wizard more clearly, like his ancestor who could manage a nation by oneself. Heck, he could even manage an entire world by himself. As Zhang Lisheng pondered about it, he could not help but whisper, a man whose heart is not content is like a snake which tries to swallow an elephant. Now that I have the strength, I want to master the power that matches the strength. Even if I can only become a god among the midgets, I still feel carefree and happy. Zhang Lisheng. Oh, Zhang Lisheng, since you're the same with everybody as well, you might as well just continue this path and see where it can lead you. His tone sounded a little self-ridiculing, but when he was speaking, his eyes were bright and clear. Chapter 229, Returning to Civilization and Accidental Revival. Chapter 229, Returning to Civilization and Accidental Revival. The Hellfire Tribesmen's force as a barbarian tribe in Shrimp World No. 2 was not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of mainlanders who had gained the advantage of civilization. In the Hellfire Archipelago, the Shrimp B1 island situated on the edge of the Long Island chain could also be considered as a desolate place. From the perspective of Shrimp B1 Island that had an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers, the Tudanan tribe with not more than 30,000 tribesmen, and only had a hunting ground of 40 to 50 square kilometers after seizing the tribe's Menger, Pavero, and Vals, was nothing but a puny tribe. Everything was still revolving around the starting point. There was no benefit in thinking too much. So after thinking about the future for a while, Zhang Lisheng slowly cleared his mind and steadily cultivated his secret method. As the wizard power in his body surged and tumbled, there seemed to be an invisible pen behind him that slowly sketched a vivid demon's image and a giant money toad. The 2 ancient images constantly changed mystically. Sometimes when there seemed to be a new change, it stopped forming as it reached the end. This meant he could finally ascend from being a rank 6 wizard. As long as his wizard power was slightly consolidated a bit more, he could transform a second wizard goo and become a rank 7 wizard. Unknowingly, the sky was slowly turning to dusk. The smog behind Zhang Lisheng began to dissipate, and after a few seconds later, he opened his eyes and murmured regrettably, "Looks like I won't be able to make a breakthrough today no matter what." Then, he stood up from the animal skin and walked out of the bark house. Outside, the sun that had already turned into a silver-white color but still radiated a strange golden afterglow was gradually setting in the far-flung horizon. In the envelopment of the shimmering, faint gold radiance, tens of thousands of Tudanen were neatly kneeling before the totem pole. When they saw Zhang Lisheng's emergence, the first few hundred aborigines in front first crouched down in admiration under the leadership of the headman and praised, "Great Raider, you're the living legend of the Tudanen, you're my walking living faith." Eventually, all of the Tudanen tribesmen crouched down on the ground and buried their heads deep into the soil. In the reflection of the setting sun in the west, facing the worship of thousands of believers, Zhang Lisheng strongly suppressed the excited emotions in his heart, smiling while he stood indifferently like an ancient grand wizard. At this moment, the crystal-clear and bright milky white moon that brought along a huge moon halo with it gradually rose to the sky. In an instant, millions of beasts roared and howled together at the same time throughout the island. The instant the beasts howled, Tugra immediately crept up from the ground and ran towards Zhang Lisheng. "Great Raider, the Luna god will pour the dew of wisdom soon. The tribesmen will carry out the praying ritual already." Looking up at the bright moon rising above the treetop at an incredible speed, Zhang Lisheng nodded. Soon, he heard a lot of soothing prayers resonating all around him. As the Tudanen people kneeled and worshipped sincerely, sketchy brilliance resembling the slender rain began to emit out of the moon that was already hanging in the high sky. That gushes of brilliance fluttered and scattered down in golden and silver color, invading the jungle and the soil on the island while illuminating a layer of soft halo upon everything. Bathed in the rain of brilliance, Zhang Lisheng looked around in amazement. He reached out a hand to try grabbing a brilliance, but he realized that the brilliance was not a material object. Thus, it was impossible for him to hold it in his hand. Regrettably, he rubbed his fingers together. He suddenly heard a loud resonation that would usually appear when a mudslide happened, not far away from their tribe. Of course, it was impossible for the dense forest to have any mudslide, so Zhang Lisheng commanded the wizard Gu to run to his side with curiosity, before leaping up onto the insect's back to have a view from higher ground. He could see that a thick branch of a big tree 7 to 8 meters tall near the exit of the valley was wrapped by gusts of tumbling mud. In the middle of the trunk of the giant tree, a human face with big eyebrows and a big mouth appeared in a distorted manner. As it opened its black huge mouth, it continued to bawl in pain. The forming of a demon. This is clearly the conjuring of the demon from inanimate objects. Dew of wisdom, Emperor Molasses, as the saying goes. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. When he saw the birth of the so-called jungle spiritual monster under the dew of wisdom that filled the whole sky, his heart shuddered as he recalled a passage from the ancient classic, New Strange Events, Forest Classic. When an inanimate object transforms into a demon, it'll need to be blessed by the moon essence from the Gentian month. The moon essence of the nights in the Gentian month contains the Emperor Molasses that would drizzle in the shape of fine rain and silver line onto the human world again and again. This would allow the inanimate objects blessed by this essence to be turned into a demon. If animals or the forest spirits consume this essence, they'll possess omniscient power, but if the inanimate items are covered in this essence, they'll become spiritual but possess no life. The molasses is spiritual and can nourish one's life. The animals and the forest spirits already have a life, so it would be beneficial if they consumed the essence. Tianjin month is a month in the sexagenary cycle in the calendar used by ancient China. As Zhang Lixing murmured the ancient book's excerpt about the Emperor Molasses, the more he felt that this Emperor Molasses was very similar to the Dew of Wisdom. Heck, they might even be the same thing. It would be greatly beneficial if the essence is consumed. As he stood on the wizard Gus back murmuring to himself, he suddenly looked up to the sky and opened his mouth wide. Unfortunately, the brilliance falling from the sky did not stay but passed through his body instead. After opening and closing his mouth for a long period of time, the wizard power in his body did not increase at all. Zhang Lixing, who was unwilling to give up, commanded Beetlecar to shake its head and suck and swallow in the air. Only until he was sure that the wizard goo could not obtain any benefit from the rain of brilliance did he finally sigh regrettably and began to stare into the distance. Countless beasts were running around in the jungle. Unlike the previous nights, they were no longer in a group this time but was in a complete mess. As they fled without directions, some of the beasts among the beast herd had their bodies expand into a human shape and stood up in the shrouding of the rain of brilliance. Their bodies sunk in and protruded horrifyingly as they struggled. However, most of them exploded and turned into a pile of meat, while the few lucky ones gained strength and transformed into the body of a spiritual monster before starting to destroy what they came in contact with. In the gestation and demise, birth and destruction, the Hellfire Archipelago underwent a long mysterious night that would take place one in several decades, just like that in front of Zhang Lixing. Early in the next morning, the dust finally settled. Zhang Lixing, who watched a good show for an entire night, followed through his original plan and rode the wizard goo to head towards the rising sun, leaving Tudanan Valley and slowly walking to the human gathering place on Shrimp B1 Island. Along the way, he self-righteously took advantage of the opportunity of the falling of the Dew of Wisdom and kept stopping during his journey. After using the Assemble spell to catch for Wizard Gus and finally after his sixth capture, he was lucky enough to come across a huge spider that was entirely red but had a pale human face mark on its back that possessed an omniscient power. In the dimly lit dense forest, as Zhang Lixing looked at the giant spider that became 3 meters tall after being refined into a wizard goo through the Assimilate spell, with 2 hieroglyphic words of encompassing net clearly appearing in his mind, he muttered in delight, "Looks like I'm indeed fated with spiders these few days. What good luck indeed. Looks like the Emperor Molasses effect still remains." After a moment of self-muttering and pondering, the intention to take a leap of faith gradually became stronger in his heart as he continued to cast the Assemble spell more determinedly. Unfortunately, Lady Luck was no longer by his side. Despite exhausting himself to the stage where all of his blood essence had completely depleted, he no longer encountered a second poisonous insect that possessed the omniscient power. Not only that, when he was refining them into wizard goo, the poisonous insects that had been selected would explode to their death one after another as well. When he saw that the results were getting worse and worse, he just smiled wryly and no longer persisted. After selecting 8 wizard dust that he felt should be the strongest out of 19 successfully refined wizard dust, he commanded the rest of the wizard goo to throw themselves into Kyuko's mouth before riding Beetlecar to continue his journey. Alas, by the time it was noon, he finally came to the jungle near the human gathering place. Returning his body to its normal height, Zhang Lisheng changed into his camouflage canvas field clothes that had many pockets and lied on the ground to roll for about 7 to 8 minutes. After that, he stood up in satisfaction and shrank all of the wizard gus up to their smallest size before placing them into his pockets. Pretending to be fully exhausted, he walked out of the jungle panting in an unkempt manner. The huge human gathering place was just before his eyes. However, all of a sudden, he was dumbfounded when he found that a huge part of the sturdy thick wall of the gathering place that was covered with artillery and missile-launching vehicles had collapsed. Right now, many U.S. soldiers had started to repair and clear up the walls that had become construction waste by using construction machinery vehicles while intensely pouring out cement to form a new wall quickly. A spiritual monster has broken through the defensive system of the gathering place. How is that possible? Zhang Lisheng's eyes turned wide as he walked into the gathering place in shock. He had an Asian look, so of course, the guards just ignored him. After entering the town, Zhang Lisheng realized that the streets in the town were full of ruins too. By relying on his memory, he walked to the house that had a bald eagle flag hanging on it. When he was just about to enter the house, a sudden mix of cries and howling resonated in his ears. It seemed to be the howl from the forest spiritual monsters. Zhang Lisheng's body stiffened as he came to a halt. Turning to the direction of the howling, he ran towards it and finally came to the beach. To his horror, he saw a sandman that had its pair of legs and right arm cut off, showing 3 jagged wounds, but still had an intact left arm. It had its torso and head tied to the ground by thick steel wire. He was constantly struggling with anger and screaming from time to time. Even though the number of spiritual monsters Zhang Lisheng killed was not few, he had never carefully observed this kind of amazing creature in a close distance before. Unwittingly attracted by the sandman, he gradually approached it until a tall and strong black officer blocked his way. "Hey, young man. You've crossed the line. All of us know that this big fellow is not our monkey in the zoo. My name is Zhang Lisheng, Sergeant. I'm a biologist from Stanford." "A Stanford biologist? Oh, wait a minute." Then the black officer studied the lean young man in front of him before taking out a phone-sized instrument and tapping on the screen. After a few seconds, he suddenly looked at Zhang Lisheng's face in amazement. Speaking incoherently, he said, "It's indeed this face, but didn't you disappear out of town 4 days ago?" Chapter 230 Suspicious. Chapter 230 Suspicious. The emergence of a biologist who suddenly disappeared inside a horrifying supernatural realms island for 4 to 5 days was indeed strange, causing the black officer who stopped Zhang Lisheng to become alert right away. Not only that, the incredibly terrifying appearance last night had made all of the U.S. soldiers in the gathering place be on a state of high tension, despite their indifferent facade as they maintained the calm qualities of professional soldiers. For this reason, when the black officer raised his voice a little, another soldier on the scene armed with a gun immediately raised his gun and made an aiming action before approaching. "Hey, buddy, relax. Okay, I'm really a biologist from Stanford. I'm working for the military now, and I'm not paid either, so please don't point the gun at me." Being pointed at by the black muzzle, Zhang Lisheng raised his arms and said with a wry smile. Upon seeing this Asian young man who was covered with dirt but did not seem to possess any danger, the leading sergeant temporarily put down his vigilance and lowered his muzzle. "Tony, what unexpected situation did you find?" "Sir, this young Mr. here claims to be the biologist Zhang Lisheng, who has gone missing 4 days ago," the black officer replied with a lingering shock. "Excuse me, I'm not claiming I actually am Zhang Lisheng. Besides, I didn't go missing. I went to the field to do some scientific research with the permission of my supervisor." The short but strong sergeant looked at Zhang Lisheng from head to toe like a monster for a few times. "You've gone to the field to do some scientific research recently. The outside has become as terrible as hell every night. Right now, anyone who doesn't return overnight will be identified as missing. Please tell me, how did you manage to spend 4 nights unharmed in the jungle? Don't tell me that nobody here actually knows that the beast tide will not get close to the indigenous tribes at night. As long as you see a large fire, just go near and climb up to the tree to tie your body up. Then, you can have a good night's sleep already," Zhang Lisheng said with a disbelieving expression. "Is there even such a thing? Damn it, then why do these wild beasts still attack us frantically when we have so many aborigines in the gathering place?" The sergeant was stunned for a moment before cursing under his breath. However, the gun in his hand had already been put down. Now that the atmosphere had eased up, Zhang Lisheng said with a grin, "It's because this island belongs to the aborigines and not us. Everyone must have seen the terrible experience of last night, right? Didn't any of you realize that these monsters didn't even attack the aborigines at all? As long as you stay by the aborigines' side, you'll be safe already." The soldiers were dumbfounded and pondered for a moment. Finally, somebody shouted, "The FCK, it's true. After that dune monster and the stone monster appeared, they did not approach the space of the indigenous camp at all." That's right, that 2 monsters destroyed some houses and ate the humans. Their targets were us, the Earthlings. Don't tell me that all of these happened because of these aborigines. Oh, shut up, you guys are on duty now, not chit-chatting in a bar. When the chief sergeant heard the exclamations of his subordinates, he frowned and looked at Zhang Lisheng again, no longer any doubt in his eyes other than shock. "All right, doctor." Bang! "It seems like as an expert, you're indeed much more useful than us in this hell island. At the very least, you know which place is safe. Go to your colleagues and study the sand monster properly. Let soldiers like us at least know where the weakness lies when we come across such monsters again." "I'm not a doctor yet, Sergeant." Zhang Lisheng smiled and crossed the soldiers' warning line to go to the huge sandmen who had been subdued by the beach. "Besides, I don't think you can find any fixed weakness in these kinds of monsters." After getting near to the sandmen and circling around the chaotic scene, Zhang Lisheng quickly discovered his supervisor, who was standing while holding a tablet, concentrating on recording something amidst a group of scientists. "Professor, is there any discovery?" He quietly walked up to Stephen and asked. "You're back, Lisheng. This is great, even though I know that it's impossible for a super-rich millionaire who built up an empire worth hundreds of millions of dollars before he has even reached 20 years old to be so stupid to feed the beast using his own body. The duration that you left the gathering place was just too long." "Professor, I have been away for a long time, and of course, I have a worthy reason for me to be away for such a long time," Zhang Lisheng said with a smile. "Oh, no wonder you'd ask me what discovery have I found the moment you came back." Stephen's eyes lit up as he replied anxiously. "Other than discovering that this disabled monster is not an organic living thing, I didn't find anything else." "How about you?" "I have 2, Professor. First, when the beast tide takes place, all of the wild beasts will automatically take a detour away from the aboriginal tribes. The second discovery, on the other hand, is merely just a bold assumption. The supernatural phenomenon that happened last night might be the Emperor Molasses phenomenon recorded in an ancient book of the oldest civilization on Earth, the Chinese civilization. The beast tide will make a detour from the aboriginal tribes. The Emperor Molasses phenomenon. After listening to Zhang Lisheng, Stephen muttered in a daze. Also, Professor Zhang Lisheng pondered for a moment and added again as though nobody was beside them. I think that the military is hiding some secrets from us. They have placed a few hundred unmanned scout planes above Shrimp B1 Island, but they didn't even obtain the most basic information. This doesn't make sense. A scientist who made a true contribution to society would naturally have strong skepticism and contempt for authority. There would always be no shortage of conspiracy theorists. What makes you think so, young man? Professor Muthu, the Indian geographer from Harvard University, who was staring at the howling sandman in a daze, suddenly interjected and asked. Because I accidentally discovered that the trees destroyed by the artillery in the jungle will be restored in a day. And, as I said earlier, the aboriginal tribes are not affected by the beasts. These are all situations that can be easily observed, but the military has never disclosed this piece of information to us. Zhang Lisheng's words that were quite convincing quickly raised a commotion among some of the scientists present on the scene, until a serious rebuttal suddenly resonated from behind him. Mr. Zhang Lisheng, did you really think that we can collect detailed data on a huge island of more than 30,000 square kilometers with just 123 A09 hummingbirds? But, General, the situation can even be observed with the naked eyes just by standing on the wall of the gathering place. Zhang Lisheng replied with a smile, without even turning his head around. The soldiers are not botanists. How is it possible for the soldiers guarding on the wall to notice this? Luo Lin, the supreme commander of the gathering place, stood behind Zhang Lisheng and looked at the scientists present on the scene. All right, everyone. Since the military has invited all of you to Shrimp B1 Island, we won't hide anything from you. I, Harmand Rowling, can promise you this personally. Hearing the strong assurance from this three-star general, the scientists present at the scene slowly calmed down and looked at each other before waving their hands at each other and beginning to resume their work around the captured sandman. After assuring the crowds with his own personal charm, Rowling placed his attention on Zhang Lisheng completely. I've already made my explanation, young man. Now, it's your turn to explain. Why did you suddenly leave the gathering place and actually manage to stay safe outside for 4 whole days? The reason Zhang Lisheng raised his suspicions was because he wanted to take some of the attention away from the encounters he met outside of the gathering place for these few days. However, right now, the situation had an opposite effect and he could not help but curse his bad luck in his heart. General, I didn't really hear you explaining anything. It's me who is asking you now, young man. Okay. In the face of Rowling's aggressive questioning, Zhang Lisheng repeated the reason he told the short yet strong chief sergeant just now with a wry smile. It sounds reasonable, but if I carefully weigh it in my mind, it sounds kind of inconceivable. General, there are a lot of inconceivable stories in the world that have taken place. You can attribute them to good luck or even having the ability. This explanation is very interesting. Did you know, young man, after you disappeared, when your portrait is sent to every soldier in the gathering place, one of the second lieutenants, Allison, reported to me that she has seen you before. You have come to this Shrimp B1 Island before on the first day when the island was officially opened to the public. From the surveillance video, it seems like you have also done some incredible things as well. for example, making an Aborigine leader who is influential to be scared of his wits, or even received the worship of a group of Aborigines at the exit of the town wall. Rowling's words made Zhang Lisheng become at a loss for words. At this moment, his supervisor beside him suddenly chimed in. "General Rowling, I have long told you before that as one of the Stanford science team members, I was the one who allowed Zhang Lisheng to leave the gathering place. Moreover, we are scientists invited by the U.S. government and not suspects that are detained by the police. There's no need for us to explain anything to anyone. Okay, my student and I will have to start working now. Please step away." Stephen's words made Rowling stunned for a moment. After that, with a grave expression, he took a good look at Zhang Lisheng before turning around to leave without saying a word. Looking at the disappearing silhouette of the general, Zhang Lisheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you so much, Professor. Why is that General Rowling so aggressive today?" Two monsters have suddenly appeared from the beach and the concrete floor yesterday in the gathering place. You've also seen the result of it. It's said that at least thousands of civilians and more than hundreds of soldiers have been injured or died from this incident. Not only that, 3 armed helicopters have been destroyed as well. If General Rowling doesn't give any proper explanation, what awaits him would be a forward retirement. Not only that, he may be asked to attend the military court due to dereliction of duty as well. What kind of attitude and joy would you expect him to have in such a situation? All right, Lisheng. These are not important to us. What's important now is how the hell was this strange creature born inexplicably? You mentioned the Emperor Molasses just now, right? What is that? Chapter 231 Mythical Story and Scientific Spirit. Chapter 231 Mythical Story and Scientific Spirit. To Dr. Stephen, who was obsessed with biology, he believed that the deaths of thousands of civilians and hundreds of U.S. soldiers was not important compared to the mystery of illustriously mysterious natural science. His student, on the other hand, did not care less about the catastrophes suffered by strangers he barely knew. Immediately, he explained, "Professor, in the ancient Chinese book Forest Classic, it's recorded that a golden and silver light will fall like rain on a night every 60 years. The lucky plants and Oz on the ground will be given life when they are exposed to this kind of brilliance. According to us Chinese, this is called turning into a spirit or becoming a mythical creature." Oh, isn't this a mythical story, young man? What you read is most likely an old mythology storybook. Stephen, is this the most appreciated student you've mentioned before? He does indeed have the courage and the ability to survive in the wild, and some strange luck on top of that. However, he doesn't seem to have a scientific spirit. All of a sudden, a high-spirited female voice interrupted Zhang Lisheng's explanation from not far away. Stephen frowned and looked at that tall, fat, middle-aged woman who suddenly made impertinent remarks at Zhang Lisheng before saying loudly, "Shut up, Effany, we're not talking to you anyway." When many scientists who were deep in their thoughts by the surrounding heard the two academic elites bickering, they could not help but have a change of mind and looked over with an eased mind. Some of them even chuckled in the midst of work. Oh, doesn't the truth of science become more clarified as we argue? Can't I even ask a question? When the fat woman heard somebody laughing, she became even more proud. Or do you think that my question is hard to be answered? Stephen shook his head in annoyance and no longer said anything. At this time, a seemingly young white boy who looked more like an artist-singer than a scientist ran in the middle of the tall and fat woman and the Stanford professor with a helpless expression. With an apologetic look, he said, "I'm sorry, Professor Stephen. Miss Ethany is merely making a joke." At the same time, Chang Lisheng suddenly ran towards the beach not far away and took off his shirt. He picked up a pile of sand carefully and returned to the sandman before shaking his clothes under the watchful gaze of others, throwing the sand onto the tied sandman. After doing so, he watched the countless amount of supernatural realm sand that resembled metal particles rolling down under the sun, one by one, merging into the body of the sandman. Listening to the sandman who gradually turned powerless to raw, but who began to raw and struggle in desperation again, Chang Lisheng smiled at the tall and fat woman. "Miss, this monster is just as I thought. It's made of sand and it can recover by absorbing the sand into its body after it's injured. Since you said that I don't have a scientific spirit, can you explain with your scientific spirit what the biological principle of the birth of this creature is?" The tall and fat woman was stunned for a moment and opened her mouth but was turned speechless by Chang Lisheng's question. Instead, it was a major commanding officer in charge of the on-site vigilance who originally came to watch the show who turned stunned and shouted loudly after snapping back to his senses. "FCK, that monster can recover when it touches sand. Sergeant Hunter, bring your squadron and drive the armored car out. Isolate it from the beach." "Yes, sir." In the distance, a strong sergeant who was patrolling to and fro replied and quickly brought his subordinates to run into the bunker. After giving out a defensive order, this major heaved a sigh of relief and strode up to Chang Lisheng. "Listen, Doctor. I know that you're smart and you don't need any lessons from others, but it's better if this monster on the ground is killed. Don't worry, Major. It's going to die soon. You don't have to isolate it from the beach." Chang Lisheng interrupted the things that the Major was about to say. What did you say, Doctor? Who is going to die?" "I'm not a doctor yet, Major." Chang Lisheng suddenly walked to the place close to the sandman and unscrupulously reached out a hand to caress the monster's smooth body. "This sand monster is going to die soon. A monster doesn't have an immortal life, and on top of that, this captive of yours has not produced any human-like wisdom yet. It doesn't know that after suffering from serious injuries, the smartest way is to stay calm and recharge its own energy. Instead, it kept struggling and howling maniacally. Just imagine, what does it mean when a person who has lost both of his legs and one arm suddenly stops howling as much after he has shouted and struggled for a long time? It's dying. But it can't die yet. This is the only inorganic living organism in the world that fell into human hands. It's much more precious than all of us. We must save it." At the instant Chang Lisheng's words left his mouth, an old bald scholar among the group of scientists shouted in panic. "I don't think so." Chang Lisheng smiled. "It'd be easy to save it if it has only been captured, for you can just slowly give it some sand in moderation. However, now that it's dying, it'll be a futile effort no matter how much sand you give. Looks like it can only be saved by directly burying it in the sand. However, if you do so, you'll make it fully recovered. For this reason, if any of you want to save it, please let me know in advance so that I can go out of town to avoid accidents. Don't worry, Doctor. Nobody will save it. All of the U.S. soldiers here are willing to watch it die." The Major looked at the sandman that is gradually turning stiff and said coldly all of a sudden, "But, Major, we've made so much sacrifices to capture it." "It's us who made so much sacrifices to capture it, not you, Professor." In the face of the questioning of the bald scholar who was overwhelmed with emotions and the regrettable look on many of the scientists present on the scene, the Major said with a blank expression, The officer's words rendered all of the scientists speechless. The Sandman, on the other hand, gradually lost its vitality, just as predicted by Zhang Lisheng. It's dying. It's really dying. Watching the Sandman gradually shrinking, and the luster on its skin gradually turning dull, the bald scholar was so anxious that his mouth twitched as he muttered to himself under his breath. All of a sudden, he shifted his gaze onto Zhang Lisheng. There must be other methods, right? There must be other ways to save this monster. You know it so well, you must also know a safe way to save it. Hey, Professor, I don't know about this monster, but because I like myths very much, I know all the monsters in the Chinese legend. No matter what it is, stop speaking nonsense. Doctor, what else can we do to save this sand monster? Zhang Lisheng smiled noncommittally. As he was just about to open his mouth, Stephen, who was by the side, also suddenly asked, "Do you have any method, Lisheng?" Zhang Lisheng was stunned and just shrugged. "There may be another evil method that may work. Give it blood, either human blood or the supernatural realm's aborigines' blood." And I'll say it again, I'm not her doctor yet. Blood, why must it be a human or an aborigines' blood? Why can't the blood of other animals work? No. In Chinese mythology, an intelligent creature and an unintelligent creature are two kinds of life at completely different levels. Monsters rely on eating ordinary beasts to satisfy their hunger, but in order to gain more powerful strength or heal injuries, they would go by eating humans or similar flesh and blood beings. Particularly, human beings are the most gentle medicinal herb for them. It's scary. This is basically a devil-like story, the bald scholar muttered and ran to the beach to grab a handful of supernatural realm beach sand, cutting both of his hands with countless tiny wounds. When he returned to the sand monster, he placed his bloody hand onto the monster, and in an instant, the monster's skin around his palms, about half a square meter, began to restore its bright luster. Oh, but it seems to be very effective. Everyone, we're all scientists, so you must know the value of this monster. What are you guys still waiting for? Come on, and help. Upon hearing this bald scholar's words, the scientists around the Sandman were first stunned, but eventually, somebody actually followed his example of running to the supernatural realm's beach to grab a handful of sand. This included Stephen. Unfortunately, the injury of the sand monster was too serious and its body volume was just too big. Even though many scientists were willing to donate 1 or 200 milliliters of their blood, it was still unable to save its life. In the end, with the on-site commander standing by the side doing nothing, the monster still lost its life. This is a crime. You're a criminal, Major. After the death of the sand monster, the bald scholar became dispirited and snarled towards the Major in a hoarse voice. There are so many injured people here in the gathering place, and a rational person would never go make some blood paste to save a monster instead of saving their own compatriots. In the face of the accusations, the officer, who had been subdued by the crazy scientific spirit of these scientists, smiled wryly. I'm sorry, Professor. Now that the sand monster is dead, my duty is over as well. I'm going to make my report now. After that, he turned around and brought his soldiers with him as he left. Hey, Professor. There's actually one more method to save this sand monster, which is by feeding it a human. However, I didn't tell you this method for the sake of your safety, so you should thank me instead of blaming me. When Zhang Lisheng saw the bald scholar shifting his gaze onto himself, he hastily said. Then, he strode up to his supervisor and whispered, "Even though there are not many monsters like this in the jungle outside the gathering place, they still exist outside. Take some time, spend some money, and I believe that we can capture one for ourselves. I don't think so, Lishing. This monster is just too incredible. Its power is simply. Stephen shook his head with a look of regret. However, when he saw Zhang Lisheng's calm gaze, his heart gave a jolt as he blurted out, "Oh, but if it's you, maybe there is such a possibility." "Do you have a specific plan, child?" "Of course not, Professor. I think there's only one plan that we have to do, that is to quickly build up Stanford's biological laboratory on this island as soon as possible, taking advantage of the fact that the government needs help from us now." "Oh yeah, speaking of biological laboratory, where is Dr. Shaylin?" "She has already left. Didn't you notice that there are very few people in the gathering place today because of the accident that happened last night?" The government arranged 7 cruises in the New York harbor and sent a large number of defensive battleships to escort, already taking away all of those people who want to leave Shrimp B1 Island. She has gotten too scared and has already left early in the morning. Chapter 232 Cutting a Striking Figure. Chapter 232 Cutting a Striking Figure. Zhang Lisheng merely shrugged and did not comment anything about this ambitious person who claimed that she had the courage but actually lost the courage and even left Shrimp B1 Island after experiencing a hell-like disaster. The wizard power in his body slowly flowed about, unable to be suppressed. His second transformation was close at hand, but the only 2 transformed wizard dust that he had were hidden underground of the factory outside New York. In fact, at this time, it was also necessary for him to leave this island as soon as possible. After a moment of silence, the young man asked abruptly, "Then, is there any ship coming tomorrow morning?" "It's December 22nd today, and I promised my mom that I'm going back home for Christmas." "Christmas? Oh, you've come to this biologist's paradise, and yet you're still planning to go home for Christmas?" The tall and fat woman who was ridiculing Zhang Lisheng just now stepped in and reached out a hand before saying, "Young man, looks like you're very different from your emotionless supervisor. I've misunderstood you. Let's get to know each other. I'm Effany Pigrose, from the Department of Biomedical Engineering at Cornell University." Originally, Zhang Lisheng had no intention to give a damn to this crazy woman, but when he heard her saying the rare surname of Pigrose, he was stunned for a moment, before reaching out a hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Effany. In Stanford." "Oh, I know your background, young man. As 2 outstanding biologists, we shouldn't waste our time in ridiculing each other. Let's continue your topic about the Emperor Molasses just now. I'm very interested. External gene mutation induction phenomenon in ancient biology that has been circulated in ancient and mysterious books. Once every 60 years, you said, is that correct?" "So is this 60 years a fixed cycle?" Zhang Lisheng opened his mouth and looked at the fat middle-aged woman who seemed to act very close to him now and turned to Stephen to ask, Professor Effany, and you are?" Well, a rare and unwilling expression of reluctance appeared on Stephen's face. "In terms of blood relationship, she's my younger sister." "Oh, no wonder she'd be so full of utility and direct in order to achieve the purpose," Zhang Lisheng muttered and nodded. "Professor Effany, the reason the Emperor Molasses will only appear once in every 60 years is because in the Chinese civilization, 60 is a single component number, representing a cycle of everything in the world from its beginning to its end. Based on the amazing performance of the young man not long ago, as he interpreted the sand monster from the perspective of Chinese mythology, more and more scientists began to surround and listen to the mystery of the ancient civilization of the East. Even though it was difficult for them to truly understand the essence of civilization because of the different roots of civilization, it still sounded very interesting to them. After all, the short-term experience they encountered on Shrimp B1 Island had already overturned the inherent knowledge of these scientists on many things. Now, they urgently needed a new perspective to examine this world that was completely different from Earth. The reason the scientists on the island paid attention to Zhang Lisheng was because he had done his best to portray his ability without concealing himself. Now, as he wished, unwittingly, his story became more thought out and meticulous. Even though the young man who was surrounded on all sides was calm and composed, it was inevitable for him to have some young and tender looks between his eyes, making him stand out among the doctors and professors, of which the youngest was in their 30s. In the command room of the Gathering Place's bunker, after watching Zhang Lisheng's youthful face from the huge projection screen on the wall for a few minutes, Rowling suddenly said, "Who knows, maybe he's just a rare genius that is hard to come by in 100 or even 1,000, just like Newton and Einstein. What do you guys think?" "Yes." General Adjutant Race stood to attention and replied concisely. Then, a beautiful black female second lieutenant raised her opinions. "An Einstein that has Bruce Lee's talent, who can roam freely outside for 4 days without any supply, safe and sound on this hell-like supernatural realms island, is not just a rare genius who is hard to come by in 1,000 years, Sir General." "Looks like you don't agree with me, Second Lieutenant Allison." Rowling looked at the projected image on the wall and turned silent for a while before smiling wryly. "Actually, I don't believe in what I said just now as well, but this is already the most reasonable explanation. General, if you'd allow me, we can find a reason to temporarily detain him and do some investigations first. All of these are just too strange, and I intuitively feel that he is a very dangerous person." When Allison heard the Supreme Commander in the Gathering Place saying just that, she stood up straight and said with haste, "I really admire young people like you, who just dares to do whatever you like." A solitary look appeared on Rowling's face. Turning off the projection, he glanced at the young female officer who was wearing a tailored uniform brimming with energy and vitality. "As a duty officer who possesses a level query right in the Gathering Place, you should know that this Mr. Zhang Lisheng, who may appear to be young but actually is something else, is not that simple, right?" Allison did not reply immediately and just nodded her head silently. "All of a sudden," she said, "I'm a soldier, not a politician, Sir General." "You're correct, Second Lieutenant. We are soldiers, U.S. soldiers who defend the territory of the United States of America and the safety of the people." Rowling was stunned for a moment before a series of expressions glossed across his face. A determined smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Besides, I'm already a mouse who has fallen into a plastic bucket, so what else is there for me to be afraid of right now, Lace? I order." Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the general's words. A pale civilian secretary came in and said with a low voice, "Yes, sir. The Ministry of Defense's Internal Investigation Bureau has arrived and has entered the bunker." "Thank you, Sherry." The strength that Rowling had just summoned disappeared without a trace. The old man smiled bitterly. "Looks like God doesn't intend to give an elderly person like me a chance to take the risk anymore. Lace Allison, you may retreat. I want to be alone for this final moment." A few minutes later, the Supreme Commander of Shrimp B1 Island's Gathering Place was dismissed and had to embark on an armed helicopter flying directly to Washington in desolation. At the same time, in a biological laboratory in the bunker, Zhang Lisheng was energetically using silver metal pliers to carefully hold a pea-sized, green-colored ball that continued to emit faint mist on the surface as he observed it meticulously under the spotlight. "What is this, Lisheng? I know that you must already have an answer in your heart, so don't just hide it there. Although this small bean is a property that belongs to the U.S. government, I'm the one who discovered it first. In other words, I have the right to study it first, so if you still continue to stay mum, you better watch out for I'm going to take it away from you. I can't be too sure yet on what it is, Professor Effany. I can't confirm it yet. Let me think about it a little more." Amidst the face of Effany's threat, Zhang Lisheng just brushed it off. "Which part of the sand monster have you found this small bean?" "In truth, the first person who saw it was my student, Justin, and Dr. Donner." Upon hearing this, Effany, who claimed to have found the green ball, replied without hesitation, "Justin, tell Mr. Lisheng how you managed to find this magical small bean with Dr. Donner." Justin, who stood beside and formed a vivid contrast with his crude supervisor, nodded and answered orderly, "It's like this, Mr. Lisheng. Dr. Donner wanted to know what kind of voice box the sand monster has, so she borrowed the portable X-ray full scanner from me." "The X-ray full scanner, what's that?" "An instrument that uses X-rays to perform a deep scan of the target." "Well, it's actually just a miniature version of the CT machine usually used in the medical industry." "Oh, what the hell, Professor, why don't we have this X-ray full scanner in our lab?" Zhang Lisheng, who had already killed 8 spiritual monsters on Shrimp B1 Island with his own hands, had never seen such a mysterious ball before, said with a sad tone, "That's the instrument commonly used in the study of biomedical engineering. It is of little use in the field of general biology, not mentioning that it's very expensive on top of that." Stephen shrugged and answered in a slightly impatient tone, "All right, Lisheng. Stop changing the topic. Let Justin continue and then tell your conclusion." "Oh, sorry, Justin, you can continue." "Okay, what happened was actually very simple. Due to the reason that the operation of the instrument is a bit difficult, Donner and I climbed on the neck of that sandman, and as a result, we found this small bean at the junction of its neck and chest. The junction of its neck and chest looks like this poor sandman had already prepared to die together with us. I wonder why it didn't do that in the end." Zhang Lisheng muttered to himself, and gently placed the green ball back on a glass tray before saying in affirmation, Professor Effany, in my opinion, this must be the gold core in the legendary Chinese myths." "Gold core, but this is obviously a green bean," Effany asked with a suspicious look, as if she saw through the misleadingness of the young man. "Oh, you've misunderstood, Professor Effany. Gold core is a noun, like a car. In Chinese mythology, it refers to the center of vitality after the grass and the mountains have turned into a living being. The center of vitality is that an organ like a human heart. Let's say that the fog rising from this bean. No, gold core is like the blood made by the heart, but it's just in a gaseous form. Oh, if you take a look closely, it really looks like a heart, but then again, that sand monster is already dead, so why is the gold core still beating?" After listening to Zhang Lisheng's explanation, Effany strode up to the young man's side and snatched the glass tray with a green ball before observing it carefully and making an incessant remark. "Tien, we all know that blood is not made by the heart, but the author wrote so in this chapter, so I just translated it as it is." Chapter 233 The Function of the Gold Core. Chapter 233 The Function of the Gold Core. Although Zhang Lisheng was still trying to mystify things up by comparing the sand monster to a human, and predicted the death of the spiritual monster, he would never imagine the gold core as a human heart. After all, every native Chinese who was born and grew up in China knew that the mystical creatures had a complete set of organs, so it was impossible for the gold core to be their hearts. However, if one looked at it from another perspective, the demon in the mythical legend would transform back to their original state if they lost the gold core. In other words, the animal demon would transform back into an animal beast while the tree demon would transform back into a tree. However, the spiritual monsters were a completely different form of life from animals or plants. Since the transformation into a demon from an inanimate object was considered as a kind of rebirth, how could the transformation of the demon back to its original state not be called as a kind of death? Oh, Professor Effany, your words are very inspiring to me. When I rely on the innate Chinese culture to self-righteously explain the concept of this spiritual monster in a simplified manner, the inherent culture unknowingly constrained me as well. Yes, a gold core could be understood as the organ of a demon, but it should not only be equivalent to the heart but all of the internal organs needed to sustain life. Inspired by Effany, Zhang Lisheng thought about it carefully before saying, "From my understanding, after a creature turns into a demon, all of the organs inside its body would degrade and become something unnecessary like the pancreas in a human's body. They can live by just relying on the gold core alone. If they die after suffering from a great injury, the gold core could still maintain a period of vitality since it still contains a huge amount of energy, just like how the heart will still continue to beat when a person is pronounced brain dead." Oh, this is really a bold inference. Such a tiny bean organ can actually maintain a strong and lasting power output for a big monster with a height of nearly 20 meters. Then, what do you think would happen if we seize this chance that it's still fresh and perform a transplant on other animals? Zhang Lisheng went dumbstruck for a moment. His eyes unknowingly lit up, but he said instead, "You mean a man-made demon? Oh, Professor Effany, this idea is very dangerous. By doing so, even though there's a 99.9 probability that the experimental animals will die, there's still a 0.1 of turning an experimental monkey into the Monkey King Sun Wukong. I'm sure you must know about the most famous powerful deity in China, right? Think about it. How would it treat us if we place it on the operating table and cut it open? In short, if we don't have the protection from an integrated army division, I don't recommend anyone to carry out such a dangerous experiment. Then, what if we make an external organ system that can be cut off at any time?" Lisheng Stephen, who was sitting on the round chair in the lab while pondering for a long time, chimed in. "It's something similar to artificial organs, but we'll replace the core heart using this gold core instead." "This idea sounds feasible, Professor, but I'm afraid it'll take a long time for the preparatory work. By that time, I'm worried that this gold core would lose its vitality already." "Don't worry, Lisheng. I'll soak it in the most top-class nutrient solution. If you're willing, let you and I work together for this experiment. I'll prepare all the preparatory work," Effany rushed in to say. "Hey, Effany, you're talking to my student. This child is a member of my lab." "Hey, Stephen Lisheng knows some knowledge that is worthless on Earth, but is somehow useful in this strange supernatural realm so far. This is why I chose him as my experimental collaborator. You should be honored that your student has such an opportunity to work with a bioengineer like me who is prestigious in the academic world." What else are you not satisfied with? Oh right, I understand now. Is it because you're unwilling to let him go because you're watching this great experiment that may leave a remarkable color in the history of science slipping away from your eyes? Don't worry, you can become our lab assistant. Professor Effany, if ridiculing my supervisor makes you happy, you can continue to do so. However, if you really want to carry out this very dangerous experiment, then I think the person who is the most suitable to select an appropriate experimental animal according to the biological characteristics of the sand monster that produced the gold core and then come up with a method of emergency response according to the circumstances of the experimental animal in the experimental process would be none other than Professor Stephen. Chang Lisheng's words left Effany at a loss for words as she became silent for a moment. This Cornell University female professor frowned and said, "Stephen, it looks like you've found a student who is good at catching human weaknesses. All right then. Are you willing to join in this experiment?" I was the first one to voice out the concept of this experiment, so I should be the one leading it instead, Stephen said angrily. The concept is not important. The most important thing is the experimental material. Effany shook the glass tray with a green ball in her hand and had an expression of pride on her face. Hey, pay attention to it, Professor Effany. Legend has it that the gold core has an important feature of producing a powerful explosion. According to the descriptions of some classic stories, once it explodes, half of this gathering place might blow up in an instant. You're joking, right? Lisheng. Effany turned stiff as her eyes went wide. How can I possibly joke about such a thing? You also saw how careful I was when I was holding it just now. Oh, since it has such a dangerous characteristic, I'll immediately immerse it in the nutrient solution to prevent friction and collision. It's a deal then. Stephen, I'll settle the other preparatory work of the experiments, and you'll be in charge of finding an experimental animal. Effany carefully carried the glass plate and left the lab with her student. Hurry up and leave, Effany. Go settle your preparations. You don't have to tell me what to do. After watching his sister's back disappear behind the door while sitting on the round chair, even though Stephen did not say it in a nice tone, his expression appeared to be slightly dejected and absent-minded. As though not noticing anything at all, Chang Lisheng, who was by the side, regrettably opened the high-resolution picture of the green ball that had been taken just now while muttering to himself, "What a pity! Who would have ever thought that this spiritual monster's body structure would actually grow completely in accordance with the descriptions of the Chinese myths, and to think that it can actually produce the gold core on top of that hair." As he was zooming into the photo and observing the lines on the ball carefully, Stephen suddenly said, "Do you know, Lisheng, Effany and I were very close when we were young. Until now, I can clearly recall in my mind the scene of how I took her and Ruby to play frisbee on that grassy lawn. However, later when my parents divorced when I was 11, I followed my father to continue to live in San Francisco while Effany followed my mother and moved to New Mexico when she was 9 years old. We've been separated for 12 years without seeing each other, and when we finally met again, it was during my father's funeral. OSHT, why am I telling you all of this? When Stephen was halfway into speaking his mind, he gradually returned to reality and chuckled mockingly. And you're still a child who wants to stay by your mother's side during Christmas. Professor, no matter what you say, I must go home as soon as possible. I also believe that more and more scientists will leave Shrimp B1 Island before Christmas. By the way, you're very welcome to come spend Christmas at my house. Chang Lisheng stared at the tablet in his hand with a fixed gaze and said without raising his head. He looked at it for more than 10 hours. After printing the photos of the green ball and placed them in various angles around him, the young man twisted his head and spent a whole night like this. During that night, the soldiers who were on full vigilance guarding the Shrimp B1 Island's human gathering place suddenly realized that a strange phenomenon appearing from the jungle suddenly came to an abrupt end. Other than the faint, subtle, strange rustling sound resonating from time to time if one paid close attention, there was no longer any wild herds running in the jungle, let alone a soft, gentle light that shone down from the sky that gave birth to terrible monsters. Even when the first sunlight had finally hit the sky, everything seemed to be safe and calm. Such a night had completely confirmed the prediction Zhang Lisheng made, who asserted yesterday that the supernatural realm island would return to its calm state and that all of these would only happen again several decades later. This also made his strange theory that was combined with Oriental mythology to become more credible. Therefore, just after morning time, several scientists rushed to the biological laboratory hosted by Stephen to visit Zhang Lisheng, wanting to explore in depth if there were any more mysterious relations between the Oriental legends and this supernatural realm. Unfortunately, they only saw Stephen's cold face, who just gave them a simple explanation. He left already. He stayed in the lab the entire night last night, and when I arrived around 7 in the morning, he has already gone. He must have gone back to New York for Christmas. Oh, that's a shame. By then, Professor Stephen. The visitors opened the door and left the lab with a depressed expression, not knowing that Zhang Lisheng had actually not left this supernatural realm's island. The first cruise arriving from New York Harbor to Shrimp B1 Island reached the Gathering Place's port at 8:30 in the morning. Due to the reason that a lot of temporary cruises were sent here today, almost all of the new cowboys who wanted to leave the island had all been shipped away. For this reason, Zhang Lisheng, who originally just wanted to try his luck, found it very simple to get a boarding pass. After several months of operation, the ferry crossing on Shrimp B1 Island no longer needed many men for their management. However, the few soldiers wearing civilian army uniforms patrolling around continued to announce with their loudspeakers, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard to over here. I'd like to remind everybody that all of the living organisms on Shrimp B1 Island are prohibited from being taken out. There will be strict security checks in New York Harbor if you're found to have smuggled some. It will be constituted as a federal crime." Such an announcement made this port become different from other ordinary ports. Amidst this constant and annoying warning, Zhang Lisheng, who bought a few strange-tasting burritos for breakfast, stood with a group of new cowboys who were waiting for a return trip, bathing under the rising sun as they waited for the ferry to arrive. Chapter 234 Returning to Civilization. Chapter 234 Returning to Civilization. The guests waiting by the beach for the ferry, be it the young and energetic young men who were chasing their dreams in this supernatural realm, or the mature and stable middle-aged men who wanted to develop a career in the second spring, all of them had a better expression than those who left the islands as though they were fleeing yesterday. Even so, they still appeared to be slightly sad and gloomy. The more uneasy and irritable one felt, the slower the time passed. Adding on to the noisy announcement of "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, there will be strict security checks in New York Harbor," it made them felt even more irritated. Finally, a rash-looking young man who had a height of about 2 meters and was carrying a huge mountain bag close to 1 meter high suddenly grabbed his blonde hair that was less than an inch long and shouted, "Hey soldiers, you guys are not some nightclub DJs, just mute that speaker right now." The soldiers looked at the direction of the shout with a dumbfounded expression, while the chief sergeant merely shrugged and said, "I'm sorry, young man. Carrying this speaker and strolling around the beach every day is one of the jobs that we have to do while staying on this island. If we shut it up, we'll be unemployed already just like you." This sentence was merely a joke, but to the tall young man, it sounded like the mockery of a loser like him. In an instant, a wave of unknown anger flooded his rationality as he ran out of the crowd in the queue. Straightening his neck, he went up in front of the sergeant and pointed at him. "Hey soldier, what did you say? Don't think that I'll be scared just because you're some soldier. Okay, be careful. I might just throw a punch at your nose." I said, carrying this speaker and strolling around the beach every day is one of the jobs that we have to do while staying on this island. In the face of the angry threat coming a young blonde who was a whole head taller than him, the sergeant was stunned for a moment first before having a change of heart. With a cold voice, he said, "Another job of ours is to ensure the safety of this gathering place." Just 2 nights before, only 97 people from a total of 130 people in the reorganized land troops have survived with 4 intact limbs. I'm thinking whether I should seize this chance of you wanting to punch me to just open fire and blow away your brain, and then go to the military court, or continue to serve on this damn island for 2 more years. Tell me, I hope you can tell me what I should do." Amidst the mocking looks of the other soldiers by the side, the rash young man slowly calmed down and realized that he was not faced with a timid ordinary civilian at the moment, but a professional soldier who had been on, or more correctly, who had always stayed in a battlefield all the while. Shades of red and white washed across his face as he hesitated for a while. Then, the young blonde man slowly raised his hands. "I'm sorry, Sergeant. I didn't mean to attack for real, I just—" "You don't have to explain. Go queue up, young man. The ship is coming. Remember, right now, no one is feeling any better, so don't expect others to accommodate your mood. I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. How I envy that you can actually go home. My daughter is already 1 year old, but I haven't seen her yet. I really hope that one day I can see her opening up the gift I gave her under the Christmas tree by my own eyes." The sergeant, who felt that he had given enough of a lesson, suddenly patted the young blonde man's shoulder and smiled amidst the whistling sound of the cruise that was gradually sailing towards them in the sea. Looking at the hard and cold face of the sun-drenched professional soldier who had a pallid yet determined look and suddenly showed an envious expression that rose from the bottom of his heart, the sturdy and tall young man suddenly felt his heart tighten up. His emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly went out of control. "Roman, too, I have no family to accompany me for Christmas. My brother and father are there inside my backpack. Oh God, why did you let us come to this damn island? Why?" The young man's bawling slowly resonated along the supernatural realm's beach. Not long after, many low sobs began to accompany it from the boarding queue. It looked like the terrible nightmare that occurred in the night of the birth of the spiritual monsters 2 days ago were still lingering in their minds. The fickleness and fragility of human emotions were displayed in front of the wizard. Lich looked around with a blank expression and sighed faintly, before turning his eyes to look at the cruise ship that would be docked soon under the escort of the battleship. At this time, he could clearly see 300 to 400 people leaning against the ship's side on the deck of the cruise ship, excitedly looking at the human gathering place on Shrimp B1 Island from a bird's eye view and the utterly wretched crowds on the beach. A closer look would reveal that most of these people were energetic young people who were in their teens or 20s. There were both men and women who had a common similarity, that was, all of them had a fearless and slightly provocative look, who looked like they dared to take risks in their eyes. In fact, this was not hard to imagine at all. These people who still dared to insist on coming to the supernatural realms island to take a look even after the internet was already filled to the brim with horrifying experiences posted must have a strong love of adventure. In addition to these fearless people who were deliberately looking for excitement, the remaining passengers on board were some journalists. After the ship entered the berth, they were busy pressing the shutter using the Canon-like camera that had long and wide-angle lens hanging from their necks. A few people who lacked social morality even aimed their lens at the crying crowd under the ship quietly and secretly took a few sorrowful and touching shots. To think that they still hadn't given up on transporting these unintelligible and reckless people to the supernatural realm for the time being. The current U.S. government is really tenacious. As the cruise docked into the port, Zhang Lisheng watched the young people who high-fived each other and the reporters who were looking around after they disembarked. Curling his lips, he lined up, boarded the ship, and returned to the civilized world by riding on the waves. It had been nearly 3 months since he left New York. When he left, it was still during the slightly hot early autumn, but right now, when he returned, it was already the cold winter season. As Zhang Lisheng walked through the strictly examined ferry exit, he breathed in the cold air and saw many of the billboards hanging from a higher area of the port. Immersing himself in the atmosphere of the civilized world, he delightfully walked out of the New York port together with his travel companions. After stopping a taxi on the newly built square outside the port, he soon rushed to the new LS slaughterhouse that was situated next to the new port. On the second floor of a single office building exclusively used by him in the factory, Zhang Lisheng faced the Atlantic Ocean and commanded the wizard goo that he had thrown into the sea the moment the cruise had passed through the supernatural realms channel to turn invisible and swim into the underground trenches of the factory that was filled with blood and the internal organs of various animals. Afterward, he commanded Worm Dragon and Lizard to shrink their bodies before appearing in front of himself. The timing of him breaking through to rank 7 wizard and transforming the second wizard goo was just around the corner. If he chose the Worm Dragon, Zhang Lisheng would be able to obtain the ability to fly through the clouds and course through the air that he had been dreaming for in just an instant. By that time, he would stand a chance to explore the entire Hellfire archipelago, heck, even the entire shrimp world, do all by himself. On the other hand, if he chose the 9-tailed lizard, he would be able to obtain the remarkable ability to turn invisible and conceal himself, which would no doubt allow him to do whatever he liked in the dense jungle on Shrimp B1 Island. Worm Dragon, 9-tailed lizard. When Zhang Lisheng was pondering over it while looking at the 2 transformed wizard Gus, unable to make up his mind, a light knocking sound suddenly resonated from his door. Lisheng, I have brought you a tray of fresh steak. Can I come in? Oh, Maddie, please come in. The young man was stunned for a moment before walking towards the desk and throwing the 2 weird statue-like wizard Gus that had shrunk to become shorter than 20 centimeters on the desk. Turning around to look at the beautiful girl wearing a body-hugging and tight-fitting black suit that showed off her beautiful figure, who was holding a tray full of fat, juicy steak into the office, he smiled and said, "You're so smart to think that you can actually tell that I'm hungry. Is that beef steak? That's just too amazing. You can't imagine how many strange things have I eaten these days till I've even forgotten the taste of beef already. In that case, I'll let you remember what it tastes soon. This is Wagyu sirloin beef imported from Japan. It can be eaten once it's cooked. You can go shower and change into a fresh set of clothes first. By the time you're done, you can enjoy the food directly. Maddie took the large steak with great effort and walked to the open kitchen in the corner of the office next to the refrigerator before beginning to cook the steak. What a good suggestion, Maddie. Oh, that's right. Please help me search on the internet the most successful sales or manpower-driven wooden fishing boats in history, and I'll need a detailed manufacturing blueprint as well. If you can't find it on the internet, tell Edward about it. I'm sure he'll have a way to get this information. Book for me 2 tons of the best quality plain sail canvas, but tell them to not deliver the stock first. As Zhang Lisheng was speaking, he walked into the bathroom. The bathroom was large in size and luxuriously furnished. After filling a full tub of hot water, he undressed and jumped into the expensive bathtub that was equipped with an automatic massage system and ocean current simulation system. As he closed his eyes to enjoy the bath, he suddenly heard a door opening sound without warning. Shocked, Zhang Lisheng opened his eyes and saw Maddie feigning composure as she walked in with a plate of cut steak and a can of iced Coke. Lisheng, since you're in the bath for so long, I directly sent the food inside to you instead. Oh, and I've brought you a can of Coke as well. Then, she proceeded to place the steak and Coke on the bathroom floor. Thank you, Maddie. Can you leave first? Lying on the bathtub with a dumbstruck expression, while looking up to the beautiful girl with a beautiful figure, Zhang Lisheng said incoherently. At this moment, the premeditated Maddie had already calmed down and she suddenly stepped into the bath, making her clothes wet. Kneeling down, she directly placed her hand on Zhang Lisheng's most vital part and asked, while biting down her lips under the steaming heat, "Why do you want me to leave? Don't you have a powerful and inexplicable mysterious power? If you don't like this, you can just drive me away directly. Or perhaps you actually enjoy me being like this but didn't dare show it because you're afraid that Tina might get angry." Chapter 235 Indulging in Passions. Chapter 235 Indulging in Passions. A wizard's flourishing energy could be transformed into wizard power through unremitting practice. Therefore, Zhang Lisheng was unlike other energetic young people of the same age who would often feel hot and agitated for being unable to release their pent-up excess energy. Even so, he was not a puppet that had no feeling, who could still be unmoved even after having his vital part being held by a beautiful woman who initiated the current situation. It slowly became harder under his abdomen. His breathing gradually became hastened as well. Zhang Lisheng resisted the lust in his heart and stared into Maddie's eyes. "Maddie, you're playing with fire." The girl unbuttoned her black suit seductively in the bathtub and placed her head close to the young man's ears who was panting. "Well, I just love playing with fire. What can you do about it?" The girl's full of provocative words finally drove Zhang Lisheng crazy. Soon after, an obscene atmosphere and the girl's moaning that was interlaced with pain and happiness filled the bathroom. Despite having a slightly muscular body and a tall model-like form, Maddie was still unable to cope with the whip of a rank 6 wizard who had transformed a powerful wizard goo. However, due to the reason that she was already fully psychologically prepared for this extraordinary physical strength, along with the fact that she had made up her mind to let the young man enjoy himself to his heart's content, she never begged for mercy at all, until she finally felt weak all over and fainted. When Maddie woke up, she was alone in the bath that had been emptied, with her body covered with 2 layers of dry print bath towels. She struggled out of the bath and put on a soft cotton bathrobe that was pure white in color before pushing the door out of the bathroom staggeringly. When she saw that Zhang Lisheng was sitting at his desk staring at the two weird animal statues, she did not disturb the young man who was deep in his thoughts, but slowly walked towards the small open kitchen of the huge office and continued to finish cooking the remaining steak before sending it to Zhang Lisheng. "Maddie, I've made a mistake." Seemingly smelling the steak, the young man shifted his gaze from the wizard Gus to the girl. "I should have controlled myself." "No, Lisheng, it was I who seduced you. In such a situation, no man would be able to resist it unless you're a saint." Maddie, who first thought that she would be blamed by Zhang Lisheng, was stunned for a moment before replying, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "However, I don't think that I've done anything wrong. I like you, so I've done something that I think was worthwhile. I'm a man, it was I who was wrong." Zhang Lisheng waved his hand agitatedly and directly took a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth to chew it. "This is the custom of the Chinese people. It's a noble sentiment for women to devote themselves to a man for being grateful for his kindness. But still, a man should have controlled himself." Maddie was stunned for a moment before blurting out in a dumbstruck manner with a smile, "What kind of damn logic is that, and aren't you a wizard? Why should you follow the custom of mortals?" "Logic? No, we Chinese people don't like logic since the ancient times, but instead, we're good at living with morality. A wizard has a wizard's morality. However, just now, it was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a tit for tat." Zhang Lisheng frowned as he said, "My mind is in a mess now. I should have mumbled some incantation to calm myself down just now." When Maddie saw this young man who had always been so calm in front of him showing a troubled look, she suddenly laughed and said, "I really don't understand why you're so worried, Lisheng. You're in the US. It's very normal for a successful man who has not walked into church and put on a wedding ring yet to inadvertently have a bite of the forbidden fruit under the seduction of the secretary. Well, unless you have a strong sense of morals, otherwise, what's the matter with this? You're not even 20 years old yet and you're still far away from marriage. You still have plenty of time to choose." "But I'm not an American. Besides, such thing as marriage forget it. It's too late for me to think, or to say, or even do anything now." Upon hearing the girl's consolation, Zhang Lisheng became silent for a long time before finally feeling better. "I had a call with Charlie just now and he said that LS expansion plans for the 8 metropolitan areas in Los Angeles, Chicago and so on are going very smoothly. This, of course, deserves a lot of credit. Write your own letter of appointment. You're now the secretary of the board of directors of the new LS group." In a modern corporate structure, the secretary of the chairman of the board of directors sounded similar to the secretary of the board of directors, but in truth, their actual status was quite different. Even though the secretary of the chairman of the board of directors possessed an invisible authority, that was still an ordinary employee by nature. However, the secretary of the board of directors was one of the official members of the board of directors, who could be said as a top administrator who lived up to his reputation. However, the sudden promotion of her status did not make Maddie show any slight surprise at all. Instead, her expression became gloomy. "Lisheng, are you insulting me? The reason I did that just now is not to get this promotion. Roman, to love you. Hey, the reason I gave you this promotion is not because of the matter just now. Have you forgotten you're my only servant on earth, so when the timing is right, of course I need to give you a certain status. In this case, You can help deal with some of the things that are inconvenient to order others to do on behalf of me." Zhang Lisheng shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Mada's expression eased up and the girl stretched her head to kiss the young man's greasy lip in a natural manner. "In that case, thank you for the promotion, my lovely master. I'm going downstairs to do my work first, and it'll take me 3 hours at most to zip the detailed information about the wind and human-powered wooden fishing boats to send it to your email. Don't worry, even if I can't find it online, the information must be available in the library of the Department of Game Design at New York University. In order to create a so-called real game, the information there is so complete that it's extremely incredible." Then, she proceeded to walk out of the office. Zhang Lisheng was left alone in the office. The young man shook his head and touched his lips that still had a sweet taste lingering on it as he muttered, "Finding the design blueprint of the wooden fishing boat from the Middle Ages inside the Department of Game Design at New York University. What an inventive method this is." Taking out his phone, he hesitated for a long while before dialing Tina's phone. The phone was quickly connected. Tina's surprised voice resonated in Zhang Lisheng's ears. "Oh, Lisheng, have you returned from the supernatural realms, Shrimp Island? Where are you right now? I saw on the internet that something terrible has happened there. There was a bizarre rain of brilliance, and monsters even crept out from the ground. You're not hurt, are you? Do you know how worried I was?" "I'm fine, Tina. Even if Shrimp B1 Island drowns, I'd be able to survive safe and sound. Don't worry about such stupid things in the future anymore." Tina's words made Zhang Lisheng feel guilty for the first time, so he quickly interrupted the girl. "I'm in the New York factory right now. Where are you?" "You're back in the New York factory already? Oh, thank the Lord. Sheila, Trish, and a few friends are consoling me in the main branch of Jean George's restaurant." As Tina was speaking on the phone, it was suddenly changed to become Sheila's slightly hoarse voice. "Lisheng, your girlfriend is changing her worries into a relentless appetite by eating at the most famous French restaurant till it collapses. Hurry up and come." Then, a series of laughter resonated and Trish's voice faintly sounded. "Hey, ladies, this is a public area. Even though we're in a VIP room, we still have to." After listening to Trish nagging for a moment quietly, Zhang Lisheng finally heard Tina speaking on the phone again. "Lisheng, have you had your lunch? If not, why don't you come to Jean George's and find me?" "Okay, wait for me," Zhang Lisheng said with a smile. Hanging up the phone, he walked out of the office. When he went down to the first floor, he found that Maddie was no longer there. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as he asked the other assistant on duty to call for a car for him, heading to the Jean George's restaurant at the Upper West Side of New York. Jean George's was not luxuriously decorated, nor did it occupy a huge space. It was simply divided into several blocks by black wooden bars with a square lattice design. Its wallpaper and ceiling lights were milky white in color, but this seemingly ordinary restaurant in New York was one of the fashionable landmarks and the vanity point that showed a person's status. After Zhang Lisheng walked into Jean George's, he directly crossed the long waiting queue and entered the dining area. Immediately, a young waiter wearing a clean and unstained white shirt with a black bow tie came up to him to greet him. "Is there anything I can do for you, sir?" "I'm Zhang Lisheng, a friend of Miss Tina Dublin." The young man standing alone at the entrance of the dining area was very eye-catching. When he was merely halfway through his sentence, a skinny and handsome-looking manager strode up to him with a huge smile on his face. "Oh, Mr. Lisheng, you're finally here. Please forgive this new young waiter for stopping you. Alan, remember this charming face that every waiter in all of the restaurants in New York should remember. It's all thanks to this owner for providing us top-graded and fresh ingredients that we can serve such delicious food to our customers. Yes, Mr. Dunner. I'm sorry, Mr. Lisheng, the waiter who had to work more than 10 hours a day, who was required to be as meticulous as a surgeon performing a brain surgery, secretly cursed in his heart. However, for the sake of his future, he had no choice but to bow deeply towards Zhang Lisheng and said apologetically. Upon seeing his apology, the manager finally smiled with satisfaction. Mr. Lisheng, please follow me. Miss Tina is in that VIP room. Then, politely, he guided Zhang Lisheng to the biggest room among the few VIP rooms that were similar to each other. After helping Zhang Lisheng open the door to the VIP room, the manager smiled and retreated while the young man strode into the room. Right away, he saw Tina, Trish, Sheila, and 6 to 7 other people. Some of them looked familiar to him, while some not, sitting around a square table with a considerable size, while chowing down their food in the simply decorated room that had the same style with the dining area outside. Upon hearing the door creak open, the 3 girls looked up at the same time, almost subconsciously. When they saw Zhang Lisheng entering with his simple gray jacket as usual, Tina immediately rushed over to offer a hot kiss, while the other 2 girls showed a relaxed expression. Chapter 236: The Order in the Wizard's Eyes. Chapter 236: The Order in the Wizard's Eyes. Since they did not see each other for 3 to 4 months, Tina's gracious greetings to Zhang Lisheng seemed to take a long time. Sitting at the table watching the young couple stuck at the doorway kissing each other non-stop, Sheila suddenly ridiculed, Hey Missy, enough, okay, your lips are swollen already and the roasted quail has also turned cold. Oh, shut up, Sheila. Tina released the young man's neck as she panted heavily, before pulling his hand to sit together at the table and introducing him to her friends with an unsuppressed smile. Guys, this is my boyfriend, Zhang Lisheng. Lisheng, this is Wallace, Sheila's boyfriend, who is also a New Yorker. Calf and his sister, Pamela, the most powerful masters in Harvard's Trekking Association. The reason they came to New York is to go to Shrimp B1 Island to have a look at what kind of terrible things it has there. I hope they won't get to go to the island. As for the others, you've met all of them before. Duckley, Trish's crazy pursuer last year who finally became her boyfriend this year. Annie, your chief legal officer, Mr. Edward's daughter, and her boyfriend Joe. And lastly, Christina. Do you still remember her? She's the first friend that Trish, Sheila, and I made in Harvard. Among the 3 young people whom Zhang Lisheng had never seen before, similar to other Sheila's constantly changing boyfriends, Wallace was still the tall, strong, Caucasian young man who looked smart and humorous. The siblings, Calf and Pamela, on the other hand, who came from Harvard's Trekking Association, had slender and strong bodies with long limbs. After listening to Tina's introduction, the young man smiled amiably. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wallace. Miss Christina, nice to see you again. After familiarizing himself with everybody and greeted them all, he shook the bell on the table. I'm starving, guys. The taste on Shrimp B1 Island is really unique. It has been 5 days and I've hardly eaten enough. I've already ordered 5 huge sets for you, baby. I've been very worried these few days. The military has simply deceived all of you to the supernatural realm. No wonder they would go to Stanford to pick you guys up in an armed helicopter in such a hasty and exaggerated manner at that time. If someone had not taken a photo and posted it online, I'd have thought that it was a joke when I received your message. Tina, actually, you can't really blame the military about this, Zhang Lisheng explained with a smile. At this moment, the door of the room was gently pushed open. A waiter walked in and smiled as he asked, "Is there anything I can do for you?" "Oh, I'm sorry, I originally wanted to make an order but my girlfriend has already ordered for me." "Oh yeah, can you please ask the chef to hurry up? I'm so starving that my stomach is grumbling already. Just serve the bread and the appetizers together." "All right, sir, please wait for a while, your meal will arrive soon." The waiter bowed and retreated from the room. Zhang Lisheng shrugged and continued his topic. "Just now, I believe that you must have read about the beast tide from the internet. The military asked us to go to the island and decipher the beast tide mystery. It had also never crossed their minds that it was, how should I say, the precursor to the birth of supernatural creatures. It was really... Where were you when the supernatural creatures were born, Mr. Lisheng? Did you witness the scene of the destruction of the human gathering place, or were you safely hidden in the bunker?" Calf, who was by the side, suddenly asked. "I was outside in the wild conducting a short scientific investigation at that time. When I returned, I saw that the gathering place was already in a mess, but it was not fully destroyed. Otherwise, there would be more than 1,000 to 2,000 people who were dead already. Besides, the bunker is not absolutely safe. The monsters are born from land and sand dunes, so it's actually more dangerous when staying underground." The moment Zhang Lisheng finished his explanation, the room door was opened once again. Several waiters carried bread and 5 plates into the room at the same time, piling all of the plates in front of the young man in astonishment under Tina's instructions. "Thank you." After Zhang Lisheng thanked the waiters, before waiting for them to retreat from the room, he had already finished up the bread and the few cold dishes as he muttered, "Even if I have 10 sets of a meal with such a large portion, I can barely fill my stomach." The evaluation of society on a person was very strange. If it was before, when the young man had just arrived in New York, such rude behavior of his would be regarded by others as a country bumpkin and uncultivated. However, after self-making himself into a billionaire from scratch in just 2 to 3 years' time, and became a special academic elite in the government who contributed to the humans' conquest of the supernatural realm, his actions had naturally become straightforward, unequivocal, and a man of character who stood head and shoulders above others. "You can't add more appetizers, but I've already ordered 3 main dishes with a total of 15 plates. The portion would definitely be enough." Tina took the meat from her plate and placed it on Zhang Lisheng's plate as she said with a smile, "I'm on a diet, so you can just help me eat first." "Diet? Do you still need to diet? I think you're already slim enough." Zhang Lisheng looked at Tina and said sweetly. At this moment, Calf suddenly interrupted his sweet talk and asked insensibly, "You were outside conducting a scientific investigation during the disaster. How was that possible?" "All of those who came back from Shrimp B1 Island said that the island is as terrible as hell during the night. Thousands of people have lost their lives under the protection of the army." "So, Mr. Lisheng, how did you manage to come back safely if you stay alone in the wild?" "Mr. Calf, actually, as long as a person is strong and smart enough, it's not that hard staying on Shrimp B1 Island at night. You can just randomly find a supernatural realm's indigenous tribe and stay close to them. By doing so, you can completely avoid those monsters and the beast tide." "Oh, perhaps you're going to ask again, that the internet says that the supernatural realm's aborigines may look as small as a midget, but they're actually as ferocious as a boxer when they fight. So how did I actually manage to live even after I come across them? Zhang Lisheng raised a bright and sharp metal knife from the table with his left hand and stared at Calf while touching the knife. Then, he extended a finger from his right hand and broke the knife into pieces like an iron bar knocking on a popsicle. The reason I could survive because I'm stronger and crueler than those aborigines. Usually, I'd communicate calmly with a person who treats me politely, but when I come across a provocateur, I'd break off the joints of their whole body and then... Zhang Lisheng picked up all of the knife pieces and placed it on his palm before slowly making a fist, crushing the broken knife into an iron ball before throwing it on the table with a snap. In the end, he added, then I'll crush their heads. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Amidst the dead silence of the room, under the cold gaze of the young man, Calf's heart that had conquered the peak of several kilometers above ground almost became too overwhelmed with emotions and almost stopped beating. His face turned pale and his body began to tremble. Seeing that this poignant young man might do something unexpected, Sheila suddenly chimed in. Oh, Lisheng babe, your coolness is really suffocating. However, just because an ordinary person asked you a few questions in a slightly rude manner for being jealous that you have a good girlfriend, you don't really have to scare him to death, right? Sheila, is there anybody in this world who would be scared to death upon hearing Sheila's words? Zhang Lisheng suddenly turned around to ask with a smile. This smile made the frozen air in the room flow once again, allowing Calf to finally get rid of the young man's nightmare-like force of deterrence. Panting continuously, he slumped down on his seat. After hearing his heavy panting, Zhang Lisheng looked back and shrugged as he said, Mr. Calf, please forgive me for being blunt, but your physical condition is not suitable to go for an adventure on Shrimp B1 Island. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Lisheng. Pamela, who had been sitting next to his brother, seemed to have just snapped back from the fantasy-like encounter, avoiding Zhang Lisheng's slightly sarcastic gaze and standing up to glare at Tina, Trish, and Sheila. Tina, Trish, Sheila, Calf, and I are going to take our leave now. Thank you for your hospitality today, but if you have any more invitations in the future, I don't think we'll ever participate again. Goodbye. After that, suppressing the fear in her heart, she pulled Calf with force and ran out of the VIP room. Right now at this moment, it was not only Pamela but the other Dinas in the room as well found Zhang Lisheng's magical performance to be inconceivable. At the same time, they found it very strange that the three girls would be so tolerated with him. After all, even though Calf was a little impolite just now, he had not crossed over the line at all. However, Zhang Lisheng's words and demeanors were blatantly threatening Calf's life, and in the eyes of Westerners, these two things were two completely different concepts. By right, as a girlfriend, Tina should have never let her boyfriend act so on the occasion of having dinner together with her friends. Not only that, as the hosts of the dinner, Trish and Sheila also should have voiced out to stop him as well. They did not know that in the eyes of the three girls who were already used to Zhang Lisheng's inevitable means of killing if he was slightly provoked, the fact that Calf was not inexplicably swallowed by a huge insect was already considered as merciful for having scruples in front of them. So what if he made a few threatening remarks? However, Tina became silent for a moment before whispering at Zhang Lisheng, Baby Calf has indeed appeared to be more attentive to me sometimes, but he has never done anything over the line before. Not only that, you should also be able to see that I've long told him before that I only have you in my heart. Tina, I'm not that mean and unconfident. I'll only be proud that you only have eyes for me despite having so many men pursuing you. Chang Lisheng interrupted the girl's words reasonably. What Mr. Calf did wrong was that a weak sheep should never take the initiative to provoke a lion. This is the order an ecosphere should have. The young man's strange theory made the room quiet for a while again. After some time later, Trish suddenly said, "Do you know, Lisheng, you're the only person in my life whom I can never understand what you're thinking, yet every time the things that you say would make me feel as though I can't refute it at all. This feeling is just too strange." Chapter 237 Ancient Ship. Chapter 237 Ancient Ship. Chang Lisheng grinned noncommittally at the Catholic girl. At this moment, the door to the room just so happened to open again as the waiters politely sent him the first round of 5 main dishes, causing the young man to chew his food and no longer say anything until he finished the 3 rounds of 15 main courses. Due to the reason that the atmosphere in the room had been made awkward by Chang Lisheng, while he was eating, everybody could only eat tastelessly and made small talk with each other awkwardly. Alas, when he finally finished eating his lunch, Wallace hurriedly said, "Sheila, since Mr. Lisheng has already returned to New York, there's no need for you and Trish to comfort Tina anymore." "Oh, my dear Wallace. It's true that Trish and I no longer have to console Tina, but Lisheng has finally extricated himself out of the dangerous island in the supernatural realm with great difficulty. Shouldn't we celebrate for him together?" Sheila interrupted her boyfriend's words and grinned as she looked at Chang Lisheng. "Lisheng, what kind of party would you like, wild and unrestrained, or, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for your kindness, Sheila, but why don't you go for the wild and unrestrained alone with Wallace?" Chang Lisheng, who had swallowed the last meat roll with mushrooms, wiped his mouth with a napkin before looking at Sheila, who was teasing him. All of a sudden, a series of bird chirping sounds resonated from the phone in his pocket, stopping the young man from continuing his words. Taking out his phone from the pocket, he noticed that it was a mail notification. As he clicked on it eagerly, sketches of complex and detailed ship structures appeared on the screen of his phone. A satisfactory smile unconsciously crept upon the corner of Chang Lisheng's mouth as he continued, "I still have a very important job to do in the afternoon." "Of course you have a very important job to do. The name of the job is called Tina." Sheila smiled and stood up from the seat to look at Tina. "Don't be afraid, my dear sister, I was merely joking. I really didn't have the intention to destroy your happy hours. Let's go, Trish. We also have company from our boyfriends, so let us stop being the thorn in somebody's eyes right here and then now that we've already finished eating." Upon hearing Sheila's words, the Catholic girl who was by the side stood up and kissed Tina on the cheek. "We should let you be alone with Lisheng. See you tomorrow, sis." "Tomorrow? No way. The lives of us ordinary people are just too boring, so I plan to sleep and listen to Lisheng's remarkable story on that shrimp island or something." Sheila also ran to kiss Tina's cheeks. "My dear, go do what you love right away, Trish, and I will go find you for dinner later. See you tonight." After the girl finished saying so, she held onto her boyfriend's arm and walked out of the room at an elegant pace. After Sheila left, other people also left the restaurant and scattered about like the stars. When a young couple in their teens and 20s reunite after a long time, under the influence of their pheromones, of course they would naturally think about making love when they were alone together. This was human nature, and there was nothing wrong about it. After entering the newly purchased red Lincoln RV with Zhang Lisheng, Tina looked at the young man's face from a side angle from the driver's seat and started the car before asking, "Baby, which hotel do you want to go?" "Whichever you like." "Four Seasons it is then. I saw from the advertisement that the newly launched Christmas honeymoon suite looks very interesting," Tina said as she stepped on the accelerator and turned the car into the street. The bright red SUV shuttled on the streets of New York and soon arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel in the Upper West Side. It just so happened that there was only one Christmas honeymoon suite left. Usually, it could only be stayed by newly married couples, but since two true big shots of two young generations of the Vanity Fair in New York wanted to stay, nobody else would be so insensible enough to persist in their principles. "Miss Tina and Mr. Lisheng, since the two of you want to use it, we'll make an exception for you. However, please don't spread it out to the public." The hotel lobby's assistant manager said so after settling the check-in procedure in a redundantly mysterious whisper. After that, he personally escorted Zhang Lisheng and Tina to the door of the room. It was only until the room door had been opened that this newly promoted young man finally retreated with a smile, not crossing his mind that his overdiligence was actually appearing to be redundant in the eyes of some people. "That expression of that lobby manager is really annoying. He really made me feel as though I've turned into Sheila." Looking at the gradually disappearing back of the lobby assistant, Tina pushed the door and walked into the room. "I just want to enjoy myself properly with my boyfriend whom I've not seen for more than 3 months. Oh God, this is so romantic." A sparkling wallpaper that looked like snowflakes was attached to the wall. A huge Christmas tree filled with beautiful lanterns and shining stars stood in the middle of the room. 4 crystal balls that were slowly rotating, stirring up the flying snowflakes inside, were hung at the 4 corners of the ceiling. The meticulous decorations of the Four Seasons Hotel Christmas honeymoon suite captured the girl's heart and made her forget about her complaints. However, in the eyes of Zhang Lisheng, who followed her into the room, he did not see any trace of romance after glancing the surroundings a few times. "Tina, isn't this a very normal and traditional Christmas?" Styled as the young man was blurting out his comments with a curled mouth. His mouth was suddenly covered by the girl when he was only halfway through his comment. Kicking the door with her foot to shut the door tightly, Tina covered the young man's mouth with one hand, with her face flushed with anger. Untying his belt gently with one hand, she murmured, "You really don't know romance, baby. For this reason, you need to be punished. You have to be punished." Then, it was the typical U.S. passion that cut into its direct theme right away. All the way from the red carpet under the Christmas tree in the living room to the soft bed in the bedroom. After that, it went from the soft bed of the bedroom to the washstand, next to the bright mirror in the bathroom, which finally returned to under the Christmas tree in the living room from the bathroom sink. In the end, the girl who wanted to punish the young man was punished by the young man till her entire body turned a shade of red, before finally dozing off into deep sleep due to exhaustion. Zhang Lisheng, who had never thought of seeing 2 girls lying by his side on the same day with the complete same look and reason, looked at Tina's beautiful face that had a beautiful satisfied smile on it. A guilty look appeared on his expression as he sighed, before carrying her from the living room back to the bedroom and gently placing her on the soft bed. After that, the young man walked out of the bedroom and sat naked on the sofa in the corner of the living room. Holding onto his phone, he began to read the emails that the other girl sent him regarding the ancient wind and human wooden boats. The solar ship invented by the Egyptian civilization during 3000 BC looked like a canoe with sails. However, in fact, the bottom of the ship was actually supported by a keel and its size was completely arbitrary. The ancient Greeks' trireme was the ancestor of the double-sail wooden boat. After the mainsail was retracted, it could form a jib-like shape together with the auxiliary sail. It could sail with a breeze, but in the case of no wind, the rowers could also provide enough power for the wooden boat to sail freely at sea. The Viking ship was the only contribution of the ferocious Vikings to human civilization. Its unique overlapping joints made the ship reach an astonishing length of 30 meters, with a displacement exceeding 50 tons. As Zhang Lisheng looked at the information of these ancient ships, he began to estimate the actual level of the carpenters of the Teutonen tribe on the supernatural realms island and soon fell into a deep state of pondering. Unknowingly, the sky gradually turned dark, and the sudden noise of the bedroom door opening snapped the young man back to reality, who was deep in his thoughts. He put down his phone and looked at Tina, who was giving off the fragrance of shampoo while wearing a bathrobe after showering, who was walking towards him. "You're awake, Tina?" "Yeah, I was awakened by Sheila's call." After the girl walked lazily behind Zhang Lisheng, she wrapped her arms around him and kissed him. All of a sudden, she turned around and naughtily slit her hands downward before grabbing on his thing. "Baby, why didn't you call room service and just came here to the living room to look at your phone naked? Are you doing any bad things?" "I've asked somebody to collect some ship information and am comparing them right now." Zhang Lisheng, who had a guilty conscience, felt his heart tighten as he quickly took the initiative to unlock his phone. "Ship information. You really have plans to operate the sailing route from New York to the supernatural realm?" The girl misunderstood Zhang Lisheng's intention and said without even looking at the phone's screen, "This is indeed a promising business, but the investment capital is huge and its turnover rate is long. Forget it. Let us talk about this later. Sheila and Trish are already on their way here to the Four Seasons Hotel. Go shower first and put on some clothes. We'll head down to the hotel restaurant." "Oh, your two best friends really have plenty of idle time." Zhang Lisheng nodded and commented before walking into the bathroom to take a shower. Then, he put on some clothes and walked out of the room with Tina. In the spacious and elegant corridor of the Four Seasons Hotel, the two of them were walking under the soft light when the girl smiled and asked, "Lisheng, are you still going back home tonight?" "That will have to depend on the time. I won't go back if it's too late. My mom still doesn't know that. OSHT now that something like that has happened on Shrimp B1 Island, my mom must be as worried as you were. I actually forgot to call her to tell her that I'm fine," without giving any concern to the strange looks he received from the surrounding guests and waiters. He cried out loudly and took out his phone before hastily dialing his mother's number. The phone rang twice before being picked up. Immediately, Lily's nervous voice resonated from the receiver. "Lisheng, is that you?" "It's me, Mom." Under Tina's taunting eyes, Zhang Lisheng replied softly, "I've already returned to New York, and now am handling some stuff in the factory. I'll go back at night. Everything is fine. I'm fine, so you don't have to worry about anything." "Oh my almighty Lord, thank you for your blessing." When she heard the news that her son was safe, Lily was so consumed with emotions that she lost her voice for a moment and began to praise God. After quietly listening to the prayer for a moment, his mother still continued to pray continuously after he had walked into the hotel restaurant. In the end, Zhang Lisheng finally said helplessly, "Mom, I still have a few urgent things to deal with, so let us talk later when we meet at night, okay?" Oh, all right, baby, all right. Remember, don't be too hasty when you're driving back to the city. I'll wait for you to come back, no matter how late you are. All right, see you later, Mom. Chapter 238. There's a world there waiting for me to conquer. Chapter 238. There's a world there waiting for me to conquer. This restaurant inside the Four Seasons Hotel on the Upper West Side of New York was square and gave off a sense of luxury and elegance to those who walked into it. Zhang Lisheng, who stood at the entrance of the restaurant after hanging up the phone, thought that Tina would tease him a little, but to his surprise, the girl actually said nothing at all. When he was feeling astonished over it, a waiter had already gone up to them. "Good evening, sir, miss. Are you two here for a meal?" "Yes. Our friends are arriving later, so please give me a VIP room that is big enough." "Thank you." "Okay, I understand. Please come with me." Upon hearing the girl's request, the waiter that was wearing a white shirt and black vest nodded politely and led her and the young man to the corner of the restaurant. Halfway, Zhang Lisheng, who was moving between the tables, lowered his voice and said to the girl next to him, "Tina, I thought that you'd definitely tease me a little after I hung up on the phone, but to think that you actually didn't do so. That's because all of us are our mama's little baby." "Lisheng, do you know, just now when I heard your mom praying from the phone, I suddenly felt very touched. I can tell that even though she wasn't there when you grew up, she really loves you a lot. I'd never make fun of you about her anymore in the future," Tina said solemnly. "Hey, Tina, it's a bit strange for something so sensible to come out of your mouth." Zhang Lisheng was dumbstruck and replied in astonishment. At this time, the waiter had already walked to the front of a room and opened the door leading to it as he smiled. "Sir, miss, is this room to your satisfaction?" The room was large and could accommodate more than a dozen people, looking as though it could completely hold a small party in it. The girl knew that the waiter had fancied himself clever and misunderstood her meaning, but she did not say anything about it. "Yes, I'm satisfied with it. Thank you. Later, if somebody goes to the front desk looking for Tina or Zhang Lisheng, please bring them here." "All right, miss, please feel free to tell me if you need anything." The waiter nodded and turned away. The girl took Zhang Lisheng's arms and walked into the box before closing the door. Suddenly, she pushed the young man towards the wall and stuck her head very close to his head as she asked, "What did you mean by it's a bit strange for something so sensible to come out of your mouth? Don't tell me that I'm usually not sensible enough." "Do you think that you're very sensible right now?" Zhang Lisheng shrugged and asked back. "In that case, am I sexy?" Tina bit her lips and asked. "Tina, we're in a hotel restaurant. Not only that, those friends of yours are coming soon, so how do you want me to answer actually?" "I want you to answer with your sexy, baby." "Lisheng, you've never told me that you love me, and you've never called me dear before, let alone calling me baby. I don't know why, but my intuition suddenly, very suddenly, wants to hear you telling me that you love me. I want to confirm that you really do love me." Tina was suddenly overcome with a wave of emotions as she muttered with a lowered head and an unknown expression. Seeing this girl in front of him who was completely different from the girl who was independent and slightly arrogant in his first impression, Zhang Lisheng, who had just made a mistake not long ago, suddenly felt his heart tighten. His heart shuddered slightly over the horrifying intuition of a woman, but he still continued to smile and say, "There's no problem with that. Roman, to love you, dear Roman, to love you. Even though I still don't really know what love is now, Roman, too don't know why, but I feel that I can tell you with certainty that I love you, my dear Erg. Sorry. I really can't get that word out of my mouth. When Tina heard the young man's clumsy stuttering that seemed to be even more sincere, Tina felt that her heart was already going to melt. Raising her head, she showed a relaxed expression. It's enough. That's enough already, baby, it's enough already. Then, the girl stopped Chang Lisheng's apology with a passionate kiss, not giving a damn to anything even after the room door was knocked and open, causing Sheila, who saw this passionate scene the instant she entered, to shout out loud in shock. What the hell, my lovely sister, you should have hung a stocking at the door of the room if you've already started your foreplay. Do you need Trish and me to leave and give you two another 30 minutes? No, dear Sheila, you forgot that my boyfriend is a monster, so I really cannot have sex with him twice a day. We were merely bored while waiting for you guys for too long, so we're just practicing on our kiss. Tina left Chang Lisheng's arms with happiness and looked at her two sisters who were standing at the door of the room. Why are there only you two? We're here to listen to the real version of the legendary story. We don't need an edited derogatory version. Sheila ran up to Tina and hugged her. Oh yeah, by the way, if you think that you don't have enough manpower to handle a monster by yourself, please remember that you still have two sisters who will stick together with you in life and death to fight side by side with you. Hey, I really appreciate your kindness, dear sisters who will stick together with me in life and death, but there's no need for that. Tina grinned and replied, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Sheila, I don't have the intention to fight side by side with Tina in this kind of thing. Trish, who followed closely behind Sheila, also hugged Tina and glared at her uncomfortably with a flushed face. Really, my Catholic little beauty, why is it that you can maintain a straight face when you're making jokes with other people, but when it comes to Lisheng, your little face will turn red right away? Sheila said. Beat, the reason I turn red is because you're making jokes about a person our best sister may really spend her entire life with. He's not your typical monthly boyfriend, okay? The girls were merely talking with Yang Lisheng to make a few jokes as they greeted and ridiculed each other, but it had never crossed his mind that they would actually argue about it for real. This made the young man by the side feel quite hopeless, but it was a good thing that the three girls had a deeply profound relationship with each other. After arguing with each other for a while, the argument was put to rest when Sheila apologized with a bitter face. 5 medium steak set, 2 medium rare steaks, 2 mixed fish chowders, and a 92-year-old CHO Margurks. On top of that, give me half a dozen cans of iced Coke, please. After admitting her mistake, Sheila took the initiative to call the waiter to take their orders, and even paid for the meals. 5 medium steak set, half a dozen cans of iced Coke. The waiter who stood by the side of the table quickly repeated the girl's order. After making sure that everything was correct, he turned and left after saying, please wait for a while. Dear sisters, how is it my apology is sincere enough, right? Tina, you love mixed fish chowder the most, and Trish, my best sister, the medium rare steaks are for the two of us to share. Sheila, if your sincerity to me is merely an ordinary plate of chowder, then I really have nothing to say. Tina put on a dissatisfied facade in the face of Sheila's self-boasting. However, as she was speaking, she could not help but burst out laughing instead. Aha, Trish, and you are laughing already. See, it means that you two no longer are angry at me. All right, I can now listen to the story with a peace of mind. Dear Lisheng, you may start now. When Zhang Lisheng heard the topic being suddenly shifted onto him, he, who had his head lowered as he looked at his phone, suddenly asked with a dumbstruck expression, Start what? Start your legendary story on Shrimp Island. I don't believe that you actually had a settled life right there. Baby, actually, I also want to hear what you did on that Shrimp B1 Island. Can you tell us? Oh, of course, actually, there's nothing special. That day, I was sleeping in the dormitory when I suddenly received a call from my supervisor. When Zhang Lisheng heard Tina also making the request in curiosity, he proceeded to tell all of the stories he recently encountered on the supernatural realms island. The horrible beast tide, the magical emperor molasses, the horrible spiritual monsters far beyond the limits of ordinary people's imagination. All of these mysterious experiences made the three girls listen till they were washed by a tidal surge of emotions and became appalled as they felt their minds slipping away. However, what caught their attention there most was that this young man, who appeared to be calm and composed in front, had actually become a member of the land god of the supernatural realm already. Baby, you mean you have already obtained the faith of a small tribe named Teetering and became the god there then? You have even helped the tribe to expand to more than 30,000 people. Tina's eyes turned wide and interrupted Zhang Lisheng's story with her questions. Yes, next time when I back to Shrimp B1 Island again, I plan to bring them to forge a harbor and build a fishery. Feeling that he had nothing to hide from Tina, Zhang Lisheng answered imperturbedly. Do you still remember the midget spider riders that we once saw on Elizabeth Holiday before Teetering has already started to raise these powerful warriors? But what is your ultimate purpose of going into such a dangerous battle on that barren island? Trish suddenly asked in confusion. Even if an ordinary modern man returns to primitive society and becomes a tribal headman or a god, what's the point actually compared to New York? There's absolutely nothing there. Yeah, you're right, Trish. Compared to here, it's basically nothing there. Zhang Lisheng looked at the doubtful expression on the three girls and smiled faintly, before raising the iced coke that had just been sent by the waiter. It's only a world waiting for me to conquer. The tone the young man used, as though he was talking of a definite truth, made people unable to question his words. Oh Lord Lisheng, I forgot that you're not an ordinary person, but a born Caesar. Actually, I can already tell that kind of trait on you. When the LS group started to rise after a moment of silence, Trish gently covered her hand on her inexplicably rapid beating and said as she bit her lips, If the Pope of Rome saw you during the Middle Ages, he would have been very willing to launch a crusade and burn you at the stake at all costs. That's right, Caesar, he's a living Caesar. SHT, this is really FCK'd up to think that there's actually such a man in the world right now. On top of that, he's even my best friend's boyfriend. This is, I knew that I should have made my moves first at that time. He was still a little chick, so if I had decided to take the initiative, I'd have been able to eat him in one bite. Sheila cried in regret. Chapter 239 The New Conqueror. Chapter 239 The New Conqueror. In Zhang Lisheng's mind, his reverie of conquering the world had merely just begun. Gaining faith in a tribe of only 20,000 to 30,000 people was not quite a great achievement at all. Trish, Sheila, you can say whatever you like, but I think that having a huge and absurd dream is much better than having none at all. Thinking that the girls were ridiculing him by using Caesar to describe him, he smiled noncommittally. Right now, my only concern is that even though Shrimp B1 Island is said to be completely open to the public, its dominant force is still in the hands of the military. If I use the Earth's power to help Tudanen become stronger in the foreseeable future, I'm bound to attract the government's attention. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's no solution to this problem. Not only that, you may also turn the bane into a boon too, baby. Do you know how Hernkots conquered Mexico in real history? After a moment of silence, Tina abruptly asked, "Haven't you heard of this amazing story before? There was a Spanish vagabond called Coates who successfully became the mayor of a western colony in Santiago through marriage. After that, he managed to get 11 ships by deception, and with 13 muskets, 32 crossbows and hundreds of backup armies, he conquered Mexico that had an area of more than 2 million square kilometers, defeating the indigenous empire of 5 million people. There was a period of time when everyone thought that he had achieved such an incredible, brilliant victory by extraordinary leadership, courage, and determination. But gradually, these legendary stories were disproved by historians. An idiot would also know that it's impossible for any extraordinary leadership, courage, and determination to help a group of old, weak, and sick European soldiers who had just more than 10 muskets to defeat millions of indigenous warriors in the pristine jungle. Oh, Tina, can you tell me the reason directly? I know that every time when something nears a critical time, you can always give me crucial guidance." "Of course I can, baby. Right now, historians have generally believed that the reason Cortes can successfully conquer Mexico because Aztec, who ruled Mexico at the time, regarded him as an emissary of Quetzalcoatl. Legend has it that this deity controls the agriculture and metallurgical industry of the Indian natives. It has a tall, fair-skinned body and a long beard, just like Cots." "Tina, you mean I can use the reason that I resemble Tudanen's legendary god and declare that I've conquered Tudanen in an effortless way, and then I can use my strength openly to help expand it?" "Yes, although it sounds kind of unbelievable, but with the example of Cortes conquering Mexico as precedents, who would say that this is impossible? You can even use this as a reason to issue bonds to raise funds. By that time, I think you can freely pass any technology to the indigenous people on that Shrimp B1 island, except for those that can allow them to overthrow human beings. Civilian technologies such as wooden boats and fisheries should not even be a problem at all." "Oh, Tina, this is such a great idea, but I need to take time with it." "No matter what, this idea is just too amazing. I wonder how you managed to come up with this." Upon hearing Tina's words, Zhang Lisheng muttered after pondering for a long time, "Everyone who has taken American history in 9th grade would know about Cott's story. It's not a big deal. I'm glad that I could help you, baby." Tina smiled proudly and caressed the young man's cheek. "As you said, this kind of thing involves a lot of things, so you have to take every aspect into consideration before implementing it. For this reason, the most important thing right now is to help you choose the most suitable wooden fishing boat, and let your little natives build them out so that they can fish. Show me the wooden boat blueprints on your mobile phone, would you?" Trish, Sheila, and I were the spokespeople for the U.S. Ship Model Contest Junior Group for 3 consecutive years. Later on, we even won 7th place. "You know, you 3 do indeed have quite a rich experience." Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before calming his own excitement as he handed his phone to the girl. "I thought you were choosing the ship for the voyage between the supernatural realm and New York just now when we were in the living room." Tina chuckled as she took over the phone and looked at it seriously. After a while, Trish and Sheila also intuitively put their heads together. The 3 girls began to discuss it one after another. Nobody knew how long time had gone by, but Zhang Lisheng's female think tanks had finally come down to a conclusion. Tina was the first who said, "Baby, it's hard to optimize a single-type boat, so we think that it's best to combine the framework of the Greek's trireme and the bottom of the flat-bottom ship from your hometown China into one. The Greek's trireme can be modified to become 2 instead of 3 banks of oars, and in this way, it would greatly reduce the manufacturing difficulty level. However, the characteristics of its main and auxiliary sails that can form the triangular breeze sailing will remain unchanged. Even though the rowers in the cabin will be reduced by half, it shouldn't matter much if it's merely used as a fishing boat that doesn't have much requirements on speed," Trish quickly added. In the end, Sheila smiled and said, "Changing the bottom to the Chinese flat-bottomed ship is my idea. In that way, it greatly reduces the ship's requirements for the port. It can even allow the boat to dock on the beach as well. Not only that, the load of the ship can reach up to 800 tons, which is several times more than before. What do you think about it?" But combining these two types of ships is not as simple as piecing them together on the design right. The drawings of wooden boats hundreds of thousands of years ago are more complicated in the eyes of the current ship experts. In fact, back then, a mathematician who knew quadratic equations could already be said as outstanding already. "Okay, I get it, girls. My thinking has been wrong from the beginning. I should have spent some money to hire a modern cruise ship designer to redesign a wooden fishing boat from the start." After Zhang Lisheng pondered over it, he finally said after a moment of realization, "It's not entirely wrong either, baby. After all, these ancient wooden boats have been tested for a long time, and they give off a more reliable feeling. How about this? My dad has bought a comprehensive design company last year and hasn't sold it yet. There should be a ship design department in it. I can help you find a designer, combine the designs of the ship, and it can be done before Christmas." "Oh Tina, what should I do without you?" Zhang Lisheng said with sincerity. It had never crossed his mind that a dinner that was originally just an idle chat would actually become so constructive, causing him to be in a joyous mood right away. After dinner, after he had sent Tina to her house, a smile still lingered by the corners of his mouth. "I'm going home already. Good night, baby." Beside the neon-flashing street, the girl kissed Zhang Lisheng's smiling lips. "Good night, Tina." The young man returned a kiss and watched the girl walk into the iron fence. After sitting on the golf cart opened by the old butler of the Duglin family, he waved her hand. "See you, Butler Leray." "Goodbye, Mr. Lisheng. By the way, your contribution to the country on Shrimp B1 Island is very impressive." Leray, who seemed to be wearing a tuxedo 24 hours a day, took off his hat at Zhang Lisheng for the first time, before driving the golf cart and turning it into the depths of the dark courtyard. A true U.S. gentleman. Zhang Lisheng was dumbstruck for a moment before curling his lips and muttering to himself. He walked down the street for a while and then stopped a taxi to return to his home that he had not seen for a few months. Naturally, his mother had already been waiting for him in the open kitchen of the living room. She had already prepared for porridge and pancakes as well. Because of this, the young man, who just had 5 steaks and a mixed fish chowder in his stomach, began to eat the meat porridge and the pancakes before telling Lily the cut version of the story that he had told the 3 girls at the Four Seasons Hotel restaurant. Finally, he said, "That's all, Mom. Actually, Shrimp B1 Island is not as horrifying as said online. As long as you understand the customs of the natives, respect their customs, and be friends with them, you can avoid all dangers. But that is the supernatural realm's island. No matter how safe it is, how can it be safer than staying in New York? Mom, but Shrimp World, no. 2 is just right by our side. There should always be a pioneer who would go study and understand it first. Zhang Lisheng already understood what kind of words he needed to say to console his mother, so he said this with a smile. You are right, baby, you are right. I shouldn't complain, but be proud instead. Your achievements have completely exceeded your peers, to the point where it can render everybody speechless. But Lily began to sob. When others look up to you, they may only marvel at how high you can fly, but they'll only care whether you're safe while you're flying, or whether you're tired. Oh Mom! Zhang Lisheng's mother's words inadvertently touched the softest part of his innermost heart. His body stiffened obviously as he stood up to hug Lily. Unable to help himself, he muttered, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine, I'm doing very good. I'm sorry that my dream is in the far-flung sky, far away above the sky, so I'll only fly higher and higher." Ring, ring, ring. The phone on the coffee table in the living room suddenly rang, and stopped the young man from continuing his words. Lily calmed her emotions, patted her son's cheeks, and ran to the coffee table. Zhang Lisheng, on the other hand, was frozen for a while before whispering to himself under his breath, "I'm really out of my mind. How could I say these things to my mother?" It's a good thing that the phone suddenly rang. As the young man was muttering to himself, he suddenly heard Lily calling out in excitement after finished her talk on the phone. "Baby, it's from your uncle. He has a holiday to return to New York from San Francisco for Christmas this year. Remember how I planned to bring you to my grandfather's birthday after Christmas last year, but in the end, you went to Africa? Well, there should not be any more unexpected changes this year, right? I'll take another 2 weeks off after Christmas before returning to Shrimp B1 Island. During this period, there should not be an urgent matter for me to leave New York." Zhang Lisheng, who originally scheduled a long time frame for himself with the intention to transform the second wizard, pondered for a moment before replying. Chapter 240 Rank 7 Wizard. Chapter 240 Rank 7 Wizard. You should take a good vacation, baby. You can't work like a machine. Lily was very happy with her son's reply. On top of that, what Zhang Lisheng did for the next few days made her even happier. Other than going out for a few hours after breakfast every day claiming to settle his own stuff, Zhang Lisheng would always return home on time before the afternoon and have dinner with his family. Everything seemed to have returned to the time when the young man first arrived in the U.S. Time flew and Christmas soon passed. On this morning, when Zhang Lisheng was sitting on the bed while cultivating his secret method, he suddenly felt that the surging wizard power in his body suddenly disappeared in a flash. The muscles of his whole body began to twitch and give off a heart-wrenching pain. After he was awakened abruptly by this, not only did he not panic, he looked at the handful of hair falling from his head and touched his heart that had an obviously slower beating now, with an ecstatic look on his face. "It's a breakthrough. I've finally made a breakthrough to the level of a rank 7 wizard. I finally can transform the second wizard now. From then on, the incarnated transformation will be equal to me having 1 extra life. However, the more I make a breakthrough, the more fierce the life-to-death transformation would be. By the time I've become a rank 11 wizard, I'll probably become as horrifying as a zombie already." Even though he complained about stuff as he muttered to himself, the ecstatic look on Zhang Lisheng's expression still remained, for after all, to a wizard, the appearance of the body was completely negligible compared to the ultimate strength that he gained. He got up from the bed and used force to ruffle his hair. After shaking away all of his shedding hair, He cleaned up and took a hot shower to rub off the layer of dead skin that had faded overnight before changing into a new set of clothes and running downstairs. At this time, the Lavin family, who had been used to getting up early under Solo's influence, was already having their breakfast at the table. When Lily, who was busy in the kitchen, saw the young man walk into the living room, she immediately shouted, "Baby, you're awake, come over, I made your favorite shrimp burger." "Oh, good morning, bro, you're up today. My good brothers from Los Angeles are visiting New York, so you must accompany me to raise my reputation a little. Nottington, who has met you once last time, has exaggerated you in our Los Angeles campus. Many of mine and Steven's good brothers want to see you, the legendary person, with their own eyes when they come to New York." The moment Lily's words left her mouth, Randy, who was munching like a wolf, turned to look at Zhang Lisheng and said loudly while tapping on his tray. The 21-year-old who had entered his sophomore year in UCLA and who was the rugby team's backup player had now become an official player. His height had also reached a height of more than 2 meters tall at the end of his puberty, becoming the one who looked the tallest and strongest in the whole family in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, his brain did not get better in proportion to his body size. Looking at his hippie look, his father, Solo, angrily howled, "Randy, the reason I sent you to Los Angeles to go to college is not for you to join a gang. You can have brothers, but you can't add a good in front. Don't imitate that kind of tone when you talk or otherwise, as time goes by, you'd really become like the street gangsters who we can tell are not a good person the moment they open their mouth." "Enough, Dad, I'm already 21 years old. The law has allowed me to drink freely now, of course. It also allows me to talk however I like. But this is my house, boy. Your rascal behavior doesn't work here. If you're not willing to behave, you can leave." "Solo, drop it. Your words are a little bit too harsh." Lily, who was making a hamburger for Zhang Lisheng, heard her lover's howl and immediately turned around to stop him. Then, she gave the hamburger that was supposed to be given to her son to Randy and caressed the head of this red-skinned young man with a bulging face. "Randy, you don't know how much your father worries about you after you went to Los Angeles. You're a grown-up now. He shouldn't talk to you in a reprimanding tone like a child, but you have to understand that he is a policeman. For this reason, unlike ordinary parents, he would be particularly concerned about what you say." The words of this Auntie Lily, who had been caring for him for 10 years, and who was closer to him in his heart than his own biological mother, gradually calmed Randy, who was about to explode. "Tusk, I won't stoop so low like my father. He's just a small police superintendent in a community college for 2 years. And am going to be a big shot who enters the Baseball Hall of Fame in the future." His second son's remarks made Solo very pissed off, but under the warning gaze of his lover, he, who had made a slip of the tongue just now, could not say anything at all. Instead, he could only plod away silently while continuing to eat his breakfast. Taking advantage of the silence in the living room, Zhang Lisheng said in a hurry, "Mom, Uncle Lavin, I have a very important meeting today, so I don't have time to eat breakfast at home. See you all, guys. Oh, Randy, remember to call me when your LA friends arrive. If I've finished the meeting already, I'll rush over to meet you guys. Oh baby, let me pack a few hamburgers for you. It'd be very fast." "It's fine, Mom. Charlie and the directors are waiting for me already." Zhang Lisheng waved his hand and ran out of the house. The snow had just stopped outside of the house and the entire street was covered with a layer of snow. The city government's snow removal vehicle was slowly cleaning up the snow on the driveway. Such weather that coincided with the Christmas holiday made the number of pedestrians and vehicles on the road naturally fewer. Taking a deep breath of the fresh cold air, the young man tread on the white snow that went up to his ankles and went to the community parking lot. When some of his neighbors, who came out to clean the snow piling up in front of their houses after having their breakfasts, saw him, they would greet him amiably. "Hey, Lishing, good morning, you're still going out in this snowy day." "Good morning, mister, I have no choice, I've already made a plan, and I can't cancel it." In the face of such kind greeting, Chang Lisheng would usually come up with some random excuses and greet back politely. With all the small talk along the way, adding on to the fact that he could not walk too fast in the snow, he finally reached the destination after more than 20 minutes. 2 days before Christmas, the young man gave himself a Mercedes GL63 AMG as a gift. Driving this kind of top-class SUV that can drive on the snow without the need for snow chains, he shuttled around on the empty white streets of New York City. Not long after, he entered the highway leading straight to the suburbs, and in less than an hour, he arrived at the outside of his factory in Monticello. The air was a little warmer since it was close to the beach, allowing some of the determined protesters in the field to last the night by relying on the bonfire ignited in the iron barrel. When they saw a luxury SUV gradually slowed down, several people in this group immediately raised their slogans of war against the dictatorial monopoly of cold-blooded capitalists and shouted out loud, "We want to work, we choose freedom," as they ran to the road. However, before they had even managed to reach the roadside, Chang Lisheng had already turned the car into the junction, entering the new LS slaughterhouse, and accelerated into the factory. The slaughterhouse that had just experienced an overtime working schedule of 24 hours a day before Christmas had now finally welcomed its most bleak days of business in the year. More than 80 of its employees were on holiday. The young man parked his car outside of his office building. After passing through the empty reception room on the first floor, he strode into the second-floor office. When he had tightly shut the door, he eagerly commanded the lizard and the wormdragon to come out of his pocket. His eyes shifted between the two transformed wizard goo and was finally affixed on the island dragon. Compared to soaring through the clouds and coursing through the air, turning invisible is much more useful at the moment. Chang Lisheng muttered to himself and commanded Wormdragon to turn invisible before entering the underground trenches of the factory. However, he let the lizard return to its normal form. Its head resembled the head of a western dragon, its neck was slender and straight like a stone monument, its long body was connected to 9 strange-shaped scorpion tails that kept swaying continuously. Propping the body up was 4 column-like limbs that had curved joint and huge claws. After the 9-tailed lizard that was more than 15 meters long turned into its original form, it appeared to be horrifying and ferocious. Chang Lisheng stared at the wizard goo without any trace of fear in his heart. He reached out a hand and finally rubbed the lizard scales. Slowly closing his eyes, he began to slowly exhale the air in his lungs. Unless it was a dead person, it was forever impossible for an ordinary person to completely exhale the air in his lungs continuously mouth by mouth. After exhaling everything out, the young man whose chest had sunken opened his eyes and outlined an intelligent and clear demon's image in his mind before starting to inhale gently. In an instant, the space around the lizard standing at the open space of the office facing him began to distort slightly. Then, a gust of black smog soundlessly appeared from the skin of the wizard goo, and automatically entered Zhang Lisheng's mouth and nose. The moment the black smog entered his body, a gust of incomparably sour air filled the young man's esophagus, making him uncomfortable. However, he, who had once undergone a transformation before, knew that this was a necessary test. After composing himself, and was just about to continue to inhale while feigning ignorance, the demon's image in his mind suddenly changed and transformed into a gigantic money toad that was crouching on the floor, devouring the heaven and sky. After the appearance of the abnormality, before the young man could even realize what was going on, he suddenly felt that the wizard power in his body had become completely out of control. He had a blackout and fainted right away. By the time he had completely lost his consciousness, the colliding energy of the wizard goo soon depleted the vitality in his body. At the verge of his death, the jelly gem attached to Zhang Lisheng's wrist gave off a colorful ray for the second time. It continued to stretch out from his arm, and in just a short time, it wrapped around the young man's entire body. After a few minutes, the jelly gem transformed into a thin layer of film before gradually fading away, transforming back into a colorful string tied to his wrist again. At the same time, the young man's eyelids flipped open as he hastily took in a few mouthfuls of air, before sitting up abruptly. Looking around and staring in a daze for a long time, Zhang Lisheng, who was dumbstruck, began to slowly remember the encounter just now. When transforming a complex numbered wizard goo, there's actually such a thing as colliding with each other. It's a good thing that the injury is not serious. As he laughed bitterly, he stood up from the carpet while talking to himself, not knowing that he had actually gone through a life-and-death crisis just now. Chapter 241: A difficult yet successful second transformation. Chapter 241: A difficult yet successful second transformation. People would always see the unknown as the greatest horror, but ignorant people would always be fearless. Zhang Lisheng, who felt that his mental state and body was not affected too much, thought that he had merely fainted for a while and wasted 3 to 4 minutes when he collided with the wizard goo during the transformation. He stood up, shook his head and began to continue transforming the nine-tailed lizard without even thinking about it. Slowly exhaling and not inhaling, he spent another 30 minutes to exhale all of the air in his body out. When his chest sunk and the demon's image was formed, he began to inhale gently. Influenced by the technique cast by the wizard, the space around the wizard goo began to distort slowly again. A gust of black smog appeared from the lizard's skin and was sucked into Zhang Lisheng's belly. Another gush of acidic and bitter breath went straight to his brain. Zhang Lisheng tried his best to endure it, but he gradually felt that his skin was seemingly cut by a sharp sword while his internal organs were seemingly pierced by bullets and spears. Not any inch on his body was without agonizing pain. Despite the pain, when Zhang Lisheng saw that the lizard began to turn slightly blur, he could not help but feel rejoice instead of shock. He felt that he had endured the difficult barrier, but to his surprise, the instant this thought appeared in his mind, the demon's image in his mind began to turn into a money toad's image, causing him to faint right away. Once again, he was saved by the jelly gem. Zhang Lisheng crept up from the carpet in a frown, but when he was about to try to transform the lizard for the third time, he suddenly realized that the nine-tailed lizard's body had already started to crack, unsuitable to be transformed anymore. Sighing, he had no choice but to command the wizard goo to the factories underground to devour blood food before trying to transform again when the lizard had already recovered. This time, Zhang Lisheng was able to transform till black armor-like scales appeared on his body. His body became slender and thin, with 4 tails growing side by side on either side of his back, and only then, Money Toad finally appeared in his mind and made him pass out. After going through several failed attempts, by right, the young man who woke up for the 3rd time should temporarily give up and try it again after finding the cause of the problem. However, such failures that he thought were not harmful, that would make a person impatient, actually elicited perseverance in him. After he woke up, he immediately tried his 4th attempt at transformation. Just like that, after going through a cycle of passing out, waking up for 7 to 8 times, when the blood food in the slaughterhouses underground was about to be fully depleted, thanks to a lucky coincidence in one of his transformation processes, Zhang Lisheng finally grew the 9th scorpion tail from his caudal vertebra and his body began to turn invisible. In the end, he even disappeared without a trace. In terms of feelings, he only felt that his body had suddenly exploded without warning. Consciousness immediately replaced his eyesight and spread to every corner of his gaze. When he was secretly feeling dumbstruck, he suddenly felt a sense of tightness in his body, but right away, everything was back to normal again. This strange and mysterious feeling of exploding and contracting constantly appeared again and again. The young man, who was constantly absorbing the black smoke floating out of the wizard dust body, had his body constantly disappearing and appearing in the office. The 9-tailed lizard in front of him, on the other hand, gradually turned blurry, and after the 6th cycle, it disappeared completely from this world, completely transforming into smog, and was sucked in by Zhang Lisheng. At this point, Zhang Lisheng's transformation path of his level rank 7 wizard was finally completed in danger. The gray jacket on him had already torn into pieces on the ground like rags. After Zhang Lisheng calmed down his ecstatic heart, he suddenly cast the lizard's power. In an instant, his body was pulled to a height of about 2 meters, while black scales grew rapidly around his body. 9 scorpion tails protruded out of his skin and gradually swayed in the air, appearing to be ferocious. After the completion of the transformation process, Zhang Lisheng's scales automatically shone with a series of faint brilliance and began to change colors according to the surrounding environment, bringing him into an invisible state. When the young man lowered his head and saw that his body was no longer visible, he suddenly rushed into the bathroom. At that instant, when he got near to the wall, he allowed his consciousness to explode and his body annihilated as he went through the wall miraculously into the bathroom. The invisible and annihilation ability has indeed passed on to me. Standing in front of the bright mirror of the washstand and looking at the empty mirror, Zhang Lisheng muttered in surprise. If incantation works on this body as well, then the transformation of my rank 7 wizard will be considered as a success already. As he was speaking, he cast the incantation formed by the omniscient power devour the earth and sky, resize itself as it might on his body that had been transformed by the 9-tailed lizard. Without any conflict nor any hindrance, his body expanded to a height of 4 to 5 meters. Curling his body, the young man tried to transform his transformed state from the lizard to the money toad. After a sharp heart-wrenching pain which enveloped his body in an instant, he realized that the scales on his body began to turn larger and transformed to become green and yellow in color alternately. His body also turned from tall and skinny to sturdy and obviously shortened in height. However, his body size had expanded until it almost burst through the bathroom. It took about 6 seconds for the conversion to complete. Even though it's painful, it's still basically nothing compared to having an extra life during a battle. Now that everything had gone very well, Zhang Lisheng breathed a long sigh of relief and returned his body size to its normal state. After that, he took a hot bath and after drying himself, he looked at the mirror carefully. His hair had fallen off a lot and had now become much more sparse than before, but due to the reason that his hair was quite thick last time, the change was not that obvious if one did not pay attention to it. However, the paleness of his face was really conspicuous. It was not obvious from afar, but if one had a close observation on it, one would feel as though he had been through long-term malnutrition, and that he did not have enough rest for a long period of time, causing his body to be very weak. This kind of look made Zhang Lixing seem like a heavy drug addict who was obsessed with using drugs. However, it could be passed off in the pretense of a scientist who was obsessed with experimentation and had little rest. Feeling that he did not have too much of an absurd change, Zhang Lixing nodded and smiled at himself while looking at the mirror before walking out of the bathroom. After putting on a fresh set of clothes, he commanded Wormdragon to turn invisible and flew out from the factories underground to crouch down in front of him. Looking at the green dragon that had its fine hair flutter without wind, the young man who had just made a breakthrough to the rank 7 wizard and had obtained the 6th opportunity to refine his wizard do began to cast the transform spell through his mind, refining the wizard do once again. Unfortunately, after being nourished by his spell and blood essence, other than having its body size expanding from 8 meters to 9 meters long, and the scales around his body darkened in color a little, there were no other changes on the Wormdragon at all. Feeling that cultivating the Wormdragon to transform it into a real dragon was merely an absurd daydream, the young man could not help but sigh. There was only one more wizard do that he could continue to transform. Even though he was still far away from making a breakthrough to rank 8 wizard, let alone rank 9 wizard, Zhang Lixing, who had always believed in those who do not plan for the future will find trouble at their doorstep, still felt that he needed to be prepared early. After thinking about it, the young man shrunk the Wormdragon and put it into his pocket, before commanding the huge spider who possessed the encompassing net omniscient power that he had just refined on Shrimp B1 Island a few days ago to turn invisible and crawl to his front. He cast the refine spell and refined it to become a sextuple refined wizard do. When the spider that had not been transformed was enchanted by the spell, its realization was completely different from the transformed Wormdragon. After it was enveloped by its own blood essence, the grimacing face behind its back suddenly cracked and turned into a huge wriggling meat hole that looked like a flower bud. When the meat hole was closed, it still showed a grimacing face, but when it was opened, it looked like a ferocious big mouth that was covered in pink-colored flesh thorns, appearing to be horrifying and disgusting. "You're really the ugliest and the most ferocious among all of the wizard dust that I had refined before." When Zhang Lixing saw the change that could be said as huge on the spider, a delighted look appeared on his face. He walked up to the wizard goo and stroked the mixed color long and fine hair on its long limbs. "And there's a demon's face behind you as well, I might as well just call you as Ghostface." Just as he finished naming the spider Ghostface, his phone on the table began to ring and interrupted his mumbling session. He snapped back to his senses and after giving a final stroke on the wizard Gus' endless stretch of fine hair, he commanded Ghostface to turn invisible and crawl back to the factories underground before walking to his desk and picking up his phone. As soon as the call was connected, Professor Stevens' heavy voice resonated in his ear. "Lixing, something happened on Shrimp B1 Island." "What's wrong, Professor?" the young man asked. "Somebody broke into Effie's lab on the island. She's currently suffering from a head injury and is now at the New York Medical Research Association affiliated hospital." According to that young man who's her student and assistant, Justin, many of the lab materials and information have gone missing. This included that gold core as well. You're kidding, right, Professor? Who would want to go to the bunker on the supernatural realms island that is heavily guarded to rob a biomedical laboratory? Zhang Lisheng asked in a dumbstruck manner. Of course it's the intelligence personnel of other countries. They must have coveted their eyes on U.S. achievements in the study of the supernatural realm. Professor, you may not read the news very often, so you may not know that on this planet we're standing on that is now heavily damaged. The situation of the space door leading to the supernatural realm is completely different too. For example, the supernatural realm fort with the South African government was a steam civilization, while Shrimp World No. 1 is. Lisheng, even though I don't often read the news, I don't live on Mars either. I know about all of the things that you're saying. However, before we have even personally stepped into other supernatural realms, how can we conclude that the study in Shrimp World No. 2 would be completely useless in analyzing these supernatural realms? In fact, SHT, it's not the time to discuss this problem now. I'm also at the New York Medical Research Association affiliated hospital now, so can you come over? Oh, of course, Professor. I'll go there right away. I'll contact my friends on the road to see if I can get an expert that has the authoritativeness of neurologic surgery to take a look at Professor Effany. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Professor. Everything will be fine. The phone went silent. It was only until Zhang Lisheng had hurried down the stairs and entered his car that Stephen finally whispered, "Thank you, child. Thank you. I hope that everything will be fine as you said." Chapter 242 The Strange Robbery. Chapter 242 The Strange Robbery. In the face of the sorrowful and helpless voice of his supervisor, who always felt cold and aloof, Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the car, had nothing to say. He sighed quietly and said in a hurried voice, pretending he did not hear anything, "New York Medical Research Association affiliated hospital, all right. I'll go over now. See you later." Then, he hung up his phone. Starting his car, he slowly drove on the spacious road of the factory, and when he passed by the gate of the slaughterhouse, a guard blocked Zhang Lisheng's car. "Is there anything?" The young man rolled down the window and asked with a frown. "Mr. Zhang, there seems to be an accident among the protesters in the wilderness. They're showing signs of commotion right now, so it's better for you to stop for a while before going out." The young guard handed him a binocular and said. Seeing that the guard under his command suddenly blocked the big boss car, the chief security guard who was on duty became stunned and secretly cursed in his heart. Just as he was about to pull this crazy troublemaker away, he saw that Zhang Lisheng actually took the binocular and placed it in front of his eyes. "It's not like they're blocking the road. I can directly turn." Zhang Lisheng quietly stared at the distance carefully and saw 30 to 40 people gathering together enthusiastically at the end of the road, so he said without any concern. The young guard quickly explained, "Mr. Zhang, the reason why these people braved the low temperature of -10 degrees to stay outside of the factory to protest is because the expansion of LS has snatched their jobs away. In such a situation, I'm afraid that they'll have an overly emotional reaction when they see a luxury car driving out of the factory." When the chief security heard this, he was shocked, and so he hurriedly squeezed in front of Zhang Lisheng's car window and added, "That's right. Mr. Zhang, if they want to rush into the factory, we can still use weapons to stop them, but if you drive up to the highway, as the factory's security, there's nothing that we can do already, no matter what they do." The warning from his two employees made Zhang Lisheng's eyes turn wide in confusion. They're not protesting the government's opening of Shrimp World, no. 2 but LS expansion, oh, come on, no wonder why against cold-blooded capitalists and monopolizing something is written on their slogans. I didn't know that such a good job of slaughtering animals would even be worthy for people to stay in the car under the heavy snow and raising slogans for protest instead of staying by the fireplace eating turkey on the Christmas holidays. Are these guys crazy? Looking at the confusion on the big boss face, the chief security was rendered speechless. He had once experienced the hardships of unemployment after he was discharged from military service, so he knew the taste of being thrown out on the street by the bank for being unable to afford to pay the mortgage. Not only that, he also knew how it felt like having to bring his wife and children to line up early just to get a clean bed and a good night's sleep. He knew that what he needed to do most was to tell this ignorant young entrepreneur in front of him from his own experience that the LS expansion had indeed brought great harm to the people. However, the salary of $70,000 per year, which was almost twice the salary of other employees having an equivalent position and job in other companies, made him unable to open his mouth. Right at this moment, the young security next to the chief security had already nodded with conscience. Mr. Bang, the LS expansion in the 8 U.S. metropolitan areas will affect the jobs of several tens of thousands of people. And since the base number is so huge, there'll be some madmen among them inevitably. You must be more careful in these current times. I hate these madmen who can't give any contribution the most. However, even a normal person will take a detour from them too if one comes across them. Zhang Lisheng nodded with a calmness that did not commensurate with his age before smiling at the security. Thank you for your kindness, young man. Oh, you're familiar. I seem to have seen you a few times before. I have answered you several questions at the entrance and helped you a few times before. The young security fisted his palm unbeknownst to him and answered. Oh, I see. What is your name then? Did you come to work by car or by bus? In Fanstermek, Mr. Bang. I usually come by bus, but I just so happened to drive today. The security was stunned for a moment before replying. That's good, Mr. Fanster. I'm sure your car should not be luxurious enough to attract the attention of the protesting crowds, right? Can you do me a favor today by sending me back to the city? It'd be my pleasure, but I am still at work. Fanster resisted the excitement of his heart and said pretentiously, I'll let you off work early today. Go drive your car and come pick me up at the office building in a while. As for you, Mr. Chief Security, you've let me understand the tremendous pressure currently borne by your security job, so you'll get a $2,000 bonus, including all of your colleagues, Zhang Lisheng said before reversing his car slowly back to the office building. Not long after he got down from the car and waited, he saw an old and yellow Ford car park in front of him. Entering into the back seat of the car, Zhang Lisheng said with a smile, This car is not bad, Fanster. Do you know the New York Medical Research Association affiliated hospital? Let us head there. Yes, I do, Mr. Bang. Please enjoy your seat. Fanster, who had secretly practiced what kind of tone he should use when he was facing with Zhang Lisheng a few times, said with a voice that still contained a little guilty conscience. Starting the car, he began to drive out of the factory. Just like Zhang Lisheng had expected, the Protestants did not have any interest in this Ford that seemed to have a value of not more than $3,000, so for this reason, they allowed it to drive up to the highway safe and sound. Oh, Fanster, looks like we're safe. As the car sped along the highway to New York City, Chang Lishing smiled and dialed Tina's phone as he watched the snow outside the window. The phone rang for several dozens of seconds, and when it was about to hang up automatically, the girl's lazy and slightly hoarse voice finally resonated. "Oh baby, good morning. Oh, looks like it's already noon now. Trish, Sheila, and I have partied the entire night yesterday, and how nice it would have been if you have joined us. I wanted to go too, but I have to go back before 12 o'clock during the Christmas period. Who asked my mom to be a teacher? I understand, baby. Where are you now? I'm going to find you. I'm now rushing to the New York Medical Research Association affiliated hospital." "Oh my God, did something bad happen?" Tina seemed to turn alert right away as she exclaimed. "Yeah, something unexpected happened. My supervisor's sister, Professor Effany, has been attacked by somebody in the lab on Shrimp B1 Island. It's said that some intelligence agent of an opposing country has taken away a lot of materials and information from the lab. Not only that, they almost smashed her head open as well. I remember you saying before that your grandfather has the authoritativeness in brain surgery, so can you? I'll contact the best neurosurgeon for you as soon as possible, baby, and then I'll wait for you at the hospital." "Thank you, Tina, but you only have to contact the doctor. The hospital is very boring, so it's better for you to go look for Trish and Sheila." "Don't worry, I'll bring them to the hospital with me. They must be very happy to participate in this intriguing case of the lab on Shrimp B1 Island being robbed." "Oh, that's right, don't tell me that a mysterious gold core has also been robbed." Tina, who had been interested in this mysterious spiritual monster's gold core ever since she unintentionally heard Zhang Lisheng mentioning it, asked in astonishment. "Unfortunately, you've guessed correctly. Professor Stephen has specially mentioned that the gold core is gone now, causing our man-made demons experiment to have no choice but to be suspended." "How unfortunate, baby. I have a hunch that the thief's goal was most likely that gold core. Not only that, he might also be a spy sent by the Chinese government." Tina was silent for a while before suddenly blurting out, after finished saying so, as though she suddenly remembered that Zhang Lisheng would always claim to be a Chinese, she quickly apologized. I didn't mean anything. I just feel that only the Chinese people know about the value of the gold core." "It's all right, Tina. I'm not those crude, shallow patriots anyway. I won't get angry over a guess. Moreover, the word spy has always been a symbol of strategy and tactics in our Chinese culture since ancient times. The so-called spy is not a derogatory term anyway. Instead, you actually gave me some idea by saying so." Perhaps Zhang Lisheng unconcernedly stopped the girl from apologizing and looked at Fanster, who was driving, not continuing to voice out his opinions. "All right, go and contact the doctor now. Let us discuss later when we meet." "All right, baby, I'll see you later," the girl said and hung up the phone. After keeping his phone away, Zhang Lisheng stared at the continuously changing scene outside the car and did not say any word at all. Time passed by the second. Amidst the silence, the Ford car turned into the rain-shaped highway in New York City. Seeing that they were going to arrive at the destination soon, Fanster, who did not want to waste this rare opportunity, secretly gulped and took the initiative to talk. "Mr. Chang, the employees in LS knows that you're a genius biologist, but it has never crossed our minds that you've already gone to the supernatural realm. Fanster, you look like you're a meticulous person. The LS Group's factory in Los Angeles is almost finished, so if you can leave New York, Are you interested in becoming the chief manager there? Zhang Lisheng waved his hand and gestured for the security guard to stop talking before asking. Fanster, who personally experienced the famous saying opportunity will always favor the courageous, was suddenly dumbstruck. I'm honored to accept this position, Mr. Zhang. I'm very honored. Very good, since there are so many mad demonstrators outside the New York factory, I believe there'll only be more protesters once the slaughterhouse in Los Angeles has started operating. Remember to use your meticulous character properly, but at the same time, you must also maintain the company's interest. Yes, Mr. Bang. I'll remember your words. Fanster carefully savored Zhang Lisheng's words and nodded solemnly. Zhang Lisheng silently smiled and turned his head to look out of the window. This time, the guard who had just been promoted was sensible enough to not bother the boss contemplation. Instead, he maintained his silence and drove the car into an elegant hospital in the city. Chapter 243 Insider. Chapter 243 Insider. The New York Medical Research Association affiliated hospital was small in size, but the single-row ring road outside the hospital was planted with evergreen coniferous plants on both sides, making it easy to create a feeling of being away from the city. The environment was pretty quiet, due to the reason that winter was the most prone season for the elderly and children to get sick. After bidding goodbye to Fanster and getting out of the Ford car, Zhang Lisheng, who still felt that his surrounding was deserted when he walked in the cold courtyard, was surprised to see the moving flow of people when he walked into the hospital hall, making him widen his eyes in astonishment. Don't tell me that this is the only hospital that opens after Christmas, so every patient in New York has to come here instead. Zhang Lisheng muttered to himself, and avoided the flow of people carefully. He came to the front desk of the hospital and finally reached a busy middle-aged nurse after a long queue. Excuse me, may I know which ward Miss Effie Pigrose who has a head injury stays? Effie Pigrose, the nurse repeated as she typed on the computer's keyboard before raising her head to size this young Chinese man in front who looked like a drug addict from head to toe. Sir, she's the patient of restricted visitation sent in by the NCIS Naval Criminal Investigative Service. Are you her immediate family member? No. I can be said as her colleague. May I know what is NCIS? Naval Criminal Investigative Service. Don't you watch the TV series? The nurse asked with a squint. I'm sorry, I can't tell you where she is. Nobody is allowed to visit her unless you're an immediate family member. NCIS. Oh, so the human gathering place on Shrimp B1 Island belongs to the U.S. Navy instead of its Army. Zhang Lisheng muttered to himself and dialed Steven's phone. Professor, I didn't want to bother you at first, but the hospital receptionist told me that Professor Effie is a patient of restricted visitation sent in by the NCIS, so they can't tell me the ward number. Restricted visitation? Why wasn't I informed about this in that case? Lisheng, head to the hospital's block as 7th floor and I'll wait for you by the elevator. Steven's tired voice resonated from the phone. All right, Professor. I'll see you later. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lisheng headed the 7th floor directly and was welcomed by Steven, whose both eyes were swelling, and a uniform-wearing officer who seemed to have a straight gaze standing in front of himself. Oh, Professor, you look like you need a good night's sleep. The young man walked out of the elevator and said straightforwardly. Or otherwise, there'll be more than one Pigrose lying in the hospital later. I'm not that tired yet, Lisheng. It's very common for me to stay up overnight for a few days to carry out experiments. Besides, you look much worse than I am, so you don't have the right to say this to me. Stephen smiled and pointed to the officer by his side. Let me introduce the two of you. This is Lieutenant Harvey, an NCIS agent, whose team is responsible for Effie's case. I only found out after this incident that the human gathering place on Shrimp B1 Island was actually built by the Navy instead of the Army. Lieutenant Harvey, this is my experimental collaborator cum student, Zhang Lisheng. I'm also a professor. Zhang Lisheng shrugged and extended his hand to the young and handsome officer. Hello, Captain Harvey. Someone has actually committed violent crimes against an unarmed scientist and snatched the results and materials. It's hard for me to imagine that someone would actually do such a terrible thing. I hope you can. As he was speaking, a series of tones suddenly resonated from his pocket. Oh, I'm sorry, Zhang Lisheng apologized and fished out his phone before accepting the call. Baby, I've already arrived at the New York Medical Research Association affiliated hospital, but the receptionist doesn't tell you where the location is, right? It doesn't matter, Tina. Come to the hospital's block as 7th floor now. I'm at the elevator. That's great, I'll see you, baby. After she finished saying so, the call was hung up, so Zhang Lisheng put the phone away and explained to Harvey, whose expression had turned grave. My girlfriend's grandfather is a neurosurgery professor at Harvard Medical School. This is why I asked her to help Professor Effie to find several authoritative doctors. As a result, after she learned about this incident, she insisted on coming for a visit. Mr. Lisheng, before the case of the laboratory attack is clear, Professor Effie will still be at a restricted visitation state, so she should not receive too many visitors. Besides, the New York Medical Research Association affiliated hospital also has the best neurosurgeon in New York, so there's absolutely no need for the young naval officer, interrupted Zhang's words and said very seriously. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I didn't know that Professor Effie is under restricted visitation before I came to the hospital. Moreover, I feel that in order to prevent any bad sequelae caused by this attack, it's better to ask for the diagnosis of the best neurosurgeons in the entire U.S., heck, even the entire world, to treat a distinguished scientist like her. As Zhang Lisheng was speaking, the elevator door behind him suddenly opened gently and 3 tall, young, and beautiful girls walked out of the elevator. When they saw Zhang Lisheng's back, the girls' eyes lit up as they walked up to him. One of them went to the young man's back and gave him a hug right away. Baby, I've contacted Dr. Huekna from the Los Angeles Institute of Neurosurgery, Dr. Jenny from the Royal College of Physicians, and Dr. Spring from the Swiss Academies of Arts and Sciences. Dr. Huekner will be able to rush to New York in the afternoon at the latest and will hold a group consultation with Dr. Spring and Dr. Jenny via the internet. Then, he'll rest for one night if it's necessary. He'll be able to perform a surgery by tomorrow morning. Thank you, Tina. I think this is perfect for now. Zhang Lisheng turned to look at the girl with a smile before pointing at his supervisor and the NCIS agent beside him. This is my supervisor, Professor Stephen, and this is Lieutenant Harvey from the NCIS, or the Naval Criminal Investigative Service. He's in charge of the case of the attack on Professor Effie. Nice to meet you, Professor Stephen. I'm Lisheng's girlfriend, Tina. These two are my best friends, Trish and Sheila. They're also very close with Lisheng. We were having lunch together when we heard about Professor Effie's misfortune, so that's why we rushed over to pay a visit. Nice to meet you too, Lieutenant Harvey. I've seen the graceful demeanor of the NCIS from TV before, so I hope that you all are equally good in real life. and can capture the criminal who attacked Professor Effany." Teener's words were in good taste and had a strong human touch. When Stephen was just about to express his gratitude, Harvey had already stepped in and said with a difficult expression, "Don't worry, Miss Teener. We'll definitely do our utmost to seize the criminal who robbed the laboratory. However, due to the need of solving the case, Professor Effany is now in a restricted visitation state. For this reason, you may not be able to visit her. I'm sorry." Despite the slightly rude content of his words, his tone was very gentle. "Oh, this is a pity, but I can understand your difficulty." Teener was stunned for a moment before smiling politely. "In that case, we'll not bother anymore and we'll take our leave first. Professor Stephen, please don't worry too much. I'm sure Professor Effany will be fine." "Thank you, Miss Teener." Stephen's exhausted face showed a grateful smile. It seemed like a man's attitude would be much more amiable in front of an elegant, refined, and beautiful girl. "Lishing, since there is a restricted visitation, let us not make things difficult for Lieutenant Harvey. Why don't you leave together with Miss Tina? Thank you very much for your help, child." "Oh, Professor Stephen, Mr. Lishing may not be able to leave right now. I have a few questions to ask him about the attack." When Harvey heard Stephen saying so, he quickly stopped him. "You have questions to ask him, but my student has already long returned to New York before the attack on the lab." Lieutenant Harvey, unlike Justin, Lishing is a true biologist genius. He has hundreds of millions of net worth and extensive contacts. He can achieve academic success with extreme ease, so he'll definitely not be that stupid to become a spy. "Professor Stephen, what you are talking about is very confidential. I have already reminded you to not mention it in front of anyone." "Don't tell me that you've forgotten about it already." Harvey suddenly interrupted Stephen's words with a grave expression. He looked around and noticed that even though there were quite a few people around, basically no one had paid attention to what they were talking, so he secretly sighed and said, "I just want to ask Mr. Shane Lishing a few questions, not to list him as a suspect. This is merely a routine inquiry. After all, the theoretical speculation of the missing mysterious material was first proposed by Mr. Ben Lishing. Ever since then, he has always been an insider, and it's impossible for him to detach himself from this." The NCIS agent's reply was very reasonable but was useless in the face of Stephen. "When you guys used me as a bait for the fish, you didn't even get my consent at all. Damn all these confidential stuff. It's not me who wants to know about it anyway, so why should I keep it a secret?" Shane Lishing was much more reasonable than his supervisor. After sending the three girls, Tina, Sheila, and Trish, into the elevator with a smile, he faced Harvey and raised both of his palms while saying, "All right, Lieutenant. Just ask me any question you want. Let us find a quiet place first, Mr. Lishing." Harvey looked much relaxed now as he walked deep into the ward corridor. Shane Lishing and Stephen walked together behind him, but when they had only taken a few steps, the supervisor could not help but lower his voice to tell the young man, "Lishing, it would never cross your mind that just now a few agents from the NCIS has set up a sudden trick to deceive Justin and actually got him to confess that he was an accomplice of the laboratory attackers. What's even more amazing is that until now, this poor idiot didn't even know who his accomplices are. He only mentioned that he knows them through the internet. Professor Stephen, I shall remind you again that some words must be kept secret." Harvey, who was in front of him, suddenly turned back and said, while gritting his teeth, "Just like you said, Lieutenant Lisheng is already an insider, so how can he help you if we keep too much secrets from him? Chapter 240 For a great personage and a nobody. Such a person like Stephen, whose heart was entirely focused on academics, who did not care about the little things, and who turned a deaf ear to the exhortation of somebody he did not care but had a high social status, made it hard for people to deal with him. An object that could not be taken through disciplinary measures because of a small mistake was somebody the law enforcers hated to face the most. After he had given a warning but to no avail at all, Harvey frowned and turned his head away helplessly, not saying anything anymore. The lieutenant's concession made Stephen became more unscrupulous as he continued, Lisheng, Justin left on the third day after you left Shrimp B1 Island. However, he came back on the fourth day after Christmas, with only a 1-week holiday in total. I wonder how he managed to come in contact with those foreign agents. Professor, it only took God 7 days to create the entire world. Besides, Justin might have been eyed long ago by them due to his involvement in the scientific research on Shrimp B1 Island. How about you then, Mr. Lisheng? You've also participated in scientific research activities on Shrimp B1 Island, and not only that, I heard that your participation far outweighs Justin. During this time, did you sense any strange people who tried to take the initiative to contact you? Harvey suddenly turned and asked. Not at all, Lieutenant Harvey. It would take quite an expensive price to buy a guy who has a net worth of billions and who has many good friends in Washington and Wall Street. Nobody would act rashly without much consideration. Lisheng chuckled and shrugged as he said. When Harvey was stunned and was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the screen and picked up the call. Immediately he heard the concise yet powerful voice of Dubik, the chief officer of the NCIS. Harvey, are you doing a transcript for a scientist named Lisheng in the New York Medical Research Association affiliated hospital now? Yes, sir, but we have not started anything yet. Is it so? But our head has received more than 20 calls inquiring about this. The latest one was from Senator Jackson. You should know that he's directly in charge of judging the budget of our NCIS. Originally, I didn't want to tell you, but right now, it seems that this Mr. Lisheng does indeed have a great background. For this reason, you must ask questions honestly and don't play any small tricks. Understood, Harvey? Yes, sir, understood. That's good, Harvey. I wish you have a smooth case. After the NCIS officer heard his boss' last blessing, he hung up the phone. At the same time, the tall and sturdy black non-commissioned officer guarding in front of a single ward quickly saluted when he saw him walking up to him. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Sergeant. Is there anything unusual? There's no abnormal situation, sir. Harvey nodded and pushed the door open. All of a sudden, he turned around to face Lisheng and said with a blank expression, "Looks like you're really a great personage, Mr. Lisheng. The hospital has limited conditions, so we can only talk in the ward. Later, if you feel offended with the questions, you can choose to not answer it, but I must still ask and make a written record. I'd like to apologize to you first in advance. As long as it's normal and doesn't infringe on my privacy, I think there's no question that I can't answer, Lieutenant Harvey." Lisheng smiled and followed Harvey's footsteps into the ward. In the corridor of the unceasing flow of people of the ward, 2 short plain-looking middle-aged white men occupying a short resting wooden chair watched Lisheng and the 2 others entering the wooden-doored ward. One of them, whose eyes were bigger, widened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice with a dumbfounded expression, This is strange that short young man also practices the same kind of witchcraft like us. What's going on? Bro, don't be too obvious. It's not that I want to comment anything about you, but ever since you made a breakthrough to rank 4 wizard and came to possess the discernment spell, you claim that you can meet up to 8 people who also practice the same kind of witchcraft like us. But tell me, which of them turns out to be actually real? You even claimed that the old man that was selling grasshopper origami, which we met in Shenzhen before going abroad, was a senior in witchcraft who practices the gate of death. Tell me. Discernment, doesn't it mean discern? How can it possibly be as accurate as the divine eye? But you can rest assured that Shorty is obviously the middle-aged white man whose eyes were slightly bigger flew into a rage out of shame now that his shortcomings were exposed. As he was speaking, he realized that he had unknowingly raised his voice and his usage of Mandarin had attracted the attention of others. Quickly he pulled his companion up and whispered, let's go, we've revealed ourselves. Gen, don't you think you're annoying enough? I'm already tired depleting my blood essence like this. Don't you know that caution is the parent of safety? Besides, it's already over 12 o'clock now. Let's go eat a hamburger before we come back, okay? We can settle our lunch together, and isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Pulling his companion away, the huge middle-aged white man said as he walked continuously. After the 2 of them walked out of the hospital, they strolled around in a daze on the streets of New York for a while. Looking at the signboards that were written with English alphabets, the middle-aged white man whose eyes were slightly smaller said with annoyance, the prestigious New York doesn't even have any KFC or McDonald's on the streets. This is too inconvenient. Isn't that the beef Burger King? I wonder what you were doing when you were having your surprise abroad training. You can't even recognize the sign. The big white man mumbled and pulled his companion to enter a fast food restaurant on the street. It was lunchtime, so the fast food restaurant was full of people. The 2 of them ate 2 beef burgers and walked into the bathroom before getting into the same cubicle. It's up to you now, buddy. This time, let us transform into a tall and thin image. It must be completely different from how we look now, the big white man said with a chuckle. Upon hearing his request, his companion complained, I really am speechless. It's not like we're shooting a movie or something to think that you still want to be so demanding on how you look. Then he began to chant an incomprehensible incantation that sent chills down anyone's spine. As the strange incantation reverberated, the faces of these 2 middle-aged white men suddenly twisted like dough. Their bones cracked as they moved. Their bodies gradually became taller and their hair colors changed from brown to black. By the time their body had become fixed in shape, they turned to become 2 Chinese young men, with one being tall and one being short. One had a square face and the other had a round face. At the same time, 2 small mosquito-like insects the size of an adult's thumbnail flew out from their clothes and circled in midair a few times, before landing on the hand of the short square-faced young man who was still continuing to chant his incantation. Your shape-shifting goo is indeed an ancient and rare type. A male and a female shift into forms with precise details is just too useful, buddy. To be honest, you're a person who is really lucky. You know, looking at the 2 flying insects crouching quietly while snuggling up to each other on his companion's hand, the tall and round-faced young Chinese man who looked completely different from his big white man look just now exclaimed with envy. It could only be considered as rare if it's a purebred shape-shifting goo species that can transform into thousands of animals, but these insects that have gone through only God knows how many generations of crossbreeding are nothing special. However, speaking of luck, I'm indeed quite lucky. Just take my wizard Gus for example, none of them are ordinary at all. The square-faced young man had a proud look on, but he pretended to talk humbly. However, as he was speaking, he could not help but start complaining about his misery. So what anyway? I'm merely being used as cannon fodder anyway. You can even tell from the TV that intelligence personnel should be like 007. It'll take a few years just on training alone. And not only that, he should know everything, from driving a sports car to setting up high-tech weapons. Why did we get such a thing as being sent abroad for a mission after being thrown into the military academy for less than 2 months? They claimed that it's incorporation into their own forces and that we'd become preeminent by working for the sake of the country, but in truth, we're nothing but cannon fodder. If I knew this before, I might as well just stayed in a theatrical troupe and become the leading performer to do some transforming magic. Becoming the cannon fodder for our country is better than our wizard seniors who had become a street rat for several hundreds of years. Besides, our Gate of Witchcraft currently has an opportunity to go international, hasn't it? There are so many strange insects on Shrimp B1 Island, and it's completely a paradise for wizards, let alone the emergence of the Emperor Molasses that can give birth to countless demons. Yeah, right, you wish that is the US property. If our Gate of Witchcraft is really that powerful, we might as well go beat those masters in the Gate of Tao. Forget it. Let's stop this topic and continue our mission. As cannon fodder, we still need to carry out our duty as one, don't we? The square-faced young man said, while picking a small insect from his hand. After spraying a mouthful of dark blood at it, he placed it behind his neck. With a nourishment from its owner's blood essence, under the commanding of the incantation, the wizard gently crept down towards his tailbone along his spine before opening its mouth to bite the square-faced young man's skin. Erg! After the square-faced young man exclaimed in pain, the bone gap in his body began to widen. After a while, he grew to become more than 10 centimeters higher. The muscles on his face squirmed and his face became thin. His skin and hair color turned to become lighter, and in less than 1 minute, he looked like a tall and handsome young white man. Seeing his companion changing his appearance with his own 2 eyes, the round-faced young man who was slightly taller chuckled weirdly and said, "If we can't compete in broad daylight, we can steal in the dark. Can't we? Older people have more experience, so they're much more meticulous and careful in doing things. The seniors would of course have their ways to overcome things that make a nobody like us helpless. Most importantly, everybody in the Gate of Witchcraft should not be scattered around like sand in the past anymore. We need to unite together to form a joint force, and only then can we achieve something huge." Wow, you talk as though it's a pyramid scheme. Let us talk about these future stuff only when we come across them. Let us go back to the hospital as soon as possible to continue our monitoring. The square-faced young man grinned and commanded his wizard Goo to turn his companion, who gave the long and pompous speech, into a white man before striding out of the fast food restaurant. The 2 of them returned to the hospital and continued to find a resting wooden chair in the ward corridor to sit down to monitor in secret. At the same time, in the ward where Effany was temporarily recuperating, Chang Lisheng had already finished the interrogation from the NCIS officer. End part 5.